Oh no! Oh no! No, he doesn't.
What's in that left back position? Turn from Ronaldo. It's in. It's 1-0.
Yo, there are moments you'll never forget, and there are moments you wish you was there for. No matter what happens, every moment shares some basic traits: dedication, passion, and dreams. The focus, dedication. Even through a global pandemic, this season was one to remember. My man was committed to nothing but the win.
Done for Matthias, it will be done. A 3-time champion.
He is the best.
The quiet passion.
Sorry.
He comes with them fighting tactics to dominate on the field.
Oh, what a time to be watching.
We're talking Kings, fam. This one still reigns today. And the young dreamer. Pure ability to dish out L's to experienced guys at the age of 16, bro?
16 years of age. Just comprehend that.
Setting the stage for a historic rise.
He loves it.
Every tournament has a champion, and every champion has a beginning. Who's next? The FIFA Global Series Open.
Well, hello and welcome to the FGS Open presented by PS5. My name is Rachel Stringer and I am so excited to be here for this semi-live in-person event for the first time in I can't remember how long it's been. And we are at such an iconic venue as well because we are live from the Twickenham Stadium in London, which is the home of English rugby in this country. And look at it in all its glory. It's so great to be back in London. That's Twickenham. Just a couple of weeks ago as well, it played host to the Autumn Nation Series, and England stars were playing on the pitch just a couple of 100 metres away from us. They did pretty well as well against Tonga, New Zealand and South Africa. Some awesome stuff, but it's not about rugby today. It's about FIFA and 2v2 FIFA, because the next 3 days we have some awesome action for you guys to enjoy. We have 16 regional qualifiers taking place all over the globe. I have so much more to tell you about how this season is going to unfold a little bit later, but right now I'm very pleased to say welcome to some very familiar faces on the FIFA scene. Obviously Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith. Guys, we love you. It's so great to be back in person. I was racking my brain and I think it was November, December 2019. It was the FUT Champions Cup 2, Bucharest. That's like 2 years ago, Rich.
It's a long time ago. The world's changed since then. It really has. I'm overwhelmed. Like, coming down, I was like, I can't believe this is actually on. Like, I'm actually going to be able to see you, not through a screen.
Can't quite touch you. It's fine.
Nearly. I can smell you. But I can't wait to get underway.
Oh, it's awesome. And I mean, Brandon, 2v2 as well. I just mentioned it. Yeah. A whole new FGS season.
So exciting. 2v2 FIFA. We love it, the emotion that it brings. And I think for this year, today, we're officially kicking off this new 2v2 FGS season. And players might be remote, but it's so nice to be back in a studio.
Yeah, remote and all over the world. We said 16 regional qualifiers from every corner of the world, Rich.
Yeah, every inch of the planet is covered. We're going everywhere, and we're going to be locking in 16 teams, duos, to be competing at the Team of the Season Cup later on in the year.
Well, that's going to get underway in a short while, but let's kind of roll back the years to yesteryear and where the FGS season actually kicked off. Okay, it started in 2004, the FIFA Interactive World Cup, quite a few years ago. I think you said you were 6 years old, Rich. I mean,
yeah.
Let's not go there, okay? But what an awesome event to start off with. And then we went straight to 2017, where you guys actually joined the FIFA Global Series.
We started our commentating journey, didn't we, in 2017, but then there was also a massive boost for FIFA eSports. You know, before that we had the FIWC. 2017, Gorilla sort of got his big moment, didn't he, in London?
Yeah, and this was so poignant as well because Sean Elton, his coach, he was the player in the final the year before, lost out in one of the tightest and most sort of entertaining games that we've ever seen, and then sort of player turned coach, still got that winning feeling with Gorilla.
Yeah, an Englishman, of course, in the form of Gorilla, and that was Ruud Gullit we saw there. Obviously now is a mainstay in the FIFA scene. Obviously that's where he kind of realised how big this was going to go. Team Gullit are well established now in the FGS series. Let's move to 2018, and who actually kind of launched himself onto the scene here? DH Tex.
Yes, the birth
in
DH
Barcelona.
Tex. The famous line of 0 to hero that rung around, I think it was the Palo St. Jordi in Barcelona. Goes to show, you know, from being absolutely nobody, that changed his whole life, and, you know, now Fnatic Tex, and what a journey he's been on, Richard.
So and he said here, remember in that interview with Spencer, he said, if you like FIFA, tell your mum because this might happen. And wow.
Yeah, but whenever we talk about Tex, you have to mention this man in the same sentence, MS Desari. Tex won the Barcelona Championship. Desari, he won the Spring Cup, which was set in Manchester, beating Ice Vogel in the grand final. He played a different style of FIFA. He used different formations. It was sort of, Tex was so skillful. Desari was a tactician, and that's where that rivalry sort of started. And this was the end of the season. Arguably the best player that may have ever done it. That's a conversation for another day, but this was his crowning moment in London at the O2 Arena. We were there, and he was dominant from start to finish.
$200,000 as well that year. I mean, of course, you know, the year before that was getting bigger, and we're on this sort of upward trajectory, but what a man. As you said, he calls himself the king of the jungle. What a tournament that was, and you just miss it, don't you? The FIFA Interactive World Cup, FIFA E World Cup. Then 2019 happened. I mean, Tex arrived in 2018. 2019, he was just dominating, wasn't he?
He cemented himself, I think, is what we're going to say, didn't he? Obviously changed to F2 Tex from DH Tex here, and he kicked off his year in epic fashion, didn't he, Rich?
Yeah, don't worry, you're not getting deja vu if you're watching from home.
No,
you see Tex win this many tournaments. He won 4, 5, 6 different majors, going from all across the world. This was in Singapore. He was dominant in Bucharest, dominant in Atlanta as well. But again, I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself, but wherever Tex goes, Desari is not too far behind. He won a couple of majors as well, and all of his real winning moments came in London.
They did. He was a winner in 2018 in London, then won 2-foot Champions Cups also in London. But there were 6-foot Champions Cups, wasn't there, that year? And there was another winner. It was a German player, was the youngest foot Champions Cup winner.
Took that off of Tex, though, didn't he, the title of that, the youngest. So that was awesome to see. And it was the GOAT season as well, wasn't it? Desari Tex, who was the GOAT? And then, guys,
who was going to win the World Cup? Who was going to win the World Cup? As you rightly said, Tex got grouped in that tournament. And then Mo Alba against... MS Desari in a ridiculous grand final became a world champion.
Absolute underdog. I don't think anyone thought that was going to happen. It was absolutely epic scenes for Mo Alba, and he actually is still the reigning champion because there was no World Cup in 2020, remember, and there hasn't been one since, so hopefully we'll get one next season. But let's kick off here again. Deja vu once more, Rich.
2020,
what's happening?
2019, 2018, Tex wins the first event of the year. Again, this was in Bucharest. However, Cup 2, it was Nicholas Razek. He was always in these finals. We've not seen him yet, but he was usually the runner-up in a lot of these tournaments. He got his crowning moment. Foot Cup 2 went to Nicholas Razek, and Germany especially were unbelievable in FIFA 20. So many different trophies, so many different titles, but it was Sweden as well, sort of getting their time to shine on the main stage.
Yeah, that was Foot Cup number 3 in Atlanta in America, where we had Olilito, and then, of course, we had Foot Cup number 4 before the season was brought to a hold, and it was the South American winner, you know, on the PlayStation as well, in Zizinha. It was a dream story out in Paris, and after that, unfortunately, sort of that was the end of 2020 and the end of our FIFA 21 season. FIFA 20 season.
Such an emotional player as well. I remember seeing him in the E-Champions League. He really does wear his heart on his sleeve, does Zizinho, so it was great to see him actually lift a trophy. But let's go to 2021 then, the year of all the events happening online. Of course, we could have no LAN events, no in-person events, but actually it was great to see because so many standout stars got their moment in the spotlight, Rich.
Yeah, we certainly did, and I think it was a real opportunity for people who might not have been on broadcast before to get their time to shine, because all the events were publicised, all the events were sort of streamed as well. So this man right here, I could talk about Matthias Bernardo until I go blue in the face. What a player. He dominated South America. He's come over to Europe this year. Make sure you watch out for Matthias Bernardo because he will be in all of the events.
Absolutely. On the flip side, speak about dominance in Europe. We weren't speaking about Tex for a change. We're speaking about this man, Levi de Weed, a back-to-back European champion who couldn't compete the year before because he wasn't 16. Now, of course, he's past that. And then this man deserves a mention as well. Now, XL Tom was #Tom. Now, finally the bride and not the bridesmaid. A brilliant couple of seasons, and he's really been a driving force for this esport.
Yeah, so many standout stars, of course, being unearthed last season online. We'll get to see them hopefully in person, but this year it's about 2v2. It looks like we've got a great partnership here. Unfortunately, you're not playing, you're casting, guys, which we love to see. In case anyone drops out, though, you guys are around.
First reserve, that's what I got told.
Love it. All right, guys, well, I'm going to let you go and get ready to cast your first event. But whilst these guys go and get ready, let's bring you up to speed of exactly how this FGS season is going to play out. 2022 brings a new game, a new season, and a new way of competing as the FIFA 22 Global Series see the world's elite FIFA players put aside past rivalries and pair up as FIFA eSports goes 2v2. The new cooperative format will put teamwork to the test as players compete for the $1 million season prize pool. We kick off the season in December with the FGS Open with 16 individual qualifier tournaments covering the entire globe. 16 teams will emerge victorious from their regional qualifiers and book themselves a flight to the Team of the Season Cup in April. The 16 qualifiers will then head to the Copper Box Arena at the Olympic Park in London to be joined by our 16 Masters teams featuring past champions such as Fnatic Tex and Falcons MS Dasari. The season finale will also be the first ever live FGS event to feature an open bracket, allowing the best amateur players out there a shot at taking down the pros for the $500,000 prize pool. So now you need to know the rules. All FIFA Global Series 22 matches will take place on the Ultimate Team game mode. Each fixture will take place across 2 legs, as you can see right now on screen, home and away, with each leg taking place over 12 minutes. Aggregate scores across both legs will be used to determine the winner of a fixture. If both teams are still tied at the end of the second leg, we'll head to extra time and then penalties. FGS teams also carry restrictions. You can see them on screen right now. And that's everything you need to know to enjoy the FGS 2022 season. Well, there's quite a lot to get your head around there, but I hope I explained that pretty easily for you guys to know what's happening for this FGS season. It's so exciting. We're so excited to be here live and in person as well, doing 2v2. But I'm actually really disappointed that we can't all be live. That's why I said it's a semi-live event, because Mike LaBelle is still not next to me. He's in New York City still. Mike LaBelle, hi, my main man, my mate, FIFA analyst, FIFA expert. How are you, Mike?
Well, I'm doing amazing. I'm excited to see you virtually. This works for me. I'll put this together. This is a new dynamic, 2v2s, new atmosphere, new ambiance. We're going to see new names making wavelengths. That's been a story every single year. This year will be no different.
Yeah, Mike, what do you think 2v2 is going to produce this year?
I think one of the biggest changes is we've always been based around individualism. Obviously, you have that partnership now, that teamwork. And I think that it's possible to see a couple players that maybe work together better than maybe the most talented players in terms of their individual output. So I think that's going to be the biggest change, is how people are able to come together, that teamwork aspect. And we saw some previews of this throughout the years, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. Have you got a couple of people already that you've had your eye on you think are going to excel this season because maybe they've had some experience, like you said, at like E-Nations Cup, or just been playing together through their relationship, you know, from the community, which we also know brings together these great friendships?
You got to say that you would think players like Joxon and Max, who have been able to play together and have success stories in previous seasons where they've had that 2v2, maybe I got a North American bias. I don't know, but I feel like it's fair to mention them as maybe early players to watch in the 2v2 format. And
if you could have a partnership, Mike LaBelle, from the pro scene, who are you picking to go next to you?
Oh, you're really putting me on the spot.
Of course.
I'll tell you what. I feel that every single year, we talked about Tex, we talked about MS Dasari, but MS Dasari is always there. I just feel that he would make me so much better at the game if we were partnered up. I don't know what the latency would look like, or that we haven't had that teamwork back and forth. I don't know, but I'll take MS Dasari every day of the week. He's guaranteed to be in a few finals.
Well, he's self-proclaimed.
Which means I'm guaranteed to be in a few finals.
Well, Mike, he's self-proclaimed king of the jungle. Are you self-proclaimed king of the city? I'm going to say you are. We'll go with that line throughout these next 3 days. And Mike, well, you're with us for the next 3 days. So let's see exactly how the schedule is going to play out. I said we had 16 teams taking on these regional qualifiers. So let's bring you up to speed then. So at 1 o'clock today we have the Tokyo Open to kick things off. Then at 2:30, the Johannesburg Open, followed at 4 o'clock by the Miami Open. Then we have Mexico City taking their shots at 5:30, and then rounding out day one at 7 p.m. Washington DC Open. That's day one, Friday the 10th of December. Let's move to tomorrow then, Saturday, the 11th of December. Who's playing then? Okay, we are across the other side of the world. Sydney Open kicks off at 1 o'clock. Dubai at 2:30, Sao Paulo at 4 p.m, followed by Stockholm Open. We're going to Europe for 5:30, and then staying in Europe for the Madrid Open at 7 p.m, Saturday, 11th of December. Tomorrow, day 2 of this 3-day FGS Open. And then our final day looks like this. There's some great matches here on the 12th of December, starting in Singapore at 1 o'clock. Then we head to Milan for their Open at 2:30, followed by Paris at 4, Frankfurt at 5:30, Buenos Aires at 7, followed by Portland Open at 8:30. So we have 5 matches today, 5 matches on Saturday, and then 6, a big day on Sunday for you. So loads of matches to get your heads around. We're very excited to unearth what we're saying is some new stars of the future in this new 2v2 format. And they, of course, will then take on the Masters in April. We know who the Masters are already. We'll bring you up to speed on them a little bit later. Okay, well, you guys at home, we always want to reward you for watching and getting involved with these events as well. So this is what we will give you if you continue watching the FGS Open with us. Okay, so for watching 60 minutes of FGS with a linked EA and Twitch account, you get an FGS swap token. And these tokens can actually be exchanged for packs, but save them up to get better player packs, okay? You don't want to use them up too early. And you can only earn 1 swap token per event though, so be mindful of that. So make sure you set your calendar for future tournaments as well. I already mentioned there's an April event. And if you watch for 90 minutes, okay, you can earn 4 of these team kits. So much for you guys to get your hands on if you watch for 60 or 90 minutes. That is key. Alrighty, well, I told you what the schedule looked like. So for day one, to kick things off, we have the Tokyo Open for you. So the teams that you're going to see, they have been battling it out for the last couple of days. They've been playing so many matches. Obviously, we've had double elimination here. So if they did lose one, they just dropped down into that lower bracket and got to go again. Okay, so this is pretty exciting that we get to start over there. And the 2 teams we have for you, Kawasaki Frontale taking on Sadler eSports. So Sadler eSports are in the winning half. They are yet to drop a match, okay? They've had some awesome matchups as well. They started off with a bye and then had 2 6-0 matchups. So they're actually on pretty good form. They actually already played Kawasaki Frontale earlier on, and it was quite a cagey affair there. But we're now bringing you up to speed exactly how it all went down over in Tokyo to get where we are right now. So you can see how they progress then. So Sadler is against Frontale there. Sadler, like I mentioned, they're in that winners final and they played against each other. Sadler defeated Frontale 5-4. Frontale obviously dropped down to that losers final. They go again. They played Antlers and they obviously came out victorious there. Actually, the first leg was 0-0. Then it finished 2-1 in that second leg for them to progress through to that grand final. And they are here with us today. Mike, I think I can bring you now and have a little bit of a chat about this. Obviously, the Tokyo Open, it's kicking off our FGS Open series and our first semi-live, because you're not with me, event, I'm going to say, in about 2 years. What do we know of these 2 players or these 2 teams, Mike? They've got quite a few great stats from Frontale, and Jay, he qualified for the World Cup this year. So these guys, you know, they're great individually. And I know that, I think it was Sadler as well. They came 4th in the E-Nations, and both the guys that we're seeing today, Seri and Doc, they played together in that. So they have some 2v2 experience as well. But looking at the bracket, who would you say has the edge?
Well, just based on results, if you're looking at results, the separation of scoreline, Sadler's look more impressive up to this point. But anything can happen. This is a major final. And this is, as I was saying before, it's a new dynamic. We're seeing this transition of the esport, and we really can't define or be definite with this team is superior or these players are superior. It's just too new. This is our first major event.
No.
Not to sit on the fence.
No, you've sat on the fence for me there. Thanks so much there, Mike. I know you love to do that to me, but let's just talk about Sadler then. I'm going to say they're the team, obviously, in the winner's half of the bracket that have kind of come through this a little bit easier. 17 goals to their name at the moment compared to Frontale, who you just alluded to, have really had close matches, just winning by 1 goal or so. So surely that run of form tells us where our winner could come from?
Perhaps, but it's a reset at this point, and sometimes facing adversity helps you to be ready for the bigger moments. I'm great at sitting on this fence, by the way, or riding the banister, or walking down the middle of the road, or the left of the road, or the right. I don't know, but the point is, it doesn't necessarily signify that one team has a major advantage or disadvantage up to this point.
No, totally. I'm going to put you on the fence throughout these next 3 days, Mike LaBelle. So there we have it. Mike LaBelle is going to sit back. I'm going to sit back, watch this one with you guys at home as well, because we have Chris Tunn and J-Lings eSports, Lisa Manley, to take you through this Tokyo Open.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'm very excited to get in this one alongside Lisa to kick things off here with the Tokyo Open. And Lisa, I mean, look, it's your first in-person commentary event. How excited are you to be here at the FGS Open, though? We're very excited to get into the first game.
To be honest with you, I'm very, very excited. I mean, this is my first one that I've ever done live, and also it's the first 2v2 that I've ever done as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, look, we're diving straight back into it, and it's going to be Seri 7, of course, using his team. For the Tokyo Open, we've kind of come through. There hasn't been, a huge amount of names that we kind of recognize as much as some others, but these are very much at the forefront. You've got Jay on the other side, Jay and Yumi taking on Seri and Doc. So let's see how it goes down. But for a lot of people at home, 2v2. A lot of people have played co-op rivals together. They've went through. This is what this is kind of based on, isn't it? What's the difference in between 2v2 and 1v1? Obviously, you have that extra teammate. You have that extra thing to think about. What's the biggest difference for you?
For me, 1v1 is, is harder to do 2v2 because if one person makes a mistake or drags out a player, then that means that you're...
Huge opportunity straight away, and that is going to be a goal immediately. Going over to Frontale, Jay and Yumi will be taking the lead. Sorry to cut you off immediately, but the chance came out of nowhere. It's Janola across, Eusebio puts it away, and that's something else to talk about as well. These prime icons coming in, not in this scenario necessarily, but it's something to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. But that will be a first goal. Going over to Jay and Yumi, 1-0 to kick things off. And they're the side that's coming from that loser's bracket as well, remember. There's a lot of FIFA to be played here. But that is a nice early lead for them to take. Lisa, what did you like about that goal?
I mean, yeah, you did cut me off there, but to be honest with you, it was an unexpected goal. You don't really see many goals coming from there too often. I mean, obviously they went down the line on the byline and cut it across the box, and icons not missing from there. I mean, as you were mentioning about 2v2, you have to have great teamwork. You also have to have a bit of fun as well, because otherwise you're not going to enjoy yourself. But 2v2 in my opinion is harder, because if you lose your head, if one player loses your head, then there's a chance of you not being able to.
It's just more to think
then you're going to drag
about,
up players. You might get frustrated, and therefore there's more of a chance of losing. So I think you've got to have a great teamwork. You've got to have a lot of practice together as well.
All in, looking at a potential opportunity, but that kind of thing's not necessarily going to work against the boys from Kawasaki Frontale. Now an opportunity for Neymar to push this one forward here. And I think, you're very right. It's something else to think about, isn't it? That's the problem. It's not just you. It's not just relying on what you have to do. You have to trust your teammate to be able to do something. Can you trust your teammate to find that pass in the box? Yes, you can. And you can trust David Ginola to put that in the top corner every single day of the week. The Frenchman makes it 2-0. And the team from the lower bracket, Kawasaki Frontale, coming up through, that's 2-0 very, very quickly.
I mean, we've literally got so much action going on here, Ginola scores with that position. He twists and turns on the edge of the box, and, he's used quite often because he's 5-star, and that's what you want in a striker. Obviously, you can play him on the wing, but most of the time he is played up front because of the attributes that he has,
I mean, he's just such a strong boy. A handsome man as well. Newcastle player. I'll definitely see some bias coming in throughout the weekend for Ginola goals. No doubt about that. I don't get to see much Alan Shearer, and it disappoints me. It disappoints me greatly. But nonetheless, here we go. There's going to be an opportunity now for the boys on Sadler eSports to try and get one back here. But good defense once again. I mean, for me, Kawasaki just seemed to be defending well, but every time they went forward, they looked threatening.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every time they go forward at the moment, as you can see, a great pass. Oh, is he going to go around a keeper? He goes around a keeper and it's... Oh!
How was that not went into the back of the net? Every single time that Frontale are coming forward, they are looking like scoring. If you're on the side of Sadler eSports, you need to switch on sharpish here. And just to bear in mind, $15,000 on the line. You really need to be picking it up immediately. If you are the favourites, you would expect Sadler eSports to be coming at this and feeling good, but at this moment in time, Frontale just looks so dominant, Lisa. So dominant here. Every time they go forward, they're threatening. You know, they're doing driven passes, doing skill moves, and as soon as you do driven passes, it's so hard to defend against. And as you can see here, they're just trying to keep the ball. They're 2-0 up. They've got nothing to worry about here. Cruising. There's absolutely no need to do anything differently for them right now. Ronaldo Sanchez in the middle. That's something we're going to talk about a lot over the weekend as meta, but right now we need to talk about this attack. Frontale coming forward once again. It's Kylian Mbappe on the edge of the box, twisting, turning. Not able to quite get through. But Mbappe on the other side of things. Can he get something going for Sadler eSports here? Because right now, they're in the dirt. Let's not get it twisted. It's not looking fantastic for them. I don't know if it's just sloppiness for them, but things just not working out so far. I mean, look at this, by the way. Look at the angles we're bringing out. Look at this.
We are seeing some great angles here, sort of seeing them switch to play, but you know, this is the first attack that they're actually having going forward, and can they make something of it? Let's see twisted and turning here, and hopefully they can get an attack going here because they might give them a bit more confidence. Yeah,
Sadler seem to be speeding that attack up just that little bit more. Can they get anything going with this here? Trying to keep a hold of the ball, calming it down. It's a big pressure game for both of these teams. Ball in. It's going to be Kessie near the edge. Off to Mo Salah. This would be a nice angle for a finesse to go in the top left corner, but the defense comes through once again. Frontale just looking good, and this is a counter-attacking opportunity that looks very, very scary. Eusebio plays this one wide to Neymar. Which way is he going to twist and turn? Can they defend well? They haven't been able to. So far, that ball into Ginola does not quite make it, but a corner ball, the pressure once again on. Jay and Yumi just starting this one so well, Lisa. This ball to be whipped in, no. Played it short, Neymar crossing in. There's some big boys in there, but the defender's just about getting in the way. Ronaldo Sanchez now off to Mbappe. Neymar onside, twisting and turning, just trying to create that little bit of room. And it's something that's a lot more difficult, I find, when it does come down to those skill moves to be able to be used effectively. But is this an opportunity that's going to keep on going? Yes, it is. The pressure's still there, but Sadler just about get the ball out. Could counter-attacking opportunity for them now. Or not, because it's half-time. But look, I think, you know, I wouldn't be remiss to say that was pretty dominant. Frontale just looking the much better squad. For you, what is Sadler doing wrong? Because, I mean, look, me, you, and everybody at home looks at the expected goals straight away. Sarah, you've got nothing to complain about right now. 0 on the board so far. Yeah, like you said, it's been a very dominant performance there. And to be honest with you, they're getting so much space, so much opportunity in behind, and it's almost like they've got no pressure. And as a pro, as a player, you want that. You know, if you're able to have as much touches on the ball as you're able to get, that helps, you know, especially in your winning position. If you're winning, you know, you can just try and keep the ball as much as possible, and they're not really putting too much pressure on. And as you can see, 0 shots on target. They're not got nothing to worry about there. That's the kind of game that when, if you're playing online, it'll probably not happen to you as much, but when I find myself behind, I'm always like, right, okay, well, if you got a couple of expected goals, you say to yourself, right, 2-0. Yeah, okay, look, I have my chances, I just did not take them. But for Sadler in this scenario, they haven't had those chances to kind of fall back on to sort of say, right, okay, well, yeah, okay, we created something. They haven't created anything apart from problems for themselves. So here we go. Kawasaki Frontale just cruising right now. 2-0 up in this first leg. It is a 2-legged affair. And if Kawasaki Frontale go on to win it, we will reset this bracket and we'll go for another game. So I suppose that's what Sadler have to fall back on. They can lose this tie and then go again.
Exactly that, but to be honest with you, you don't want to be in that position. You just want to win the first game, and obviously the second leg as well, and be winning this 15,000. But that could be the reason why they're not winning. The pressure is on them, and as you can see here, they are 2-0 down here, and they haven't had much to show about. They haven't even had a shot on goal.
May well get one here. That's a fantastic ball into Pele. He does not miss those chances, though. The Brazilian into the top corner. It's the first sniff of goal from Sadler, and they punish Kawasaki Frontale. It's very, very easily done. The chip ball through, and as said, the Brazilian does not miss from there. Just takes that one chance to get you back into the game, Lisa.
It sure does, and it was a great through ball from the middle of the pitch, and that's what you got to watch out for. You got to switch players from left to right. you know, you got to use the L1 and also the right stick to switch players, and they didn't do that in time, and the through ball was perfect. And as you mentioned, Pele, he's not missing from there.
I don't think many are, to be fair, but Pele is one that you will trust to dispatch that one. Neymar, though, can he find a cross in the middle? Good defending going to be coming on through. Theo Hernandez, the ever-staying left-back in many of these teams at the highest level. Renato Sanchez now, I presume not his normal goal. The ball in, though, we're towards the back post. Not going to quite find anything in this one. Should be played away by Sadler. Better defending from them, definitely seeing a bit more composed. But there's still stuff to be worked on here. Still 1 goal down.
Yeah, and you know, that 1 goal that can be scored within 5 minutes, so they just got to keep playing the way they are. Obviously, they came back from half-time and they must have spoke about and maybe changed a few things at half-time, and now obviously they are in a position where there's just 1 goal.
This 1 goal could go back down to 0 here in a second, and Kunku on the edge of the box, chip ball in towards Kylian Mbappe, just gets his body in front but cannot squeeze himself through. Eventually Mbappe will play this one away. Just trying to keep a hold of the ball here, Frontale. I think for them especially, the fact that they got themselves in that 2-goal lead, and then, well, it may well be 3 here in a second, because there's a big opportunity for Eusebio, back across for Frankie de Jong, and it's a big save. Just about surviving as Sadler. It's the first big opportunity for Frontale this half, and it may well continue. Eusebio into Neymar off the post, and it's going to be the keeper once again. By the skin of their teeth, they are just about surviving it. Neymar still on the edge, twisting, turning, looking to find the opportunity. Ronaldo Sanchez into Ginola, that reverse elastico, not quite finding its way through. Frontale survive. But that's the first big opportunity for them in the second half.
3 massive opportunities in the second half, as you saw there. I mean, to be honest with you, you always say that you should pass the ball for the extra 95% chance of scoring instead of, you know, shooting in the first instance and having a chance of the keeper saving it. But they passed too many times there, and in my opinion, they should have maybe passed 1 less and then shot.
Well, he's having an opportunity to potentially shoot there, but Ginola can't quite squeeze through. Sadler will counter-attack, and I mean, look, for them, they'll sort of be saying, right, we're offering these chances, things like that, where, you know, it's just maybe giving the ball away, slowing the tempo down. For Sadler, it is kind of costing them on occasion here. So can they tighten things up? Let's bear in mind, though, we do have a second leg to come. Plenty of FIFA left to be played. But I think if you're on the side of Frontale, you would have expected to be up that 2-goal deficit once again for Sadler to try and come back from. But here we go. Attacking opportunity for Sadler to drill ball in from Kunku, but can't quite find his way through. And this one will be played out of Neymar. And I think it's still, I said, far too early in the day to be talking about winners in this one, but the ones that need to score are Sadler. If you're on Frontale, you can sit yourself back that little bit. Eusebio now. It's Renato Sanchez just looking to find any sort of pass, twisting and turning where he can. Eusebio wide. Is that where you want him? Maybe not, but can still cause some damage. Renato Sanchez, little shot cancel, opens up the room for de Jong. The pass is on to Kylian Mbappe, brings himself back on side, or not. Offside on this occasion. Frontale will survive.
Yeah, it seems to be end-to-end this half. Obviously, the first half was a dominant performance, and now we're seeing a bit end-to-end, a bit of entertainment. And obviously, you know, the red team here are going to want to keep the ball. As they lose the ball...
Oh, is that a tackle where he won the ball? Just about. It looks like the defender will just about survive that one, but as mentioned, for Frontale here, 2-1 to the good. Of course, it is that double elimination bracket where Kawasaki Frontale are coming from that losers bracket. They need to win 2 games, not 2 legs. They need to win 2 separate games to get themselves as the winner of the Tokyo Open. But right now, Sadler, eSports, what's the plan for them? Well, if you're looking at it and you're playing this game in the form of Sadler, what are you saying to yourself that you need to do better here?
I mean, they've just got to try and communicate with each other, because they've only had 1 shot so far, and they need to try and just work the ball, find the spaces, maybe change formation, go to constant pressure, but it's only the first leg, so maybe press off the possession loss, try and get a few more opportunities in this game, and you never know, by the end of the game, it could be 2-2.
Could be all to play for going into that second leg. Opportunity here for Frontale, though. More Salah. It's working its way between the fullback, the centre attacking midfielders, and that's a snatched pass that we haven't seen much from Frontale, and it's a counter-attacking opportunity for the side of Sadler. 82 minutes gone here. Let's present the situation here. 2-1 down. You would definitely not be in the best team here. Very much the expected goals are lying with Frontale. You're only 1 goal down. Do you take that heading into the second leg if you're Sadler eSports here?
I mean, you're only 2-1 down. You don't want to really,
It's not much.
It's not much. You can score a goal within 2 to 3 minutes. So, to be honest with you, I'd stay as you are. Second leg, if you're in this position, you'd go constant pressure, press after possession loss. You got to remember, this is a lot of money on the line.
Let's see if this attack can result in anything for Frontale in these final few moments. They don't want to give that ball away and offer an opportunity for Sadler eSports to counter-attack just like this. Oh, the ball said it for his own player. That's just unfortunate. Sadler really not getting the rub of the green so far in this game. Frontale, though, looking to maybe add another nail into that coffin. Kylian Mbappe now. Not going to work into very much here, apart from a corner. Final few seconds for Frontale to maybe find something here. Mbappe, edge of the box, just trying to find that finite moment that they need to maybe make this 3. Mbappe is not going to get much further, and we will see no more of this tie. That will be a 2-1 lead for Kawasaki Frontale heading into that second leg. And it was a really good performance from them. Let's be honest, it was that sharp shock at the very beginning where they came in 2 goals very, very quickly. Very good performance from them.
Yeah, it sure was. Obviously, they came out quick and fast, and I think that maybe put their opponent off a little bit. You know,
Possibly.
2-0 up as well. Obviously, it ended 2-1. Just keep as they are, and they could end up winning this.
So I think if you're Sadler, you know, we talked about it during the game. Those 2 goals come quickly. You find one back, though. You say to yourself, we did not start very well there. Will they be happy heading into that second leg, considering how they started?
They won't be too happy because obviously they're a goal down, but I mean, they can talk about what they need to improve on in this little short break they've got.
There's plenty of time to talk about it, plenty of time for us to just have a moment, take a breath before the second leg. We are going to go for a very short break, and we'll be back with the second leg after this.
My striker is in between or behind 2 defenders, and I'm giving a little double tap pass. You will see the ball goes up, so it won't be intercepted by the defenders, and I will have a good chance to score a goal. Hi guys, I'm Levi. I'm a FIFA eSports player for Ajax. I'm also the champion of the playoffs of last year, and I'm here to give you a FIFA 22 passing masterclass. First, I will teach you how to use the lofted through ball. It's really important, especially when you're countering and there's a lot of space behind the backline of your opponent. As you can see, I will pass it to the first striker, my left striker, and my second striker is running in the space when you're free with the keeper. My central midfielder is having the ball, and I'm already triggering my striker to go deep. He's going into space, and this is one of the most important things about the lofted through ball, because I will know he's going into the space, but my opponent isn't so far yet. At this moment, I will give a pass to my left striker, and as you can see, my opponent is switching as well to his right center back to cover the pass to my left striker, and I will give the lofted through ball by using L1, R1 and triangle, about 2 or 3 bars, depends on how much distance the ball has to take. My striker, who is already in full pace and having the free space to go with the keeper and score and goal. Okay, so the second thing we will talk about today is the driven pass. The driven pass is one of the most important things in FIFA 22. So let's break it down. As you can see in the clip, I will send my striker into space. I will give him a lofted through ball, and he is one-on-one with the defender. I'm running down the line with my left striker, and I'm cutting it back. At this moment, a driven pass is the perfect solution. With an R1 plus X, if I was to use a normal pass, the pass will be too slow and too easy to read. That's why I'm using a driven pass, which is much harder and much more accurate, and it's easy to tap in afterwards. The last thing I want to talk about is something us pros are using a lot, which is the double tap pass. My striker is in between or behind 2 defenders, and I'm giving a little double tap pass. You will see the ball goes up, so it won't be intercepted by the defenders, and I will have a good chance to score a goal. Let's break it down. In this clip you will see that I'm having the ball around the box with one of my striker, and the other striker is inside the box behind the defenders. I'm giving the double tap pass here because it will avoid the defenders to intercept the ball, and it also will pop the ball a little bit up and give you a perfect chance to volley the ball, which makes it easier to score the goal. Okay guys, that's all. That's my FIFA 22 passing masterclass. I hope it will improve your game, and I will see you all on the pitch.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open. We have the Tokyo Open to deal with for the first game of the day. My name is Chris, and joined by Lisa Manley. I'm very excited to get into the second leg of this game. And first and foremost, just for me personally, it's nice to be in a studio. I'm quite sick of the look at the sight of my bedroom, to be frank with you. Yes, I like sitting in there and playing games, but if I'm frank, I prefer being here with lots of LED worlds. There's lots of screens, there's lots of lights. I'm very warm, but we're excited to get into some more good FIFA action. That was a very, very good first leg that we've seen there.
Yeah, super excited. Obviously, it's the first time as well for me being here, and it's great. But in terms of the game, end to end on the second half of the game, first it was just dominant performance. But Sadler, in my opinion, in that first game, they were leaving quite a lot of gaps in behind, and obviously they got punished for it. So.
Yeah, and look, there's plenty more. There was plenty more opportunity for Frontale to potentially punish that more. If anything, they had those opportunities that they maybe snapped at a little bit. You were talking about that one specifically in the second half that should have made it 3-1. That extra pass sometimes it's about those 100% chances, isn't it?
It is, that extra pass for me, you should be doing it, but in that position he did too many passes and therefore they didn't score from it. So I think going into the next leg they need to be more clinical. Obviously they could have been 4 goals up in my opinion. So I think be more clinical, maybe not always look for the extra pass because sometimes they do cover it.
Yeah, sometimes it is just about taking your chances and snapping at them if you need to. But I think for Sadler here, though, I think what they can rely on is the fact that they have come from the winners bracket side of things. Kawasaki, Frontale and Sadler went up against each other beforehand through the week when we were going through the majority of the qualifier. And it was Kawasaki Frontale that managed to fall down at the losers bracket. Unfortunately, it was a 6-5 victory for Sadler, which could still be on the cards. Don't worry, we are going that second leg. However, if Frontale win this game, we go to a full bracket reset. We go again. The winner of that one will win the Tokyo Open and just a touch over $15,000. Not bad for a few games of FIFA, actually, isn't it? I mean, I don't get paid that for playing rivals at home, to be honest with you. So, what's that about, yeah? So no, that's what I want. But no, look, it's a lot of money on the line for these guys, and it's a high pressure scenario. And I think a lot of us were looking at the brackets. We were saying Sadler. They look like the ones to do this here. It was 6-0, 6-0, 6-0. They were flying through. But Kawasaki Frontale have come out really nicely from that losers bracket side of things.
Yeah, they sure did. They came out flying 2-0 within 25 in-game time. But I mean, as we all thought probably going into it that they wouldn't be the people flying out, it would be the other team. And I think going into the rest of this game, they got to think to themselves, they lost to them before, but now they're winning. They got to just keep the focus. Obviously, as you mentioned, £15,000 is a lot of money, and that could be playing in their mind as well. So they just got to play as confident as they can, forget about that, and just think it's just a game of FIFA. It
is just a game of FIFA. It's as simple as that, isn't it? But well, let's have a look at that game of FIFA to try and break down exactly what happened. This first goal, it caught us all off guard, didn't it? I mean, look, you can see the player in the middle. It's Eusebio. He's a danger man. He's a danger man. You have to keep an eye on him. But this goes in a bit too easily for us.
It sure does. Obviously, they play to the corner side of the goal and they get into the box. He does the drag back there and he just literally taps it across the box, and you think that they would defend that a lot more better. And Eusebio in that position, like you mentioned, he's not missing. This
was a bit more well-worked, I would say. It definitely seems to not necessarily be a defensive error, but Ginola is the man to watch. I believe this is Mike Labelle controlling all of this. If it's not, then somebody shout at me, but that ball in. And the difference there for a card like Ginola, he can twist whichever way he wants. That 5-star weak foot is devastating. Nearly as devastating as he looks. The handsome, handsome bloke. Anyway, this was the goal that did come for Sadler. Just nicely chipped in. It's a Pele goal and he's never going to miss. No complaints, I think, from Frontale. I think what Frontale would be disappointed at, that was Sadler's only chance and they did take it.
Yeah, they sure did. Obviously, they did have, I think, an extra chance after that, but that was literally their first shot and they would be disappointed for that because they was controlling the game. They were having all the possession, they were having all the shots, and to just one opportunity change the game completely because one goal is nothing. And I think that they might be a bit nervous now because of that. Obviously, if you're a few goals ahead, you'll be a bit more confident. So hopefully they can keep the confidence going into the next leg.
Yeah, there's not much FIFA to be played, but Sadler still are on the back foot. But I think on a reflection, I think if you were to tell them after being 2-0 down within, a matter of seconds, if you were coming into this second leg, which we're getting into right now, only 1 goal behind, if you're Sadler, you say to yourself, that's okay, we can come back, we can do something here. But the performance needs to be better. Kawasaki Frontale, if they continue in the way they have been playing, we will see a bracket reset and we'll have to go again. If Sadler can turn it around, it is theirs. They are the winners of the Tokyo Open. But into the second leg we go. From right to left will be Sadler eSports and Kawasaki Frontale from left to right. What's the plan then for Sadler? What's the plan here, Lisa? Because as we mentioned, they did not create many opportunities. They have to be more attacking.
They sure do have to be very attacking, obviously. They've got to be precautious with the ball as well. They can't be losing it in silly positions because otherwise the deficit will go more in the other team's favour. But they just got to try and stay composed, work as a team, and hopefully they'll get a goal back.
Frontale quite happy to keep a hold of the ball here. They're in no hurry in this scenario. Don't need to try anything silly. One goal to the good. I'd imagine they would like that to be more than one, though, as that ball is chipped forward towards Neymar. Never going to win that against Theo Hernandez, and an opportunity here for Sadler to try and maybe take their time a little bit more, because, I mean, it's just passes like that, wayward passes, that are just going to play into Frontale's hands every single time. And then that's going back to that aspect we were talking about 2v2. You've got to trust in your teammate to do the right things, and, well, your teammate found the ball there, but not quite quick enough if you're Frontale. Ginola into Mbappe offside. Sadler working this one up. And Kunku now, or a pass out wide. And it doesn't seem like there's any defined way that Sadler are wanting to play. They're not necessarily thinking, let's hit the wings a lot, let's hit it through the middle. They're looking for that moment, which is going to come to them, whether it's a run made by them or by, obviously, the AI side of things, but you can't lose the ball. The Ginola there. Frontale running through, and it's surely the pass across, and this is surely 3. It's Eusebio once again. Frontale make it 3-1, and it's a mistake once more. Sadler are falling apart at the seams yet.
You really cannot be making mistakes like that at this level. I mean, especially when £15,000 is on the line, and as you saw there, he won it in a position where, you know, they might expect you to shoot, but instead he did a fake shot, and then he fake shot stop, and then he passed it straight to the Eusebio where an open net was. We mentioned about the extra pass. They did that there, and they got the goal that they've been waiting for to make it a 2-goal cushion.
This is where it gets a little bit dangerous to Sadler. You can't be losing the ball there again. There's a lot of pressure on to try and find something. You know, it's just so hard to get the ball off, though. In the end, they do get a hold of it. And Mo Salah will stretch his legs down this left-hand side. Back inside to Kessie. Ginola. Pele now. Can he get much further? No, he can't. Has to recycle to Nkunku. Look how deep Kawasaki Frontale are sitting at this moment in time. Ginola, oh, he's hit his own player. I mean, that is just... It's just so unfortunate. It was well worked. The reverse elastico is there, but the attack does indeed continue. Doesn't get much further, but that's one of those moments where you sort of say that could have been a goal back into this one.
Exactly that, and that could have frustrated them a little bit as well. Obviously, the reverse elastico, great timing on that, and then for him to shoot and it to hit his own man, they'll be devastated about that, but they just got to keep their heads and try not to make any mistakes. Obviously, with it being 2v2 as well, you got to work out between you who's the better at defending and attacking, and just work between you, especially knowing who to cover the pass and who to try and cover the player. So, as you can see here, 3-1 up, they're doing very well. The other team, Sadler, they need to do something different.
Kessie sprays the ball in to Pele. On Kunku now to Salah. It's just a wayward touch. Can't really get anything going, and Kawasaki will once again counter-attack. And that's the thing for Sadler now. Yes, here we've got a half and a little bit more to get on with here, and that they can potentially find something, but nobody's covering. That's Eusebio again. It's defensive mistakes for Sadler time and time again. They've got away with a couple of them, but 3 of them they have not. Sadler needs to step this up here. It just seems a bit sloppy for me, Lisa, if I'm honest with you. Yeah,
very sloppy there from Sadler. I mean, there again, the same sort of opportunity they had for the first goal, but this time they didn't execute it. Obviously, he almost got the touch on it to get it past the keeper, but obviously unfortunate. But that's twice they've done that now, and they need to sort of stay composed in the defence and make sure they're as tight as possible.
Oh, ball in again, and just has to about get in the way of Ginola getting his foot onto that. Still had plenty of work to do, but this one will now be whipped in. Or will he go short? Ginola at the front post is a tantalising option, but into Ginola, I tell you what, it's actually red timed off the post. As soon as I seen the red timed, I was like, oh, it's wide, but a bit of misfortune for one team, a bit of fortune for the other. But Frontale once again just putting that pressure on. Keep a hold of the ball for them. They do not need to rush anything here. That 2-goal cushion is a big enough one to just control the game.
Frontale are playing really well here. As you see, get to the edge of the box there. They're just trying to keep the ball, make them drag players out of the way, and they're doing that really well here.
Ginola looking for the pass forward, can't quite find that option. Sanchez now. Him into Young in the middle, wouldn't be bad, has to be said. Nice little pairing. Mbappe down this left-hand side, looking to just try and work his way through. Back to Mbappe, is he onside? Yes, he is. Twisting and turning the ball roll, it can be so effective. Into Ginola, he's just across. And that's not offside, right on level. Ginola can't do anything with that time around, though. Sadler survive again. This has really been the story of Kawasaki Frontale, though. They may well become from the losers bracket side of things, but they are looking far and above the stronger team here. Neymar just gets on his bike and into Ginola, front post, looking to put it across. Sadler are just holding on for dear life.
Sadler sure, obviously it's going to be a mountain to climb getting 2 goals when they haven't even had a shot this half. I mean, they keep giving away the ball so easily as well. Kawasaki, as you mentioned, they're going down the line and then they are whipping it, driven pass across the box, and they've had a few opportunities from it. They've obviously scored 1, they've had 2 this half, but yeah, Ginola's deadly in that box and they keep getting it to him.
There you go, 3-1 after the first half of the second leg. We're going to see how this one continues, but just looking so good from the other side of things from Kawasaki Frontale. Sadler eSports, though, again, it's the expected goals. There ain't many of them, Lisa.
There sure isn't. They've only had 1 shot as well, and they do have to score 2 in the second half. So maybe we'll see a couple of changes. Maybe they'll go more of attacking formation, maybe 4-2-2, and then they might have to go press after possession loss to just try and get forward and put some press on their opponent, because otherwise they could end up losing this game. But as you mentioned, 2 goals. They've only had 1 shot. Expected goals are quite low. Are they going to be able to get a result in the second half?
It's a tall order. It is a tall order, but we need to see significantly more from Sadler eSports. And just to reiterate once again to you guys at home, Kawasaki Frontale are in the lead in this tie. It's looking good for them. However, they'll need to win again as they're coming from the losers bracket side of things. It was Sadler eSports who won this tie in the winners bracket final, but they haven't been able to produce the goods so far. But there's 45 minutes of FIFA remaining, and we know a lot can change in that time. I've been cruising in games before, albeit not at this level or even remotely close to it, where you've been like a 4-1 up, 3-1 up. You're like, yeah, this is fine. FIFA changes very quickly, and it may well do here. Sadler eSports, if they can find a goal early in this first half, in the second half, I should say, then things are back on. But what is your route through to this absolute wall that Kawasaki Frontale have set up?
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's a lot of bodies back for them. I mean, they're in a winning position. They don't need to be driving players forward, as you can see on the edge of the box.
Oh, Ginola twisting and turning and found his way through, and it's Ronaldo Sanchez that gets in the way. That shot led away early, probably just about caught Kawasaki Frontale off guard, but it will just be about Ronaldo Sanchez getting in front. The corner results into very little other than a throw-in. Sadler eSports looking to turn up the pace just that little bit. They need to try and find something here. The throw-in well marked. Mo Salah now to Alexander-Arnold, and this one is now played across to Cordoba. Bit of a Serie A kind of lineup going on here from the side of Sadler eSports. You know, Skriniar in there, Kessie, Cordoba, who we know is an absolute god of a centre-back in this game. Hasn't really had much luck defending so far, though, it has to be said. Alexander-Arnold here to whip the ball in. I tell you what, Pele is in a dangerous area. It wasn't an easy opportunity. It's not one you always see hit the back of the net, but he was not too far off.
Yeah, you don't really see people crossing in the air this FIFA anyway. Obviously, Pele winning the ball there is very interesting, as he's not very tall, but another opportunity there. And Kawasaki, you've got to mention it, they're dominating at the moment. They're defending really well, they're really compact, and they're hard to break down, and it's credit to them, really. They've got the ball as well, they've got to try and keep it. You might as well. No point going forward when there's a chance of you winning this game and taking it to a bracket reset.
Exactly that. They are in the driving seat, and there's no need for them to move over. Neymar now. That touch is not quite heavy enough. I tell you what, hit that with Frankie de Jong. Come on. 3-1, you hit them. No, you don't. That's silly. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Hernandez now. Mbappe, is he offside? Yes, he is. An opportunity for Sadler to reset now. Looking like Kessie sitting in at centre-back there. Seems like a potential 5-back, maybe even a 3-back, of course. Kind of the same thing, really, isn't it? Let's be honest. But
yeah.
Ball in here. Theo Hernandez and Kunku may well have got past Ronaldo Sanchez there, but it's just about that building opportunity for Sadler here. They're looking for that chance to get them back into this game. And while they look for those chances, these kind of chances are going to open up for Frontale. Does Ginola get there? The strength, the poise, the pass, not there. And it's well defended by Sadler. They will get this one away. Alexander-Arnold controlling well. But that's the threat. Frontale, yes, okay, they may well be setting back. Sadler are the ones with the ball. Frontale can break very, very quickly.
Yeah, they can. I mean, as you can see in this game here, the through balls over the top, they are out in full force, and they are actually getting there to the players they need to. Ginola is just so impressive in FIFA, obviously. He's got some good stats as well. 5-star skill moves, 4-star weak foot. Sorry, 5-star weak foot, my bad. 90 pace, 88 shooting. He's also got 91 agility and 92 composure, so he can turn left to right. And that's why he's used as well. 5-star both ways. You know, you're able to shoot on your weak foot. It should go in. 5-star skill moves is very important in FIFA as well.
If you were to have one, what would you choose? That's something to actually talk about throughout this weekend at some point. Of course, we've got the promo coming out tonight. That's something to speak about maybe, but...
In terms of skill moves and weak foot, what would I prefer?
What would you prefer on a player?
To be honest with me, it would be skill moves, but they would have to have at least 4-star weak foot because, in my opinion, they need to be... I love to skill move. It makes me enjoy FIFA a lot more because you're able to just, I guess, showboat as such. But, I mean, weak foot, they need to have at least 4-star because otherwise, if you're shooting on their weak foot and they're missing key opportunities, especially in these high, tight games, it's just a no-go for me. So I think 5-star, 4-star is immense. And as you can see there, they've changed to a 3 at the back as well to try and get a couple of goals back in this game. But when they go 3 at the back, there's a chance of being countered as well. And especially with how attacking Kawasaki are, I think there could be a chance of them actually getting an extra goal here. But it's all to play for.
Yep, still time. 20 in-game minutes to go for Sadler to try and find something. Currently, they're defending a corner, and that is Fellaini. Dangerous, dangerous prospect to have to deal with in the box, but nonetheless, the subs are starting to come through. Pretty standard on one side of things from the side of Kawasaki Frontale, but for Sadler eSports, you make them defensive changes if you need to. You don't need to rush anything. Oh, well, okay, Kawasaki, sorry, the ones making the defensive changes, and they just about get rid of that ball, and the opportunity for Sadler disappears. But Frontale here don't need to rush anything. This ball doesn't directly need to go into the box. They could just work it in if they need to. Here we go with Eusebio again. Do you cover the pass? Do you cover the player? It's the shot cancel. It's Mo Salah. The rebound, not there. Sadler just about survive once more. Kawasaki Frontale to play this one short. Time is short for Sadler eSports now, though. 15 in-game minutes to go. They still need to find 2. Ball in doesn't result in a lot. Mo Salah with his right foot. You'd be annoyed if that went in.
You would be, especially as he is 3-star weak foot. But, I mean, it's just pressure after pressure. And as you saw there, going down the byline again, as we do see a through ball here.
Sadler potentially in. Mbappe doesn't have much support, but he has Pele on the edge. Has to go backwards. This back line from Frontale just looking so difficult to beat. 12 in-game minutes to go. I tell you, that's a good ball, though. If this goes in, it's maybe an opportunity for Sadler to come back into it, but the referee and the linesman rudely rule that one to be offside. And that potential route, well, they're running out of time to try and find it here, Lisa, to be honest with you. Kawasaki Frontale absolutely have been the stronger team here. And if it stays this way, they'll be feeling confident going into that bracket reset, which feels pretty imminent here now.
Exactly that, and as you can see, this is end-to-end. They're just flying players forward, and
they need to.
It was quite unlucky there. Obviously, a through ball over the top, but it was just slightly offside. And as you can see, they're pushing people forward. But
oh, it's a good ball, Pele. Could this make it interesting? Oh, the defender's on the line. Oh, nothing's going in for Sadler eSports here. Oh, it's painful. They have had a couple of opportunities that have just been well defended. That ball in, not going to find a great deal either. 85 minutes. It's not impossible, just improbable, but if Mbappe sticks this one in the back of the net, then maybe they can come back. Pele now. Back to Mbappe. It's just so well defended by Frontale. De Jong gets in the way, and that opportunity ends.
They still got the ball here. There's a chance that they could actually get something from it, but they just give away the ball so easily there, and we might see them keeping the ball here. And as we might see a foul there, very unfortunate, but it's been end-to-end. It's been end-to-end, and as you can see there, that could be just frustration.
It could be. They need to rush these passes, don't they? They need to get in the position to find something very, very quickly. But I just think they've run out of time now. We were talking before about improbabilities, impossibilities. It's very possible. Kylian Mbappe buries this one and sends us to the bracket reset. Frontale get the job done. First time of asking, they need to do it once more. But that's a convincing performance from Frontale. They'll be very, very happy heading in to this bracket reset. If you're Sadler, you reset. You come back, you have another goal. What a performance by Kawasaki Frontale, and that is some way to start off your tournament here this weekend at the FGS Open. The Tokyo Open continues, though. We've got another game coming in a second. Brilliant performance there by Kawasaki Frontale, though. Sadler, there's a lot of things to work on here, I think, Lisa, to be honest with you. Guys at home will be seeing it as well. Defensive frailties, can't create those chances. Things need to change in this second game.
Sure does, and you know, coming into it, they've probably been so confident with winning their last game against them, but maybe their opponents have worked out how they're playing, the way they like to play, and as we saw it here, they ended up losing. And I think going into the next game, they need to maybe talk to their coach, work out what they've got to change, because as you mentioned, they're not getting any chance of scoring, and they're also not defending the greatest as well. They're leaving quite a lot of gaps in the, and that's costing them. I
think the defense is probably the weaker side of things for me, because the problem they've had, they went 2-0 down so fast, and because of that, they're reaching for these opportunities. They need to try and find them a little bit harder, because the other team can just defend a little bit more. They had that two-goal cushion the majority of that tie all the way through. What a performance by Frontale there. Things do need to change very, very quickly, though, if you are Sadler eSports. Was there anything particular that you seen them doing well, though, that could potentially be their route back into that game?
I mean, they were making quite a lot of mistakes, but for me, I think they were keeping the ball well in the midfield, but when they got into that final third, they weren't really doing anything with there. They were quite unlucky. I thought it was going to go in when it got blocked off the line, but maybe the extra pass, but in that position, you would expect it to go in.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's potential chances for Sadler to do something about it. Fortunately for them, they have a second goal, but Frontale, Rachel, they just looked unstoppable there. That was a ridiculous performance.
It was indeed, and it was nothing like we expected either, was it, Chris? We kind of said we thought it was all going to go in Sadler eSports' way, going on form over the last couple of days. But as you know, it's double elimination. So Sadler eSports do get another shot, which means we are going to reset and we'll go again in a moment's time. But Mike is behind me. Mike, 4-1 in the end, that finished. 2-1 obviously first leg, and then 2-0 second leg. There was no question, was it, about who was more dominant out there, and especially in leg 2, Kawasaki Frontale, they just really parked the bus, didn't they? And defended for their lives.
And there's no doubt that they deserved the result. Maybe adding a little bit of that insult to injury as you're seeing some of the recap and the highlights. And something that was really impressive is not only defensively, but forcing the mistakes, transitioning from those mistakes, and then capitalizing. You've always got to be extremely clinical in FIFA. You see the couple turns there with Ginola. Being able to go both ways with Ginola allows you to really throw off the opposition and have that extra form of creativity and expression. It's so important for the outcome. And we do see them start to battle back. And not to have a pun on words here, but you're going to need to see a bit of a reset even for Sadler in terms of a tactical approach play. They weren't nearly as dynamic, nearly as explosive. They didn't put as much pressure on Kawasaki in these matches. If you're watching them back, if you've been here, and there's that transition, I was talking about Ginola, huge takeaway. And you're basically having a couple players that are always on player lock. It's a juice player lock. If you're familiar with the new feature last year when you're playing with a teammate, because you have so much manual control, as you see a bit of a mistimed finish, still almost works out. It just gives you maybe a reminder how good Ginola is this year. Beautiful save there. Goalkeeper goes down early, and it's going to be a matter of being able to maximize those situations. As you see, even some player lock in the 2v2, that is beautiful, and maybe the most advanced play that we've seen up to this point. You got to give a lot of credit there. There's so many intricacies happening with that goal in particular, because you have an individual using a player lock, and then you also have the manual movement of the 2v2 format. So you basically have 3 manual movements happening simultaneously. So the advancement there and the creativity and the mindset, you've got to give so much credit, a lot of confidence, and it kind of sends a message going into the bracket reset.
Yeah, of course, a lot to get their heads around, but they are top level pros, of course. Mike, it looked like, though, at the end, about kind of 10-15 minutes to go, when it was 3-1, that Sadler eSports were coming back. They had a lot of chances in and around the box, but didn't quite use enough skill moves or make enough space to make something happen. Going forward, obviously we've got the reset now. What do they have to change?
Well, it's going to come down to the fine lines, those intimate or intricate details inside the box, having that one extra turn, the one extra pass. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to Kawasaki on the defensive end. They did a really good job of taking away easy options. The big change here is getting off to a good start. I felt like they were always chasing, and when you're chasing, it's really difficult, even more so when you're going into the finals. But they have that complete reset, and we've seen this happen time and time again, where momentum doesn't necessarily carry one team over the other line. But I think the big important shift is going to be adding in a little more of that creativity and limiting mistakes. You cannot have big mistakes in a final.
Absolutely. Well, we go again. These teams are now about to play each other for the third time. They played each other, obviously, earlier on in the tournament. That ended 5-4 to Sadler. Then we just saw it go 4-1 to Frontale. What's going to happen when we reset after the break? Do come back and join us to find out.
Absolutely incredible. The new champion.
He'll be inspiring the next generation of FIFA players with that performance.
And that should seal the win.
This guy has burst onto the scene and is the new superstar.
This is a special player we are witnessing right here. He's won everything. The superstar finally turns pro.
This guy is going all the way. Is this the future guy we're looking at?
It's the biggest game of his life. A meteoric rise, but can he deliver on the biggest stage? And he's done it. What a journey. What a story. He's come from absolutely nowhere to become the greatest FIFA player on the planet. Who will be next?
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PS4 and welcome back to Twickenham Stadium in London, the home of rugby usually, but this weekend is the home of FIFA eSports 2v2 action. And if you did join us before the break, you know what's happened. We've already gone to a bracket reset in the Tokyo Open. We have Kawasaki Frontale taking on Sadler eSports. They go again, their third time in as many days. Let's find out exactly what's going to go down with Chris Tunn and Lisa Manley.
Well, here we go then. I said third time in 3 days for these guys, isn't it? I mean, they're going to be getting to know the ins and outs of each other's games as we head into this final one. But it's Kawasaki Frontale They're the ones in the driving seat here. That's a really good win to reset the bracket. A dominant performance, you would say. Sadler eSports have got everything to do here. Lisa, what's the options for Sadler here? Because they just didn't even look on the same level in this game, but we know they've had close games.
Yeah, the first time they played, obviously, it was only a 1-goal difference between them, and maybe there was something that just didn't click this time, but they've just got to talk to their coach, maybe work out what they did wrong, and then go from there. But as you mentioned, it was a dominant performance from Kawasaki there, and 4-1, everything they seemed to do, they did right. Every pass was just accurate, and shots, just making sure they made sure the extra pass as well. And I think going into it, it's going to be hard for Sadler eSports, but they just got to stick together. They've already won them, remember. They need to be confident in their ability.
Yeah, and I think if you are Sadler in that situation, though, you had the opportunity to lose. If you're Frontale, you did not have that luxury. You had to go in and win that. So if you're Sadler, you sort of say to yourself, right, okay, yes, okay, we did lose. We would have liked to win. We'd like to get it done and dusted as quickly as possible, of course. But at the same time, you have that other opportunity. Your mistakes that you made, you can forget about. You can go into this game. But they need to be a lot more switched on, I would say. There was a couple of different times in the defensive side of things specifically that they struggled with. But will they struggle with them this time around into the bracket reset here for the Tokyo Open here at the FGS Open? Of course, we're in Twickenham. We're back in a studio. It's lovely, if not a bit warm. Nonetheless, we're very happy to be here and very excited to see who comes out on top here in Tokyo to kick things off this weekend. It will be Sadler eSports from left to right, Sari and Duck, and of course Jay and Yumi from right to left representing Kawasaki Frontale. I mean, Sadler immediately are putting that pressure on. They're keeping a hold of this ball. They need to knock it round a bit, maybe, Lisa, here.
Exactly that. They didn't really do that in the first leg. They kept giving away the ball loosely, and as you can see here, they're starting really well as they give away the ball there, which they can't really seem to do.
It's a rush. Yeah, they're rushing it.
They're rushing it, and they just need to calm it down a little bit. They won the first game. Yeah, they didn't win the last one, but that doesn't really matter. They just got to stay composed. They beat them already, as we mentioned. Just keep it as it is.
Movement forward here from Eusebio. First little glimpse of an attack from Frontale. Ronaldo Sanchez, plenty of men on him, just crowding him out as best as they can. Sadler need to be a little bit more careful when it does come down to those moments where they're trying to walk it down the side and get that sweaty goal passed across. That's the one that you always defend against yourself. You do it in Weekend League at home. All you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same on the pro level. It's a good route to goal. Sadler did not defend it as well as they possibly could have in that first leg. And could that be a route in for Frontale once again? Ball straight forward here. Ronaldo Sanchez, bit of room opening up, and it's going to be Janola, who was a thorn in the side of Sadler in that last game. Can't quite turn around that time, though.
We're seeing a lot of driven passes in this game, and it's coming from Kawasaki, and it's definitely putting off Sadler eSports. But in general, in this game, it seems to still be a dominant performance from Kawasaki, and they like to use the wings, and in general, you like your opponents to be there because they're not in the middle of the park where they can score, but they just didn't defend it well at all, Sadler, and they actually scored 2 goals from it last game, and they probably could have scored about 4 or 5.
So that is definitely the route that we're going to see Frontale go to take once again. But as I said, you know, we can. I think especially if you're Sadler, you've got to forget about that last game. If you're Frontale, you don't want to. You want to kind of go for that same sort of scenario, but a big opportunity for Sadler to take the lead, and it's Janola off the post. For the first time in what seems like a lot of FIFA, Sadler eSports find themselves in the lead. We said they had that luxury of the bracket reset. They can go into this game fresh mindset entirely. And they find themselves in a position they have not with the lead up against Kawasaki Frontale.
I mean, it's not something we probably expected in this game so far, but they went forward so quickly. They started off on the wings again, and great finish from Janola, being 5-star, 5-star. That's exactly what you want in your striker.
Oh, Neymar was twisting and turning there. Did well with the roulette, but didn't get much further. This one will be just about played out by Sadler. But for Sadler, it's uncharted territory here in this game specifically. They haven't found themselves in that lead before. But with that attacking threat that now seems to apparently be there, and the defensive mistakes we've seen, you feel as if another one may well come about. The defensive mistake, I was going to talk about a goal could be ideal. But those defensive mistakes, will they come to haunt them again? Ronaldo Sanchez looking for the ball into Eusebio's feet, can't quite find it that time. Sadler will survive something that was created by themselves. Another defensive mistake, giving that ball away into bad positions. It really has been kind of a hallmark of their play, and it's not something you want to see. Oh, is he going to give it away again, nearly? Some of these balls at the back, I was going to ask you a question there, but honestly, I think at the same time as that we're going at Sadler and sort of saying, they need to stop making these mistakes. Frontale are pressing. they are making it very difficult for them to play the ball around the back like they're trying to do so.
They sure are. They're pressing a lot, and it's really hard when your opponents do that against you. It sort of makes you rush, and therefore you can make a simple mistake. And we saw that in the last game. But this game so far, they're just trying to keep the ball. They're winning. There's no pressure on them. But we're seeing a lot of like switches of the ball in the air, sort of, and then we're also seeing driven passes. But sometimes you don't really want to be doing driven passes in the defensive area because they could have a heavy touch, and therefore the other team pressing, as you can see here, it could lose the ball, and that's not what you want in these high-stake games.
But at the same time, sadly, yes, okay, they're struggling to get through. That press is coming in from Frontale. Sadler have got the lead. They don't need to do anything extra here. They don't need to stress about losing the ball or try and play risky passes like that, which they just tried to do. They will lose the ball, and Frontale will get their chance to make this move forward. 35 in-game minutes gone in this first leg of the bracket reset. It's a long sentence, that, but you get the idea of what's going on. Whoever wins this one does win the Tokyo Open. Here and now, though, Sadler eSports are looking very good. 1-0, much better performance so far. But we have talked about those defensive frailties, those little mistakes. They cannot creep in. We heard Mike say it during the break. You cannot make mistakes in grand finals. You will be punished. Frontale looking to punish right here and right now. Hernandez to Mbappe, twist and turn. There's that skill that you were talking about during the break there, Lisa. Nice little switchback coming in. I think it's like the half drag back with Mbappe. Just trying to read those sort of movements with somebody as enigmatic as Mbappe is so difficult to do, but Neymar now. Reverse Elastico eventually is finding its way through to Eusebio. That 5-star weak foot doesn't just belong to Ginola, it doesn't just belong to Neymar. Eusebio is that dangerous as well. He's going to retain this ball. This opportunity is one that has to be worked very, very well from Frontale. A little bit of room for Hakimi here. Ball in, doesn't quite squeeze it through. Renato Sanchez is there once again. Frontale get the ball back again. Is Mbappe on side from that header down from Ginola? Yes, he is. This was the route to goal that Frontale picked a couple of times. A couple of little cancels in there, left and right, if you spotted them. Can't quite find their way through. They're well defended by Sadler so far.
Yeah, a lot better than obviously the last game. Last game they made a lot of defensive mistakes which cost them, but this game they're being clinical. They're making sure every pass they do gets there, doing a lot of driven passes as well. And in terms of Kawasaki, they're going forward really well. They're doing a lot of half drag backs, doing a lot of elasticos to try and get in and behind. But so far, as you can see, one shot, one goal. That's sort of what they had last game as well, which is that they're clinical when they're shooting it, when they get the opportunities, but it is very hard to get the opportunities against a Kawasaki defensive formation that they are in.
They're in that defensive formation, but they're currently behind as well, so that's something that they have to bear in mind themselves as we're about to head into that second half. You can see most of the pressure has come through from Kawasaki Frontale. A lot of keeping a hold of the ball in the opposition half, a lot of building. But Sadler eSports did not need to do that. They took that one opportunity that they got presented to themselves by themselves and find that goal. Expected goals, as said, does belong to them. They're the only one to have a shot so far, so of course you would expect that. As we head into the second half. Frontale now from left to right in the white kits, and of course Sadler eSports from right to left in the red. What's gone wrong for Frontale here in that first half then? Just not a lack of opportunity, would you say?
Yeah, definitely a lack of opportunity. I think that credit to Sadler eSports. They're actually defending a lot better this time. There's not many gaps in behind, especially they like to lose the wing a lot as well. And I've actually noticed that they are using Mbappe on the wing and they are using Ginola up front, which is an interesting choice, but it's probably because Ginola has 90 pace and Mbappe has 98 pace, so they want the wing on the width, which is the reason why they're doing that. So in my opinion, it's a great way of scoring goals, and we've seen it in this game as well.
I think most, mere mortals like us don't have the luxury of both players. I think if I had Mbappe or Ginola, both of them down the middle are quite well worked. But speaking of well worked, this was a chance that was looking good, but Neymar cannot find that pass, and Sadler can counter-attack. Mbappe is somebody we see wide quite a lot, though, in some of these pro teams at the very high level. People who have the luxury of having Mbappe and as well as another few good attackers. I wouldn't like to say anything about my pack look. I managed to get a hold of Red Neymar in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I know. And it's not because I work for EA, okay? Nothing to do with that. But having that one play, you put him in the middle. You put somebody like that in that position. But if you got Eusebio and Ginola as well, that's where you have to sort of question, right? Am I going to play on wide? Are we playing 4-4-2 here? Are we playing 4-2-2, 4-2-3-1? There's so many different choices that you can make, but when you have this much talent at your disposal, you put him anywhere in the attack and just hope he can do a job. Here we go for Sadler, though. Mbappe trying to find his way through the shot stop, and the flip flap that comes through produces a corner. This one to be whipped in by Alexander-Arnold. Well, likely played short to Ginola. Cross doesn't find its way. It was Alexander-Arnold onside. Yes, he was. Ginola continues. Ball whipped in towards the back post towards Mbappe. He does have that physicality. Skenia is not going to find anything there, so has to go back to Kessie. And Hernandez will keep this one going for Sadler eSports. Sadler are quite happy to sit here with the ball. They don't need to try anything over the top, I would say, Lisa.
They don't. They just got to try and keep the ball in key areas. They don't need to force it forward. You know, if you're losing by a couple of goals, you're going to have to do them risky passes that might not make it. But as you can see here, they're just being smart. They're keeping the ball, and that's what you need to be doing in these pro games. Because one mistake, as we saw last game, is crucial.
It's about punishing those mistakes if the other team do make them. You can see the pressure coming in, the offside traps pushing them up. Sadler eSports happy to keep a hold of the ball, though. They've done a lot better with it, I would say, in this game than they did in the previous, before the reset. They kept a hold of it very, very well. However, passes like that are not necessarily going to help things. Kimi now forward. Neymar. I think he was definitely looking for Eusebio there. Doesn't quite lock on where he would like it. Sadler eSports will survive and will get a chance to keep a hold of that ball for as long as they possibly would want once again.
Exactly that, and they're actually keeping the ball really well, just switching the play in the air and just trying to, I guess, break down Kawasaki. And as you can see, defensively they're so well, but maybe a pause coming soon to try and push a few more players forwards, because at the moment they're just wasting time as such, and that is frustrating in itself. Whenever I play someone that is wasting time, I drag players out of position, and that's what they want. As soon as you drag players out of position, you know, there's going to be through balls going through, and you're just going to end up conceding. So they're staying calm, it seems, but they do need to change something to try and get goal before the end of this game.
We don't have long in this game. 20 in-game minutes to go for Frontale to try and find something here, but that pass is well wayward, as is that one. And both teams giving the ball away here. Potential opportunity for Ginola that stretches legs. Back inside to De Jong. Looking for the run. Mbappe. Eusebio is through. Does he get it around the keeper? Just about gets out in time. Well saved, and this one will be pushed away. But that was an opportunity for Frontale there, but at the same time, Sadler may well get the opportunity to counter-attack themselves. Kylian Mbappe doesn't get caught up by many. Ginola does get beaten by a few in the air, though. That's a big header coming on through, and that's good defensive work by Frontale once again. But the opportunities are starting to creep in here, though, Lisa. 15 in-game minutes to go. Of course, we've got the second leg to come as well. But Frontale are showing signs that they are there, they are threatening. Ball out wide to Mbappe, unmarked currently inside the box. It's a dangerous, dangerous prospect. Finds himself in a good position towards the back post. That's probably not what he wanted. Ginola was the ball there. I can see your expression. You knew it was on. Doesn't quite find the correct pass, and that opportunity will find its way back towards Saria and Doc now for Sadler eSports. That was a big opportunity though for Kawasaki Frontale.
That was a massive, massive opportunity, and we saw the ball roll sweep there and got him into such a great position, and he just chipped it back stick. And to be honest with you, maybe a low driven into the box, it could cause a lot of problems. And then the chance beforehand, you know, it's so unfortunate as well. You know, he through balled it great. Maybe he could have done a ball roll around the keeper. Maybe it was too close to him. But as you can see here, they've gone to a 4-2-3-1, which is quite a defensive formation. And on the other side, they're into a 4-2-2 with the two strikers and then obviously the two cams that can push forward. So one's playing a more defensive formation, and they obviously are winning, so that's why, and then attacking on the other side.
It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. What's your go-to formation?
Mine's the 4-4-2 this year, but I also do like playing the 4-2-2.
Yeah, I think for me, 4-2-3-1 is kind of the way I like to go. Not saying I'm defensive. I don't have anybody on comeback or anything like that. Okay, I like to play attacking football. I like just having those wide players at my disposal where I kind of want them, though. It's nice to see, you know, different formations coming on through, though it hasn't always been the case. With 2v2, though, it does open up another question, doesn't it, about formations. I think when you read into formations, sometimes it's about the runs that these players are making. But if you have somebody else to control these runs, do you need that kind of formation? It's something we can discuss over the weekend. We've got 3 days of action coming at you here, and if every single tie is as good as these ones, in the Tokyo Open to kick things off. Well, we're in for a good weekend of FIFA, let's say that. Frontale looking for a goal back here at the end of the first leg. That ball in, the target was there, but also the keeper, Szczesny, gets in the way of that one. 87 minutes gone, you would like to think this is how that first leg is going to end. Not if you give the ball away there, though. What am I seeing from both ends of things? It's a terrible, terrible shot. And an equally as bad throw from the keeper. That is nerves, and it has to just be nerves creeping in for both teams. An opportunity that never should have been there, alongside a finish that would have not, well, graced many TVs with a lot of positive outcomes, I would say, as this one is now kicked away. Frontale will not get another attack, and that will be that for the first leg. We are going to a second leg with Sadler 1-0. That was a good performance by them. They defended very, very well there, Lisa. They found their goal early on and they held on to it.
They sure did. Obviously a 1-0 win. They could be confident going into the next leg, but we all know 1 goal in FIFA, it can be scored within a couple of minutes, and I can't believe it wasn't 1-1 at the end with that chance. Obviously, they didn't expect it. It was quite a bad ball, but overall, he just rushed it. He had a bit more time to obviously shoot, but nerves as well. Didn't expect the ball as well. Maybe that came into it, but he'd be devastated not to score that, and going into the next leg, it might haunt him.
Yeah, that would have been an opportunity to make it 1-1. You would have been heading in that second leg completely level. But as it goes, Sadler eSports will find themselves 1 up against Kawasaki Frontale. We're going to have that second leg very, very shortly after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up after this.
Welcome to my master class. 皆さんどうもこんにちは。ブルーユナイテッド EFC 所属、プロプレイヤーのアグです。今回は、フォーメーションの紹介をしていこうかなと思います。紹介するフォーメーションは4231で、戦術と、指示についても紹介できればなと思います。はい、使用しているフォーメーションは、4231です。この4231を紹介していければなと思います。守備のスタイルはバランス、幅55、深さは75に設定しています。4231は非常にコンパクトなフォーメーションで、幅は55であまり広げすぎず狭すぎずっていう風にしています。深さ75にしている理由は自分は結構プレッシャーに行くスタイルなので75に前からプレッシャーに行けるように75に設定しています。で、このシーン、自分が攻撃を仕掛けていて相手にボールを取られました。で、相手はカウンターを仕掛けてきている最中です。で、このシーン、逆サイドに、サイドチェンジで展開されたので、レーダーを見てもらうと分かるように結構間延びしているのが分かると思います。なのでここで、ラインが下がってしまっているので、オフサイドトラップを仕掛けてこのようにしっかりと、コンパクトに、1列目、2列目、3列目、4列目まで、しっかりコンパクトに保つように、しましょう。で、見てもらったら分かるようにこの時点で、442守備時はちょっと442みたいな、ブロック、44のブロックを形成して、基本的にコンパクトにして戦うようにしましょう。で、この時点で、44のブロックはしっかり作れているので、数的有利は、作らせてない状況です。で、このシーン、最後、4枚しっかり、44のブロックは壊れされていないので、シュートを打たれましたが、シュートブロックにしっかり、入っていて、前作同様、今作も、シュートブロックが強いので、しっかりカーソルを合わせてあげて、シュートブロックをしてあげることにより、守備することができました。はい、以上が、マイマスタークラスになります。皆さんもぜひ4231強いので、試してみてください。それでは皆さん、ピッチでお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
FIFA fans, welcome back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Dunn, joined by Lisa Manley. We're very excited to get into what will be the final game in this tie. It's the Tokyo Open. We've had a hell of a series so far. The bracket has been reset. We're into the second leg, and things are, well, going to eventually wrap up here because it has been quite the long affair between these two teams. Kawasaki Frontale coming all the way from that losers bracket, resetting that bracket. But they find themselves behind in the second leg. It's been backwards and forwards, left and right. Nobody who actually knows who's going to win this game, to be honest with you here. At least I haven't actually got a clue.
Me neither. Obviously, the first game was a dominant performance, 4-1 by Kawasaki, but this game, it completely turned. It's like something's happened. Maybe they spoke to someone, and now the other team sees himself 1-0 up, Sandler eSports, and a great performance from them. Obviously, a few mistakes again, but they didn't get punished. But who knows who's going to win this game, because I can't call it.
Yeah, it's very, very open. But what they're playing for is the important thing. A position in that tournament in April, of course, where all those Masters teams are waiting. Very, very difficult for some of these guys to go through up against those, well, phenoms of FIFA, really, aren't they? They're already there. They're already waiting for 16 other teams. This will be the first team that we will be sending there. But it's not just that position in April. It's also just a shy over $15,000. Kind of resides on this 90 minutes of FIFA. It will be Sadler Esports with a 1-0 lead. Kawasaki Frontale, they've got it all to do, but it's one goal and one goal only. Lisa, you're very, very right. One goal in FIFA ain't very much.
It sure isn't anything, and as you can see here, they're starting off really well, just like they started off in the first leg of when they ended up winning 4-1, but silly mistakes can cost us, and as you can see, a lot of space on the wing here.
Oh dear, yeah, you can't stretch yourself too early, let's be honest. It's only one. You don't need to necessarily rush into that one. Nonetheless, here we go, and it's an opportunity for Sadler to just get themselves settled into this second leg between these two teams. Of course, as mentioned, the bracket was reset. Sadler had already beat Kawasaki Frontale in that one game in that winners bracket final. Kawasaki went down the losers bracket. They've kind of been the team that have just struggled their way through. They don't struggle to get a hold of the ball there, though, and Ginola may well release them, or will they just keep a hold? It's smart. You don't need to rush anything right now. There's plenty of FIFA to be played, but De Jong maybe lingers that little bit too much. Is there an opportunity here? Is Pele going to get this touch ahead of Kikimi? Not quite. Sadler do have that first decent attack. Pele not quite got the legs in that scenario up against Hakimi, though. Good ball out wide. Eusebio now. Is he known for his crossing? Well, if he was, it didn't get past the first defender. And the cross now will come from a corner. Eusebio, a player you play wide?
To be honest with you, I wouldn't. He's a very clinical player, and you expect him to be in the box to get a couple of shots off. And as you see there, played short, and yeah, get a terrible mistake. You know, this year corners, especially, you can play it short, you can whip it to the edge of the box, and then whip it into the box. A lot of people are scoring that way this FIFA, and as you see there, play it short. And it's such a bad way of losing the ball, when especially when corners are so OP this year. It's a shame to do so, especially in such a big game.
Yeah, that's something I do. But here we go. Frontale may well get another opportunity, and it's eventually a ball through to Eusebio. That is the chosen option. It's looking like Mbappe had room out wide. Not quite able to do anything with that, though, and this one will be played away by Sadler. Lumped forward to Ginola, and will recover this ball. Kessie in the middle. Ball forward. Salah just can't quite get there, but does it the second time of asking. Opportunity now. The green time is not going to go much further than the defender. They get in the way. Sadler not quite knocking at the door, but they're approaching it. They're getting there. They're looking the more threatening in this second leg so far. Frontale, though, do have to send their men forward. It's a beautiful ball into Eusebio. Neymar is offside. Lots of time to go in this one. 17 minutes gone in this second leg. Still Sadler with the lead. The winner of this game will walk away as the winners of the Tokyo Open. That ball inside. I think he meant that for Ginola, who will eventually get there. If Sadler can find a second here, then surely it's looking very, very good for them. Current one-goal lead. They can't rest on that too easily. Frontale will defend this time. Counter-attacking opportunity not quite there, but it's a game that's backward and forward. It's end-to-end. Entertaining stuff so far, but we have not seen any goals.
End-to-end for sure. We haven't really seen any key opportunities in this game to maybe think, oh, maybe they go 1-0 up. A lot of balls being forced forward. You don't really need to do that, especially at the minute of the game. But hopefully we could see a goal soon to spice things up.
Every single game, or there or thereabouts this weekend, is going to be for that $15,000. 16 teams to send. Which one are we going to be sending over from Tokyo? Oh, well, I tell you what, it's level now, and it's because of Eusebio fighting in the top right corner. Kawasaki Frontale find a goal out of very little, but he doesn't need much of an opportunity, does the Portuguese man, Eusebio. An absolute thunderbolt into the top right corner. It's one apiece, we're all level.
Came from the wide area again, and as we mentioned just a minute ago, should Eusebio be on the wing? No, he shouldn't. He should be in the box where he can, as you can see, thunder it into the back of the net, and you're not saving that. And 1-1, just like that, as we mentioned, one goal in it. It could be scored in a couple of minutes, and we're level, and it's going to be an entertaining for the rest of this game, just to see who can get an extra goal, or maybe we'll go to extra time and penalties.
If you want to foreshadow that, that's fine. We might as well. We've went so far in this game already. Yeah, just give us penalties at this point. Salah now. And Sadler looking to try and find a goal to find themselves in the lead once again. Seri and Doc. They need to get something going here. Conceding that goal, they'll say it themselves, it was a good one, but Eusebio in the box, allowed a turn. But that's the problem when you've got a player who's 5-star weak foot. Which way do you go? Which way do you try to decide that he's going to make that move? Well, Eusebio now down the right-hand side wing here. Not really going to find too much. The ball rolls inside, and you'd like to see a pass there. Sadler will quite happily defend that one in any which way possible, but Nkunku breaks through. This is a huge opportunity now for Sadler as Nkunku roams forward. He is going to be crowded out, but it's an opportunity to get out of your half. And that's the time where you would love to see that player lock onto it. He does not this time. Frontale will get away and maybe have another opportunity to find a goal here. Ginola onside, bounding down this left-hand side, looking to twist and turn, can't find his way through. Sadler survive.
It was a great opportunity there for Sadler as well, but you don't really want Nkunku to be in that position. You want your striker to be there, and it's very unfortunate. And obviously for the Eusebio goal, like you mentioned, 5-star weak foot is key. We saw him twist and turn in the box. You're not sure where he's going to go, and it's so hard to defend against.
It's a 50-50, isn't it? You sort of say if you commit one way, he may well go the other. You could just get unfortunate. That time around, they didn't commit the right way. Frontale, I was about to say, maybe look the more aggressive, but they don't necessarily look the most likely to score next. It's very, very even. It feels like Frontale maybe the slight aggressor, you would say, but it's maybe turning a little bit cagey as things now are settling in. We're nearly in towards the halftime break in this second leg. Everything is on a knife edge in this Tokyo Open. The finals here at the FGS Open. We're glad to have you along this weekend. 3 days of action to decide who's going to be walking away that little bit richer, and on top of that, with a place in April's event. It's a hell of a run from Theo Hernandez, and it's, well, a bad cross that eventually ends its way up into the hands of Edwin van der Sar, and that will be that as we head into the halftime break. It's a 1-0 lead in this leg to Kawasaki Frontale, and it is one apiece in this grand final. Sadler eSports pinned back a little bit here, but it's that one opportunity that Kawasaki just took very, very well.
Yeah, exactly that. We've mentioned all it takes is one opportunity to get a goal, and we saw that here for them. Both teams obviously had one shot, but 1-1 apiece. It's end to end. Anything can happen. I don't know about you, but I actually don't know who's going to win this game.
It's very difficult to figure out, to be honest with you. It's we're not quite there yet, are we? It's not out of the realms of possibility for anybody to go on to win this one. Very much even keel across this second leg specifically. Very hard to separate these two teams. Scania now looking for the pass forward, and Nkunku can kind of do a bit of everything. Nice utility player, I think. You know, Mike will be covering some players that you can pick up in your squad, some ones you can add to try and make you that little bit more deadly in rivals. You play in Weekend League this weekend. Unfortunately, we have to miss out. We do have to miss out for my inevitable, well, potential red pick look. It's happened once. I'm not getting ahead of myself, but, you know, it would have been nice to be offered the opportunity to have that again. But as such, we're here, we're watching, we're talking about it. And we're seeing who is going to be walking away richer in this game in the Tokyo Open now. Neymar. Back to Hakimi. Who do you think's the happier team here, though? Anybody in particular, or do you think both are probably just nervous?
I think they're both nervous. Obviously, like you mentioned, 15,000 on the line and the chance of going to the tournament in April. They're going to be nerves everywhere, but they've just got to stay calm, talk to their coach. That's what they're there for, to sort of control the game as well, telling them what they should do. And as we might have a chance here.
Oh, Ginola now out wide to Mbappe. It's those direct passes through to those strikers in the middle. They're feeding it out wide. It's causing problems. Eusebio, though, this is not where you want them. If you're Sadler eSports, lays it off Renato Sanchez to Ginola. That 5-star weak foot doesn't get a chance to unleash itself. It was red timed. So may well be actually a blessing in disguise that this corner finds its way towards Kawasaki Frontale. You'd expect it to go short, but you've got some big men in the box. Ginola, kind of the key one. Into him, it's headed on. The header in! No. Really, really good save from Szczesny. It was Alexander Arnold coming across, I think. Yellow Town heading for the bottom left corner. Short again. Theo Hernandez now. Pass it back out to Eusebio. Can't find his way through, kind of being pinned into the corner here a little bit. He's going to have to play this one back, but Frontale, rather than lose the ball, would rather keep a hold of it in that scenario. They keep it calm. 30 in-game minutes to go here, this second leg. We're all tied up. Could not have asked for a better start. Fantastic game between these two teams, but Ginola, he's twisted and turned his way back into trouble. He had an open opportunity there that presented itself very quickly, but Mbappe can't wriggle through. And that's one of those moments where you do the move, you go for the input, you don't expect the commit. Everybody at home's done it. Where you find yourself in that position to maybe score, and you take that one extra touch. You did not expect the space. Big opportunity nonetheless, Lisa.
Two big opportunities. Obviously, we saw they've definitely been practicing their corners. They go short. It's headed on into the box, and Green timed it, and it was great save. And as we have a chance here,
Ginola now bounding down the wing. The Frenchman, he will running out of play, but those mistakes we talked about from Sadler, they're kind of creeping in a little bit.
the nerves could be getting in with how close it is, especially with a chance of it going to extra time, but they just need to stay composed. Hard to say so, especially when I'm in these tournaments. I am nervous, but they just got to try and just talk to each other, try and keep each other calm, and once they've done that, just don't force it too much. You're not in a winning position yet, but you are drawing, you're not losing.
Oh, it's a good ball forward. Pele in this position is dangerous. He fires it straight at Van der Sar, and it will eventually find its way back out to Kylian Mbappe. Back inside, and Kunku's not the one you want there. The chance is snatched at, and Kawasaki Frontale will just about survive, but Sadler's showing signs of life here. 20 minutes to go. It's getting to that time. Teams don't want to make mistakes. They don't want to take too many risky moves, risky passes, risky shots, and it's going to start tightening up. Or can somebody find a moment of magic? May well present itself to Frontale here. Kylian Mbappe in the box is usually danger. Can't find the pass. This one will be played out by Sadler eSports, and Kunku will be the one to orchestrate that. Pele now chip forward to Ginola. Which way is he going? Back to Pele. Just calm down a little bit. It's a really good ball forward though to Mo Salah for Sadler here. Looking for that left foot, looking for that pass. Finds it. Alexander Arnold, 76 minutes gone. Pressure just relents a little bit there for Kawasaki, who defend that well. They push them back, and now Sadler need to find a route through. 30 minutes to go.
They have been defending really well, Kawasaki, over these last two games, and that's why they've only conceded as many as they have. But I mean, 78 minutes, they're just going to try and keep the ball here, Sadler, to make sure they don't lose the ball, because if they do, it could end up in them not going into extra time and losing the game and losing £15,000. That's why they're just trying to push out their opponent as much as they can, try and find them gaps, and maybe we'll see a goal.
Oh, I was wondering if he was going to pass it across and if it was on for Ginola to maybe get in the way, but I think you're very, very right. For Sadler now, keeping a hold of the ball, they want that last chance. They want that final opportunity to come their way, and for Kawasaki to not have enough time to answer back. That's why they're keeping the ball. 7 minutes to go. Don't expect Kawasaki Frontale to get a hold of this ball in the next 7. Expect an attack to come. When we round hit 88-89 from Sadler, you may well see their foot be put on the gas, but they lost the ball. Ginola now has Mbappe running down this left-hand side. The pressure has eventually told. Eusebio in the box usually means one thing, but the chance is just about crowded out. It was a half chance, it was green timed, but the defenders get in the way.
Very good defending there from Sadler. Obviously, we have seen a few defensive mistakes from them, but in that situation, they had to make the block because it's green time and it's going in with Eusebio all day long. So now they just can't make another mistake. We're seeing their press is outstanding, so they just got to try to keep the ball and try and maybe work that extra chance as they give away the ball, like I mentioned. And
okay. We'll say less. It's fine. It's happened to us all. May well be that final opportunity for Sadler now. Played out wide to Mbappe. What can you create? Very, very little. And that final opportunity may come Kawasaki Frontale's way. De Jong now. Out wide to Mbappe. Can he create? It's a hellish ball in. The keeper will get there, he will. And we will be heading into extra time. Very, very little separating these two teams. The expected goals tell the story. Not many chances. And when they have come, they've only been half chances for the most part. But it's Kawasaki Frontale, the ones with the lead in this leg. But after Sadler's lead in the first one, we head into extra time. It's 1 apiece. Lisa, I don't know which way this one's going. I haven't the foggiest, to be honest with you. And it's been such a tight game. It's been backwards and forwards. And as I keep saying to you guys at home, it's been a hell of a way to start off things this weekend. It's now down to extra time and, well, maybe even penalties to decide who's the winner of the Tokyo Open. Here we go, extra time.
Kawasaki going forward for me, if I was playing against them, I'd be nervous. I wouldn't know what to do. And for me, they have just brought on Fellaini, so maybe from corners they could get a chance of scoring. And they are good at using their wings as well to whip that into him. But going forward, they're just clinical when you don't know what way to go, and they're using so many skill moves. And I think that's what you got. That's why they're so hard to defend against. And overall, it's 1-1. Are we seeing penalties for our first game? First time commentating together?
Yep.
Yeah?
I think we are. I think these two teams are, well, they're struggling to be separated after what is, let's do the quick mental maths, about 360 minutes of FIFA. So far, we've got a potential for another 30. Eusebio here, edge of the box into Mbappe. I wonder if he let that run. I don't know if the R1 came in there to let that run over his shoulder, but nonetheless, it doesn't find its way to the Frenchman's feet. But you may well give the ball away, and it may well result in an opportunity. Mbappe now for Frontale. Ball inside. Salah can't quite find his way through, and Sadler survived their mistake, and we'll get this one away down the right-hand side.
And as we see here, I mean, they're keeping the ball away. They didn't do that much in the first leg, and I mean, they don't want to lose the ball, especially with how dominant and going forward they are, and how nervy it is to defend against them, not knowing which way they're going to go, and they're just trying to find that little space they can get through to get an opportunity. But as we see here, going forwards, they're not as dominant as the opponent, and that's why they're just trying to make sure they get that specific information through to their players. And as we see, we just ran straight into Fellaini. It's literally a brick wall. He's so tall.
He's a nightmare. I remember the first time I played against Fellaini, and somebody played him up front. It was horrible. It was horrible. Don't do that at home, I swear to God. Anyway, we continue. Frontale maybe with an opportunity to attack here. 105 minutes is going to be the final opportunity here of this first half of extra time. Mbappe's wriggled free. The pass across to Eusebio! And it's finally found its way through for Frontale. And it's Eusebio who puts it in. It's that age-old down the line pass across it. It's a goal for Frontale. Devastating for Sadler. But Kawasaki Frontale lead. There's only 15 minutes to go. We need to see attack after attack after attack to come up from Sadler here, Lisa.
As we see, there's 3 shots as well, and they've scored 2 of them. They're definitely clinical, but yeah, again, they score again from the wide area. They're just putting it across the box, and it's a tap in there for Eusebio. Defensively, could you say that's an error? Maybe, but they've got to get a goal here, and they've got to set everything forward. They've maybe got to change formation, go constant pressure. But yeah, again, if they do that, they're spacing behind, and they could cost them.
Oh, it's one of those again, isn't it? Where you can see the opportunity coming. You can see, I'm sure Sadler can as well. They know exactly what he's trying to do, but stopping him is another thing for them. They have really struggled with the opportunities that have come down the byline. I do it myself. You guys at home will be the same. It's a difficult one to defend against, and already you can see Sadler are changing, but as are Kawasaki Frontale. Look at that defensive formation coming in from them. That is not an easy one to get past here, Lisa.
Yeah, it's literally like a brick wall. They've got 5 at the back now, and as you can see, Salah is playing right back, but on the other side, the flip, they're going 3-5-2, and therefore they're sending everything forward. But then again, if they lose the ball in silly positions like they have been in the previous games, they could end up conceding again. So they've just got to try and be clinical with their passes and be precise.
It's about finding that one opportunity. They have had them. They have come their way. They have been able to create, but can they create one more time in this game with 15 in-game minutes to go. It's 375 minutes now we've had a FIFA between these two. Not in real life, that would take a very long time, but 375 in-game minutes is kind of what I meant. And we've struggled to separate until right now. Kawasaki Frontale in the lead. What can Sadler eSports do to answer back here in the grand finals of the Tokyo Open? Pele plays it forward. May well be an opportunity immediately. Ginola twisting and turning. And this may well be what we're going to see for the final 10 in-game minutes. 5 has already gone. Opportunity for Mane to stretch his legs. He's just going to hit that byline, you know. Twisting and turning, finds his way through, but Hernandez defends. Fellaini is there to offer this pass out, and this is the danger for Sadler. Players like Kylian Mbappe may well be counter-attacking, but look at this press coming on through. It's so hard to get the ball out when everybody is pushing forward. The ball into the back post has to be put away for a corner. Here we go. Sadler. The ball to be whipped in. Oh, is it? Is it going short? It goes short. Corona now. To Mbappe, ball in towards the back post. It's a headed opportunity. How has that not hit the back of the net? For all my life, I'd have put my mortgage on that one, wrestling into the bottom corner, but Kawasaki Frontale survive. 7 in-game minutes to go.
So unfortunate there. Obviously whipped it in, and that far out from the goal, you expect it to go in. Maybe could they have green timed it to get more of a chance of it going in, but in them positions, you still should be scoring without a green time.
Frontale are inviting this pressure on. Sadler say thank you very much. Let's keep moving this forward. Let's see if we can find one more opportunity. They keep a hold of the ball. Ital. Pass back inside to Hernandez. 3 in-game minutes. Corona to Hernandez once again. Clip forward, the overhead kick. Imagine. Doesn't quite connect as well as he would have liked, and well, we're running out of time. Sadler are running out of time. Kawasaki Frontale in the lead. Fellaini gets a hold of the ball, and this one's going to be played forward. And well, when you need a goal in extra time, everyone's forward. It's a foul. Oh, it's not what you want to see if you're a Sadler eSports fan. But Kawasaki Frontale, they have been the dominant force. This will be 2 games in a row that they've won up against Sadler eSports. This one will be played short. They will just waste that time. Will Sadler be able to get it back and get one final attack? They get it back. Have they got time? The referee will say no. And Kawasaki Frontale will be your winners of the Tokyo Open here at the FGS Open. And what a performance from them. They didn't just do it once, they did it twice. A fantastic performance from them. And for me, thoroughly deserved winners here, Lisa. What a performance from them.
A great performance from them. Going forward, they were so clinical. They're making sure that the passes were going exactly where they wanted, and when they were shooting, there was obviously green timing shots as well. But defensively, they were so compact, and it was so hard for the opposing Sadler eSports to obviously get past them. And we saw that in the instance there. Well done to them. And obviously, £15,000 richer. What more can you ask for?
I mean, a fantastic performance, and they secure their spot in the Open in April as well. Against those master teams, what can they do in that scenario? It was a fantastic performance. You know, I think they took a lot of their chances, it has to be said. I think, you know, when we've seen that first game between them where they had to reset the bracket, it could have been a lot worse than it was. It was fantastic opportunities being presented left and right, and they took nearly every single one of them. They came in with an attacking intent. Those first 2 goals they found in that very first game to reset the bracket then as well. But they were behind the majority of it, weren't they? I mean, in that very first leg, in that second reset, of course, in the bracket, they found themselves behind for the majority of the time. It took to the second leg for them to finally wake up. And as you said, $15,000, just a touch over. They will be richer, and they will find themselves at that event in April. What a game to kick things off here, though, Lisa.
To be honest with you, I thought it was going to be going to penalties, which would have been an even more greater game, obviously for us, but not for the players, because it's so tense being in a penalty shootout. But a great way to obviously open the show, I think, to be honest with you, and hopefully they're all like that, so entertaining and exciting.
If they're all like that, we're going to be here quite a while. But you know what? I won't complain too much, honestly. What a fantastic game. But back over to Rachel and Mike to break that one down. Try, Mike, because it was a bit wild.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Lisa. I think it was fair that it didn't go to penalties, especially for the opener. Mike, you're rubbing your hands with glee there. We thought, didn't we, Sadler were back in it in the first leg, getting that early goal, but it was Frontale who came out firing the underdogs slightly. We look back, they had to obviously beat Kashimi Antlers, but Webb Nasri was in that team, so a really strong matchup there. And then when they did play the team Sadler eSports beforehand, before the final, it was 5-4 extra times again in that matchup. So it hasn't been completely easy. We kind of talk about form on paper, but how well did they do, Mike, to come back and not only beat Sadler once, but twice in that final situation?
Well, for Frontale, they showed that they've faced adversity throughout this entire tournament, a lot of close matchups. They got the job done. And in order to force this comeback and really forge this comeback was really impressive. Remember, they're going into the second leg, and they're down. They need goals, and they got both of them. It took extra time, and they just did a really good job. Showed that composure, showed they've been playing together. I liked a lot of their build-up play, looking for some of the extra passes and being able to convert those opportunities. So you see the opener here. Down a goal. If you're looking at the other end, and you're saying, okay, maybe Sadler's going to be able to close this out. They've had that reset and they've revamped, but that wasn't to be. That was not the case in this matchup. And you just saw this gradual approach where you just stayed the same way. Eusebio, a little shimmy, a little shake and bake, top corner, best corner, goalkeeper in despair. Eusebio, you don't want to see that if you're on the opposition. He's yelling at the camera. You see some of these flick-ons become very common within the corner kicks. And then just utilizing the space here. You see the extra passes made, Mbappe turns. It looks relatively simple, but you're going to see a lot of goals like this in FIFA 22, especially with the 2v2s, mainly because you have that manual movement. Because you can move so many players at once and the player switching, you can find new areas to find the extra tap in or to be able to convert those chances. And I think you just got to pat them on the back. I know I'm patting me on the back, but a lot of credit has to be given in order to get that result and to really do it at their own pace.
Yeah, Mike, what do you think Frontale worked really well at? Because you said they had great 2v2 experience, but we don't know how much experience they have playing together, because obviously this is the first FGS 2v2 tournament, but it looks like they've had some experience playing together, would you say?
Well, one word, composure. And I'll add a couple more to that. They weren't rushing their gameplay. And I say that as a very complimentary addition to the game, especially when you go down a goal and maybe you haven't been able to have that breakthrough. They still looked very structured with how they were building up and where they were looking for chances. And a lot of that comes down to the extra possession. You've got to wait for your opportunities. You might not have an onslaught of an open game. You see, once you get bodies back, they're packing it in. And I just think they did a wonderful job of finding that last pass when they needed it.
Yeah, you have to be composed, don't you, when you're doing 2v2. You have to know exactly what you're going to do in your own performance. You have to be well drilled, I'm going to say, Mike LaBelle. But Mike, it's now over to you because you have the analysis presented by the PlayStation Tournament to bring us.
Oh, I'm happy to do so. It's been our first time to kind of have the breakdown board. You see Eusebio, you want to isolate that matchup. You got the back four a little bit flat. You step, you shimmy, like I said earlier. A lot of power. Goalkeeper can't do anything from there. And that shoulder movement, that slight feint is so important for Eusebio finding just a touch of space. And I really love the second goal. It looks so simple, but it's more so about pulling Mbappe into that space. And then by taking advantage of the space, you're able to have that quick turn and the layoff. And it makes a goal look easy, but it's a matter of them communicating and being on the same page, being able to convert from there and moving players simultaneously while also in this beautiful fluid movement because you have to be aligned.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Mike. Well, it is Kawasaki Frontale then. They get $15,000. They had to do it the hard way, though, didn't they? They had to defeat Sadler eSports 3 times in the end. Great performance from those guys in the Tokyo Open. But where are we now? We are, of course, at Twickenham in London, the home of English rugby, where we're bringing you this awesome 2v2 event.
FIFA Global Series returns.
Don't miss any goals.
With highlights and exclusive content.
All season long.
Be social. It's all just one click away. Check this out.
Twitch and YouTube are your go-to for the best live competition. Snack on live updates and highlights with a daily dose of FIFA Global Series on Twitter.
Experience exclusive reveals and behind-the-scenes content as only Instagram can do it.
Catch up, Binge and level up your games by watching our masterclasses on YouTube.
So the first tip I'd give when dribbling is just to let go of sprint. You could also hold R1 just to strafe the ball.
Be in the know and get all the deets on our official website.
This means the latest news, videos, and schedules. Be social.
Be engaged.
Be there.
It is all on your fingertips.
All season long. We're ready when you are. Let's go.
Yes, guys, welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PS5. Welcome to this in-person event here at the wonderful Twickenham Stadium in London. It's so big, I could have a little dance around here. It's pretty epic. I'm not going to, I'll calm down a little bit. But we have just seen the Tokyo Open completed. We have a Kawasaki Frontale going through to the Team of the Season Cup in April, where they'll meet those master teams who are ready and waiting. It is now, though, the time for this next regional qualifier. You might better read it behind me. It's Johannesburg. We're heading to South Africa. We have 16 to get through. One's done. 15 more still to go. 4 more left today. We have so much to bring you guys. This is how the bracket, though, looked on the Johannesburg Open. Again, let's see how it has played out so far and who are you going to see on stream in a short while. So it is Saf and Goliath taking on Jogabonito. I mean, those guys in the losers bracket had to go the long way. They've done the hard slog to get here, been grinding out the games. They're the third seeded team in the tournament. There's their 7th game today. They have had a difficult journey, but they are playing the #1 seed in the form of Saf and Goliath. 2 teams there have joined forces for this one. It's Saf, Kaylan and the Beast, Bianchi in that team. A formidable team you're gonna see there. So really looking forward to that one. The boys are going to be bringing you that in a short while. And if you guys were watching the break as well, you'd have seen some great content throughout the break there. Lots of pros, lots of experts, lots of analysis, because that's all over on youtube.com/EA Sports FIFA. You're going to have masterclasses. You're going to have loads of great competitive FIFA games, loads of extra time content. If you want to go and find that out, then check out youtube.com/EA Sports FIFA. Maybe one day you could be a pro as well and join us at one of these events. But guys, it's time to get into this next event. It's the Johannesburg Open. It's going to be super exciting. Not sure if we're going to get a reset, what's going to happen, but the two guys that are going to take you through this one, we have Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yes, welcome to the FGS Open live from Twickenham Stadium. Fortunately, the players can't be here, but nevertheless, we have got them live from around the world. Richard, if that's a taste of what could happen across these 3 days, it's going to be good, but there's going to be a lot of FIFA to be played.
We're in for a long 3 days if that's what's coming up. Bracket reset
all
the way through the tournament. Look at this. I've got so much room for activities, Brandon. Not only commentating, I'll be running up and down while I'm commentating. I'm very, very excited to get some FIFA played, some 2v2 action, regional finals from all over the globe. We've already got one down. We've got 15 left to go.
Yeah, 15 more 2v2 teams to find for that Team of the Season Cup that will take place in April next year. So not only qualifying for that, you bag $15,000 as well, Richard, if you do play well. And we've got FIFA from all over the world taking place, but Johannesburg regional final is up next. And I mean, this plans to be a great one. We know how, much in general Africa have wanted more opportunities. South Africa have wanted more opportunities in this FIFA global space of getting to land events, getting to lands that they haven't always been able to do, Richard, but now they can. They've got an unbelievable opportunity to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the back end of FIFA 21 where Beast Bianchi really took his game to the next level. He was second place in the West Africa and sort of rest of the world qualifier. A really, really solid performance. West Asia and Africa, that particular tournament. He finished second behind MS Desari. So it wasn't like he lost out to somebody who wasn't at the top of the game. He lost out to Desari with that trophy as well, that second place. He was going to be going to the FIFA World Cup final. He's on great form.
Well, we have to talk about this in the best way possible for these two teams. There will be Times Goliath Gaming, an organisation that have partnered with another organisation for the FIFA 22 season. Serious about FIFA, known as SAF. Of course, they have players from all over the world, but they were happy to get pen to paper with Kylan FIFA, who has quite a ridiculous record. He played in so many different conditions in terms of sort of online conditions, one-bar connections all over the world. And if you went to South Africa and you said, who are the two best FIFA players, you would build that team. Beast Bianchi qualified for the FIFA World Cup last year. Unfortunately, couldn't travel to that, but he would have been the first ever South African, an African player, to go to an E-World Cup final. So the fact these two have gelled together, it's not really surprised they've gone on the winners bracket run they have.
I mean, when you talk about Kylan FIFA as well, he is the top dog in this region. He's been that for a few years as well. It's been him at the top of the pedestal, then everybody else. We saw an early post queued here from Shoaib, from Jogabonito. I'm intrigued to see what they're wanting to change here. They've kept possession for the first 10 minutes of the game, so you certainly see the game plan. But when you talk about their story in this particular qualifier, Brandon, it's been heroic.
I mean, Jogabonito, played beautifully. That's what they've done, but they've had to do it from a loser bracket scenario, Richard, which hasn't been too kind to them, but fair play to them. They've played 7 games up to this point since Wednesday, when this regional qualifier did take place in Johannesburg. Well, they just lose possession there with 17 minutes played on the clock. Pause coming in from that team as well, a duo of Ziad Patel and Schwab, who I must say is a bit of an OG in the South African team, was back at ESWC in 2014. Chance now for Goliath and Saf, and surprise, surprise! It's that man on the score sheet that's going to be scoring plenty of goals across the next few days. David Ginola, welcome to the FGS Open.
We can hold possession for 17 minutes, but they didn't really progress forward. As soon as this Saf and Goliath team got the ball, they went forward with intent. So the ball getting fired in around the box. Messi came off that right-hand side, played the ball into Ginola, and I know Lisa was bigging him up earlier. 5-star skills, 5-star weak foot. He's got the ability. He can go on the right, he can go on the left. I mean, you see the possession there. They only had 54% of it. They've actually had more possession, believe it or not. I find that hard to believe. in the sort of first 20 minutes, but they didn't move forward with the ball. 0 XG, if you're not going to progress forward, you're not going to actually score goals.
Well, one thing that's been really impressive about this Saf and Goliath gaming duo is that they've been throughout the winners bracket throughout, Richard. They haven't dropped a game. They have the best defensive record in this competition so far, only conceding 8 goals across the 4 games they played. Of course, 4 of those all with 2 legs each. On paper, they are the favourites. You don't look past that. They are the favourites of a duo that has been created here. However, this Jogabonito side, yes, we're only 20 minutes into this game, they have been on an unbelievable loser bracket run. And why can't they go the full way?
Early change there as well. It was Pogba going off. Pogba literally in the team, merely for chemistry reasons only. The Wesley Fofana coming on there. I'll be intrigued to see how he maybe can impact the game. The player of the month foot item, a really sort of top tier foot item. Ball whipped into the box, comes to nothing in the end.
Well, we need to talk about it, don't we, for people at home thinking, what are the squad restrictions in place, Richard, in terms of how these teams have been gelled together? Why is it not a full icon team? Why is it not a one league only? They have been created. There is a mixture in the teams, and I mean, I think one of the biggest points is you're allowed 1 icon outfield. Goalkeeper doesn't count in those restrictions, so you can have, for example, an R9 and an icon goalkeeper.
Yeah, 1 icon, it is allowed. You're allowed 3 non-icon players above 90 rated. So you're looking at Inform Mbappe, Lionel Messi. If you want to get Neymar involved, every other player then has to be 89 or below, but there's a huge plethora of players who fall into that particular category, who are very viable within FIFA 22. You can get an extra non-icon player over 90 if you're not using a icon. So maybe some teams will be going for that. I just want to mention the icon for Jogabonito here. Maybe a nod to one of the greats. It's Ronaldinho in the squad. It's actually his base foot item. The 89 Ronaldinho is the icon of choice. Got a lot of time for that.
Sort of fits perfectly, doesn't it, to their team name as well. Jogabonito and Ronaldinho heavily involved in that duo. And again, that's what this FGS Open will bring across all around the world when we bring you 14 more Open qualifiers, regional qualifiers, after this one concludes here in Johannesburg. For the remaining of today, we go to Miami, we go to Mexico, and then we go to Washington, D.C. to conclude play here in day number 1. And then after that, Richard, we've still got 10 more to unfold. Or should I say 11 more to unfold.
Going all over Europe, multiple different regions in the European sort of competitors. Potentially a chance here.
Comes Goliath now with Saf. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Saf, Goliath to go together. Which one gets the biggest shout? Goliath Gamer themselves do deserve huge credit for the work they've done in South Africa. Kylan was a former pro player for them back in the day. Good feet, Mbappe, reverse elastico, still in possession, and it pulls out a big save.
Really nice dribbling on the edge of the box with Mbappe. A couple of heel sort of step overs, extra out of it. He's open at the back post. How is he onside? And I put my house on him to score.
Chance goes begging, and it probably should have been 2-0. For the team that go by Strasbourg AC, that isn't their name in this competition. However, when they go forward, you've seen how deadly they are. Baby Dino now. Back to Ginola, Ronaldinho. First real chance that will sting the leg of a defender. He's been a key part of that involvement. You only get 1 icon outfield, and the fact they've put sort of all their money into that one man shows that they really do back R10 in that team. Half-time in our opening game of this one here in our regional final in Johannesburg. It is 1-0 for the duo of Kylan and Beast Bianchi.
Well, you can just see the stats there at half-time. Possession split 50-50, 1.7 XG to 0 on the side of Jogabonito. Dribble success rate is very high for both sides as well, as you would expect, alongside the pass accuracy. Sure, we'll digest more of those stats at full time, but we're back underway in the second half.
And it probably should have been 2-0. If you really think back to that main chance that they did have in the game, to be completely honest. It was an unbelievable chance that I think it was Fofana of all people, just could not take at the back post. They've all come full with numbers now. It's been a never say die attitude for Jogabonito in this tournament. Scored over 20 goals across their run of 7 games of loser bracket action. They did win their opening game, then following that soon after did fall to the loser bracket, but they never faced this team.
Yep.
Which does make this one even more interesting. Here's Mbappe, reverse elastico, can't find Ginola. I was on Twitter yesterday and actually did see the moment that Beast Bianchi and Kailan did qualify for this regional final. Both playing next to each other, which you'd expect most of these players to be doing. Yes, they might be dotted in around the world, but most of them will be in a HQ. They will be in some sort of gaming room together.
And there's real big positives over that as well. Being able to communicate in person, not having sort of to rely on other factors. You're literally sitting next to each other. You can break down games a lot easier. You can look at highlights, you can look at stats. There's a huge database of statistics that are available at your fingertips at half-time and full-time that you can get into and really sort of see where you're playing, how you can improve. Potentially a chance here for David Ginola.
Ginola back to Fofana, who nearly did score their second. Ginola looking for a brace. Mbappe will be back to goal, waiting for a bounce. He can find it off Marquinhos' left boot there, but Jogabonito do well to survive another day.
Just seem a little bit tentative at the moment, Jogabonito. They seem a little bit, I don't want to say nervous, but it's a huge game for them. Is it maybe one game too far? They've had a marathon of a loser's bracket run 3 days in a row. They've probably played double the amount of games that this Saf and Goliath side have played.
Yeah, I mean, this is their 8th game, Richard. They've had to play in a Johannesburg regional qualifier. Punching to the feet of Neymar. So far, there has not been a proper chance to recall from Jogabonito so far in this game. There was the shot that stung the legs of the defender from Ronaldinho. Other than that, there has been nothing to talk about. And I mean, just look at the player switching there from the two. 2v2 FIFA, one thing that is so difficult, let alone attacking, is defending. You have to be in sync. You have to understand who's controlling each player, who's pulling a player out. Are you letting the AI just do it?
That's one of the big sort of qualities of 2v2 FIFA as well. Not only the communication to know when and where you're pressing, how you're going to press. Is one player dropping off? Is one player pressing towards the ball? But also the player switching. Potentially a chance here of killing Mbappe inside the box. Twisting, turning. Goalkeeper goes down, but it was an outstretched leg from the centre half that kept the score at 1-0.
And he seems to be the danger man, Kylian Mbappe. You can squeeze him into your team, of course, him being one of those in-game items that fits within the squad restrictions, a player above 90.
And in form as well.
In his in-game rating, and you get the extra few stat boosts with him being in inform. Another pause comes in, this time from Schwabe, who's part of that duo.
Chance.
Mbappe. Vinicius, a little bit too wide, ball roll, can't get that real sort of angle that he was looking for to whip the ball back across the goal. Atau does well.
I don't know if you saw that there, but as Jogabonito were trying to progress up the pitch, you can see both formations. They just looked a little bit isolated. I think it was Mbappe. It's hard to get the ball into them, as we can see the stats here. 2 XG currently for Saf and Goliath. You can see all the different stats as well. Possession, shooting, passing across the top of the screen, where it will really sort of give you all the data that you can need to...
honestly, I'd love to see that passing stat, if somehow it was way possible later into the game, because they haven't got the ball into their front men.
No.
Jogabonito, they haven't. And I would love to see actually how many of those 150 passes have actually gone anywhere near the final third.
Well, there are 150 passes compared to 97, and they've got exactly the same possession stat. Ronaldinho comes off.
If you remember right, in the first 10 minutes, they were keeping the ball in their own box. Well, Ronaldinho might have been a cult hero throughout the process so far for this team. He's off, and it's Ronaldo that comes on. That'll be CR7. Speak about Mr. Clutch, look no further.
And he's not in a lot of the teams this year. It is Cristiano Ronaldo. Obviously, he's got the Player of the Month foot item as well, but he's not been really sort of heavily used. I'm sure as the year goes on and he gets more promo items, we'll see more Cristiano Ronaldo in the squads.
Ginola, back to goal, could be 2, maybe so. Chance alive, Mbappe's onside. Can he find a way through? Tries reverse elastico. He's way into the box for a split second there. I thought he was teeing up the left foot finesse with Messi, but it all became a little bit too obvious from Saf and Goliath Watch CR7's custom run there. He's just going to try and pull away from a defender. It is matched up well on the flip side.
It was a nice run off the ball from CR7. It was all sort of user inputted. Vinicius Jr. making a run into the back post. It's going to get worked out, and it's going to get re-hammered into the box, probably with a driven pass.
It's just an element of purpose, these attacks that we are seeing from Beast Bianchi and Kalen. Ginola, reverse elastico. Can he find a cutback? Davison Sanchez. It's not Renato Sanchez.
It's not Davison Sanchez, I'm having words.
What a hell of a job in the midfield, wouldn't he?
I'd love to see a direct shot here, just into the back post with Messi.
Played short Mbappe. Corners and set pieces are a massive part of 2v2. A couple of weeks ago, we were out in Budapest, Hungary, commentating over the V4 Future Sports Festival, and in that 2v2 environment,
set pieces won the tournament.
Corners won it. Chance, Messi, watch the back post. Can he get the ball across on that right foot? He tried, but it was matched up well at the back. Another corner we played in now. Messi does well down the byline, couple of ball rolls. Can't find his way through. And to be honest, Rich, I think they'll be happy to leave this with a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, I mean, I even think Jogabonito will be sort of happy that it's only 1-0. I think they're probably thinking is we could have been 2 or 3-0 down at the break here, because they've not really progressed high up the pitch. They've not had a lot of chances in and around the box. It's been a very, even though the scoreline's only 1-0, dominant performance from Saf and Goliath Gaming. Final chance will fall to them to double their lead, however.
Added time of 1 minute. Messi, watch that left foot! It's a wand! But the Argentine can't find the top corner, and that will pull us in for halfway, well, the halfway point potentially in this regional final here in Johannesburg. It is 1-0 to Saf and Goliath Gaming's duo, Kylan, FIFA and Beast Bianchi. They scored in the first half, they scored from a mistake. They were the better team, in all honesty, across the length of the game, and it is really a case of back to the drawing board for Jogabonito.
They'll feel a little bit hard done by as well, in all honesty. If I'm in that game and I'm the sort of team that's winning, you're 1-0 up, you're dominating the chances, the XG is heavy in your favour, I'm going to be a bit sort of disheartened that we've not wrapped the series up, that we're not 2 or 3-0 up in this regional final, because a 1-0 deficit can be turned around instantly. Quick chance, bang, back of the net, driven pass, 1-2-3, goal, 1-1.
Absolutely. Well, that is the halfway point here in the FGS Open. We are going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we'll have part 2 of this regional final, and who will be taking spot number 2 in the April Team of the Season Cup. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few minutes.
I got some space with my cam. I just ran into it. I performed the 4-touch turn perfectly, and that's the thing that gives me the chance. Hey guys, I'm Levi de Weert. I'm a professional FIFA player in the FIFA Global Series, and welcome to my masterclass. Today I'm gonna show you 3 of my favorite skill moves of FIFA 22 to create chances at goal. The first thing I'm gonna show you guys is how to do an effective shot cancel. In this first clip, as you can see, I get the ball into my striker's feet, then I get a good run in behind and I'm on 1-on-1 with the goalkeeper. I perform a good shot cancel and it's an easy goal. As you see here, I get 1-on-1 with my striker on the goalkeeper, but if you perform it too early, the goalkeeper will just stay on his feet, but if you do it too late, the goalkeeper will catch it. And as you see here, I time it perfectly. It's an easy walk past the goalkeeper and it's a goal. The second skill move I'm gonna talk about is the skill bridge. In this attack, I had a very good link between my cam and my ST. I got the ball back into his feet, and then I used the skill bridge to create a space, and I got a good chance on goal. In this clip, I'm in a very good situation because I'm at the top of the box, and this also is a tricky situation for my opponent because I'm kind of in a 1-on-1 situation with his defender. You perform the skill bridge by clicking L2 and then double tap R1. And I use the skill bridge here to get a speed boost and get past him, so I get the clean shot on goal. The last skill move I want to show you guys is the 4-touch turn. It works very well in tight spaces and also when you're with your back to goal. In this clip I got some space with my cam. I just ran into it. I performed the 4-touch turn perfectly, and that's the thing that gives me the chance. As you can see here, my opponent is really close with his defender, so it's a tight space to move in. But on the other side, the midfielders of my opponent are very far away. So if I turn back, I have some space to work with. Here I use the 4-touch turn by holding L2 and put my right stick 2 times to the other side from where I walk. And as you can see here, it gives me the space to get a chance on goal. Okay guys, that's it for today. My 3 favorite skills of FIFA 22. I hope you guys enjoyed it. See you on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open here, live from Twickenham in the UK. Of course, the players are all remote at home, but us commentating and hosting this event are in person, thankfully, and we're so happy to be here across these next 3 days. You join us for the Johannesburg regional final. Well, at the halfway point, it is the team of SAF Goliath, the lead by a goal to nil, Richard Buckley.
Yeah, it certainly is. When you look at sort of the highlights from that first game, it's going to be all one-way traffic. However, the goal score and the goal sort of margin is only 1 goal at the moment, so they're going to be a little bit hard done by. We've seen a lot of games where it's been 3-0 up at the end of the first leg, and in the second leg, we've come out with a 5-3 to the losing team from the first leg. So games can get switched over very, very quickly. I'm sort of intrigued to see what would be happening in that Jogabonito camp right now. What conversations are happening, because there was very little in the final third that turned to chances, that turned to XG. It didn't happen. I can't really recall any shots that happened in the final third.
I mean, that's what we were saying as well. We would love to see that passing stat. How many times are they getting the ball into their front man? Because they weren't able to do it. As we join, of course, the highlights of this first game. This was the goal they scored, Richard. And again, it came from a defensive frailty sort of at the back. The first 15 minutes in that game, Jogabonito will just keep in possession. They were trying to suck out, it looked like SAF and Goliath, but then they capitalised on it.
Yeah, they lost the ball probably on the halfway line. It was 3-4 passes later. This has to be a goal right here from Fofana. He came out in FIFA 22 as the League and Player of the Month. He had a really nice upgrade to his foot item, and he was used across the board, not only because he's a very viable item, he is well-rounded, very similar to like a Kante, etc., but he gives you all the League and links to Ginola, to Mbappe, to Neymar, and he goes underneath that 89 quota for a lot of the rating. So he's a very sort of viable player in the squad, in the current meta. It gives you chemistry and it gives you the rating that you need. So expect a lot of Fofana to be popping up over the next 3 days.
And just to paint the picture for all of you guys at home, of course, we have still got 3 more regional finals coming up today from Miami, from Mexico, and then Washington, D.C. But the bigger picture is that SAF and Goliath, they win this leg of FIFA and they win the aggregate scoreline, they're in the Team of the Season Cup. They're there in April. For Jogabonito, they have to win this scoreline and aggregate and then do it again over 2 legs. So it's an absolute marathon they've got to go through. And currently, they don't look like they can score.
They don't look like they can get the final third tick in, but as well, I don't know, have they just expleted all their energy? They've been on an unbelievable streak in this winners and losers bracket final. They're trying to go all the way to a bracket reset. It just didn't look like they could go that extra yard. This is the first time these 2 teams have matched as well. So maybe it's just 1 game too far. Maybe it's 1 opponent too far. There's nothing wrong with losing in a regional final, especially when you've come through the losers bracket. However, to get so close and not to have your ticket to the Team of the Season Cup, that will hurt.
Yeah, and if you haven't sort of understood the approach this year with these regional finals, each regional final allows for a set of countries to play in them from around the world. So from this Johannesburg, it was Nigeria, it was Kenya, it was Ghana, and it was South Africa with the 4 nations that could compete in this Open. There was 1 Kenyan team that did make it through. Unfortunately, they did drop down to loser bracket, and they didn't make any more of a run from that. It's been pretty much quite a South African-dominated bracket, and that's why we've got 2 South African teams in the final for this one. As we join it in the second leg right now, are we going to see a bracket reset for the 2nd time today here at the FGS Open, or are we going to see SAF and Goliath with their duo of Kylan FIFA and Beast Bianchi book a spot in the Team of the Season Cup that will take place next April in 2022. All that will be unfolded either across this next game or 2 more legs of FIFA. It will be Saf and Goliath from right to left in this dark strip, or this Saf kit, I should say, that's in the game of FIFA 22. On the flip side for Zaid Patel and Schwabe. I'll be hoping to get anything back. Oh, David Ginola! That's why he's in the team, and that is why you've just got to try and contain him. Reverse Elastico, see you later. That's 2-0.
An absolute dagger into the heart of this Jogabonito team. Beautiful play from David Ginola, twisting inside the box. The reverse elastico was perfect. High finish past the goalkeeper. No chance at all that Alisson is going to get near that. And look, Jogabonito, they might have got Ronaldinho on the pitch. They might have been playing beautiful FIFA. But at the moment, it's not clicking for them. They need Roberto Carlos to be heading the ball or half-volleying it into a bin at this rate, because it's a miracle.
It's not going to plan, is it, so far? David Ginola, a player that you said if you can use him in the right way, he's been such an impact this year, hasn't he, since his foot hero item dropped into the game of FIFA 22. And how the restrictions work, we've been speaking about this for weeks, haven't we? He's pretty much an icon, isn't he? But just in the shape of a foot hero.
And I mean, look, when you look at David Ginola, when you really dissect his stats, it's basically, if Neymar and CR7 fuse together, that is David Ginola. He's got the 5-star skill, the 5-star weak foot. He's tall, he's physical. He can shoot, he can dribble. He is those 2 players together in the form of a hero. That also gives you great chemistry to Mbappe and Neymar and Fofana and all the other players.
He's just got such a build, isn't he? In the air, he can be dominant. And at the moment, there's only one team that's been dominant in this regional final here in Johannesburg. Goliath Gaming and Saf came together this year to make a 2v2 duo that looks deadly. It was made up of the 2 South African players that were representing their country going into the FIFA Nations Cup last year. They didn't qualify as such, but now with this new FGS change of a 2v2 format, they're able to get back together and to really have a season to remember, which at the moment, if they find one more goal, they'll certainly be on their way to that LAN event next year.
And it's really their game to lose right now. They're in a prime position. They're 2-0 up. They need this Jogabonito team to progress onto them. They need them to press higher up the pitch. It's an opportunity that you just have to take right now. If you are Jogabonito, you have to go higher up the pitch. You have to press. You have to throw everything at this Saf and Goliath team, because they look really unfazed right now. They look really calm. They're not making rash decisions in the final third. They're not making rash decisions in possession. Floating to the back post. That's 3-0. And you can take Saf and Goliath to the Team of the Season Cup.
Forget about Miami for a minute. We'll be there a little bit later today, but Johannesburg seems to be wrapped. And it looks to be Goliath Gaming's Beast Bianchi and Saf's Kylan that will be a duo not just representing South Africa, but representing this part of the world that will go to battle in that Team of the Season Cup. And I tell you right now, they're on a rampage. They want more, they want 4, they want 5. Mbappe, unfortunately, stopped in his tracks by Varane on that occasion. But just a quick word, what a goal it was. Edelman a towel in the box. You know how filthy he can be sort of in the air at the back. And if he's got a special in-game item, the Adidas Numbers Up promo item that he does have, he just becomes even more usable.
Could be a big chance, actually. They give possession away, Jogabonito high up the pitch. Mbappe runs into a white shirt. But no, the corner, he played it short into Lionel Messi. He then sort of, you're always expecting it to go edge of the box. You're always expecting it to go edge of the box and then floated to the back post. They had a little variation. I'll get my words out finally. And he just turned his man really nicely into the byline. When you're in that position, then you can play 3 or 4 different passes. A little floated cross to the back post. And Eder Militao, it was impossible for him to miss. He was, 3 yards out. He rose highest, nodded Saf and Goliath into a 3-goal lead. And really, Jogabonito, they're in a tough position.
They haven't been allowed to play any sort of beautiful football across these 2 legs. They haven't had an outlet. at times you forget Mbappe, Ginola, and R10's up there in Ronaldinho. They just have not been able to get going.
It's been rough. And they probably came into this game, the way that they played the first leg, keep possession for maybe 30, 45 minutes, frustrate this Saf and Goliath side. As soon as they went 1-0 up, they didn't look like they were ever going to lose this position.
Oh,
this could be 4.
Oh, wow. Well, that would have been up there. It was one of the goals of the day, I think, there. Brilliant build-up. And it just shows and really reflects the confidence these two have, the chemistry these two have as well.
Sometimes when you form duos, you get the 2 best players from a region, you put them together. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't click. We saw it successful in the 2019 season with the FIFA Club World Cup when Nicholas and Tex formed a duo with King and they won the tournament. But sometimes this isn't successful. This has been a resounding success from Saf, who have partnered up with Goliath for this tournament. And look, these two look like the real deal.
They do, and they will be putting up a fight.
Oh, he's put to his
next
legs.
year, Mbappe. There's just little things now that I'm seeing in this game that is just oozing the confidence from these two. Messi taking a shot from like 35 yards on his right foot, being part of that. Here's Renato Sanchez, nearly towards half time in this one. Messi, watch that left foot, dinked in for Fofana!
Had to score again. He could have had a hat-trick. Good for Fofana.
He keeps peeling out, doesn't he?
Back post, yeah.
Always at the back post, he is looming.
I like to call it the Peter Crouch movement. Just peels off at the back post. Somehow he never got spotted, Crouchy, when he did it.
Difference is, I think Peter Crouch put it in the goal.
Yeah.
And finished off of a robot.
Don't know how you didn't see Peter Crouch.
Tall enough.
I'd love to see Crouchy get a hero.
Vinicius there peeling away. Again, if we can...
Got to go forward. It's half-time, one more chance potentially.
See these half-time stats of just the approach that Jogabonito have had. Nicely done. Little ball roll, scoop turn. It's just bodied out there by Mendy. At the back, it's a little bit of a panic station. And that'll do us for half-time in this one. 3-0. Saf and Goliath lead this one. Look at the stats half-time. Domination explained. You know, the XG there. 3.1, they're not far off that. They've had 2 goals in this game, 55% possession. They might have had a few more passes, but they've just controlled the game at this moment in time. You don't shoot, you don't score. You don't need me to tell you that. That just hasn't been apparent at all in this game.
Yes, certainly. I mean, look, the stats can tell you a story, but the goal line, the goal score, tells you a different story. It tells you that
I know the players are controlling the stat there. I'd just love to see that passing stat. How many times the ball has gone into anyone up there? Mbappe, Dino.
I don't think Ronaldinho touched it, did he?
He'll be subbed off in 20 minutes at this rate. It's a shame because Jogabonito have had such a good run in this tournament. Well, there's a change. There's an attacking change. It might not work well. Varane is off the pitch. It could be 3. It nearly was. And I mean, that's the risk they need to take, Richard. They need goals if they want to do anything in this game. They brought off Varane. They've brought on CR7, and very, very instantly there, with just 2 minutes on the clock, they might have another chance to find a 4th in the game. Chipped over to Ginola, back to the goalkeeper. Allison will claim that one, but that probably should have been game, set, and match at 4-0.
Yeah, they've gone to a back 3. Varane's come off, CR7's gone up top. They're throwing everything at the game, as they should be, with only 45 minutes left to play. But is it too little too late? There has to be a goal before the 60th.
This is nice. Mbappe again.
Corner.
Does win a corner. Played
Chance.
short. This is the normal sort of set piece you'll see. Whipped in towards the back post. Another great save. Petacek proving his worth in goal. And that is the first shot on target I honestly think that we've seen from Jogabonito, but it's come from them having an attacking change, working on a really simple corner set piece there, which is often the approach that many pros take. They play it short, straight up into the box, and you're normally finding someone at the back post there.
It has to score. It really has to score. It's a relatively free header inside the box. Petacek, it was a good save, but it's a goal-scoring opportunity that has to be taken. If that goes in, you start to then create a little bit of danger. You start to create a little bit of doubt, potentially, in the mind of Kalen and Beast Bianchi. We saw Beast Bianchi in the event last year, Brandon, the West Asia and Africa tournament. A lot of his games were like 7-5, 7-6. He did concede goals. And those sort of scorelines and those sort of games stick with you as a FIFA player, no matter what iteration of the game it is in. But at the moment, he's plain sailing.
They've not had to question their ability defensively at all at this moment in time, have Saf and Goliath's duo. We do lead 3-0 and they are 25 minutes or just over, away from booking a spot, the second spot in that Team of the Season Cup as part of the FGS 2v2 FIFA season this year. Not just that, Richard, $15,000 guaranteed in their back pocket. I think it'll be the most money that Kylan would have ever won to conclude the tie. That's just something that's so simple that really should have been laid into the feet of Mbappe. When you've got a 3-goal cushion to fall back on, you can somehow justify that. But that really should have been 4-0. Game over and match concluded.
Well, they defeated the press really well as well. Jogabonito pressed high up the pitch. They had 4 or 5 different avenues blocked where they were cutting the passing lanes. They played through them really, really nicely, and then you just had to put the cherry on top of the cake. It's already got the icing, it's got the little lemon drizzle off of it. Where's the cherry? That was it. You didn't need to have driven pass. Just roll it into his feet. They look good, though. They look very good. I think the word to describe this performance, professional.
Yeah. Haven't got carried away that they have been, haven't got carried away that they have been dominant. What's more impressive, Richard, they only conceded 8 goals up to this point in the winners' bracket. They played 4 games prior to this. They have not conceded a single goal across this 2 legs. You can fall into a double elimination. You can fall into a bracket reset being the winners' team and have that safety net. They have not wanted to touch it or even go near it. They're 15 minutes away from joining a handful of teams, which we'll have a quick word on while we have got 15 minutes left in this game. You've seen the 16 Masters teams that have been confirmed. I mean, there's one on the tip of my tongue that I can't wait to see, and it's Guild.
Yep.
Nicholas Razek and Nicholas 99FC, the Iceman from Argentina. That's just one team for me. I know there's one for you that's got Matthias Bonanno in it.
Yeah, Team Heretics. What a squad that's going to be. Matthias Bonanno coming over to Europe. He had a great tournament in the 1v1 qualifier a few weekends ago, finished 5th through 8th. He's come from South America, and a lot of people are like, oh, he maybe can't do it in Europe. He came, he saw, and he very nearly conquered that 1v1 qualifier. Ginola potentially in to make it 4. Great save from Allison. He's been the man of the match for this Jogabonito team.
He has. He's had to do a lot of work, hasn't he? But 9 minutes left in this game. And another team that has been formed, another duo has come up trumps. And they will be your regional final winners for Johannesburg. Brilliant feed. There's just no way through this back line. They'll knock and they just can't find anyone to answer the door.
Lost the keys.
And at the point, they've just given up now. Chance, conclude the game. Get yourself in the Team of the Season Cup. Saf and Goliath came together for a plan before FIFA 22, really hit the streets, and that plan has come to a head. And they will be part of that 32 that will go to battle in April next year.
And look, coming into the game, when everyone looks at the statistics, the previous sort of titles and accolades that these players have got, they were heavy favourites in this Johannesburg region to progress through, to be the victory of this regional final. But there's one thing having all the hype about you, there's another thing actually doing it, and they've turned up and they've got through the winners bracket. They've dismantled pretty much everybody in front of them.
And they've kept a clean sheet.
It's been, I don't use this word a lot, pretty much perfect.
It has been a perfect performance from the South African duo that will take this Johannesburg Open here in this regional final in the FGS Open. Congratulations to Kylan, congratulations to Beats Bianchi. That's so big for Beats Bianchi as well, because he was at the E-World Cup last year. It didn't happen. Of course he was gutted alongside, you know, the other 31 players that were supposed to be at that tournament. He will be at a tournament next year, and that's a huge congratulations to both of those two.
No, absolutely. As I was saying, they can come into the tournament as the favourites, but you've still got to perform. You've still got to do it when the lights are on, when the cameras are on, and potentially a little bit more added pressure as well now, because they've taken on $15,000.
That's the most ever money that Kylan's won, sorry, from FIFA eSports.
So the pressure would have been there, absolutely. And it's almost like he's having a division rivals game. No pressure whatsoever. 4-0 win. Yep, thank you. I'll take my spot at the Team of the Season Cup. Thanks for coming. Cheers.
That's 2 down, isn't it? There's 14 more to come. Looking at the rest of today, Richard, of course, we've got Miami, we've got Mexico, and we have got Washington, D.C. to conclude today, which I'm really looking forward to, that last one. Any names that you've seen in the brackets that you can tease us?
I mean, Joey back. His gamer tags Joey back. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. A former E-World Cup finalist as well. So I'm really sort of intrigued to see how he does in Washington to finalise the day.
Yeah, well, that's a wrap from our second regional open here, live from Twickenham, bringing in the actions. Congratulations to Goliath and Saf. They make it to the Team of the Season Cup. And it's back to you, Rachel, before the next game.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, so Saf and Goliath Gaming easing their way through. Obviously, they pick up $15,000 like the boys just said, with that victory there over Jogabonito. Mike, I'm going to bring you in. You're behind me in the screen still from New York City. The boys, the casters, they said it was the perfect matchup there. 4-0 victory in the end. It was only 1-0, wasn't it, in the first leg, but then they just ran away with it. Mike, why were they so perfectly poised out there today?
I mean, we saw a Goliath Saf performance, an absolute show. And the main reason was, individually, both these guys are the top 2, or at least arguably the top 2 most talented players from this region. And they came together, they were explosive, they were dynamic, they had that extra little bit of sauce on the offensive end. As you see, something that should have been a goal, really, on the back post. Fofana, it was sitting, opens up his body, wasn't able to quite convert. And you heard it from the commentary team. And we're talking about the goalkeeper. I mean, this could have even got worse. And I'm not saying that to rub it in anyone's faces, but we saw so many opportunities, so many chances, a lot that we know works in this FIFA. You see that outside of the boot elastico. Big fan of that skill move in general, but you see these tap-ins again. And we talked about it earlier today. We've already seen a breakdown. We're going to see more and more of these goals because you have so many players that can be moved around manually, which allows a lot of supporting runs, and the players came together. They looked the best individually, they looked the best as a team, and this is a force to be reckoned with. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Mike, I'm sure there's an argument to say that they're masters in their own region, so they very much deserved a spot, don't they, in that event in April. It's going to be really exciting to see when they do come up against our 16 official masters team that we're calling them, just how well they go there. I mean, from what you've seen today, I'm expecting them to go well. You're expecting them to go well?
Hands down, they were the favorites coming into today, at least to close this out, and I'm not surprised in the result. I don't think we're going to see a bigger separation today as well. I'll happily go on record. I think this is the only matchup where they're going to be. It was a no-brainer. It was very distinct in the victory. That's not to take away from their opposition. I just feel as if talent-wise, this was a smart partnership. These two guys got along fantastic, and they really showcased the 2v2, just beautiful football, just all in all, defensively in the midfield, the 1-2s, offensively, you name it. We can go over all sorts of different details, and I can start naming superlatives if you like. But congratulations, and they keep moving forward.
Well said, Mike, clapping them as well. Well, I think it was Richard and Brandon said it was perfect. You said it was beautiful. Of course you did, you beautiful people over there. Well, Mike, we're going to say goodbye to you for the moment because we are going to a short break. But it's 2 out of 5 teams already qualified today. Kawasaki, Frontale, and Saf and Goliath Gaming. Join us after the break, though. We are heading to Miami for their Open. See you soon.
Welcome to my masterclass. 皆さんどうもこんにちは。ブルーユナイテッド EFC 所属、プロプレイヤーのアグです。今回は、フォーメーションの紹介をしていこうかなと思います。紹介するフォーメーションは4231で、戦術と、指示についても紹介できればなと思います。 オフェンスのスタイル、ビルドアップはバランス、チャンスメイクもバランスに設定しています。こちらも守備同様 4-2-3-1 は元々のフォーメーションの、配置がいいので、両方ともバランスに設定していいかなと思います。で、幅、30、PA の進入は、7、で、コーナーキック、フリーキックは2に設定しています。幅が30な理由は、ショートパスで、ポンポンつないで、攻めれるように。で、PA の進入7に設定しているは、今作、クロスが強いので、7に設定しています。このシーン、相手からボールを奪って、一気にショートカウンターを仕掛けるシーンですね。で、このように今作、前にスペースがあったら、フライスルーパスが強いので、迷わず、出してあげることをお勧めします。で、中に折り返してシュート。このようにショートカウンターが結構強いようなフォーメーションになっているので、取った後、ソン・フンミンを、パス&ゴーで走らせて、トップ下の、ワントップの選手に預けます。で、トップ下を経由してあげて、一気に走ってたソン・フンミンにパス。このように前線に、4枚残っているので、ショートカウンターもかなり、強いフォーメーションになっています。はい、以上が、マイマスタークラスになります。皆さんもぜひ4231強いので、試してみてください。それでは皆さん、ピッチでお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
Hey guys, well, we are well and truly in the middle then of our SGF Open, powered by PS5. It's all kicking off over here. We had Johannesburg before the break, and right now we're heading over to Miami for our third Open of today. We have 16, of course, to bring you over the next 3 days. So it's all going to happen. They're obviously going to join the Team of the Season Open Masters pairs in April. Cannot wait for that one. But we are now heading to Miami. The leg number 1 of the losers final has already been played. It was 3-0 to Falcons in that one. Leg 2 is already underway as well. And they're actually another goal down. So it's 4-0 Falcons to Platinum Lions. We've got Chris Tunn and we've got Richard Buckley who can take you through the rest of this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And we have a bonus game. And one bonus would be if we were actually in Miami. Wouldn't that be lovely? Twickenham's nice. Miami, well, okay. It's sunny. It's nicer. It's warmer. It's not very nice in the UK at the moment. But I am very happy to be joined alongside Richard Buckley and very excited to get into what, as said, a bonus game in the losers bracket final. Things just got moving that little bit quick. So here we are now into this losers bracket final, Rich, in the Miami Open side of things. And interesting to see, or well, maybe not too surprising to see, that Falcons are absolutely walking away with this one. R9, red time nearly goes in the back of the net anyway. Testegen makes the save. But as we can see, Falcons very much dominating this one, 4-0 on aggregate. Only 28 minutes gone in this first leg. Neymar may well add more pressure, but this is convincing so far.
Yeah, it's about as convincing as it comes, really. And they're looking to add a 5th and a 6th and a 7th and wrap this game up nice and early. Mbappe to finish just over the bar right there. I have to say, I feel very overdressed to be in Miami right now.
Yeah, little, you know, nice little shirt, couple of palm trees and etc. on it. I could see you in that kind of shirt, to be fair. I'm sure I have.
I thrive.
Before. The attire would be fantastic. But right now, for the other team here going up against the Falcons, it's a difficult task. But unfortunately, of course, we are just taking this from the player's stream. That's not the game. We are taking this from the player's stream, so apologies for the lack of audio. We just thought we'd give you as much gameplay as we possibly can. You don't want to listen to us just waffle or watch a break screen, do you? You'd rather just sit and watch some FIFA high level at that as well. But Falcons are the one that are just causing all the pain right now to Stegen with a simple enough save from Mbappe's direct shot into his gloves. But nonetheless, for Falcons, this is the game that they would have expected to get through here, Richard. And, you know, I'm not saying that it's impossible for the other side to come back here, but it's pretty much done and dusted at 4-0, you would think.
Yeah, the Platinum Lions are struggling, to be honest, in this game. And I mean, we've only seen 35 minutes of it, but it's been relatively one-way traffic. A lot of balls over the top, a lot of opportunities to potentially try and create another chance here. Potentially an opportunity to get back into the game here for the Platinum Lions. Neymar on the edge of the box, just looking to play into Ginola.
Here we go. Let's see what Llorente can do from this side of things. Mbappe goes for the heel-to-heel, doesn't quite find his way through. I think it's always one of those things when it is 4-0, you, as a commentator, we want it to come back so we can, you know, get amongst it, if you like. But at the same time, it's one of those that's like, right, okay, well, what is the route back here for the side of the Platinum Lions? It hasn't looked that likely since we've jumped into this game.
No, and especially when you go into the second leg, literally the last thing that you want to do is concede straight away. Like, you go in 3-0, you have your team talk, you get yourself hyped up, and then you concede straight away, and it's just a gut punch. It's really debilitating because now the Falcons, they're 45 minutes away from a regional final. They know that it's in touching distance. If possession is what they want to do, they could just keep the ball for the rest of the game and not even let the Platinum Lions have a touch.
And to be fair, though, I think if you're 4-0 up at the second half of the second leg, you see it yourself, well, let's keep going, let's find some more, let's keep ourselves nice and warm. It's one of those, though, they've had more expected goals. It happens to everybody. Let's not get it twisted. Yes, we do see a lot of them. Love the stat that's been brought in this year, Richard. Hate it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does annoy me when I'm absolutely dominated.
And I mean this in the best way
lose.
possible. It's nice to have it in there, but at the same time, when I see all these expected goals and I see they've got 1, but they've scored 4, it bugs me more. But nonetheless, it's a nice stat to have in there to see how big these chances have been and how well they've been taken.
Yeah, one particular stat that I thought was quite interesting. The Falcons only had, I think it was 90% passing accuracy. That goes to show me a couple of things. They're not playing safe passes. A lot of those balls that have been played over the tops, looking for those direct sort of killer balls, as you were saying earlier, to just kill the game off 5, 6, 7-0 up, and then you can kick your feet up and you can get sort of mentally, you check out of this game and you start thinking, okay, we've got a regional final that we need to win.
Yeah, well, I think if you're from the Platinum Lions, though, we know FIFA is one of those games that it's not over till it is over. 4 is quite the mountain to climb, but can they start climbing it very, very slowly here in the second half of the second leg? It doesn't want to be slowly, to be fair. It needs to be quick, and they can't do it if they keep giving away balls just like that. Falcons really just cruising through this game right now. You can see that they're in 3rd, 4th gear here. This is not necessarily anything too strenuous. Just playing some FIFA. Skill moves coming out, and Mbappe on the edge of the box. Can he find his way through? Not quite. Marquinhos will just about shut that door. I think it needs to be a goal very, very shortly from the Platinum Lions if we want to see anything happening here. And they're not finding the passes in the middle there, are they? It seems to be direct to Llorente and try and work it through there, but it hasn't worked out so far. The error at the back will get in the way, but it's just not looking likely at the moment.
Yeah, it's breaking down in the middle of the park. Whenever this ball is moving through, you see Llorente there. It's going into Messi, it's going into Ginola, but then they've not got that pass around the corner. They've not got that elastico, that reverse elastico. When a couple of reasons maybe for that. The pressing has been really good so far from Falcons. But the other sort of element that is really sort of, I think, quite apparent right now, there's just no confidence. There's zero confidence from this Platinum Lions team. The skill moves aren't there. The little sort of intricate details aren't there.
And that's such a relevant thing. I even find in like, and I'm not I want to talk about my own game, but talking about my own game in terms of a very average player is the sense of like, you know, that when, for me personally, when I'm going into a game and I if I'm not using skill moves, I'm losing because I'm not relaxed and you're not chill. You know, you're not trying to play your own game, and you can see that at 4-0 down. The confidence isn't there. You'll be trying something. I think it gets to the point where you get that lack of confidence, you get put down on yourself, but then when it goes to 6 or 7, that comes back because you know it's done.
Out,
that's when the everything starts coming out. But look, for Falcons, this looks like it's done and dusted. Platinum Lions, it's an unfortunate one to have to draw first seed in the losers bracket final, but you get to these stages in the tournament, you've got to play the big boys.
Yeah, you certainly do, and I'm sure Platinum Lions came into this game thinking it's a very sort of winnable game. They're in exactly the same position as us. It's not like they are infinitely better at FIFA. It's potentially, for me, I just think you've got a player on this Falcons side who has been there, he's done it, he's got the t-shirt, he's probably got multiple t-shirts in Janos, he's been to EWorld Cup Grand Finals before, he's been playing for the last 10 years within FIFA eSports, and when you've got a leader on your team like that, it gives you so much more confidence.
It's like having the ice, isn't it? That's what you need to help you get through these moments in losers bracket finals where you lose, you're out. They can have an opportunity, though, to go up against RF eSports in the grand final, but is there potentially a goal here from the other side? I think it's well defended, just about gets it away. Ginola couldn't get his foot around it. The Platinum Lions have somewhat knocked on the door, but once again, we're wondering where those keys are you were talking about in the previous game, Richard. They haven't been found on this side of the continent either, have they?
Those pesky keys. Who knows where they are? They might find a hole over the next 3 days, but as of right now,
yeah,
a lot of people who can't get in.
Yeah, they can't get in. They can't. Falcons very much dominating this one. Big opportunity here. The Ginola from the edge. And again, that's the kind of moment where you sort of say you're 4-0 down, you hit that from there. It's you have to have a go at it. Ginola getting closed down. Doesn't necessarily have that massive acceleration as some of the other players would do to get away from those defenders. Has the strength, but the shot comes through, doesn't result in anything, neither does the corner.
Well, also, I mean, I don't want to be really, really critical, but it's not timed. You're not timing a shot from there. It's sort of you're shooting because that's the only thing that you can potentially do. Heroic tackle at the back from Marquinhos to keep this only at 4-0, but the life seems to have drained out of the Platinum Lions team, certainly.
Oh, Neymar inside the box, just doing what he needs to do. Marquinhos with a goal that we don't see very often from the Brazilian. It's usually the other Brazilian that plays for PSG, but Marquinhos will put that final nail, you would like to think, in the coffin here. He nearly missed. That's a centre-back for you, but the Champions League one nonetheless. That would be a nice upgrade to my team personally, and I'd imagine for you guys at home as well. Make sure you're picking up those tokens, though. You never know. You never know in your packs. Although you wouldn't be able to pack that anymore.
Unfortunately not.
No, well, you wouldn't. Well, you might get some sort of Marquinhos. His goal's just as good. Not quite. It's decent, though.
I've actually got him, to be fair, on trade.
Yeah, so do I. He's
does a job.
amazing. I would say, for me, whilst we're just continuing to see the Falcons show here, probably my favourite goal centre-back.
Yeah, I'd probably say he's right up there. My mate Presnell as well, Mr. Kimpembe.
Yeah, well, of course. Inevitable, isn't he? I think when you've got one, you must have the other. It has to be said. It's a nice little strong link, let's be honest. And everybody at home is sitting there thinking, yep, I've got the exact same ones. Here we go, though. Can anything really come up here for the side of the Platinum Lions? It is looking very, very slow, it has to be said. 5-0 down. They've done well to get this far, though. 14th seed heading into the Miami Open, and coming into this one against First, it was always going to be a tall order. And, they've had a couple of chances here and there. Could they have seen a couple of goals? I'm not quite sure. It really, really has been just an exemplary performance from the Falcons, what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it's been, I don't want to say this word again, perfect, but it's been quite a flawless performance so far. One player in particular that I'm intrigued to see in the squad is the Kevin De Bruyne.
The signature signings, yeah.
Yeah, and he's not in all the squads. He's not even in a lot of the squads, I would say, but he offers you that box-to-box midfielder that what maybe Fofana or what even like a Kante can't do in the final third, he can hit. He's got the 5-star weak foot. He can go on either side. He's got a beautiful finesse shot as well, and he sort of ticks more boxes than your standard CDM would.
He's the kind of CDM you wouldn't like to have alongside. Well, would you have him alongside somebody like a Llorente, or would you have him alongside somebody like Kante? I think that would be it for me. I'm a bit of a passive boy when it comes to the CDMs. I like to have, I've got my Kante in there, and then I like to have somebody who can free it up. Like the standard one you will see in a lot of teams is in Kunku, but as we see though, Falcons on another attack, this may well be the 6th, and might as well get him down. We don't want any more from this position necessarily. Vinicius Jr. picking up a token yellow card in that one.
It's horrific.
Absolutely horrendous. Well, we don't usually see free kicks struck. We won't this time as De Bruyne lays it off. Ronaldo edge of the box. Well defended, but it's just too little too late. Falcons trying to find their way through. Ronaldo just hitting balls as hard as he possibly can, as per usual, but nonetheless, still 5-0 here to the Falcons, and dominant. I think that's the kind of performance you want heading into a grand final.
Oh, absolutely. Fills you with all the confidence in the world. Falcons will be picking up a 5-0 victory. It's about as comfortable as it can get. You talk about losers bracket finals. A lot of the time, this is arguably one of the most stressful situations to be in, and they've made it look so easy.
Losers bracket finals are notoriously very, very good sometimes. I find that, you know, we always talk about grand finals, and yes, they are the hype moments. Don't always produce the best games. Losers bracket final this time around, though, very, very one-sided for the Falcons. Looking good for them heading into that regional final up against RF eSports, which is going to be coming up shortly. But it's the kind of game you want in that losers bracket final, isn't it? Although, would you rather have a more competitive one, you know, keep the juices flowing, so to speak, or would you rather have that breeze and just feel confident? It's a funny one, isn't it?
Yeah, for me personally, I'm probably liking a comfortable game, but not too comfortable that I become complacent. And I'm sure we'll talk about it as we get ready for our regional final, but they actually had very similar results against RF Sports as well in the regional final, who they're going to be facing. So how does that particular matchup look? Is it going to be Falcons are just on top of the world right now and we get a bracket reset potentially, or I don't know. I genuinely don't know, and I'm intrigued to find out.
Well, we will find out very, very shortly, Richard Buckley. We have that final coming up very, very shortly. But Rachel, I'm going to talk through that losers bracket final.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, of course we're intrigued to find out, because the winners bracket final is going to come your way shortly from this, the Miami Open. But the Falcons getting the job done. 3-0. It was in the first leg, and then it ended up 5-0. 2 more goals they got in the second leg over a dominant performance there over the Platinum Lions. To be expected, like we said, it was seed number 1 against seed number 14. We're going to find out, though, how they get on against RF Esports CA after this short break. Come back and join us.
Hey guys, my name is Jackson, a professional Fifa player. And today I'm going to show you guys some attacking and defensive tips to improve your game. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is how to do a driven cross and where to do it on the pitch. So here I have the ball with my striker. I see my winger is wide. I play him out wide. And then I see my striker and my winger are open. So I play a driven cross and he goes in. Here I have the ball with my striker. I don't want to play my other striker because he has 2 defenders on him. So I decided to play out wide. And then once I have my winger, I know my winger's pretty fast, so I take an extra touch. That extra touch sets me up for a perfect driven cross situation. So I double tap square, and I see my striker and my winger are open. And I want to play the ball in front of them, so that's why I do a driven cross. And you guys can see the winger is open and scores. So here I have the ball with my winger. I see my striker is making a run, so I play him with the through ball. And then I take an extra touch with my striker, and I see my other striker is making a run, and I don't want to play him with the driven pass because it's probably gonna go directly at him, and the defender's too close. So I decide to do a driven cross so I can play in front of him. That sets it up for an easy goal. The next thing I want to talk to you guys about is turning a defensive sequence into a counter attack. So I'm playing with the 4-4-2 with the CDM. So right there I have 2 of my CDMs in the middle. And I don't want to be too aggressive because that's going to break the shape of my formation. So I kind of just wait with my CDMs and my defenders. As you guys can see, like, I'm not pressuring exactly the player on the ball. I'm just waiting. And I see how he plays it wide, so I switch to my my right back. And I'm waiting for him to do a mistake. I'm not really rushing at him. So right there, I see how he makes the pass. And I have my CDMs in the middle in the box. So that's what you get with the 4-4-2, the second variation. So right there, I just make a tackle with my CDM. And as soon as I make that tackle, like, I see that my wingers are pretty wide. And so I just play down my winger. And as you guys can see, I have a lot of space. I play to my striker. And then I do a driven pass to my other striker. Because, you know, driven passes are really good this year. Once I play the driven pass, I turn and I see that my other striker is making a run. So I play him with the through ball, and then I just do a ball roll with the keeper. Whenever you see the keeper rushing at you, you want to do a ball roll and you score. That was it for my masterclass. I hope these tips help you out, and see you guys on the pitch.
Hey guys, yes, you're watching the FGS Open live from Twickenham Stadium in London, the home of rugby, usually the home of FIFA for the next 3 days. My name's Rachel Stringer. I'm here live in person. Unfortunately, this man, Mike LaBelle, he's not with me. He's in New York City, but he's looking beautiful. Mike, unfortunately, you can't be here, but loving your highlights, loving your analysis, as always. And I mean, what have we just seen there? Falcons doing the absolute job. Seeded #1, though, over the Platinum Lions there, the 14th seed, but they are now going up, aren't they, against RF eSports CA, the #2 seed. So this should be super tasty. Again, Rich is using this word a little bit too much for my liking. Perfect, he keeps saying, but again, 5-0. We can't really say it was nothing but perfect, Mike.
And maybe Rich is just getting hungry. It's about lunchtime for me. That means it's around dinner time for
Mike,
you.
Man, I can't hear
that
you.
could be what's happening right now.
But
I'm guilty of that myself.
Give me some
when you start hearing the food
Mike.
analogies, then something's happening. But it was a Falcon affair.
I'm sure he was just
all day. Huh?
I don't know if we can get any clarification on if we can hear Mike or not, because no one in the studio can, but we're going with it.
I hope you can hear me. I've been talking about food a lot. If you
Mike.
can't hear me.
Can we hear Mike?
I'm just talking to the camera. I got this going on, but it was a very dominant performance from Falcons. No one's going to take that away. If you want to use the word tasty, run up the word tasty. I'm happy about it. And let's get into the PlayStation tournament analysis, of course. And it's some of the defensive mistakes that I like highlighting here as well. You saw a lot of offense, but to have great offense, you got to be able to force those errors. You got to have misjudgments. You see defenders falling all over the place, slide tackles, a little more rash, a little more rushed. And that's about applying pressure and putting pressure on that opposition. You see the ball roll into the scoop, an extra step, an extra pass. You're never going to miss from there. And that's going to be a reoccurring theme at this level. And just with competitive 2v2 is that we're going to see a lot of these additional passes and just more space being able to be unlocked. Because naturally, if you were playing, of course, in a 1v1, you're triggering runs, but it's more difficult to do that. Whereas in this case, you have all this manual movement. That's going to be something that I just keep reiterating because it's so important and it shifts the way that you play FIFA.
Mike with the quality breakdown as always. And if you did just join us a moment ago, I think it was me only that couldn't hear anything. So apologies for that. I think Mike was loud and clear on the stream. So anyway, let's get to it because we just saw the losers final. Let's get to the winners final. It's seed 1 taking on seed 2. It's Falcons taking off RF eSports CA. Richard Buckley, Chris Tunn are here with this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I'm very, very excited to get into this one. Of course, the regional finals for Miami. We've got a little taste there, just a little sprinkle in that loser bracket final of what Falcons can do. But going up against RF eSports, they've already lost to them today. It's an uphill battle, but if they play like that, Richard, there's a very, very good chance that they could go on and maybe reset this bracket.
Yeah, I think certainly there's an opportunity to go into it. When you come into this sort of regional final where you've got a loser's bracket winner and a winner's bracket winner, you just have to address it as a one best-of-2 game. As you can see here, they did have a sort of previous matchup. It ended 5-3 in the winner's bracket final. So Falcons have only lost to one team in this tournament in the knockouts, not stating Swiss, and that was RF eSports. They came down, they dismantled Platinum Lions 5-0, and now we set up for our regional final. I don't really know too much what Mike will be talking about. Perfect food. I mean, it's Mike.
I mean,
What can you expect?
On that kind of day, I suppose. Like, you know what? He says some good things, and then sometimes it comes out, and I'm not sure what he's on about, to be honest with you. But besides the point, Mike makes the fair point, though. It is getting to that point where teams need to be coming in and playing their best possible game. And we're going to need to see that from both these teams. Falcons up against RF eSports coming in very, very shortly. But I think something to note as well, of course, in the previous 2 tournaments, we were just doing knockouts. Both these teams would have went through that Swiss format as well. So they would have maybe got themselves a little bit more practice in that 2v2 because it's new to FIFA eSports, let's admit it. But at the same time, Division Rivals is there. We'll all have played it at home with our friends as well. It's the most fun way to play Rivals, I do find. Do you think it's good to get that extra bit of practice in? And both these teams would be feeling like a bit more of a well-oiled machine, you would think?
I think Swiss gives you a lot of sort of opportunities to iron things out. Or whether you're playing sort of, you have an outstanding Swiss and you think going into the bracket, then you just get more games. You get more time to play. And more importantly, I think Falcons, the way that this tournament's been played, they started on Wednesday. So they played Wednesday, they played Thursday. They were unbeaten in that bracket until they faced RF eSports. They lost. And then you come into today and you're thinking their first game they're going to be playing is a losers final. How do they react? That's the big thing. I always like to see reactions, and we got a very emphatic 5-0 victory, a positive reaction, to say the least. Now you're going into the grand final, you're going into the regional final, I should state. How do you expect sort of this game to go in terms of, is it going to be Falcons building on what they've just done, or are RF eSports going to show why they are the winners bracket champions?
Well, you would like to think that if you are RF eSports, you come into this and you come in hot. But if you haven't really got things going today, yes, okay, you can practice, you can, again, jump into co-op rivals and you can get yourself going. I'm sure they're both elite. Well, they will be both elite players. Hard games in there, absolutely no doubt. But it's not quite the same level as a grand final regional qualifier for $15,000 just a touch over, and a place, of course, at the tournament in April. So the pressure's on the line. Can they handle that? I'm sure they'll be warmed up. The momentum will be with Falcons. I have no doubt of that. After that losers bracket, as you said, emphatic victory. So let's see how it is going to break down. We'll be heading into the game shortly, but I'm interested to sort of see, you know, as the weekend kind of goes on as well. Something else just kind of want to touch on quickly whilst we have time. The meta is going to change. It's not like, of course, when we have been at LAN tournaments and all the players are on accounts that have access to every single possible card you could possibly want. There is limitations, of course, on the squads, but there's a nice little promo coming out tonight as well that we all know about, of course, with the Versus promo, and that could influence teams as we kind of go on. Are you expecting some sort of change, or do you think people will stay comfortable?
I think we might see a few sort of rotations potentially. I think the opportunities there for new players coming into the team are going to be there as well. There's been a lot of rumours about a Vinicius Junior Player of the Month potentially going to be hitting the streets very soon indeed. So with those new additions, are we going to see the meta change? I know in EU, a lot of pros were saying, Hullet, you need Hullet in, not R9. So far, we've not seen any rude Hullet.
One icon allowed, of course.
Yeah, is that going to change, even not necessarily in the timeline of the game, but also across the globe? Are people going to favour maybe a Pele or a Eusebio, as we saw in Tokyo, over an R9 or over Ronaldinho, as we've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, it's one of those scenarios where you kind of pick and choose your poison. I think for me, I think I would agree on the Hullet front, actually. I think there's plenty of strikers you can, of course, use as well. My favourite's Di Natale, I'll be honest with you. He's a cheat code. I don't know how that man is only 600,000 coins or something along those lines. There's so many different players. We haven't seen him, of course, but then, of course, you've got the rule. You've only allowed so many players over 90 rated, but then you've got incredible cards like Ronaldo Sanchez, who's like, what is it, 85 rated or something along those lines. There's so many different teams that we can possibly see.
Yeah, there certainly is. There's so much different players that we can see. If you are just joining us, our very own Rachel Stringer will sort of break down all of the FGS season that's coming up this year.
2022 brings a new game, a new season, and a new way of competing as the FIFA 22 Global Series see the world's elite FIFA players put aside past rivalries and pair up as FIFA eSports goes 2v2. The new cooperative format will put teamwork to the test as players compete for the $1 million season prize pool. We kick off the season in December with the FGS Open with 16 individual qualifier tournaments covering the entire globe. 16 teams will emerge victorious from their regional qualifiers and book themselves a flight to the Team of the Season Cup in April. The 16 qualifiers will then head to the Copper Box Arena at the Olympic Park in London to be joined by our 16 Masters teams, featuring past champions such as Fnatic Tex and Falcons MS Dasari. The season finale will also be the first ever live FGS event to feature an open bracket, allowing the best amateur players out there a shot at taking down the pros for the $500,000 prize pool. So now you need to know the rules. All FIFA Global Series 22 matches will take place on the Ultimate Team game mode. Each fixture will take place across 2 legs, as you can see right now on screen, home and away, with each leg taking place over 12 minutes. Aggregate scores across both legs will be used to determine the winner of a fixture. If both teams are still tied at the end of the second leg, we'll head to extra time and then penalties. FGS teams also carry restrictions. You can see them on screen right now. And that's everything you need to know to enjoy the FGS 2022 season.
And we're very excited to see that season continue. Of course, this is just the start, though, isn't it? We're just in the beginnings of the whole season, and very excited to see how April unfolds. Copper Box Arena, you've been before, have you?
I've not.
Have you
actually.
not? I've been at
not.
loads of events there. Who's this guy? No, not obviously not in FIFA, but at the same time, I've been there so many times. The atmosphere that place can generate when you get a decent little crowd in there, all the players. It's a nice little arena. I'm very excited to see FIFA hit it very shortly.
I mean, I'm very excited not only for the event, but also something we've not really spoke about that much because they're not competing this weekend, but the Masters teams coming in and sort of the more well-known names, shall we say. Tex, check. Dasari, check. Nicholas, check. All of those players, all of those 16 teams are going to be in the Team of the Season Cup, are going to be there in April, and maybe they're looking at this competition thinking, okay, I see what's coming. I see what's going to be hitting us at the Copper Box. We're ready for it.
Well, that's the thing. I think one thing that those teams, of course, they don't have to go through this process to then get there. They are in a very privileged position to find themselves there. But I think they'll be looking at this, and I think some of them will be slightly concerned. Especially when I was watching some of the Paris qualifiers, some of the guys from the UK trying to go through. 2v2 is a different ball game completely to solos. Yes, these players are very, very good FIFA players, but can it link up properly in the 2v2s? Of course, we have seen 2v2s before, but have we seen it on this scale where these amateurs can come through and have a pop at the big boys on a very, very high level and something that's relatively new for the most part to competitive side of things on FIFA? I think some of them will be a little bit worried about the repercussions that could come through in April.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if people are unaware, like what a lot of the differences are of 1v1 to 2v2, it's like playing sort of futsal, and then you're expected, just because you're really good at futsal, to go and play 11-a-side at the same level. It's just not the same. So you can be an exquisite 1v1 player, but if you, A, can't find a teammate who matches and meshes with your style, but B, you might not be able to get somebody who you can really... You might just not be good at 2v2. And we've got a few players out there that have been exquisite 1v1 that aren't at the same level on 2v2, but we're finally underway here in the game, and I'm excited for this, Chris.
Yeah, very excited for this one, and interested to see how it breaks down. Of course, the Miami regional final here at the FGS Open. We do have Falcons taking on RF eSports, and excited to see how this one breaks down. Falcons, of course, the #1 seed, shooting from right to left in the white kit. The PSG kit coming through for RF eSports from left to right. Skills and Alberts. We haven't had a chance to see them ourselves so far this weekend, but very interested to see how they do against Falcons, considering the performance. We just got out of Falcons there. Interesting opportunity here, potentially, for Mbappe. That one passed across, does not quite find its way through. Falcons trying to push this one forward. Not necessarily a cagey start, but definitely seems as if RF eSports are liking to put the pressure on.
Yeah, certainly. They're coming out of the traps sort of really hot here. You can see also a number of the players involved in the squads. Eusebio is the icon of choice, looking for a heel-to-heel on the edge of the box. Comes to nothing in the end. And sort of on the team of Falcons, we didn't see how they started the game because we joined it in the second leg when they were 3-0 up. So I'm intrigued to see how do they face adversity when they are up against it. You've got to remember these two have already matched as well. And it was RF eSports who came out victorious, 5-3. There's a lot of different factors up for grabs here, and I think this is going to be an early prediction, a Richard Buckley early prediction for you. I actually think we might go to penalties.
We might go to penalties, so we're quite far away from that, I suppose, aren't we? But let's see how things go so far. A bit of a KGFS so far, not much to really write home about, but Falcons trying to get this one pushed forward. We had that conversation about Hullid R9. Eusebio is somebody who's really been in there for the most part as well. I think it comes down to coins at the same time as well. Eusebio still not cheap, but at the same time very devastating as well. But here we go, Kylian Mbappe down this left-hand side. On the side of RF eSports, who will get a hold of that first corner. We know how deadly they can be. FIFA 22, the meta for corners has changed up just a little bit. Keep an eye on the edge, though. It's going to go all the way over to Eusebio. Well defended by Falcons, though. And it's such a dangerous prospect, corners, because there's so many different routes to score from. It's like keep a hold of something that you possibly can. Eusebio nearly breaking away inside the box. It's an opportunity for Ginola to get away and set Kylian Mbappe off running down this left-hand side. Mbappe now, pass inside, R9, over to Neymar, just a little bit of space to work with here. Oh my goodness me! And the top left corner is found ever so easily by the Brazilian. It's 1-0 to Falcons from the losers bracket. They continue where they left off.
Well, you mentioned the counter-attack. That ball pinged down the line for Mbappe, and then quite simple. You just work the ball from left to right. It looked like a tight angle, I'll be honest. As Neymar shifted that with a reverse elastico onto his right foot, he just hammered it across the goalkeeper. Informed Neymar as well. A really, really smart finish. And for the first sort of 17, 18 minutes, they were against the run of play.
They were, and well, truthfully, RF eSports are trying to keep on going. Not going to quite work out, but Lionel Messi in the box hits the post. That's a huge opportunity that was presented to them from, well, what's somewhat of a defensive mistake, just given away. The Falcons survived that momentary scare.
Big, big opportunity missed. Messi inside the box. He's always clinical. He's so reliable on that left foot. Hitting the post, the rebound could have gone anywhere as well, in all honesty.
So opportunities for both teams. Falcons are the one to take theirs. And I think going back to that, it was the speed of the counter-attack. There was no midfielders to come back to track. It's just a case of pass across, and if you beat your man, you're in. Didn't necessarily beat him, but he just had that little bit of space to shoot. Neymar burying those ones all day long. RF eSports on the attack here themselves, though.
It was also a very hopeful corner, I'll be honest. It was sort of a floater into the box. Chance here for RF eSports. Neymar inside the box. The ball bouncing around. It's like a pinball machine. He's managed to clear his lines. This is very, very end-to-end in the first third.
It's very open. This one is going to be cleared away, though, and Falcons will get moving once again. It was a counter-attack last time. Interesting to see Janola down the left-hand side. Ball back into Bruyne on the edge there. That's a player we talked about, and that's the threat he offers. Not necessarily saying that shot was definitely goalward, but they've given the ball away here. Falcons seem to want to try and take these opportunities while they are presenting themselves. Neymar, he didn't time it quite, did he? I wasn't sure. You see them go in the first couple of weeks.
I'll tell you what, if that had flown in, Miami. What a place. Never been. I think it's great. Probably great.
I've been the once. It's very lovely.
Bit too hot for me.
It was warm. It is very warm. Ball across, though.
Just like it's FIFA.
Lionel Messi now. Inside. Trying to shift it. Or is he? Eusebio does not miss them. Fantastic finish. The ball just fizzed into his feet, and Lionel Messi doesn't just offer the goal threat. He offers those assists as well. Eusebio in those positions does not miss either. And it's somewhat of a deserved goal, I would say, from RF. They have had their opportunities, but Falcons will be probably annoyed not to have found a second themselves, though.
Yeah, they certainly would. They've had chances, both sides, in this opening half of FIFA. A very sort of typical goal, I've got to say, in 2v2. The driven pass, it's a pass that if you're not using it, you just need to get it in your repertoire. It's so useful at breaking down the thirds, especially where sort of the AI might drop a little bit deep for you. The midfield and defense might be hard to penetrate. Having that driven pass that can just whip the ball into a player's feet, can whip the ball into sort of, you typically see it with Janola or R9, where they get to feet, a reverse elastico either way, and you're getting a shot away very quickly. Obviously, Eusebio doesn't possess the 5-star skill moves, but he makes up for it in all the other attributes: the pace, the dribbling, the 5-star weak foot on the shooting. A really sort of top-tier icon.
And it's one of those scenarios, isn't it, when you have that 5-star weak foot. It doesn't matter, you know, we talk about it so often, as there may well have been an opportunity there for RF eSports. We'll delve into that in a second as we hit half time. It's one of those scenarios, though, where everybody at home will kind of have the opportunity to use players with 5-star weak foot. Of course, not quite Janola or Neymar for some people. I think Heung-min Son very, very cheap this year. Ben Yedder, if you want to go even cheaper as well. But it's those balls into feet. They're so hard to deal with when there's that little bit of room just behind them. They can turn which either way, and you've kind of got to take a gamble on it or try and set off as possible as quickly as you can. But it's such a dangerous scenario when it is fizzed in like that, and Eusebio always going to dispatch them. But here we go, Rich. Anything in particular standing out here?
I mean, your eyes all automatically go to the XG, but I'm just looking at the passes as well. 77 to 71, only 6 passes, the difference. And look at that dribble success rate as well for both sides, 94 and 98%. There's no wasted motion at the moment. Both of these sides playing really to the top level of their FIFA ability. It's a really, really good game, I've got to be honest.
It has been very, very tight. It's not one of those where it's like just a small chance here and there. There has been chances either side. Everyone is trying to create as best they can. And Eusebio getting himself away down this left-hand side. It's a good ball towards the back post. The defender is there and just about out the way. Ronaldo Sanchez now. Out wide to Theo Hernandez, back to Sanchez, just recycling this. I would say if we've probably seen a little bit more action in the attacking side of things for RF eSports, it has definitely been more about their side of things, controlling here. And if you're Falcons, you counter-attacked well and you've caused problems there. But RF have definitely had more possession in the opposition half. And well, Kylian Mbappe in this position. Oh, the Elastico, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. And then you put it on his left foot. It may well just be a 4-star weak one, but the Frenchman does not miss from there. He's absolutely smoked that into the back of the net.
It's just such a smart goal, and that's a really good way of describing it. Ball into feet, driven past again. It's almost like we know what we're talking about. Really, really nice use of the Elastico as well. Sent him left, exited to the right, and then it's just, you're shooting that, expecting it to go in. You're not taking it because you think there's a chance. You're shooting thinking, that's a goal, what celebration shall I do?
Circular X for me, it's one of the two. Fantastic, fantastic goal from the side of RF eSports. Do Falcons have an answer back yet? Renato Sanchez on the edge of the box, looks to clip it in, can't quite find Ginoli, would have been offside anyway. It's a very, very well worked goal from RF eSports, and coming from the winner's side, something to reiterate here. They only need the one series win. Of course, it is still over the 2 legs, but Falcons, coming from losers, need to win this and then win once more to be crowned champions of the Miami Regional Open. RF eSports, we haven't seen them cruise quite yet. Of course, they've only ever been behind up until just a couple of moments ago. So now finding themselves in the lead, I'm curious if they keep the finger on the pulse, so to speak. It looks that way. Ball inside, Llorente. Finds Ronaldo Sanchez. It's that pass in the feet once again. And that is the ball in the back of the net once again. But the referee cruelly says no. I was wondering, the camera did pan. It just took a while for it to come back. But an excellent, excellent goal. It's just unfortunately offside. But it's the same kind of story every single time. Fist in the feet. I'm turning with somebody with either 5-star skills very, very quickly. Slightly slower either direction with somebody with a 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, and they've not really changed the way that they're playing. Maybe a few more passes in the build-up, a couple of switches of play here and there. They were just waiting. You're almost playing the game because you know the chance is going to come. You're just waiting when and how it will appear, whether that's from a really bit of intricate skill or like sort of top-end dribbling, attacking play, or you're waiting for that defensive mistake, a player getting pulled out of position, somebody not pressing when they should press. You're sort of biding your time for that chance to appear. Again, RF eSports, they're putting on a really, really solid performance, especially after going 1-0 down.
And especially coming in against Falcons, who had sat there and obviously just 5-0 in the losers bracket final. Well, Falcons, an opportunity here. Mbappe in the box looking for the pass. Cross nearly gets a second bite at it, but not quite. Keeper and defender combining well, just about getting the way in. I think that's kind of a hallmark of a good 2v2 team, who is able to keep an eye on these passes across from the byline. It's one of the it's one of the harder things to defend on FIFA, really, isn't it? It's about either closing down that player with multiple players with a second-man press, and that's something I actually want to talk about with 2v2. You don't have that second-man press. Yeah, okay, you can tell them to press, but from the automatic side of things, it's a little bit easier to control.
Yeah, you've got to do it manually, so you have to sort of press the ball if you're wanting your second player to maybe mark a pass in lane or potentially sort of double press a team. That is where you can do it. Possession turned over here and a chance for Falcons to potentially steal a goal.
Yeah, Falcons pressure has kind of come up trumps. Same sort of scenario, but into R9 there, you like to see something a little bit better than just the shimmy to the side from R9. Ball across though. Tal. Eventually in towards Neymar, can't quite get it any further. You can't linger on it here though. Mbappe running forward, has R9 in front of him as well. Finds the pass to the Brazilian. This is it, it surely is. What a save. Devastating counter-attack comes through, but it's a devastating save as well. Across to Mbappe, the touch is poor, the defending is good, and RF eSports will just about survive.
How on earth have they got away with that? R9 Ronaldo, inside the box, one-on-one. A remarkable save from the goalkeeper to keep it at 2-1. That I was saying earlier about you taking a shot expecting the net to bulge. R9 Ronaldo inside the box on a decent angle as well to sort of whip the ball into the far post.
They're a bit close, maybe.
You still expect him to score, though. If it's me shooting, yeah, fair play. But R9, come on.
If you want to maybe mega analyze it, I say sometimes when that keeper is so close, sometimes the chip is something that does work. It's a very difficult situation when the keeper is flying out as quickly as that. But nonetheless, irrelevant of what we think of whether or not he should have scored it, a big, big chance just come on through. Lots of subs coming in here, Rich.
Yeah, certainly. You see Mane. I also saw Chiesa involved as well. Anthony. There'll be a plethora of different promo items involved there. Probably a couple of the recent team of the group stage FUT items. I know Anthony was sort of a good super sub. You're looking for those players 89 and below who have just got a load of pace, skill moves, can impact the game.
Somebody who has plenty of pace is Hakimi. Can he offer an end product? That end product is a corner. RF eSports looking to add something else yet. 2-1 currently, could it be 3 after this? It is whipped into a dangerous area, but this one will be cleared away, but only momentarily. Gelson Martins now. Oh, he isn't able to get away with it. And here we go. This is a potential counter-attack opportunity. Anthony does have the pace in. Well, it's a good foul for me if I'm with my partner there. And I sort of say to myself, right, that is a cracking tackle. You get away with that one because Anthony was getting the afterburners on, but somebody who also can do that is Gelson Martins down that right-hand side. Doesn't quite get away. An opportunity for Falcons to play this one out.
Yeah, it looked like a really good counter-attack. I'll be honest, I thought the referee was going to give a foul.
I thought so as well.
It's a 2-against-1 on that far side. They seem to be overloading the top of the pitch quite a lot at the moment, Falcons.
Oh, Anthony now getting a little bit of space. He's kind of run out into the middle of nowhere here, though. The pass across doesn't quite find R9 and doesn't find the defender. Ball out. Oh, it was looking like Eusebio may have been in. He may well get a second bite of the cherry here. Gelson Martins, very fast, good dribbling. End product is sometimes a bit of an issue, but this is something that you just pointed to the screen there. RF do not need to rush anything here. They have a lead. They'd like to take that into the second leg. They've given it away, though. This is Chiesa to R9. It's the second pass. This is surely a goal. Oh, my goodness me. How is that not in? It's a big goalkeeper. It's a big, big save. Renato Sanchez edge of the box. It's whipped in. It's a good opportunity for a good header. Keeper will just about gather.
Donnarumma. 2 clutch saves, like top-tier saves. They've worked the chance so well. They've pressed high up the pitch. It's a 4-against-2. They've played it across the box. And it has to be a goal.
It's one of those scenarios. Do you take the extra moment to maybe ball roll to give you that angle? It's an interesting one, but this one's clipped in. This is 1-1. This one is in the back of the net. Was he offside? No, he was not. It is Chiesa, and that is 2-2 out of absolutely nothing.
Deserved. I mean, 1000% deserved. You had 2 unbelievable opportunities. R9 with the first and Anthony at the back post as the ball's being moved across. Donnarumma with exquisite saves, like top draw saves. 2-2 going into leg number 2. If there's ever a game more perfectly poised to take us to penalties, like I predicted in the first 7 minutes of the first leg, it is this one right now.
Oh, we're very interested to see if we do get those penalties. We haven't had any yet today, but it may well come in this one. That first leg, I said, ends with things tied up. We've got the second leg coming up right after this quick break.
The FIFA 22 Global Series returns with more and better viewership rewards. The more you watch, the more you earn.
Paso 1. Obtenga una cuenta de EA.
Step 2. Connect it to your Twitch account.
Último paso. Mira lo mejor de lo mejor ahora. Así de simple.
The FGS Player Swap tokens are back. The more tokens you redeem, the better the reward.
Mejora tu equipo con algunos sobres de Ultimate Team.
Each event will have up to 5 guaranteed rewards, including some exclusive cosmetic items for your FUT club.
Te vinculas tu cuenta de EA y Twitch. Mira la transmisión en vivo y pide las recompensas en Twitch.
FGS fans, it's all there for you. A few clicks to level up.
Consíguelo ahora.
back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Dunn, joined by Richard Buckley, and we are into the second leg of the Miami Open Regional Qualifier. They're aiming to get to that event at the Copper Box in London in April. And right now, we have a very, very even game between RF eSports and Falcons, don't we, Rich?
Yeah, we certainly do. Falcons, we saw the back end of their losers bracket final, a 5-0 victory. They've only lost one game in this entire bracket so far, and who's it against, I hear you ask? RF eSports, the team that they're playing right now in the regional final. How the double bracket sort of system works, Falcons not only need to win this second leg right now, they also then have to refresh the bracket, which basically means we play a brand new two-legged game of FIFA. If RF eSports were to go on and win this individual match, they will be your champions of this regional final.
Yeah, 15,000 and around $500 richer, of course, as well. All the prize pool that was going to be put into what was the qualifying event in January now gets given to these players who go on to win. It's an interesting prospect, though, isn't it? April, you still get that opportunity, but you get that chance for that extra little bonus. And I say a little bonus, as said, $15,000. It's a lot of money on the line for every single one of these 16 competitors. We've already had 2 teams qualify for the event in April. We are looking for our third right now, and we have quite a few more to go. 16 in total will be joining 16 of the master teams in April at the Copper Box in London. And hopefully me and you. I don't know. I mean, you know, we'll see how it goes this weekend, I suppose. But, you know, I'd like to be there. It would be a lovely, lovely little weekend once again, just shilling myself away on broadcast while we waste this game to get into things. Hopefully we are getting in there very, very shortly. But, you know, we were just talking about maybe changes in meta over the weekend. Player of the Month Vinicius is now out, and I wonder, will we see him that much this weekend? You have the option of plenty of wingers. He's a nice little link to Neymar, R9, but off the bench is definitely an opportunity for some of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he not seen the requirements for the SBC yet, but I imagine it'll be relatively expensive. We might even see him later on in the day, to be honest. If someone's rocking with the red Vinicius as a left winger, because sort of he does fall into the 89 quota as well, so he's not eating up a requirement on a particular sort of an icon or a 90-plus player. So I think off the bench, we'll definitely see him used over the next couple of days. But maybe even in the starting 11s, I wouldn't be surprised.
Depends how good he is.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, a few sort of upgrades on his 85, second in form, but he feels incredible this year in FIFA, does that Vinicius Junior foot item. So I fully expect to see him.
Yeah, I hope we do, because he's terrorized me throughout, and I would like to see the pros also get terrorized by him to make me just feel that little bit more normal. But yeah, I mean, we've got that as well. We've got the Versus promo coming out tonight as well, so that's other things to sort of read into. You know, we've had this conversation already, but to the point of, like, during events, you have everybody, you know, it's kind of, there's no players added extra into these events on LAN when we have had them, which was about 5 million years ago at this point. But for us, it's different. This is strange, isn't it? It's one of these scenarios. You're going into games, things could change game to game in terms of the players being used. However, in this one, we will see the exact same players as what we've seen in the first leg, which ended up being 2-2. And into this one we go. RF eSports shooting from right to left. And of course, it is the Falcons from left to right. Just about getting that last goal, the final moments of that first leg. But as you mentioned, very well deserved. Yeah, they'd have been bitterly disappointed if they come out of that first leg with a trailing scoreline. They had 2 golden opportunities. In the end, it was Chiesa off the bench who sort of got that deciding goal, got it into 2-2, and we're joining the second leg with a 1-leg shootout, in all honesty. If you are RF eSports, you win this leg of FIFA, no matter if it's 7-2 or a penalty shootout, you will be going to the Team of the Season Cup. If Falcons win this game, it's very simple. We play again. Fresh 2-leg game of FIFA, winner take all. Lionel Messi trying to get away down this right-hand side. Somebody we haven't seen too much. Of course, we have seen, well, since we went over towards Miami, a little bit more. People kind of favouring a Neymar off or something along those lines down that right-hand side. But nonetheless, Falcons will just about defend yet. Good work in the middle by Marcus Llorente, I do believe. He's a card I've actually not personally seen a great deal of in game so far. Yeah, Marcus Llorente, he's been involved in a couple of the squads, but there's quite a large amount of centre mids who you can use. I mean, Renato Sanchez is sort of front of the pack, really, but you could even go an icon in there. I've seen Vieira used in a couple of the teams. I've seen Ruud Gullit featured as well. Oh, it's a good ball in, though, by Chinola towards the back post. Was Neymar arriving? De Bruyne edge of the box. We know we can let one go. Chooses to not, though, and Eusebio will now break for RF eSports as that little clipped ball through. Can make it, not quite. Marquinhos is there and ready to deal with that one. Ginola down the wing, though. Back inside to De Bruyne. Finds that pass to Mbappe. Look at the run from Messi, but look at the run from Ginola. Edge of the box is dangerous territory for a finesse from the Frenchman, but into R9. Can't find that pass to Mbappe.
He sort of played Ginola into a little bit of a stitch-up, a little bit of a cul-de-sac, really, because he didn't have a lot to go for. The only pass he had was R9. I feel as though there was space across the box there. I think it was Messi sort of meandering in at the back post.
Whoa, that was a big interception there. Mbappe about to set. Eusebio away. Well defended by Falcons, though. What do you think about Ginola wide?
I feel as though he's best utilised down the middle. Maybe in a 4-4-2 or a 4-2-2, him alongside an Mbappe or an R9. Because the one sort of maybe weakness you could say, it's not a weakness because he is quick, but it's that instant acceleration. It's not 99, it's not 98 like Mbappe is, or Neymar's super quick off the mark. He takes a couple of yards to get into his stride. When he's in his stride, there's not a lot of players who can get him off the ball because of his physique, because of his dribbling technique as well. So for me personally, if I was setting up a team, it would be Ginola down the middle in a 4-4-2 or a 4-2-2 and try and get the most out of him.
Somebody who is arguably replacing him in the middle there is Kylian Mbappe. It's his inform, of course. Just about trying to get away there. And you can't argue against R9 in the middle either. Never mind, of course, Mbappe. But Ginola is definitely somebody you're likely to see down the middle a little bit more than you are seeing in wide for Falcons right now. Physicality, I suppose, back post crosses kind of thing. You know, is that maybe something that could come into it? Maybe not, but nonetheless, RF trying to build something here. Ronaldo Sanchez pass in. Actually, the defender not quite available to get there, but Ronaldo Sanchez on the other side of things for the Falcons, very much bullying his way back.
There's been a lot of these floated balls over the top as well, sort of not hit and hope, I don't want to say, but
to a degree.
You play the pass knowing that there's a chance that it goes through, rather than taking a few extra touches. And are actually watching Hashtag in their pursuit of this particular title.
Oh, well, I tell you what, we'll come back to that because R9 in the box. Chopping and changing, twisting and turning. That 5-star weak foot goes for the pass across, and that's De Bruyne, and that's the danger he possesses as well. But the defensive block comes on through. Short corner. Neymar now trying to walk his way into the box, finds his way into the box. Mbappe, Ginola onside. Twisting and turning as best as he can. Maybe just an awkward dribbling style. Mbappe to Neymar, can't quite get that. Not quite able to squeeze this one through, and this one will be played out.
And just so I was saying before that attack came in regards to when I was watching Hashtag, they were sort of Stokes and Shorey playing with open communication. A lot of those balls over the top, Stokes was asking Shorey to play. You just got to play the pass. There's a chance that it goes through, and if it does go through, it's not a guaranteed goal because you've still got to put the ball in the back of the net, but it's a much easier way to get from A to B without sort of zigzagging down loads of country roads. It's the motorway pass, I like to call it. It's direct, it gets you there, and you don't have to sort of mess about with all these B and A roads.
I like the analogy.
Thank you.
It's very well worked. Something that I just seen there that I wasn't quite sure if I liked or not was a bridge came out from Ronaldo Sanchez. We haven't seen many of them this year. Thank heavens. Marquinhos will play this one out. Lodi to switch this one across. RF have been quiet, I'd like to say. Very, very quiet. Falcons seem to have been the ones with the press on.
How do you address this game, though? Do you play not to lose?
Well, yeah, for them, I suppose, you know, you do have a second stab at it. You can be patient. Wide now to Ronaldo Sanchez, not his forte, so to speak, but that from Llorente is a beautiful ball into Eusebio. Can't quite find it round the corner to Kylian Mbappe. And maybe that's a reason for Ginola out wide, getting in there at the defensive side of things in that cam role rather than if he was up top. And that will be a foul, and that will be half time. Interesting game so far. A little bit more cagey than the first leg. And it definitely seems like Falcons are the one, indeed, as the expected goal shows, the ones with their foot on the pedal, to go back along your motorway analogy.
And I think a stat there that you wouldn't often look into, interceptions, 8 interceptions for RF eSports. They've defended really well so far, but they've been the team on the back foot. They've been the team sort of, I don't want to say soaking up the pressure, but sort of they've been the defensive side. As you see the possession there as well, not a lot in the opposition half.
Well.
It's been a lot in their sort of defensive third. As you can see, the first 15 minutes, they were really on the back foot there. 60+% possession to Falcons in that first 15, and if they were going to get a goal, for me, it had to come in that first 15 minutes, and that completely changes the entire story of this game. For me, right now, this suits RF eSports.
They're happy to be here.
2-2. All you need is one goal. You're going to get a chance.
Will they take it when it comes along? Because it will. Renato Sanchez moving forward. Is this the beginning of that chance? Lorente. Pass across to Messi. We know he can find those passes. A little one out wide to Hakimi, who gets on the afterburners. Pushing down this right side, and well, yeah, that's the unfortunate thing with Hakimi. Very, very fast, but the end product sometimes not fantastic, but it's really, really well worked out to Ginola. Look at the pass across, but keep an eye on that back post as well. Ginola! I think that's that scenario where the pass is on, so you almost fake it if you like, but Ginola can't find anything. It was a big opportunity for Falcons, but R9 is bundled into the box, and it's good defending once again by RF. Very, very well played. That's one of those scenarios you think the pass across is going to come through, but they've just absolutely strangled the attacker.
It was on for me. I think that back post, again, you play it on the hope that it goes through, but even if it gets sort of cleared, you've got bodies really shifting up into the final third, so the chance that you win the second ball. I think you're right. I think he did try and fake it. The pass was there, and he tried just shifting it with Ginola down the far side. R9, big chance.
It's a really, really good ball by Kevin De Bruyne, and it's those opportunities that he will present. Renato Sanchez is there. He's a bulldog. He'll find that ball for you.
He's on.
That's a good ball into R9, though. One-on-one with the keeper. The movement's not good enough, but the finish is. Falcons have been knocking at the door. Those keys we lost before, they've been found, and R9 opens that door for the Falcons. That's 1-0, and RF now need to come out of the gate.
It was a really, really well-timed little dink over the top. It could have been questionably offside. R9's took it in his stride. The goalkeeper movement, as you said, wasn't great. I don't know if there was a lot to it. He sort of just shifted. He didn't come off his line. In my sort of, from what I've seen, I think bringing the keeper off the line there, it closed down the angle a little bit. We've seen remarkable saves from goalkeepers when they've been in that one-on-one. But R9 doing what he's in the team for. Their chances, he should score.
Free kick now going to come on through. Neymar standing over it. Interested to see what the tactic is from this scenario for RF eSports, at least anyway. That ball all the way over to Lorente, heads it down, can't get it past the defender. Potential opportunity if Mbappe can get released here from the Falcons. Can't quite get through. It's a good tackle in the end. Neymar back inside. Lorente just struggling to get past this wall of midfielders, but he does so eventually. You see me in the box. Oh, the roulette!
What a roulette!
Oh, it's one of those you don't see often, but when they pull it off, it looks beautiful. Does not quite pay off. It's a good save, but the ball in is equally as good. Renato Sanchez on the edge, the rebound! And it's all from that roulette. It's all that little moment. We said RF would get the chance. There it is. It's 3-3.
Unlikely goal scorer. Poacher inside the box. Dijalo.
Oh, was Dijalo?
It's like 74 rated.
Which one? I'm very confused.
I think it's the team of the knockouts, team of the group stage. Dijalo, who recently got added in.
But he's not 74, right?
He's not, no. But maybe he's, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a great finish.
It was a great finish. I mean, he'll take it. I just said Eusebio, I just presumed, but Jalo will be the one to take it. Yeah, there you go. So obviously just an unfortunate visual graphic. That makes a lot more sense now. But there you go. That is the goal. And ultimately, yes, it is a rebound, but it's initially come from a very well-worked attack. The Eusebio roulette, I will be having dreams about that later.
Yeah, it deserved the goal, didn't it? It sort of, you do all the hard work. It doesn't matter how the goal comes about. You deserve the goal. As soon as they conceded RF eSports, they switched to attacking straight away. And until sort of they were 3-2 to 3-3, the way that they were going forward, surely you just play like that now until the end of the game and try and win the game in the 90 minutes, because
you have another chance.
You're going to get another chance. The pause comes in there from Janos on this Falcons team. You need his sort of expertise right now. to shine through if you are Falcons.
It's a good ball around the corner. Can Mbappe get there? Not quite. Marquinhos will then have the support of Ronaldo Sanchez, and this one will be cleared away. Falcons will be ruining that just a little bit. You know, RF have really not had a great deal of chances. But the one that they find ends up in the back of the net through, well, not even a deflection, just the keeper not able to do a great deal about it. A couple of changes have been made by RF, but this ball's been given away. Mbappe can't quite get there. It would have been cruel, I think, to RF, who have played that around very, very nicely. Lorente, so he's just trying to force the pass through and will fortunately retain the ball.
Those passes there, when you feel as though all the sort of space around you is getting suffocated, there's nowhere to go.
Oh, Mbappe trying to just get through with that little acceleration boost. Hernandez down this left-hand side. Game's calmed down a little bit after a frantic 10 minutes. Tal has a little bit of space, as does Neymar. Down this right-hand side, he is released. Pass inside, not quite there. Really, really good defending by RF. I love that step up from Marquinhos. It was manual as well. Very, very well played. And now an opportunity for RF. 10 minutes to go in the second leg. Look at the cross, though. It's potentially on. Neymar chooses to not go for it. Build the attack. Lorente, look for this to be fist into someone's feet. Ronaldo Sanchez is just about in the way once again.
Lorente, he's given a few passes away in the final 5 minutes. Just that one in the middle of the park. That one there, there's no oomph on the pass. There's no sort of emphatic play in the final third. I thought the cross might have been on at the back post originally as we were bursting down the left-hand side. This pause has been cued here from Janos since the 70th minute. 15 minutes. I don't even know if we'll get a pause potentially, unless we do, we go into extra time. But this right here is sort of typical FIFA eSports now. Yep. You see the clock dwindling down. You're going to play for the final chance. You're going to wait until it gets to the 89th, 90th minute. Then you're going to go forward. You're going to throw everything at the one final attack. The reason you do that, if you do concede possession of the ball, you're not going to get counter-attacked on because the referee's just going to ball full time. However, if you score, you've won the game because you're not going to be able to sort of, your opponent can't create one final chance.
Let's see if that final chance does represent itself, or present itself to Falcons, I should say. Ronaldo Sanchez turning inside. That's that little beat of the player that you need to try and find.
This is it.
Neymar now moving forward. R9 inside the box. This is a dangerous prospect. Goes for the shot, and the keeper will save it. The keeper will collect it. And we will indeed see extra time. Yeah, you know what? I hate that smug look on your face. He calls the penalties. We may well see them. We do have 30 minutes of extra time to get through, potentially until then. But looking at these stats,
very even.
It's very even. It's very, very even. Such a close game between these two. It's been a fantastic one. Very, very close. It's hard to separate them. It's hard to call it.
You can see the passes. 169 passes of the ball compared to 125, but possession is exactly the same.
Interceptions on the RF side of things coming through a little bit more because of those extra passes, I suppose, but
only 86% of the pass accuracy as well for RF. They've gave the ball away quite a lot.
And not even attempting as many passes either. So that is something to keep an eye on. Are they trying that riskier pass? Are they trying to be a little bit more direct?
Changes.
It's extra time, yeah. A couple of changes. Some pacey boys on the pitch. Molly on for Ronaldo. Chiesa once again.
Look at the players who've gone off. Neymar, Ginola, Ronaldo, all exited the pitch.
Mane now back to Tal. You can see Chong on there as well. It's an interesting one. He's going to win the ball immediately. Mbappe is actually going to release Lorente. You would have liked to see the pass on the other side with Mbappe in this position. But can Lorente find the pass across? It's just, it's not the right decision. Once again, RF have had these opportunities, as have Falcons. But on occasion, their decision-making has went wanting. Towards the edge of the box, Mbappe can't get in the way. Mane will get a hold of this one, and can Theo Hernandez maybe find something down this left-hand side? He cannot.
Jinxed him a little bit then.
I did, yeah, my bad.
I certainly think the decision-making in the final third, Chris, for the most part, has been good. But as we're getting now towards the end of the game, and maybe the tension and the pressure is starting to pick up a little bit, mistakes are definitely creeping in to all four of these players.
Falcons biding their time. No need to rush anything once again. Of course, we're coming up to 5 minutes remaining, but you're going to give the ball away there. Look at the run down this right-hand side. That's going to be Gelson Martins. You ain't catching him, but can he bury this one? Oh! He's went for the near post, and he's hit it off the post. That is a big, big opportunity for RF. He gets him away. We talk about the pace of Gelson's good, but the finishing, it's not necessarily who you want on the end of that.
When you bring off Neymar, when you bring off R9 and you replace them with these pacey players, they might lack the composure. These sort of stats that it's not just pace and it's not just skill moves, but composure, reactions, finishing. And not only that, but the composure of the pros themselves.
Oh, RF have put themselves in a bit of a corner here, actually. Nearly lost the ball and indeed do concede a throw-in. De Bruyne.
Big
Good ball to Anthony, a little bit of room there as well. Just glides past, goes for the shot as well, but is he at the back post? The keeper going to get there just about. Oh, will we kept that sublime clearance by Chong. Will he have time to break this one away? Gelson Martins now looking for the run maybe of Eusebio.
He's onside.
Gets himself away. This attack will count. Has to go forward, needs some support. Eusebio whipping it in. Mbappe was there. I thought the overhead was maybe lingering, but that will surely now be the end of the first half of extra time. Oh.
15 minutes to go.
It's back and forth though, isn't it? It really is.
This second half right now, if you're all playing, you're in this predicament, are you saying, let's win the game, or let's not lose the game?
I'd probably go for it because I'm bad at penalties.
True. I mean, 2v2 penalties as well. You're going to take a goalkeeper, you're going to save one, then you're going to shoot.
There's a few more variables in there, isn't there?
I really don't know where this game's going to go. A lot of the games that we've seen today, you've not been able to call it as say, but you've been able to give a sort of how the game's shifting, sort of the way that the game's flowing has gone in a particular way where you'll say, yeah, you know what, that's going to get a bracket reset, they're going to go on and win. In the Johannesburg game that myself and Brandon did, Saf and Goliath, Bianchi and Kalen always looked in control. Neither team has had control of this game.
You'd be right. You would be right. We're going to try and just break this press, our RF eSports. They may well have just done that with Renato Sanchez. Back to Lorende. Or to Hakimi. Oh, he gets the touch by. Really well played. Hakimi just still keeps on barging forward. Back to Renato. Is anything opening up in the middle from this one? Falcons side of things. Renato just about gets in the way. The touch from Hakimi is wayward, though. Potential counter-attacking opportunity. Look at the left-hand side of the screen, and this is now going to be Chiesa getting away. He's got plenty of pace. He has Mbappe in the middle. The pass across now to Anthony. Oh, he can't get it away. There's just everybody there, and the miscommunication after that header was apparent.
There'll be frustration as well for the pros playing, because you can see if that ball goes across the box to Anthony, the next pass is super apparent. The next pass after that is super apparent, but it's just getting the ball sort of ticking over, getting that first pass, the driven pass into the box, in and around the box. I wouldn't say it's been non-existent, but it's been really hard, and credit to both sides defensively.
No, Anthony, is he going to get away here? Not quite. Djalo will get in the way, and Gelson Martins will just about stretch as well. Was it on?
I think Chong might have been in on the top.
Yeah, was it on? Potentially. Chong's a dangerous player. Nice little run there, but for RF, they're keeping hold of this ball as long as they can. They want that very final opportunity to put this one to bed and win the regional open here. Hakimi.
Here we go.
Back across to Sanchez. Final opportunity. It's going to be faced into Mbappe, but not very well. Lorente's passing has been wayward. Is there an opportunity here now for Falcons? The very final one. Mbappe waiting for the run of Chiesa. It's not going to get very far. And well, those penalties we were talking about, here we go. First one to come up will be from Falcons, and it will be Kylian Mbappe to take this one. Saved immediately by Donnarumma.
Chance for Eusebio to send them into a winning position. What a save from Van der Sar.
Brilliant save, and it's now going to be the turn of Kevin De Bruyne on the Falcons side to try and beat Donnarumma. We haven't seen the net bulge quite yet in these penalties. Could it be here from the Belgian? Yes, it can be. Bottom right corner.
Good penalty from De Bruyne as well. Slot it in. Kylian Mbappe to put one on the board for RF eSports. Mbappe, good pen.
Really, really good penalty. RF tying this one up. Cordoba now for Falcons. Can he bury this one? The centre-back, yes he can. Held his nerve Donnarumma, but not the right way.
Renato Sanchez now. Quick penalty for RF eSports.
Oh!
Saved!
That's massive. Falcons looking to reset this bracket now. This penalty from Anthony, if it hits the back of the net, will go a long way to helping them along that way. Anthony down the middle. Oh, Donnarumma doesn't stick his hand out, but here we go. Chung needs to score to keep them in it. Does so.
Potentially match-winning moment for Sadio Mane for Falcons eSports. Steps up, slots it in, and we're going to a game number 2 here in Miami.
Bracket reset. Once again, Falcons have had that little bit about them in this game. It takes penalties to finally get that moment. And Sadio Mane will send them to that bracket reset into that second game.
And what was it, about 6 minutes into leg number 1? If someone can clip that, I said I think we're going to go to penalties. I think that's where this game's going. Look, I don't want to say I got the crystal ball out and saw where the game's going, but when these two sides came into this game, it was just so evenly matched. Yes, RF eSports beat them earlier on in the tournament. Yes. Now they're even. And really, this complete momentum has gone to Falcons eSports because they've got that win. They've forced the bracket reset, and really, this game, I think they could play 10 matches and it'd be 5-5.
It's very, very tight. Very tight between these two. And I'm interested because I feel as if both teams had chances to score more there, didn't they? That was the thing. RF had that big opportunity there with Gelson Martins in extra time. That's a huge, huge moment. But Falcons had their opportunities to maybe score more, especially in that first leg towards the end. There was 2-3 clean-cut opportunities. I think on all the information that we've been given in that first game, we feel as if Falcons maybe just deserve that bracket reset. They will have a chance to do something here. But we're going to take a short break first. We're going to go over to Rachel and Mike. They're going to break down the game. We'll be back with more gameplay soon.
Thanks, boys. Well, you just were privileged there with our first penalty shootout of the tournament. We're on day 1. We're sure to have many more still to come over the course of the next 3 days. But the boys just said it. We are going to a bracket reset. Mike Klebel, I'm going to bring you in. You're standing or sitting behind me. I mean, what did you make of those? Falcons, of course, seeded number 1 coming into this. RF, number 2, evenly matched on all accounts, apart from the fact that Falcons have Janos, someone that we know really well on the FGS scene. But here are a couple of highlights for you just to explain how well both of these teams have done.
Well, we definitely saw offensive options, and I guess I could stand or I could stay seating, whichever you prefer, Rachel. It was back and forth, and it was a very close affair. You see a beautiful Elastico there, the way that it can open up space, the razzle, the dazzle, and it shifts almost 3 defenders. And you heard Chris talking about this a little bit briefly, but this really could have gone either way. It was a matter of being clinical, and Rich was calling that penalty kicks were on the horizon. Indeed, they were. We've got the bracket reset. Seen a lot of build-up. You're going to love that R1 pass. Just gives you a little bit extra emphasis, and it allows you to counterattack well as you see the chip through ball down the middle of the pitch. I really like this goal. Little 1-2. It seems classic. And then the pause. You slightly hesitate to see if the goalkeeper is going to scoot and boot. Is he going to move early? Is he going to move late? Is he going to move at all? And then the equalizer, which you might feel is a little bit of some bad fortune, shall we say, with the rebound, because Van der Sar puts it right into the money zone. 100th minute, another big opportunity, hits off the post. And this is what we're talking about. Both sides, both teams had all the chances to win this game. Penalty kick seems fitting, if you're asking me. Maybe because I'm not playing the game. I also feel from a biased or unbiased viewpoint, wherever you want to put me, I was happy to watch penalty kicks because it's a different dynamic again. You got to be either really happy with your teammate or really upset when you go to those penalties. So we've got the reset. We got more FIFA coming soon.
It's entertaining for us, isn't it, Mike, and for the viewers at home. But what do you think is going to separate these two teams now once we go to the reset?
Who's going to be more clinical? They both showed they can make chances. This is pretty straightforward. You got the 1 versus the 2. They're not here by accident. This is clearly the top 2 teams from this regional, and it's just going to be a matter of taking those opportunities. The amount of chances that weren't converted, it's high. This felt more like a 50-50, which is unusual at that pro level. They're typically going to be able to slot or find the back of the net time and time again. We did see a couple posts, but either way, that's going to be the decider.
Absolutely clinical is what Mike LaBelle said. Well, the Falcons are on the roll at the moment. Won their last 2 matches. Can they make it 3 in a row to take top honours here in this, the Miami Open? Come and find out after the break.
Mental health and wellness is so important in the world of gaming.
For me, mental health is the most underrated thing.
It's important to take a break from that competition, to reset yourself.
We're all kind of like an extended family. We have to look at each other like that could be my brother or my sister.
I promote
and practice positive mental health.
Hey guys, and welcome back. You are just joining us when we're having a bracket reset here in the Miami Open. We are 2 legs away from seeing which team will go through and get that shot at $15,000 and make it through to the Team of the Season Cup in April. All still on the line between Falcons and RF eSports. Welcome as well to this epic studio. We're kind of semi-live. There's a few of us here. No pro players. They are all over the world. We're in Twickenham in London, the home of rugby. But now, it's not the home of rugby anymore. It's the home of 2v2 FIFA. Look at those beautiful shots. Classic red bus out there. Twickenham looking beautiful in the nighttime lights that it's got out there. So we just said, didn't we? Falcons taking on RF eSports. Actually, in the last matchup, there was a poll going on Twitter, and the powers that be, you guys at home, said that 75% were favouring Falcons to take the win there. They were not wrong, were they? They did the business, went to extra time, went to penalties. It was 4 penalties to 2 to Team Falcons. They go again. We go again for a second time today. Chris Tunn and Richard Buckley are joining us to take you through this second bracket reset. Miami Open is coming your way now.
Well, here we go then, right into it, and literally right into it. RF eSports may well have a chance here for Kylian Mbappe. Not going to quite come on through. But my, here we are into the bracket reset. Will actually be Falcons from right to left in the blue kit and RF eSports now in the white. Not to confuse absolutely everybody, but here we are.
And
mixing it up, Richard, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Maybe a quick chance here, actually, for Falcon eSports.
Oh, potentially, yeah. Well, it's definitely a chance when R9's in the box. It's always a chance. It goes into the back of the net. It's a beautiful finish into the bottom corner. Do not let your eyes deceive you. That one's in.
I thought it went wide, actually, when the shot came in from R9. Early goal, early chance, forced to Falcon eSports, and I was literally just about to say, before that chance came in, I'm intrigued to see how RF eSports deal with a little bit of adversity, because they've not lost a game. They've gone through the winners bracket. They've never dropped a game in this tournament, in the knockout bracket, and now they're up against it a little bit.
They really are. They may well be up against it, but they are trying to attack. Neymar, less defending, more just getting in the way to grab a hold of that ball for Falcons yet. As Janos and Laos try to play this one forward. R9 back to Kevin De Bruyne. He feels like a bit of an inspired pick, doesn't he? He's not somebody you see too often, like full stop. Even beginning of the game, even when it gets to late in the game, team of the seasons, etc. You don't necessarily see him too much, but right now he's playing well. He's pulling the strings. And speaking of that, R9 in the box. Ginola, 5-star weak foot in that scenario. Maybe the shot wasn't the best option.
Just got crowded out a little bit as the ball came across the box. Ginola was the final player at the back post. It's going to get whipped in. No, played all the way back and recycled across the box. Really, really good start, though, from Falcons. Exactly what you're asking for if you're a Falcons eSports fan.
Yeah, much better from them. Very direct. They seem to be causing problems, but they may well be a little bit more up into the back. Ronaldo Sanchez chasing down Kylian Mbappe. Play it back inside. Lorente now. Good ball forward. That's more like it from him. That's more so the pass that we want to see. I feel like I'm going to say it a lot, though, that it's fizzed into the attackers for them to twist and turn. Is there any other adjectives I could use for that? I don't think there is. Fizz is probably top. Drilled is a good one.
Fired?
Fired. I don't know. Not sure about that one. Fizzed and drilled is going to be the buzzwords for today.
Racked? Racked into his feet? I'll keep thinking for you. You commentate.
All right, thanks, mate. You can have it.
Hammered.
I would say that's more of a shot thing. Anyway, irrelevant. Here we are. Neymar now looking to fizz, hammer, wrap the ball into the middle, whichever way you would think. But Ginola, well, may well not have those defensive stats, but the physicality is very much there. He's just bundling players over, and Kylian Mbappe is away. He's pulled away from the defender, and this will be 2 to Falcons if he can convert. This one goes for the front post. Expects the movement, does not get it. The poker face from RF eSports there to not move the keeper. Very apparent in that scenario, but it is Falcons, the one who is really putting the pressure on. Neymar inside the box. He's done so well to get away from the defenders, but not quick enough to get his shot off.
I think he was waiting for the goalkeeper movement, but also he had his eye at the top of the box. There was a blue shirt breaking his neck to get in at the back post for an easy pass across the box. He was waiting for that player to catch up with play. Didn't get there in the end, and really a huge chance squandered.
Oh, it's a big ball in towards R9. It's a good save. I didn't think he was going to get the shot off there, to be honest with you. I thought the defenders would crowd him out, but not quite. Falcons have started this one with wind behind their sails.
Counter.
Potential counter-attack opportunity, and Lionel Messi, I mean, 9 times out of 10 he will find this ball. That ball towards the back post, towards Kylian Mbappe is going to be on. He runs offside. Messi keeps going, jinking inside, looking for the pass. Eusebio in the box. Oh, it's a little bit of fortune. It has to be said, but it's a well-worked counter-attacking opportunity that results in a goal. Eusebio makes it 1-1. An emphatic start to this game.
Messi just ran the entire length of the pitch from the counter-attack. He just kept on driving, kept on going forward. We thought that the pass had actually missed its opportunity to go to the back post. It managed to find its way into Eusebio. Slightly fortunate, got a deflection on the way through, but RF eSports will not care.
Thought the pass on to Neymar was there for a second. Mbappe drops back out to Neymar. It's a very attacking-minded game, which we absolutely love to see. Sanchez now back to Lodi. It's the kind of start we wanted. We've had plenty of attacks, and I'd be interested to see the expected goals so far in this game. So we're nearly heading into half-time, but that one's been given away. R9 now has Mbappe. He's running. He can't quite get that pass away. It was on for a moment.
You make a mistake like that at the back, how does that impact the rest of the game now? Are you going to be reluctant to switch the play? Are you going to be reluctant to keep possession of the ball?
He's in. It's Eusebio 1-on-1. The keeper comes out. It's an absolutely sublime decision from the defenders on the side of Falcons. That's the play. It had to be the play. Eusebio couldn't quite make that touch, and this game is wide open. R9 nearly in. Ginola can't quite find it. It's just attack, attack, attack. Reminds me of Newcastle Brentford, this.
I mean, I'll leave that as it is.
I applaud you, to be fair.
I don't know how Eusebio had so much room from the halfway line. Like, he was so in defensively.
R9 still got this ball. Ginola, De Bruyne, he wouldn't mind a strike from there. Finds the pass to Mbappe, though, and it's well stepped up from Marquinhos, who just bundles him over, and that's the end of a very, very entertaining half of FIFA.
Entertainment value has been outstanding at the moment. You can see the XG. I thought it'd been higher.
I thought it'd be a lot higher than that, to be honest with you. RF seem to be the team who are on the back foot here. Falcons definitely had those chances early.
I'm not 1000% sure on how the XG stat works, but for example, Eusebio didn't shoot. He got clattered by the goalkeeper, so maybe that's not gone down as an XG. A lot of those balls when it was like 1 against 3 at the back and you've not played it to the back post, or the Mbappe one when it was 1-on-1, it's not actually resulted in a shot, so maybe that's not gone through. But you can just see from the pass accuracy and the dribble success rate, they are low compared to what we expect. We expect 95% on pretty much all the stats that we can see. 83-84% on pass and dribble success. That goes to show that it has been a scrappy game. It's been a relatively end-to-end game. And for the neutral, that is exactly what we want to see.
For people like me and you, it is a fantastic, fantastic game to watch so far. Competitors in this game, maybe fans of these two, maybe not so. R9's going to go for the shot. It's off the post, and it's the rebound from Falcons out of absolutely nothing. Do not close down R9 at your peril. And Kylian Mbappe will punch the rebound.
When you have R9 on the pitch, Eusebio on the pitch, you can just do things that other players can't do. And that's picking up the ball, edge of the box, and just whipping a shot away. Mbappe, very quick to react. Inside the box, finishes into the back of the net, and Falcons look like they've got their bit between their teeth.
Yeah, they're really rushing forward now. Mbappe tries the Berber, not going to quite work out that time. And this one will be just about cleared away. It was kind of shocking all tactics, isn't it, at the beginning of this half? Mbappe now, as R9 wins it back, is the pass on into R9 in the middle? Yes, it is. Elastico not quite enough to get past Ronaldo Sanchez. Well played from Messi and, of course, from RF eSports, and Neymar will spray this one wide. This has many more goals in it, especially this first leg at least. Marquinhos, the ball is Neymar, finds it. The Brazilian dropping very, very deep for RF. That's a good ball into Mbappe, just can't quite get that second touch.
And they've been really good, sort of, when the ball's got into that area there, both teams, this sort of goes for, at making sure that there's no touch. As soon as it gets into R9's feet, Mbappe's feet, Eusebio, Ginola, whoever it may be, there's at least one of the two players on him straight away, not allowing him to turn, not allowing him to open up any sort of space. Because when there has been space, goals have gone in. As soon as R9 got that little bit of room on the edge of the box, it went in.
Could they find some room on the edge of the box here with Eusebio? It's that hopeful clip-through ball once again, isn't it?
Hopeless, that ball.
Just that little double tap. R9's done so well to find Ginola. Look at the back post. It's got to be on potentially, but Ginola recycles this one around. Kevin De Bruyne can find a pass, though. Is it going to Neymar? No. Back to Mbappe. Feels like Falcons just have that extra man here. R9 in the box. It's a good save. The advantage is played as well. Is it going to last? Yes, it is.
Good save from Donnarumma. He was right behind it. R9's already scored from that angle in this game so far. Just look at that press, though. Renato Sanchez so high up the pitch.
Falcons really seem to be the ones that are looking for more goals here. Could they be out of sight by the time we get into that second leg? That's what they're trying to do here. 65 minutes gone in the first, though. And Eusebio is just getting the afterburners on. Cordoba, oh well, he can't keep up because he's absolutely rapid and just about bullies his way in. The centre-back I've not personally used but come up against and he is a pain.
Yeah, a lot of pro players really sung Cordoba's praises. I've not used him myself, to be honest. Not really got a lot of Serie A players in the squad.
I have two, and I only have the second because of Dinatal. Guy's a freak. R9. Gonna play it out wide to Hernandez.
Deep Hernandez.
Very, very deep. It's allowing De Bruyne to push forward. He's somebody who has the ability to finish these chances, but Mbappe has the ability to get by the defender to get on the end of that pass. Will be recycled back. That's out. Onside is Neymar. Just keeping hold of the ball here, Falcons. Maybe not with the intensity in their passing as there once was. R9 can't get that touch. Again, it's that hopeful. It's that L1 double tap.
Yeah,
it is hopeful at times.
There's a lot of possession there, and there was a couple of opportunities to maybe go forward. But if you keep in possession for that long, what is it? Why, on that particular occasion, you think the ball over the top is the one? Because out of all the passes, that was probably the least effective to go through. And a 5-3-2 from RF eSports here. First time we've really seen a 5-3-2 in use.
Especially considering they're behind as well. To me, in my mind, it looks defensive, doesn't it? Like, it feels defensive.
I mean, it certainly does. You can see from the general play of their possession as well, a lot of it has been in sort of the defensive areas. They've really favoured one side of the pitch as well. So in the first half, that would have been the right wing back, and then in the second half, when it flips over, you're going down the right, whereas the possession sort of hot areas for Falcons, it's been a lot in the final third. They've had a lot of the ball in the middle to attacking third of the pitch. I'm surprised it's only 2-1, to be honest.
Has felt like more goals probably should have found the back of the net. Neymar into the feet. It's really, really good FIFA. Oh, it would have been a wonderful goal. It doesn't find its way into the back of the net, but that's a little bit more like it from RF. Pass, 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 shot away. Again, it's that man who is, I think for a lot of people, why the SBC wasn't done. Gelson Martin's lacking in that shooting and that final product department, but, well, maybe somebody who isn't is Kylian Mbappe. Out to Martins this time. Has the pace, though, to beat the defender. It's a wonderful ball. Eusebio, second chance, not quite there. And that's another huge, huge opportunity for RF to try and find something. We talk about the 5-3-2 before you maybe come to a point there. If we could potentially go back to that screen in a second. Those three central midfielders, only one of them is a central midfielder. Neymar and Martins playing there and presumably on a get-forward role.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've still then got 5 defenders behind you. Even if your wing-backs are sort of high up the pitch. Neymar and Martins are those players, and they are getting forward in the attacks, but Llorente at centre-half, this to me doesn't sound, it doesn't even scream like it's part of the game plan, because Llorente is not a centre-half, really. He's a centre midfielder. He gets forward in attacks. So maybe they've identified something that they need to change, and they've gone into this 5-3-2. Chance here, bouncing around the box. It's going to come to Dejalo. He's already scored a goal in this series.
Sanchez now. RF looking to try and tie things up here. Oh, it's a good ball into Eusebio. Can he twist and turn away? Not quite that pass into Mbappe. A little bit of weak. And R9 will just calmly play this one out to Anthony. Back to Theo Hernandez and into De Bruyne. Anthony has room outside. Gets going, the Brazilian. He's got plenty of pace. The ball in. Oh, it's into Chiesa. The touch is wonderful. The composure from the Italian. Onto his chest and into the back of the net.
Counter-attack to perfection right there. They exploited that left-hand side. There was a gap at the wing-back area. It meant that the entire defence had to move across. Room for Chiesa inside the box. It just floated into him. And you thought, is he going to shoot first time? Is he going to hit this first time? The ability to take a touch, to settle it, and then just rattle it past the goalkeeper at the near post. Donnarumma has been on sublime form, but no goalkeeper is saving that.
Can there be one coming back here for RF eSports as we tick into the final few moments? Mane's going to play this one away, and it could be worse if you're not careful. Kiesa's turned the defender. Is the frustration keep creeping in here for RF? The pass is not quite there. And the Falcons can't find a fourth.
He's in.
Ball over the top. Is he onside? Eusebio is in. He is onside. Oh! And he's hit the bar. It's a huge, huge opportunity as the referee blows the whistle. And that would have halved that deficit of 2 goals for RF eSports. That is a big, big moment.
Look, if that goes in, we've got a completely different second leg. The difference between 2 goals to come back from and 1 goal, to a 2-goal deficit going into leg number 2 is, you might be thinking, I need to change formation here, we need to change tactics. 1 goal, we've seen, how many games have we seen 1 goal instantly? From the kickoff, you get a couple of chances, pass, goal. That has to go in. That has to go in. This series has been a series of missed chances.
It has. It has. It's been missed chances. It's been fantastic saves. It's been relentless, let's be honest with it, and we will be going into that second leg. But this time around, we definitely have somebody who is favouring themselves in that second leg. They're looking to be the winner of the Miami side of things here at the FGS Open. We'll find out the winner after this quick break. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the FGS Open. My name is Chris Sun, joined by Richard Buckley, and you are joining us for what has been a fantastic final here in the regional finals for Miami. 2 very, very good teams who are very willing to attack, have been going at each other into the bracket reset, the second leg. But this time around, we have someone with a definitive advantage here. It is 3-1 to Falcons right now after that first leg, and that has got to be a good feeling for them.
Yeah, Miami's not disappointed at all, as we didn't think it would, to be honest. We came into the game, there wasn't really a favourite as such. The 5-0 win in the losers bracket for Falcons set them up really well. They won a penalty shootout. Yeah, that's how tight this has been. A penalty shootout in game number 1. Coming into game number 2, it's just been sort of end-to-end FIFA. Either team could take it, but Falcons took the game by the scruff of the neck, and they deservedly are leading 3-1.
And this was the one from R9 that momentarily looked like it went wide, but that very much in the bottom corner from R9. Those are the kind of finishes you expect him to put away. And Mbappe, this was the one. It was like playing chicken. Are you moving the keeper? Yes or no? It just did not. Take an opportunity for RF, and yeah, this was Messi all the way across, wasn't it? Touch of fortune, no doubt. And to be fair, actually, you can make that argument if you're Falcons, that the one goal we conceded was a deflection. You could also argue that you conceded that kind of thing if you are on the side of RF.
But you can't give R9 that sort of room on the edge of the box. Final 5 minutes, Falcons came forward with a flurry. Ball whipped into the box. Chiesa brought it down. It was nearly heroic from, I think, Renato Sanchez getting back with an acrobatic clearance. Chiesa got involved with the fans, and in the final few seconds of the game, Eusebio had to score. Lofted high in the air, off the bar.
I'd be annoyed if my Eusebio had not put that in the back of the net. I think.
Are you annoyed at me if we're the duo and I miss that final kick of the game?
No. I think you sort of say to yourself, I spent a lot of coins on this guy. You've seen them go in, but that's kind of the side of FIFA that, you know, it happens to everybody. Not everything is clear cut. Not everything is going to go in based on your inputs. You could do everything right, and sometimes it will not go in. That's football.
Yeah, I'd be fuming.
Yeah, you'd be raging, wouldn't
you?
Yeah,
I just like, sometimes you just have to score. And there's chances, and no matter what happens, that ball has to go in the back of there. And that right there, 90th minute, that goal can give you confidence to go on and win this series and become the regional final champion from Miami. Now, you're going into the game thinking, the mindset is, oh, it's not our day. I mean, we lost that game on penalties. We had chances to win it. Eusebio's not scoring now. It sort of, the snowball effect happens a lot more, because I'd rather that chance not even happen at all.
Yeah, I would agree, because
if it's not going in,
it's the negative mindset, isn't it, that comes on through. I think you're very right to touch on the penalties as well. That's a scenario where there are moments of a couple of penalties here or there. We all know at the same time that penalties can go either way. Doesn't matter if you're real football, FIFA, whatever it is, you're in your weekend league, penalties come up. It's a roll of the dice at times. Unless you're some sort of penalty gun, you just got ice running through your veins. I am not.
Not me neither.
No, bad. I usually go over attacking if it's in the second half of extra time, to be honest with you. I try to avoid it at all costs, even if it means losing. But here we go then, into the second leg. Not quite a mountain to climb for RF eSports. I would say a moderately sized hill. Maybe a Wainwright. Do you know what a Wainwright is? Are we going to get into that? Maybe not. But
you still need to prepare for it. Maybe a packed lunch and maybe a bottle of water.
Definitely. At least.
2 bottles.
I was about to delve down a further rabbit hole, but I'm concerned that they won't let us cast together again. Maybe an opportunity coming in there for RF, not going to eventually find its way back to the keeper. Sorry, it was RF on the defensive side of things. And this one's now going to be switched, and I think it is crucial for RF for them to get this first goal.
It has to be. If they're not scoring first, they can, in my opinion, kiss goodbye to the Team of the Season Cup later on in 2022. Mindset-wise, it's the thing that intrigues me the most, because everyone knows at this level how to play FIFA. They know every single intricate detail in and out. But how do you come into this game? Are you changing tactics yet? Are you changing formations? We saw a 5-back. They're definitely what appears to be not in a 5-back here. So what's changing?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what, this is maybe an opportunity for you. Saber gets that little bit of luck. It's an unbelievable save from Van der Sar. A small bit of fortune to get the second bite at it, but nonetheless, that's an opportunity you expect to see the hit in the back of the net.
Has to be. Eusebio again.
Is that the difference, the small difference between Eusebio, R9, Di Natale buries that. He's really good.
Well, if he's wearing a Newcastle kit, though, for you.
I actually don't have a Newcastle kit, and it's actually disgraceful, to be fair. When they start winning a couple of more games, then maybe, yeah, they can earn their right.
It does look like a 5-back now, to be honest with you. I think it's Renard Lodi in at left-back, potentially.
Yeah, well, you can see Llorente's there as well.
Yeah, it's sort of a central.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's
centre-back.
maybe got him on
drop between defenders.
Well, no, because that would be if he was a CM, wouldn't he? If it is the actual 5-back, he would actually be the centre man, wouldn't he? Yeah, it's interesting. And here we are. Now an opportunity for RF to try and venture forward. Very much a lot of attacking options, but really, really well defended by Falcons. And there's a counter-attacking opportunity. Still 3 centre-backs towards this side of things for RF. Very, very well worked by Neymar to keep a hold of that ball. This one's going all the way back to the keeper. You can see that pressure from RF.
Yeah, they're pressing very high up the pitch. But Falcons have done really well to get out of that. Kevin De Bruyne, maybe that's a call. I've got De Bruyne, I'm free in the middle of the pitch. Ping it to me.
That looked a little bit rough from one of the defenders, but yeah, De Bruyne in that position. That's why you would choose him. That's kind of over maybe a Llorente, over a Sanchez. He's in that scenario. Yeah, he can play that ball very much so. Sanchez now. Neymar. Messi. This is really, really good football by RF, but for all that we have said that Falcons are being enigmatic going forward, their defensive work has been quite sublime at times.
Oh, it really has. Both teams, I think, have been good defensively. Like they've not conceded a whole bunch of goals. I mean, RF in this second leg, a couple of laps of concentration at the back have let Falcons in, but in the second sort of set of games, if there'd have been worse defenders either side, there'd have been a comfortable winner, because they both attacked really well. But because both teams are really sort of compact at the back and they make it hard to play, that's why we're in a 4th leg of Fifa between these two sides.
No, RF are in here though. Kylian Mbappe, it's a wonderful finish. And it's just out of absolutely nothing. It's a pass into Neymar, who quickly offloads it to his PSG teammate, and that finds the back of the net, and all of a sudden, it's game on. 1 goal deficit now for the side of RF. And it just came from nothing. Caught me off guard, if anything.
Nervy times for Falcons.
Renato Sanchez chooses to go to the left back. Little turn from De Bruyne into R9, just playing it back, nice and patient. If there's nothing on, we go backwards. We recycle, we go again.
Look at the possession. Over 60% of the ball to Falcons. You can definitely see the game plan. Keep hold of the ball, frustrate, and see the game out.
Oh, I tell you what, I was going to say, De Bruyne can find a pass into Mbappe, and that's that kind of scenario you'd like to see. The scoop, you do not. Renato Sanchez will just calm this one down here.
What the 5-back gives RF is the width out wide. You see how high the wing-backs are. Etal on the right, and it's Renard Lodi on the left. They're going high and they're going wide, and they offer that out ball every time. Especially when you've got centre-backs who can play as well. Llorente, he's a centre midfielder at heart. Marquinhos, he can play out the back.
Neymar now back to Llorente, looking for that searching ball. Messi dropping deep, presumably in that central midfielder role. And obviously just making those moves forward. Marquinhos stretching his way now. The problem is that when you do that with your centre-back, yeah, you're going to lose it. And you find yourself in a bad spot. You know what, he's got away with, they really have got away with that. For all when you're playing a 5-back, you pull one of those centre-backs out, you're in a dangerous, dangerous position with your full-backs pushed up so far. But Eusebio has got room to turn. The pass into Mbappe is not going to get the second bite at it. And this one will be played away, and that will be the end of the half.
It's a really, really tantalising game. It's on a knife edge. And I think the formation, the 5 defenders, but with the high wing-backs, you sort of give Messi that little bit of room. It's been a really one-sided half. Again, in terms of chance creation, the possession has been strong in the terms of Falcons, but they've not gone anywhere in the final third. They've not really created a lot of chances. I mean, they've had 0 shots, but if we can go to the possession tab and actually see sort of where that possession has been, it's been relatively switches of play, and perfect example of it here, nothing into the strikers. The most sort of active passes being 15-5, switching the play from right back to left back.
It's that time wasting, isn't it? I'd argue that maybe time wasting that early in the game. It's maybe time.
It's risky.
It's time management. I would say. I think wasting would be a little bit unfair. Well, here we go then. RF in the white from left to right. Of course, in the blue kit from right to left will be the Falcons. Still one goal needs to be found by RF. Are we destined for another set of penalties here, Richard? I wonder.
I don't think we are. I think we're going to see somebody pull away.
Well, let's see. Who is that going to be? Neymar into the box. It's just wonderful FIFA. It's a really good save once again. Renato Sanchez in those positions can still very much hit the target. It's a wonderful challenge as well. I believe from Renan Lodi. And they will retain the ball. RF skills. And his teammate, of course. Albert's very much looking to try and even things up with Mbappe. Oh! Oh, Edwin van der Sar. I expect that one to be saved. It's a really good strike, but you expect Jakiba to do better there.
They came out of the second half unbelievably quick, did RF eSports. It was that first chance with Renato Sanchez inside the box. Maybe not the play that you want in there. It was a sort of a half-hearted shot. He hit it, good save from the goalkeeper. But Mbappe, emphatic strike from the edge of the box on his weaker foot as well, you've got to say. Van der Sar, you're asking questions, but when the goalkeepers have been as good as they have, you've got to sort of, shots will go in.
Take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see the replays of that one, and I'm sure the Falcons will be asking questions of the former Manchester United man.
They might even be asking questions of themselves. They've not gone forwards in this second half.
When they looked so good at doing so in the first leg. They really, really did, and well, now they're going to have to. Going to have to try and find something, unless they fancy penalties again. Neymar wide. This is just going to be the cross, basic into the box, not quite. It will be a corner though. Which way does this go? Ginola short. Neymar has the room to run into inside the box, the twist, the turn, not going to quite get there. Once again, another corner. The ball roll scoop, really effective. Is it going to come through from Neymar once again? No, this time it's back to Mbappe. It's R9 of all people at the back post, not going to quite find it. R9 now. Can still deliver a ball, can find his way through. It's another corner ball. Where was this from Falcons before? Very much pressing forward. Mbappe now inside. Cordoba completely unmarked. It's found its way to Theo Hernandez, who's going to get the second bite. It's just about cleared away.
That was hectic. Inside the box, Cordoba had a chance, and Theo Hernandez, all the players that you don't want inside the 6-yard box.
Isn't it always the way?
Yeah. We're popping up. A flurry of corners, though, and that will give Falcons a lot of sort of encouragement in this second half. After getting the game tied up at 3 apiece, they can now start to see maybe a way out of this.
Oh, it's really, really good. Oh, my word. It's an unreal save from Van der Sar as Eusebio strikes that. It's a little bit behind him. It's a good strike nonetheless. RF very much on the forward press here. It's headed in.
Oh, what a goal!
It's an unbelievable set-piece tactic coming out from RF. 3 goals back to back to back, and all of a sudden they're in the lead.
Mechanically, what they've inputted has been sublime there. So he player locked onto the edge of the box, firstly. As the ball's coming into the box, he's then switched off the receiver onto, I think it was Eusebio who scored, and asked for the ball off the AI on the header down. Mike LaBelle, he'll have to break that down for us. That, mechanically, what they've inputted there, top draw. Very impressed.
Very, very well worked from the side of RF Esports. And if you're Falcons, after that first leg, you are cruising. RF Esports have really turned it on in this second leg, but it almost feels like Falcons have invited them to turn it on.
They gave them all of the tools. They gave them the keys to the house. And they entered and said, you know what, we'll take everything.
Well, there we go then. And all of a sudden, what's RF's plan now? Do you change it or do you just keep going? Do you be brave? Do you say, we've played them off the park, we keep going? It's an opportunity here for Falcons, though, as they spread this one wide. Neymar, just 1 goal back, and all of a sudden we're tied up. Ronaldo Sanchez trying to find that little bit of space. Ronaldo now. De Bruyne into Ginola, who is onside. Can't quite break away, but he is in a good position to maybe pass this one across. The keeper is flailing about in the box, but it's still on. Ginola passing across, not going to get there. Very well defended by RF eSports. They're only around 22 in-game minutes away from finally finding the win, but it's back into Neymar. It's very well worked here. From Falcons, twisting, turning. Neymar just finding the room. The end product is not quite there. It's a counter-attacking opportunity.
Neymar did so well on the byline to twist and to turn and to get himself into the box. And then just as you needed that final pass.
It was the fake. It was the fake drag back for me from Neymar, wasn't it? You sometimes see it cancelled. That time it was not. Lorente just spraying balls about now for RF eSports, and Mbappe will get away. And look at Eusebio is just waiting for that moment to try and break free. I like that. The defender's drawn, he turns inside, but doesn't quite find it. It's the same formation from RF, albeit I would expect some changes in the instructions for these players, but nonetheless. Yeah, everybody stay back essentially at this point. But again, it asks that question, do you want to keep going forward? We've had so many chances. We've dominated this game. Do you keep it going?
Yeah, that's the sort of internal debate that they'll be having right now. As you can see, the different types of pass types as well. Lots of through balls. The key passes, it sort of signifies 17 first-time passes as well. And you can see the distribution of a lot of those passes. Everything going through number 11, really. It's been the centre-backs into the centre of midfield and then playing left, playing right, playing into the two strikers as Chiesa enters the fray. He's going to be very dangerous in the final third.
Very, very dangerous. Falcons looking to find that goal. They do not have very long. 15 in-game minutes to go. They were the ones that came back from that losers bracket. They were the ones that reset that bracket. And they are now the ones that they find themselves behind. But can this be an opportunity? R9 inside the box, always a dangerous prospect. Ronaldo Sanchez to Marquinhos. He can find that pass to Chiesa. He's turned so well. His right foot is good enough to find the pass to R9. He can't quite get it away. That little just touch upwards doesn't suit the Brazilian, but I tell you what, this suits RF eSports. This ball across, and surely Kylian Mbappe kills this one. It's brilliantly worked too. Eusebio, the composure out of the roof from RF eSports, who find themselves 2 goals to the good with 10 in-game minutes to go.
Picture perfect counter-attack right there, from one end of the pitch to the other. It was a double-tap pass in the offensive act for Falcons eSports. It was a double-tap that I don't really think needed to be played from Chiesa to R9. It meant that his control was off, it was loose, and then a hopeful ping from defence to attack springs the counter, and then you're just asking, do you have the composure? Do you have the calmness to just slide it to your left-hand side? Played into Eusebio. He's never going to miss an open net. 4-0, second leg, 2-goal advantage in the final 10 minutes.
It's very much do or die now for Falcons. 2 goals in 10 in-game minutes is not. It's not implausible. It's not unlikely. It's maybe unlikely, but it's not out of the question. It has to be said though. RF eSports, in the scenario they win, they were 3-1 down. They may well be 5-0 up in this second leg in a second. Gelson Martins, are you smart with it? Yes, you are. Nothing on. Don't need to try a really nice turn there though. Twisting around where he can, and that is going to be a throw-in, and it just plays into the hands of RF eSports. They will throw that out, but there is not long left. Falcons need to send everything towards the goal here of RF. It doesn't look like many men are getting forward, but here we go. R9 now.
Anthony.
Good ball to Anthony. Can he find the cross? Can he find anybody? It's back to Ginola. It's a good finish. And 6 in-game minutes to go.
Game on.
They haven't had a sniff.
Oh, they've won it. Oh.
They have not had a sniff. And all of a sudden, they get the press on. They get an opportunity, and now RF have got to say to themselves, they may well try and have to find another goal, because coming forward is Falcons. Look at the ball out wide. It's not the ball out wide. It's to Ginola. Now into Anthony, the Brazilian. What can he find? He's twisting a turn. He can't get by. Is that a corner ball? Yes, it is.
Van der Sar's up.
2 in-game minutes to go. This one from Chiesa. The right foot, what does it do? It goes back to Janola, onside as well. Kiesa, everybody back here for RF Esports. We're playing those passes. Mane now. Sadio Mane looking for the pass to R9. You see them go through. They will continue this attack. Sanchez. Forward to De Bruyne. It's the final touch of the ball, surely. It's surely going to fall to R9. Cannot get through. And is that going to mean survival for RF? Is that going to mean qualification for RF? Yes, it is. They win the Miami Regional. And what a series of games that was between two of the finest from South America. What a game.
Falcons went with that for 84 minutes. I mean, the game, they showed how good they could attack in the final 10 minutes of the game. They created chances, they scored. Like,
oh my.
What a series. If you want to see an example of FIFA eSports right there, that last hour and 30 minutes is exactly it. Penalty shootout, it looked like they can't be separated. Then out of nowhere, you get a 5-4 goal game in the second leg, in the second half for that.
Oh, I mean, it plays with your emotions, this game. You know, when you're playing it, when you're watching it, you never know what's going to happen, and I think that's the beauty of it at times, isn't it? What a game that was. It will be RF Esports to advance on through. Commiserations to Falcons. The first leg was really good. In the first game of the second, the first game of the second set of games after they won the reset on penalties was brilliant. But then you can't let that 2-goal deficit go so easily. They invited it on, if anything.
We talked about complacency, and I think you just saw a perfect example of what complacency looks like in FIFA eSports. It was not only you're keeping possession, but you weren't progressing up the pitch. If you expect to keep the ball for an entire leg of FIFA and not think that your opponent's going to press and try and progress in the pitch, unfortunately, you've just got your game plan wrong, and you've got your tactics wrong going into the second leg, because that was a winnable scenario that got away from them, and then they're on the back foot. Falcons, you're thinking, oh my, we're losing by 2 goals, we've got 10 minutes left, what do we do now?
But then that's the annoying part of it, isn't it? That they do go for it. Yep. They nearly find that final opportunity, and nearly falls to the feet of R9 in the box, and that would have made all the difference. And you know, I know, everybody at home knows, when you are 2 goals down with 10 minutes to go, you whack on ultra attacking. You put that constant pressure. It's very difficult for the defensive team to try and deal with it, but deal with it they did. Will be RF Esports to go through. They will get that position for April secured. And I'm sure that Mike and Rachel have got a lot to break down from that game.
Thanks, guys. Well, if you weren't a fan of FIFA eSports, you probably are now after what happened there. Only in the second half of that second leg, things absolutely changed for RF eSports for the better. Mike, I hope you're going to break down that second leg of FIFA, well, the last half of the second leg of FIFA, because it completely changed things up, didn't it? You've got some analysis for us, I know, presented by PlayStation Tournaments. What are you breaking down, Mike?
I really want to focus on the corner kick because we're seeing multiple faceted corner kicks. Because of you having additional movement between the two players, you can now use knockdowns and have these multiple moves or secondary positioning, which we're seeing a lot from set pieces, where you're having the initial player header it down into a secondary runner, and a lot of goals have been scored via these set pieces, and it's really important. It's something that's new. I would say in terms of the 2v2s versus the 1v1s, where you would normally have a little more of a direct approach, or even going for the short corners. And now we've been seeing a lot of these header to header to header, sometimes even the trifecta, in order to incorporate and add some additional creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was their 5th goal as well for RF Esports, which looked...
That was the go-ahead.
Which looked pretty great as well. I mean, can you break that one down for us just from what you can remember? Because we were watching it back there. Maybe jump around a little bit, Mike, as well in my seat. Go, oh my goodness, it's really kicking off.
Yeah, we had a bunch of different types of goals, whether there was the space that was being created on the back end. After you, of course, have unlocked or generated a lead, then you're able to take advantage of that space. And that second goal ended up being a real big decider in terms of extending the lead, because we saw the late attack that was coming in, the little bit of extra.
Totally. How impressed, though, Mike, were you of RF Esports, especially being 3-1 down in that first leg? They've played so many games of FIFA. They've been grinding it out, haven't they, in the Swiss, double elimination as well. For them to come back and fight back, especially being in that winner's side and having to reset and go again.
Well, we talked about it after the initial reset. You said, well, what's the difference here? Well, what's going to change the way that these two different teams are playing and who's going to get the result? It really comes down to being clinical. And that was the name of the game. That really was the decider, was who's taking their chances. And in this case, they took their chances. They got the win. They moved on. They claimed that regional position. And you got to have a congratulations there. And it's really hard to do it after losing beforehand in penalty kicks. So that messes with you mentally.
They listened to you, Mike LaBelle. Clinical they were. They obviously had a great team talk, didn't they, between the two legs, just to get them psyched up and ready for that. Obviously, they have their spot now in April. They've got $15,000 to go with that. Let's see who they're joining. We've got 3 teams qualified already. So Kawasaki Frontale, our first team from Tokyo. SAF times Goliath, SAF times Goliath, of course, Johannesburg Open, and then RF eSports. We just saw them go through from Miami over Falcons there. So 3 teams already safe for their team of the season spot against those 16 Masters teams in April. 2 more to join them this afternoon. Guys, do not go anywhere. Mexico Open is coming up after this short break.
This is Stolen Mike. I'm a FIFA eSports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. Today I'm going to show you how to make the best out of scoring situations, whether it's finesse shots from outside the box, one-on-one with the keepers, or low-driven shots in the box. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just the natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Now I'm going to talk about the low driven shots, which is one of my favorite ways to score inside the box, especially with the goalkeepers being pretty good this year, and when you obviously shoot the ball low driven, you kind of avoid the goalkeeper of saving it. So in this clip I'm with Van Persie in the box, and in this case if I were to do a normal shot, the goalkeeper would easily save it up high, and if I put more power then it will probably go over the bar, but in this case I just put a low driven shot. You do that by pressing L1, R1 and shoot at the same time, because you can put even more power than with a normal shot, and it stays low to the ground. The keeper can't save it with his feet because it's too fast, and the most important thing is that you power up your shot really well. So in this case I have over 3 bars, and another important aspect is that you aim it right into the corner. You have to really aim it into the corner, and in this case it went in because it was a really fast shot. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. For the power it's pretty easy, you just load up 2 to 3 bars, because if it's over the goalkeeper it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put. Hey guys, thanks for watching my FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. I hope this helped you out and you will score a lot of more goals. See you on the pitch.
Welcome back to the FGS Open presented by PS5. We are live here at Twickenham Stadium in London, the home of rugby. Today, this weekend, the home of FIFA. In that break, you may have recognised a FIFA pro there in the form of German's Dullen Mike. He's the youngest ever FUT Champions Cup winner. He was giving you some tips and tricks there. But if you want to learn more from our FIFA pros and get some extra great content, then you know what to do. Scan your QR code, your phone, right now on this QR code. Here it is on the screen. I'm waiting for that. And then you will be directed to youtube.com/EA Sports FIFA, and you can watch some awesome content. There you go. I'll be doing that a bit later. I think Lisa Manley, she features on it as well. A couple of your friends and people you love to see. There you have it. So just scan that code on the screen and you'll be directed to the right place. Here we go. Mike LaBelle is back. Mike, do you feature on that? Are you giving some tips and tricks over there? Please say yes.
I don't think I got the feature. You've got the feature. If anything, right now, if you sign in, you can play as Rachel, or you play against Rachel's squad at the moment. But
you can,
I haven't
until
got the
Sunday.
call up yet.
I love that. You can play my squad, actually, yeah, in Ultimate Team as well. Score battles until Sunday. That was a little pitch of my own. Okay, well, we're moving on now. We're going to Mexico City because they are the next Open coming your way. Look at that. I wish I was there right now. Obviously, we're still restricted due to the ongoing pandemic. We can't travel to all the beautiful places we would love to, but how awesome does that look right now? And yeah, Mexico is coming your way now. We just had the losers final. It was Garrett Esports taking on Timber Esports. That one finished Timber Esports 5-2 overall. So they are now in the winners final against KrowMx Esports. Number one. Mike, there were 3 teams, I believe, from KrowMx Esports. They fielded 3 teams out there today, but this is their one that's got through to the final.
Yeah, fair play.
Yeah.
And you see the 5-2 spread. We're going to go over some of the goals. And what you're seeing a lot of with these competitors is the way that you're able to move attacking players is really the difference in terms of some of the innovation and just ingenuity that you can create manually on the offensive end, where you're bringing players close and you're sending them deep. You're seeing a lot of different types of runs. You can get a little bit deeper inside the box, but still having those manual movements as you go top corner, best corner, always the best corner if it's possible. And you're seeing an overload as well, these low-driven passes. And that's an R1 an X pass, and the reason that you're going to see that used constantly is it just gives you a little extra oomph, which then gives you maybe a half second or even a full second sometimes to make a better decision or to be able to judge what's happening. And when you're playing at this high of a level, everyone is so gifted with reactions and then knowing how to register those reactions. You see the flare pass, the 1-2, R9, not a bad partner in crime to have. The chip through ball, can he get there? Of course he can get there. Nods it home, nearly saved off the line, but not enough. And when you see this much space, this many players, goalkeeper moving way too early, not that it matters, add a little insult to injury there in the 90th minute, 5-2, and you're moving back into that final matchup for the regional.
Were you impressed there, Mike, by Timbers Esports and what they delivered there at 5-2 win over Gara?
Absolutely. Having, again, the composure and the teamwork is going to be such a mandatory aspect of the 2v2 and having success in the 2v2. So it's a matter of, can they take that momentum now and apply that in this final?
We've seen a bit of back and forth going, haven't we? Because Timbers actually did defeat KrowMx in Swiss 5-4. So it was pretty tightly contested. Do you think we're going to see more of the same in this final?
I hope that it's a tight matchup just because I like the suspense, and that once again is a Mike bias. I want the drama. I'm here for the drama. I'd even support some penalty kicks. And the reality is, I would rather play if I was competing. I would rather come off that win with the 2v2. So I feel like I got momentum. My hands, they're warm. The controller, it's hot. I got that fuego. I want to bring that into it. I'm ready for the vamos. So that's just how I would feel if I was in this position. You get a big W. The other team's been sitting there watching, but they're coming in a little cold.
Well, Mike wants the W. He wants the reset because it doesn't matter for him. It's lunchtime, I think, in New York, isn't it? You're 5 hours behind, Mike. So he's happy to sit there all evening. Obviously, we're on GMT time over here in London. So things are getting a little bit dark outside. It's a little bit later and it's time for dinner, Mike. So with all that in mind, I'm going to leave you to go and have lunch. I might go and have dinner. And we have a Mexico Open to get on with. Boys, enjoy this one. We have Brandon Smith and Lisa Manley.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Mike LaBelle. We bring you Mexico City's regional final. Myself, Brandon Smith, and joining me, professional FIFA player for J Lings Esports, Lisa Manley. Lisa, this plans to be another great game. We've had 3 games today. somehow I've not been involved in a bracket reset. You have been involved in a bracket reset. It seems like all the games are going to a bracket reset today.
Exactly that. Obviously, 2 so far have been out of the 3, and it just shows how close each game is going to be and how close it is in total. Obviously, each goal is tight, and obviously, as we saw in the last game, 5-2. That's quite a big score. Obviously, they're going to have momentum going into this game. So, will we see another bracket reset? We might do.
That is the question in mind. Of course, what we're playing for here is a spot on the Team of the Season Cup that will take place next April. We've seen 3 teams already from around the world book a spot there. Now it'll be one of these 2 teams, KrowMx eSports or Timbers eSports, that will take one of those spots from the Mexican City Open qualifier here. Timbers coming through that loser bracket. KrowMx have been untouchable. Yes, they did lose in the Swiss, but Swiss is very different to knockout FIFA, isn't it really, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, you can go 2 losses without being eliminated. So I think that obviously does help a lot of pros. Last year, obviously, it was different, which was quite unfortunate because if you get 1 loss against the best of the best, which is really hard, you're out. So I think it's obviously less pressure as well on the players. So the loss doesn't matter. As long as you get through to the next day, that's literally all that matters.
Yeah, all you got to do is get those 3 or 4 wins, depending on what Swiss run you are really going for at the end of the day there. 2 legs of FIFA in this one, as we said. Unbelievable game we just saw there from Rapid Bunny involved with Timbers eSports. They were 2-0 up after the first game. We were watching this in the back room. It went 2 goals the other way in 15 minutes. I thought they were going to throw it away. Somehow they came back, and you can see the run that they had in that bracket of how they got here. The losers final, 5-2. Timbers eSports coming up clutch in that one. KrowMx 1. If you wonder why they're called KrowMx 1, KrowMx as an esports team have had 3 different duos all involved in this Mexican City Open qualifier, and it's one of those. I mean, if you throw 3 teams in, Lisa, maybe one might make it to the full way into a LAN event, and that seems to have worked for them so far. Yeah,
I mean, definitely the more teams you have, the more chance you have of getting there, and that's what they've done, and congrats to them. And obviously they've gone unbeaten in there, which is obviously something to think about. And Timbers, as you can see there, they've had a very good run in the losers bracket, and they have momentum going forward. So can they come out and get a bracket reset?
Absolutely. Only played 4 games, netted 17 goals, only conceded 8. We saw a brilliant defensive display earlier in Johannesburg's Open qualifier with, of course, the duo from Goliath Gaming. They were great defenders. They didn't concede in that game, which to me suggests that in terms of when they're in knockout FIFA, at least, they don't concede many goals. Are we maybe in for just a sort of 2 and done, you know, 1 and done, sorry, across 2 legs? No need for a bracket reset.
I mean, obviously, if you're not conceding, there's a chance that you're going to win the game. But in these pressure situations, it's a final, 15,000 on the line. There's a chance they make a silly mistake. Yeah, that's the great thing as well that EA have done for this one. The prize pot distributed from that Team of the Year Cup that unfortunately is not going ahead now has been added in to the mix of this one, just to build up a little bit more suspense that you're not only just qualifying for that event in April, but you're getting $15,000, which for a lot of people, I mean, it's the most money they've ever won in the FIFA tournament. It's a lot of money. It can go a long way, all this money, and the pressure will be on their shoulders for that. But most importantly, they've just got to play their best FIFA, and you never know, come the end of it, they'll be champion. Yeah, and they've been playing for quite a few days as well. Since Wednesday, a lot of these qualifiers did take place. If you haven't been enjoying the FGS Open action as well, we've got Washington, D.C. after this one. Then tomorrow, we've got 5 more Open regions for you. Then the next day, we've got 6 of them coming your way. However, Mexico City is up for grabs right now, and there is a spot up for grabs in that Team of the Season Cup next April 2022. It will be the duo of Tio Lucio and Blastic kicking from left to right in that Barcelona kit, I believe, in the yellow and red, and it will be Timbers from right to left in this one. We'll give it a couple of minutes to see how these 2 teams have lined up. There are a set of restrictions in play here. You're allowed 1 icon outfield. Of course, the goalkeeper does not count towards that. The question is, who have they put their money into in terms of an icon for either of these teams? It looks like Pele on one side for KrowMx, Lisa, and R9 who's making his darting run into the box on the side of Timbers. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we got to mention we actually have a chance here. Chance round the corner. Timbers looking to kick off as they meant to go on. And very nearly, if it wasn't for Lionel Messi, just maybe snatched at the shot. It's a brilliant save, fair play. That could have been 1-0 for Timbers in literally minutes. Very close there, obviously. A great save as well. And as you mentioned, there's loads of different icons you can use. Most people go for that R9 for the 5-star, 5-star. I mean, you can obviously use Pele or Eusebio, obviously Pele being 5-star, skill moves and 4-star weak foot, but R9 is just so strong, as you see there.
Chance for R9 to make it one for Timbers. It will be 1-0, and it's a brilliant take and finish from the one icon you allowed outfield in the team. It's always R9 causing havoc in the box. And you speak about weak foot, you speak about skill moves. He didn't really need any of that there, Lee. So it's just the case of get your head down, get your foot through the ball and get it into the back of the net. Timbers are on a drive from the loser bracket. They know it's a long road, they'll have to force a bracket reset, but they do lead by 1-0.
Yeah, great start from them, obviously, coming from the losers bracket. They had a bit of momentum going, and coming into this game, they had an opportunity so early on, and as you see here, they get a goal so early on as well. With R9, obviously 5-star, 93 pace, 96 finishing, you expect him to score from there, and of course, the keeper was moved as well, and it still went into the back of the net.
Well, there we have it. The team that have gone the long way around find themselves in a very, very comfortable position so far in this one. Looking across the team, it's Nkunku in midfield. I think it might be that player of the month item that he did pick up. Surprise, surprise, David Ginola heavily involved in all of these teams. Have you had a chance to use David Ginola at all in terms of in a draft, in your team at home, or have you got him in your FUT Hero pack if you've been lucky?
Unfortunately, I'm not lucky enough to get him, but I have been trying to save for him. I have used him in a draft, and he's just so strong. Obviously, as we mentioned before, 5-star. People are playing him up front if they have the chance to, but overall, he's just a solid player, obviously. 90 pace, 88 shooting, 90 long shots, and that's why he's put up front, because he's strong. He's sort of like R9, but I guess a cheaper version, only being around 1.7 million on PlayStation. But overall, he's just such a solid card to use, and you're not getting him off the ball. Sort of like R9, but a lot less value.
Here comes Messi. Just can't link up with Pele on that occasion. But no, Ginola, absolutely right. He's pretty much is an icon, but in the body of one of those new FUT Hero items that has dropped into the game, which does allow you within the restrictions to bring him into the team and allows you to use him well. Will be a backline of Fernandez, Eder Militao. Of course, on the far-hand side, Hakimi there of PSG allows you to just link in the likes of Messi and Mbappe. There is a Syria sort of a little bit of a spine to this team, though. Kessie taking his place into the team. The Ivory Coast midfielder is a box-to-box midfielder that can just allow you to break up play, partnered really well with the likes of Nkunku, which I feel like is such a big thing. If you're playing a 4-4-2, Lisa, you need two midfielders in there, two central midfielders that one of them at least can go forward and make something happen, but more importantly, they're both just up and down.
Yeah, that's like when I like to play 4-4-2 when I play, and we actually might have a chance here with Messi, but he's not the strongest, and that's what we see there. But in general, whenever I play, I love to have one that's more attacking and one that can sit. So for me, I have Kante. I also do use Nkunku as well, so one can sort of go forward. I used to have Bruno Fernandes at the start of the game where he can push forward, and Kante can be my defending midfielder, which does help as well. Obviously, having one that's agile, you can also have one that's taller and smaller, so you can sort of win the balls in the air as well.
Absolutely, and I mean, Nkunku have been able to see him at a couple of land events now get forward and at least try and make things happen, not always on the score sheet, as you'd expect to see with the likes of Mbappe, R9, all just lining up in front of them here. As Timbers look to get another attack driving forward. It will be Ginola behind it, into Neymar now. Messi just unable to find Neymar in all the space in the world. Didn't have too much time to turn, did the Brazilian winger of PSG. If you look across the board, he's done very well there. Have the duo of Rapid Bunny and Divine. Two very experienced FIFA players in the Global Series. They both had their say in past tournaments as well in terms of qualifiers they've been in with. Rapid Bunny had a brilliant FIFA 21 season. He was the he's the E-Liga Mex champion, of course, the virtual Liga out in Mexico, winning it with Atletico San Luis. Chance for two, Ginola, all the time in the world, and maybe just too much time on that one. The touch was brilliant, but it was a big, strong leg there from Alisson that kept it from being 2-0.
Brilliant play there as well. But to be honest with you, I was looking at it, I was thinking, is there a chance for them to put that across the box? But he might have just about got back and stopped it, but they're just applying on the pressure here, and it doesn't seem like KrowMx are actually able to get forward and break this defence. We
haven't seen a real sort of proper chance in the final third from
KrowMx as of yet. It's a couple of years in age between these two players. Tio Lucio being on the grind literally since FIFA 22 hit the streets. Big content creator, of course, very good FIFA player as well. Wouldn't be in this situation without that. His teammate, though, in Blastic, was involved in the Global Series last year. Got to qualifier number 2 in North America. Top 16, he did place. And that will do us for half-time in this game. Only a goal to separate the two teams. It's Timbers that did get the goal. And as we were hyping up the icons, Lisa, it was R9 that did get us underway. Even with a little bit of goalkeeper movement from KrowMx, the keeper was unable to stop the chance.
Yeah, and as we can see here, obviously, Timbers, they're dominating the game. Expected goals for KrowMx is 0, and 3 shots. Maybe we are disappointed that you didn't get a second, because we all know that 1 goal in FIFA, anything can happen. You can concede in 3 minutes. So I think going into the next half, they're going to want to try and get an extra goal to take them into the next leg.
Yeah, I mean, possession in their favour, 99 passes they've had as well compared to the other side of Timbers. But all that really matter is that scoreline, which you can see at this moment in time. But they don't concede that many goals. I was sort of hyping up the defensive stat of KrowMx coming into this one. They only conceded 8 goals before this point. However, they've not looked like the attacking team at all. It's been Timbers that have been making things happen. 26 goals they've netted now, or 27 after the one they've just scored here. They do concede goals, though. 16 they have conceded. Yes, they went on a longer run through the loser bracket, but they are a bit leaky at the back.
Yeah, and especially with this being a grand final, they might, a bit of pressure getting into them, they might make silly mistakes, but at the moment, we're not seeing that from them.
Touch wood. If you're a Timbers fan, they've been able to just hold it all together so far. Here's Janola now, looking for a second in that game. Look for the double tap pass into the feet of R9. Couldn't quite link up for the scenario that Timbers would have wanted. Watch that run of Mbappe. Little ball over the top from Messi will be the first chance on goal. They could have had Mbappe. Tried to rush it into the feet of Pele, who has remained pretty quiet so far in this game. Their icon of choice outfield, who needs to be more involved, needs to be getting shots away at goal, but just on that moment, he was just too isolated.
And going on the point of teams, obviously, these are teams that they've ended up getting with their budget, with their coins they have. So some players might not be using players that they want to. For example, KrowMx, you know, they might want to be using players like, you know, the best of the best, Pele's, Cruyff's or Janola, all different icons. And we're seeing Messi, which is very interesting, because for me in this FIFA, he's probably the most used that he has been in any other FIFA, but he's not got the pace. So, but he is very good at finesse shots. So it just depends on what you want to use and what budget you have as well.
And the difficult part you have as well, Lisa, is it's one of the players' accounts, isn't it? So
yep.
If you're in a team of 2, someone's got to be like, right, I'm the man that's building this team. I'm the one deciding who's in it. And here's David Janola now. Chance for Timbers for 2. Janola on his own. It's a brilliant block at the back from Militao, but Marquinhos will be penalised. And I think that's going to be a penalty to Timbers. That it will be. What a chance this is for the team that have come through the loser bracket to get a 2-goal advantage. All the faith is in the hands of R9 Ronaldo. Up he steps, does R9, it's saved! And what a chance wasted by Timbers eSports there.
To be honest with you, I don't even think it was a penalty. I would need to watch it again, but as you...
Off the woodwork, chance again, it's still bouncing around the box. Times it green, there's an absolute button jam in the box. But somehow, KrowMx survived to fight another day.
Exactly that. Obviously, I was talking about the penalty. I didn't actually see the chance that happened for it to be a penalty, but that is a vital play in this game. If they score here to make it 2-0, then it would have been, you could say, over and maybe less pressure on them. But as you see here, they're just dominating this game going forward.
Janola tries to just lap up the ball. You can see the pressure from Timbers now. They really want a second after missing that penalty, and you can fully understand why. Messi back to goal. He was trying to tee up the shot on the left foot. Marquinhos, you are very, very, very fortunate there, my friend, from nearly giving away another penalty. This one he actually maybe would have meant. But look at the press. Absolutely ridiculous. Janola does well. Little scoop turn, escape from that one. Back to Messi. You always know he's going to be looking to try and angle it on his left foot. You can't make it too obvious. Big, big, big win there from Kessie on the flip side for KrowMx. But as it still stands, they have yet to have a single shot a goal, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Timbers as well. That means that their players switching really well. I mean, obviously, they can't really do that in this game, but in general, they're pressing well together. And as a team, you need to do that, because if one player presses and the other person doesn't, there's a gap in behind. So they need to make sure that when they press as a team, they don't leave a gap in behind, and they're doing that really well here because they're stopping shots.
Mbappe, back to Pele. KrowMx, it's a gift, it nearly was. Big tackle at the back from Ella Militao. We had to be 100% sure it was the right decision to make, and it certainly was on that one. Always putting yourself at such a risk of potentially giving away a penalty, but what a chance it was for 2-0 for Timbers. They will be kicking themselves at the break from that one. Then the corner after it, hitting the crossbar. No one was there on the rebound. Ginola will try and go on his own, defended again well by Kessie. But KrowMx, attacking-wise, I don't know if they've just been poor or defensively Timbers have just been sound.
I think they've been sound, as you put it, I guess. They've attacked really well, and they're leaving no gaps in behind. They're pressing together at the same time, which means that there's no gaps in behind, and therefore they're not conceding.
If you just see this little player switch, you just see, of course, the 2 player icons on top of the head of the Timbers shirts. Just small little change to the players, reshaping them in position. Pele, Elastico does well, back to Pele, might fall again, defended well by Hakimi. But it's just those really small little players which you can constantly see in a 2v2 duo. You have to be just so on it from the get-go.
Yeah, and making sure that you use both ways of player switching as well, either the left stick or the R1 button, but overall they're both doing it really well, and it's hard to do it in a 2v2 situation as well.
Neymar, nearly running it off the pitch. Let's keep it on for KrowMx, back to Mbappe. Fofana will pick up the pieces. Messi, it's just a bit poor again. Final 5 minutes of leg 1. To paint the picture to you, if you have just tuned in, this is the Mexican City Open, where one of these 2 teams will be going to the Team of the Season Cup. But the story is KrowMx are from the winner's bracket. A bracket reset would have to be forced if Timbers were to win the second leg and the aggregate scoreline. Messi, he's got absolutely no stamina left at all, let alone to turn or to get a shot a goal. Falls kindly back to Mbappe. Last minute plus additional time. Will they get the final chance? Let alone a shot, a goal. Time is ticking down. They're playing for the last chance of the game. They will defend it well. And I'll tell you what, for the halfway point, it should be a 1-0 victory for Timbers, and it will be at the halfway point. They are in a very good position right now, Lisa. I mean, it probably should be 2-0 at this point, to be completely honest. They missed a penalty. They'll be looking back at that in this small interval now, thinking we should have really scored that.
To be honest with you, I think they could have had about 2 or 3 goals there. Obviously, they missed a penalty and then they had an opportunity quite straight after that from the corner, and they green-timed the shot, but unfortunately for them, it was blocked. But I think they're going to be kicking themselves not to be 2 or 3 in this game, because, like we mentioned before, 1 goal is just not enough.
It's a long road, though, because they have to, if they win this game now, an aggregate, a bracket reset is forced, which means they have to play another 2 legs of FIFA again. But it certainly can happen, because the level of competition we've seen from all of these Opens, all of these regional finals, has been so tightly contested that at times it feels like a flip of the coin decide some of these games, because they've been going to bracket resets. That's 4 individual games of FIFA, extra time in some of them as well. The competition level here is through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, obviously, they've played each other quite a few times as well. So now going into the next game, they can work out what their opponents were doing as well and try and stop them from doing that. So in this game, they was using quite a lot of wing play with Messi. So they got to try and stop that and also just work well together. Obviously, we saw only 1 goal as well. So anything can happen in this next leg.
Yeah, and that leg will be coming up to you very shortly indeed. Sorry, we have just got a quick break to go to. A couple of minutes for the players to reset. But when we get back, we'll have the second leg of this Open final here from Mexico. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the FGS Open live here from Twickenham in London. You're joined by myself, Brandon Smith, and Lisa Manley for the call of this Mexican regional final. At the halfway point, it is the team in the losers bracket that came through the losers bracket in Timbers eSports that do lead by a goal to nil. But if you missed the game, they missed a penalty. They should be 2-0 up at this point, surely.
They definitely should be. I mean, they could actually potentially be 3 goals up, but I mean, overall, they've had a dominant performance in the last leg, and hopefully for them, it carries on in this game. But they do need to try and get that second goal to boost their confidence in this half.
Well, it's simple as this. This is the stage set. Timbers kicking from left to right in that red strip in this one. KrowMx, who are the team in the winners bracket, were the best defending team out of this tournament so far as well. Only conceded 8 goals before this point. I think they registered about 1 shot last game, Lisa, to be completely honest. And if they do lose this, a bracket reset will form. We'll play the game all again. It'll be 2 more legs of FIFA, and it'll be a case of whoever wins that over 2 legs or extra time will be on their way to the Team of the Season Cup that will take place next April. And not only that, $15,000 in their back pocket.
Exactly that, and obviously Timbers are in a winning position at the moment, like you said, and they will get the bracket reset, and confidence will be flying high, even more so if they win that game, especially with the momentum they've had.
Chance. Could that cut back again? The ball's just bouncing around. And able to find the player they had in mind. Goalkeepers this year, I mean, just across today, we've seen Allison, we've seen Petacek called up. I mean, from past tournaments, I've seen Dinarama obviously heavily involved in pretty much every weekend league team, so it feels.
Yep.
Who are you rooting for this year as your goalkeeper?
Mine was Donnarumma, but he seemed to be making quite a few mistakes, and I packed Keylor Navas as a red pick, so I'm currently using him, but recently I did complete on my main account check as well, so he's come in, but I haven't really used him too much. But we are seeing quite a lot of Van der Sars as well in this tournament. I know the last game that I commentated on, they were using Van der Sar, but for me, you just got to use the keeper that's the tallest, because they can make themselves bigger in certain situations, especially on one-on-one as well.
And there's been so many times as well where I've seen Edwin Van der Sar just pull off these ridiculous saves that you don't even think are possible to man, let alone what that icon can do. As Timbers look to drive forward again. Their icon of choice is R9 in that team. He was the man that did score their opening goal in the game, Lisa, but he couldn't net from the spot. But just from having that 1 or 2 chances, you can already tell how big of a part he is to so many of these teams if you can sort of get him in there as his chance does come in. Neymar to equalise! Brilliant save from Allison, but that's a lot better from KrowMx, and that is what they've been missing in that last leg.
Yeah, they sure have, and it's great for them to get an early opportunity in this game to boost their confidence. And they whip it in here, nothing comes from it, but overall they're starting so strongly here. They might have changed a certain custom tactic, but it's definitely working if they have.
I think that tactic might just be, let's just have a shot, because we haven't done much. Brilliant cancel of the skill move there from Pele. Nearly lines himself up for a perfect shot for KrowMx. As we said, the team that had 3 duos in this Mexican City regional final. They've been fortunate enough that one of them did make it all the way through to this point. Mbappe, Messi stings that shot. Not really a clever one, is it, from that sort of angle from Messi? And he's been involved in a lot of teams. Don't get me wrong, he actually that chemistry for PSG. He adds a lot of quality in there. How is that not gone in? A brilliant little interchange there from the 2 Parisian forwards. It was Messi into Mbappe, and it was just inches wide.
Inches wide. To be honest with you, from that tight angle, do you really expect it to go in? But obviously it would have been nice for them for it to go in to equalise this game, but they're putting on the pressure. They might even get one in a couple of minutes' time, who knows?
Messi and Kunku, who isn't really going to be having a shot from there. I fully understand why. He had a R9 and Ginola in his trap, but look at the better start already, Lisa. What we're seeing here, 3 shots on target from Crow, 68% possession. They knew they had to bring out a better performance, because the least thing they want right now is a bracket reset and to give Timbers a chance over 2 more legs to beat them and to take their place away from this Team of the Season Cup.
That's definitely not what they want, but obviously if they do end up doing it, there'll be a lot more pressure, because they haven't got a full-back option of obviously losing another game. So, chance here.
Messi! And that's why he's in the team. It's that wonderful left foot that for so many times across this day, no matter where we are in the world, whether we be in Miami, Mexico, Johannesburg or Tokyo, players have been teasing that left foot of Messi on the edge of the box, but not making it too obvious. But when he gets the chance in the box and it falls in that left foot, you know you're in trouble. And there's a prime example of it. 31 minutes on the clock. We're all square again. And Mexico City comes alive for this regional final open.
Exactly that, obviously. Messi, as you mentioned, on the left foot. They actually get a chance here. Nothing comes from it. But as you mentioned before, Messi's left foot is literally everything you need. And I question coming into this, do you really want to be using Messi in your team? Because you can sort of stop him from getting these chances. Because if you get a chance on the edge of the box, you know to sort of cover it because you know of how good his left foot is. And as we saw there, it wasn't covered. And he just pelted it into the back of the net with that 93 shooting that he has as well.
In all honesty, it's no surprise. Again, it's come from wing play. You know, we've been seeing it at half-time in games, that brilliant in-game stats we have now in terms of just passing patterns, popular passing patterns. It does feel that that is the way to play for these pros. Get it out wide in a 4-4-2, use the likes of a Neymar or a Messi, and then try and worm your way into the box.
Yeah, that's the way I like to play as well. I like to use 5-star skill moves players, i.e. Neymar, Mbappe, R9 if you can afford him, and Ginola as well. And I think that's what they're doing here. You actually like to allow your opponent to use the wings because they're not in the centre of the park. The chance of them scoring is less likely, I could say. But at the moment, we're just seeing all the goals coming from the wing play. And I think that's a good way of scoring this year. Just whip it down the wing, driven pass, and then driven it past across the box. Sometimes you might not need it because it might go past them. But we're seeing that a lot, and we're getting goals from it as well. And as you mentioned, 1-1, they're actually dominating this game, whereas last time they wasn't. So maybe they've changed something. They're keeping the ball a lot more better as well and not giving away the ball silly.
I think to a degree as well, it's that level of unpredictability when you get down that byline and it's a case of who can you cut it back to when you've got two strikers just teasing and waiting, whether that be Pele, Mbappe, R9, on the flip side, David Ginola in there as well. Which we have to talk back as one of the biggest talking points. There's no David Ginola in this side for KrowMx in this one. Thoughts on that one? Because he's quite a big player to miss out on.
Yeah, it's quite weird, really, that they haven't, because, as we mentioned before, 5-star, he's like a cheap version of R9 as such, but not for most players, because he's 1.7 million coins at the moment, but that's mainly because of how good he is in-game. But maybe they don't like him, or they don't play the way that he does. You know, maybe they don't like to use the wing play as such, but it's a very interesting choice not to have, because it could put you at a disadvantage as such, and a lot of people are playing him striker, so...
Especially if he does score against you and you're thinking, you know, what if, and if he was in my team, what could he have done for me? As we do get back underway for the second leg of this one. 1-1 is the scoreline so far between Timbers and KrowMx. They had a really bad first leg, to be brutally honest, did KrowMx. The team that were in the winners bracket side didn't really concede many goals. Do score a few. I think they've just netted after that one a total of 18 goals in this tournament so far in terms of knockout play. A duo made of Tio Lucio and Blastic have been teammates for a while. They will involve actually in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. This is nice. It was a good idea from Mbappe. It's that level of unpredictability that he always seems to bring Mbappe in those moments. When you use reverse elastico, when you just implement a skill move, it makes you bite, doesn't it? Into a tackle, pull a player out of position. Next thing you know, you're conceding a goal, or your goalkeeper's pulling off a worldie. R9 on the flip side, bit of a rush chance. Never really going to be troubling Allison from that range.
Yeah, it was a very good chance there, obviously, the reverse elastico, as you mentioned. But to be honest with you, when he did that, the opposing team in Timbers moved the player across. And in my opinion, there was a chance for a shot far post, and they didn't actually take it.
Messi, left foot once again. Oh, they're feeling it. They're feeling that Messi. Left wand, that left boot that he has that is literally a wand, and from that far out, that's what players have been teasing for a while, but it becomes obviously too predictable that that's what you're going to look to try and do. However, they bought a ticket and very, very nearly won the raffle if that was to ripple into the left top corner. Just went over the bar, and the chance falls back down the other end for Timbers. Nice ball roll scoop turn in. Neymar does well, Ginola and Kunku. What can he do now? Back to goal, but goal becomes a little bit too compact in that area. Still does well to recycle it back out in Kunku. Little double tap pass. Neymar back to Nkunku again. This is brilliant. Timbers are really just on a new level. Ginola, he might get a chance back to goal, but just get rid of it, Crow eSports. And they do eventually, and there'll be a chance to break now. With Neymar all the way on the other side of the field. I'm not going to need to use him. Play back to the fullback and then eventually play out this way.
Yeah, it's great play there from Timbers, shot cancelling, skill cancels everywhere, but it's so hard to defend them because you're just not sure what they're going to do, and you don't really want to like push the whole defence up against them and have a chance of conceding a penalty. So you just got to sort of stay close to them, but not too far away for them to do a specific skill move to get away from you. So it's really hard to defend them.
25 left on the clock. You do sort of feel like this game is on a knife edge. One chance, one mistake is all it will take for us to send us into a bracket reset, or alternatively to send KrowMx into that Team of the Season Cup next April. That's what we're playing for here across these 3 days, to find 16 more duos, 60 more teams to be part of this new FGS season. 2v2 is the motto, and so far it has been well received by everyone in terms of just the level of gameplay being able to see, and fortunately not being able to have the players on camera, but when they are hopefully back at land next year, we can see it all unfold. Chance, Neymar back to goal, Timbers fake shot, it's an absolute gift, what a save, Messi, what a save, Alisson! Ridiculous double save from the Brazilian in goal, and I mean Timbers right now, I wish we could see him on camera because they must be distraught of how they've not scored there.
I don't even know what to say, I'm shocked as well. I mean, in that position there, the first shot you don't expect him to save, and definitely not when he's down on the floor, to get back up again like Spider-Man and save that. I don't even know what to say. I mean, and we mentioned earlier about Pacific keepers to use, and they definitely picked the best one there.
I mean, who else are you choosing after a save like that? What a chance for Timbers. It fell to R9, it fell to Messi. But Alisson with the most incredible reaction time. That's one thing this year the goalkeepers just seem to have in an abundance, is reaction time. They're down on the ground 2 seconds, up they get to save it or catch it in the air. I mean, Messi, of course, never going to be winning that one really in the air up against Alisson, but what a chance it goes begging. Final 10 minutes, we're nearly playing into it. Timbers now, little there in the driving seat. All they need to do is score one goal. If they score one goal, we could be on our way to a bracket reset. R9 back to Neymar. The way they've been able to link up in these sort of areas has been really, really deadly and very difficult at times to defend on the flip side. Neymar and Kunku. This is nicely done. Ginola back to Messi on that right. Boom! Brilliant save again from Alisson, who again is called into action and surprisingly saves it.
I mean, I think he needs a raise after this if they end up winning this game. But yeah, again, Messi again in that situation. 4-star weak foot. Would you be annoyed being KrowMx if you concede there? Alisson was with a great save as well. So I don't even know how this game's going to end. It seems like every game I've commentated today, that's been the case. So,
well, if we are all square after 90 minutes with this current scoreline, we go to extra time with the same scenario. KrowMx win. They're in the Team of the Season Cup. They will be your winners from this regional final here in Mexico City. If Timbers can take this result, we'll play 2 legs of FIFA all again, and we will reset the bracket. Literally identical teams, other than, of course, as we said, Pele on one side, Ginola on the other. Defensively, exactly the same. Goalkeeper, exactly the same. Fofana in one side, I believe. I think on both sides, actually, with Nkunku on that.
It was Nkunku and Kezi, and then I think it was Kezi and Fofana, but similar teams as well. We expect that because that's the meta this year. Obviously, Kezi, great player, very strong. You want sort of an agile midfielder as well, strong one, and then maybe one that's a little bit more taller so they can win the balls, and one that's more attacking as well, especially in a 4-4-2, because you don't want both of them being attacking because you won't have people back.
Whatever changes have been made there, we will report on them if we do see some changes on the pitch. I think there could be one. It's Mbappe on for Messi. And that is, I believe, for Crow eSports on that side. What an unbelievable change that is to make it this late into the game. A fresh Mbappe. They can cause havoc.
A lot of pace as well. And they are using him on the wing as well, which is interesting because the team earlier did the same thing.
Chance. Oh no. Back to Mbappe. Sorry, on the side of Timbers. Back to Kessie now. Last chance soon. They score this. Bracket reset is on the cards. Brilliantly done. Kessie recycles well when Kunku punch into the feet of Neymar. Scoop turn. Another great block at the back. And will there be one more roll of the dice? Will there be time for it? Mbappe tries to hoof the ball forwards. And once again, we'll go to extra time in this one. The storyline still remains up for grabs, but a much better 90 minutes from KrowMx there, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, going forward, they've been great defensively. they've been great as well, a lot better than the last game. And I think, as you can see, it's a leveled playing field at the moment. They both had 5 shots, and they both had great chances. As you see, KrowMx keeper a bit more making saves than Timbers. But overall, a great performance from both. And I'm not sure which way this is going to go. Do you?
I don't think anyone would right now, not even the Twitch chat, who would will be guessing along at home on this one. 5 shots as well. It's been such a narrow game. 30 more minutes needed, though, to at least tell us what direction we're going in after this game. A bracket reset or another team to qualify for the Team of the Season Cup as part of this FGS season. And of course, this is day 1 of the SGS Open here live from Twickenham in London. We're on site in the studio, but the players will playing remotely from home. And following this one, we have Washington, DC up in action to conclude day 1 of 3 of this tournament. Timbers from left to right again in their red strip in this first half of extra time, who have got a fresh Mbappe on the field, who's a player we need to watch out for.
Yeah, he sure is. Obviously, the main stat on him is obviously his pace, 98 pace and 89 shooting. It's interesting that he's on the wing, but yeah, might have a chance here. Unfortunately not. It's a bit scrappy, but KrowMx come out with the ball.
It's going to cause certainly some question marks over that back line of KrowMx. How they're going to be able to deal with the pace of Mbappe, who seems to sort of be pushed out to a right midfield position in this 4-4-2. Jogabonito and R9, of course, leading the line up top. It seems to be the way. You sort of have 4 attacking players in whatever formation you play, whether that be a 4-2-3-1, whether that be a 4-4-2, whether that be your wingers in there, your strikers. If you've just got always 4 attacking options, and in the mixture of them, they've got weak foots, they've got skill moves, their icons in there, it just gives you so much to work with.
That's exactly what I have in my team. I obviously play 4-2-2 or 4-4-2, and I always make sure I have 4 attackers, because you've just got so many more options than you would if you had a cam there or a centre mid there, and that does help me going forward, as I like to do like skill moves all the time as well. And as we see in this game, they also have the same with Mbappe on the wing, which is, like we mentioned before, very interesting, but he has got good dribbling and he has got good pace, and we're seeing that.
Neymar can't really get the ball down on that occasion. We're nearly at half-time and extra time. If the referee will play, there's one more chance. Timbers could be round the corner. It's Mbappe, fresh off the bench into R9. Brilliant ball in the box. It was Neymar up against the Kimi, and that's halfway point in this one. We're 15 minutes away from a potential penalty shootout here, Lisa, which could decide potentially a spot at an eSport event or another bracket reset.
Exactly that, and obviously £15,000 as well on the line if they do end up winning this KrowMx. But Timbers, they're thinking to themselves, we have a chance here, and they ain't going to want to go penalty shootout, because it's just such a flip of the coin where if you dive the right way, if you put enough power on it, if you green time it as well, so they're going to want to try and get a goal in this next half. But as you see here, nothing really happened in the first half. They were just trying to keep the ball and try and make a play, but didn't really happen for them.
Yeah, well, if they want to have a chance at that, something's got to change. We've left the game at 5 shots apiece. Before extra time started at the halfway point, there is still nothing to call upon or talk about in terms of chances fired in this one. It's the Mexican City Open regional final. And currently we are all square at 1-1. It's a double change on the side of Timbers. Alphonso Davies comes on. On the flip side, Marcus Rashford gets a nod for KrowMx. Looking to see if the young Englishman can add just that injection of pace. You can see him on the far-hand side of the pitch now in that left midfield position. He certainly can cause problems.
Yeah, he's like for Neymar in terms of the skill moves. He's got good pace and he's got good shooting as well, and he's a great addition to the team. He's quite cheap as well.
Chance. R9 twisting, turning for Timbers! And the dream story of a bracket run all the way from the losers bracket to potentially the Team of the Season Cup could be up for grabs still if they can hold on to this for just 9 more in-game minutes. And surprise, surprise, it's the man they've been putting their money into, R9. 5-star weak foot. He can go on his left, he can go on his right, but more importantly, he clutches up in those big moments.
I mean, what a great story for them actually getting a goal there, especially with R9 as well, like you mentioned. So expensive, but they've done the deed for them there, obviously, with his positioning being so good, 94, finishing being 95. In that position on his left foot being 5-star, 5-star, you expect him to put it in the net, and he did that just for them. And first shot in this half, first shot actually in extra time for both teams, and they've scored. It just takes one opportunity, as we mentioned before.
And that's why you put your money into that one icon in your team of R9 Ronaldo. 9 minutes left of this one. Will there be time? Interesting to note as well, Davies in as a midfielder there. He can certainly do a job there.
He certainly can, and obviously he is mainly a left back for most teams, but he's strong. He's got a good agility, and overall he's a great asset in the midfield. But you don't normally see him there. But obviously he's quite cheap as well, so great addition to the team, and obviously trying to see out the win for them.
As we can imagine right now for KrowMx, they are in their team management in depth, trying to just change probably everything. The constant press is probably whacking up. It seems to be the way, isn't it? Get the depth of your players up, get the constant press on. Because all they've got to do is just really go for this game now. They could be potentially playing for a penalty shootout, but they need to score a goal.
Yeah, they definitely could be changing the tactics. I know I would be in such a fightful game. Could be going 4-2-2, constant pressure, make it every single player forward, obviously apart from the centre-backs, because you don't want to be getting through ball and stuff like that. But they're going to want to put everything forward. They've got nothing to lose now. They still have a second, I guess, reset as such if they do lose this game, but they're going to want to try and get a penalty shootout in this game.
Will they let them? Timbers, on paper, have been the worst team out of these two, defensively, but they have scored plenty more goals than them, approaching number 30 in terms of goals scored in this Mexican City Regional Open. Final 5 minutes, final roll of the dice. Will KrowMx be able to bag a goal and send this into a penalty shootout, or will we need to play this game all again over a bracket reset? Big win from Davies. One of those moments now really that are in for Timbers. It's in their hands to throw away. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. There's 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to be absolutely holding on to this ball right now. They need a bracket reset. They know that it was going to be a long old road to the Team of the Season Cup, knowing that they were in that loser bracket side. However, they look to have done part of the job, unless there's a winner there. Long ball over the top. R9's in a running race to conclude the tie. Over the top, scissor kick finish. And surprise, surprise, we're going to a bracket reset here in Mexico City.
Yeah, the third one of today out of the 4 regions, but we mentioned it, R9 in that position, he scores, but in my opinion there was a position for him to pass it across, but they don't really care about it. A goal is a goal, and a dominant performance from them in my opinion.
Although they might have started off a little bit slow, Timbers eSports will take that result, and it had to go to extra time in the end, didn't it, between those two. But from KrowMx, a lot better start. It's like they needed the first leg to sort of really wake them up and to get them going. They did come out better. They did take the lead in the game, making it all square to 1-1. But then Timbers just came out flying, and more so, proving the worth of R9. Why he's in the team and why he costs so many coins.
Yes, a great game between them, to be honest with you. I think Timbers probably did edge it a little bit in them games, but it had to go extra time. They was so tightly matched, and I think in the next leg, will we see Timbers go all the way? Maybe not, maybe they will, but we'll find out soon.
And how do you think that affects the mindset of for KrowMx? They've been in the winners bracket throughout the whole time. They've been untouchable, and then you get to a grand final like this, you lose, you drop down into pretty much a bracket reset right now. Is that a confidence sort of knocker?
Yeah, it sure is. Obviously, maybe the pressure got to them as well, but losing that game, they're going to think to themselves, we could have been all done, finished here, but maybe they're going to have to talk to a coach, work out what they did wrong, work out what they did right, work out what they got to work on in the next game, and they played them already, so now they know how they play, so that's all that matters. So going into this next game, they need to make sure that they fix what they didn't do right in that game, and hopefully they can come out on top, but who knows?
They have to fix it, don't they? Because if they don't, they're going to be crashing out of the tournament. They will be forgetting about any chance of going to an eSports event this year. We are playing, of course, for spots at the Team of the Season Cup. But surprise, surprise, Rachel, another bracket reset. It's back to you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised anymore, Brandon. It keeps happening, doesn't it? Excitement left, right, centre. But Timbers eSports there, Mike Labella's with us. Mike, they really just turned the pressure on, didn't they, in extra time, getting those 2 crucial goals, one there right at the end of the match. What changed, do you think, on the pitch for Timbers in that last little bit of the game in extra time?
It was a close game. Let's call it what it is. There's some nitty-gritty. There's some fantastic goalkeeper work on both ends. And I don't know why Brandon doesn't sound excited. I'm telling you, he needs to uplift his energy. I'm going to have to send him something, man.
Dude.
This is what you want. When you're going into the finals, you want matches that are back and forth. You want to see that competitive nature. You want the pressure. I want all of that. As you see the opener, cross the body, R9. Who else? Maybe I'll get a haircut like that. Maybe Brandon will get a haircut like that. Rachel, maybe you'll get a haircut like that. But it was one of those games that it came down to a lot of really tight work. Maybe some decisions you agree with, some that you disagree with. The referees are always debatable in FIFA. Great save, though. Gets down well. Corner kicks, we see more of that direct approach as it kind of fumbles around in the box. We have been seeing a lot of those knockdowns. We did a breakdown earlier talking about how the corner kicks kind of work and the knockdowns. The scoreline almost doesn't feel right that it was so low scoring, considering the opportunities that had been created from both parties. And I don't even think it was bad finishing or poor finishing or lacking some of that composure. I just think the goalkeepers were so impressive as Messi opens up his body. Left foot, you count those. Neymar working. Can he find space? No, one save. How about a second save? Look at this Alisson. Pick him up. Make the purchase. Unbelievable. If you saw that in real life as well, you're definitely getting out of your seat. You have the decider, though, from Timbers here. Who else? Again, R9 steps through. And to add a little more to the insult to injury, or just an added helper that really doesn't impact anything here, R9 with the chip. And he pushes on from that point forward. And, of course, carries some momentum. Maybe you have your opponent second-guessing. But at the end of the day, the matches are so close between these two, or I should say this foursome between the 2v2, that it really is going to come down to who's converting and who's not converting is going to be the deciders of those small moments. Did you convert the penalty? Did you miss the penalty kick? Did you have Alisson making double saves or triple saves or quadruple saves? Did you step in front of something? Did you second guess? What's happening? Can you tell that I'm ready for one more game? Or one more.
You're ready. I'm loving your energy, Mike. Absolutely loving it. Mike, one question I have, though, of course, Timbers eSports, they have two players who are a little bit more familiar to the space as well, Rapid Bunny and Divine CS7. What makes those two players special in particular?
Well, it plays a factor just off the rip that they've been here before in terms of their individual careers. You've been on broadcast, you have a reputation, you have experience. There's a certain veteran status. We talk about all the young guys that come through each year that are brand new and they make runs. But I think their biggest gift, even both individually, is the fact that they have put in a lot of time in the community. They've played a lot of matches. And you saw them see out that game really well. If you look at the last 5 minutes or so, you didn't see their opposition touching the ball. You had that one lob forward to R9, but the game had been decided. And you have to see out those key moments.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'd love to be in their virtual dressing room right now and hear the to and from about what's going on now.
It's going to be sweaty. It's going to be sweaty in there, Rachel.
It's going to be tense. It's going to be sweaty. It's all going to go off because this is their final, of course. We've reset. We're going to go again. Who is going to come out on top? Timbers eSports or KrowMx eSports 1? We're about to find out. Brandon, Lisa, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rachel. When you join us, nearly is the first chance. Finds its way into the back of the net. You are joining us for the Mexican City Open, and for the third time today here in day one of our FGS Open, we find ourselves in a bracket reset. And I think that is honestly, as Mike was saying, the quality of players is just that good. And there's $15,000 on the line and a spot at the Team of the Season Cup. So there's just so much on the line in terms of pressure, placement, pride, contracts. And for a lot of these teams, it's their only chance of getting to an event this year in a 2v2 environment. Chance, David Ginola, back to Messi. That could be kind. Brilliant save again from Alisson, sorry. And chances already at 9 minutes in have been fired at either end of the pitch.
A great double X pass there, and it just means the ball is slightly lifted above the player, but we might actually have a chance here with Mbappe.
Chance for Fafana, he's off. He's off. Why did he play the ball? We should have just backed Fafana in that moment. It was just inches offside from Pele.
Inches indeed, and yeah, like you said, why would he pass it there? But it is with a midfielder, so he just wants to pass it into a striker where the chance of obviously scoring is higher. But unfortunate there, like you said, probably should have just shot, but in the moment you just want to get to your star man, and they did try that, but he was just slightly offside.
Sort of just back to my point about the bracket recess. Why do you think we keep seeing these?
In my opinion, I mean, there's many reasons. For me, it's the money on the line, the pressure of being in a final, 70,000 people watching, and, you know, playing with someone else as well. You know, if one person loses their head in a moment of time, they could drag out a player, and you know, their team could be through on goal. And it's just about working out how each other play as well. You know, one might be a defensive more player and one might be more of an attacking, and just trying to work together. And sometimes in these tough situations of being in a lot of pressure, you might not just be able to do that.
Sometimes you do forget that this is in a 2v2 environment where you both have to be literally on the same wavelength for everything defensively going forward. And I mean, what are big factors in this 2v2 format which make a good team? Because you can have two of the best players and they just don't click, they don't gel together.
Yeah, you can have two of the best players that have done well this year or last year, and they go together and they're just, the teamwork's not there. They don't have good communication, working out who's going to press, who's going to mark the passing lane, and I think that comes into factors, and it's just about having fun as well, in my opinion. If you're not enjoying yourself, although it's kind of hard in these situations with high stakes, but try to enjoy yourself as well, and the time goes quickly, and of course if you're winning as well, it goes even more quicker. So I think just teamwork is the main thing, good communication skills between you as well, because some of these people might not even be in the same room. They might be online as well, talking in a headset, so...
Nice, really nice. Back to Messi's left. Boo! It was a really tight angle there, but credit where it's due to Marquinhos. He just came over and made the angle too tight for Messi. Corner, whipped in all the way to the edge of the box. It's in and around the box for potentially... I think Fia Hernandez there at that time was just looming and lurking at the back post, waiting for a touch. Watch that run from Messi that was teed on the right-hand corner of your screen. And that's one thing that you can also do in 2v2, which is another massive factor, is just trigger those attacking runs, which just gets in the way, affects the natural AI movement. And if anything, it's too quick sometimes for you to even react on the defensive side.
Yeah, because you can obviously drag a player to that place and it moves someone out of the way as well. So it does help doing it in a 2v2, and also to be the best 2v2 as well as possible as you can. Practice as well, hours and hours of co-op, maybe doing rivals, doing practice tournaments that are around the world where you can win money. It does really help these people to, well, partners, to work out the best way of playing with each other.
Messi. For a split second, I thought he may would have opened up and went for a shot with that left foot. Has come in clutch a few times already in this final. Ginola on his own, looking to drive forward into R9, back to goal. Tried to disguise the pass, but no way through a third into this game. 0-0 is the scoreline in this one so far. Spot at the Team of the Season Cup is up for grabs, and to be the only representation from Mexico City as part of this regional final, to be at that tournament. That's one thing that I've loved about this FGS Open, is there are going to be tournaments and qualifiers taking place all over the world. There is going to be representation at that Team of the Season Cup from FIFA duos worldwide.
A lot of teams taking part in that as well, and that's why this is so important to some of these people. Like you said, the only people from Mexico, it's on their shoulders to try and get that far, to try and win there as well. But they have to take a game at a time, and here, as you can see, it's 0-0. It's so close between them. They don't want to make that mistake, but they also need to go forward to get a goal, because otherwise we could be going to extra time in the next leg, or even in penalties.
So if you missed leg one or game number one in our regional final here, it was a bracket reset that Timbers eSports were able to form via extra time and very nearly via a penalty shootout. It was Arno Ronaldo that came to save the day. He looks to make a run now. Messi can't find R9. It all became a little bit too sort of tightly contested in and around the box. Another rush pass forward. Neymar will be lucky to get there. Back to Pele or Fulcani. Watch that back post. And a bit of a panic station. It's half-time here, 0-0 in this one. I mean, it was an electric start. The first 10 minutes was pretty electric in terms of the chance we did see. I think that's where we mainly saw the only 3 shots we've seen in this game. You can see the expected goals not very high, and you can understand why, because there hasn't really been any proper chances, if we can say that kindly.
There's not really been any chances that I thought should have gone in, or the keeper made a great save. I think it's just been shooting from positions where if you shoot, maybe you'll get a rebound or somewhere on the lines of that. But 0-0, still all to play for in this next half. But even if they do score, they still got another leg, so they still have a chance to come back into the game.
As Mike LaBelle was saying at the halfway point in this one, in terms of the quality of player that Rapid Bunny is and his teammate in Divine is, I've got a brilliant story. In fact, it was around about this time last year where
There was a number of online qualifiers taking place, and just any sort of tournament. I think it was like an La Liga tournament where these two took place. I think the winner got an all-paid trip to Spain, and they were playing in the tournament. I think the prize pot was sort of a €10,000 prize pot as well, but they were balancing Global Series action. This isn't even part of the Global Series, but both Divine and Rapid Bunny were playing in that tournament. They just want to compete. Whenever there's a chance to compete, whenever there's a tournament to compete, they are literally just practicing and practicing and just trying to just get better at their craft.
That's what you do in FIFA to try and get better at anything, really, any sport or anything you do. To get better at it, you've got to put the hours in, and especially at this level, you've got to play together, especially in the 2v2 scenario, play with each other, see how each other play, and we're seeing that in this game. They're both just so hard to break down, and that's why there's not been that many goals in this tournament.
It's very risky, the second there where Marquinhos and Militao just interchange right in the middle of the pitch. They had R9 breathing down the back of their necks. Able to deal with the pressure. Of course, following this one, we have Washington, D.C. in action. I can confirm that New York City FC are in that grand final. A new outlet, a new team that has been assembled for New York City FC without Didi Crislito now for the first ever time in a Global Series year. However, that has not seemed to faze them as of yet for the duo of GN10 and Squirrel, who have been unbelievable in that regional final. That comes up after this one, so do not go anywhere if you have been enjoying the FGS Open so far, as Timbers look to try and break down this team of KrowMx. Really have been a mixed bag at times. Ginola just offside is Neymar there, but it's one of those, it is really getting difficult now for both of these two just to try and break down their opposition, sort of running out of ideas. But also in 2v2, you can go on little solo runs. I've seen it quite a few times in terms of you've got that one player in your team that likes to do skill moves, likes to show a little bit of flair. And when you have got a Neymar or a Messi or an R9 even that's got a 5-star skill move set, they could just go on their own. They can go on little mazy runs. They can show that little bit of flair. And I can assure you we'll see that more across the next 2 days. Finesse from distance, it wasn't timed. Just over the bar. There's certainly a point to look out for.
Yeah, in my opinion, obviously, with players like Neymar in the team, Mbappe, 5-star skill moves, sometimes you just don't expect them to go on that run. Sometimes you just expect them to play the simple passes because, especially in these high stakes, you don't want to make a silly skill move and lose the ball, but they don't expect it. So, in my opinion, it's great to do it in certain scenarios, just not all the time.
You love that as well, just the in-game stats you see now. Look at that heat map in terms of where they have mainly been in terms of the team of KrowMx there, in terms of their position on the pitch. It's always out on the right-hand side in the second half. And just the level of in-game stats we're seeing now, Lisa. In terms of you being a pro yourself, how does this sort of stuff help you, you know, after a game, mid-game, when you're playing against an opponent and maybe it's not going well or maybe it is going really well?
I think it helps because you can work out what you're not doing right. Obviously, as you saw, you're seeing them in a specific position on the pitch, but maybe if you change it and you go to the other side of the pitch or use more of the middle of the park and change it up a little bit, because if you're predictable and you're going on the right-hand side all the time, they can just expect that. But if you're changing it up a little bit and being unpredictable, it's hard to expect it.
What a ball that could be! It's Allison. Claims out the area, was fouled anyway. Would have went back for a free kick if play needed to be resumed back there. 20 minutes left of leg one, 0-0 is the scoreline. Winner of this, as we said, will win Mexico City's regional final. We'll conclude our 4th regional final of the day. We had Tokyo, Johannesburg, Miami. All ticked off the list, and 11 more to come after tonight's have concluded as well, after Washington, D.C. And Europe coming to the fold tomorrow as well. I think Stockholm playing part as one of the 5 we shall see. Cannot wait to see all of those 2v2 tournaments unfold as we bring you so much FIFA here at the FGS Open. Free kick from quite some distance. Played short, not taking the risk of whipping that one straight into the box. Something we've seen a little bit in this 2v2 environment. You will see it from corners especially, is how big a set piece can be. Is he onside? He is! A really well-crafted ball into Yusuf Attal, of all people, who was left up there from the free kick that he wasn't used in. And somehow KrowMx have just got themselves into the lead with this one, with the best chance they've had in the game. A pass that was disguised really, really well. Yusuf Attal somehow onside, and they could be leading into the halfway point in this tie with a 1-goal cushion.
I mean, I don't really know how he was onside, but you never really expect him to be in that position, but he has got 96 pace as well, and I mean, I guess good on him for being in that position, but just about sliding on the floor and still getting that extra touch on to make it past the keeper was just unbelievable, and they'll be happy to see out this 1-0 win, just trying to keep the ball and making sure their opponents don't get any more opportunities in this game. But as we mentioned before, a 1-0 goal, especially over an extra 90 minutes and then plus 8 or 9 this game, there's still plenty of more goals to come in. So
it's just the angle as well, and him being in that position, you didn't expect him to sort of be onside. Speaking of the goal scorer, here is Yusuf Attal, who's happy just to get this clock, or help the clock run down, sorry. 6 minutes left. Mbappe tries to flick it on. Pele, it's a gift. 1-2, brilliant save. And Allison again saves the day for Timbers, from them nearly being 2-0 down at the halfway point in leg one. We'll have a corner to come in first. Played short that one. There's the cutback, and then it should be whipped straight into the box, but they don't want to risk possession. Interesting. They want to leave this game with a 1-goal deficit.
I mean, it's obviously tactical decisions to do that. You don't really want to, whip it into the box and then end up giving away the ball unnecessarily. So they're just going to try and keep the ball. They might even go for the last attack in this game, wait to the 89th, 90th minute, and then if there's 1 minute added on, just fizz the ball, driven pass through the middle of the pitch and try and get an extra goal. But as you can see, they're not trying to give the ball away at all in this situation.
69% possession the last 50 minutes they've had, Lee. So they have been in control of possession. You can see the slight formation change they have got into in their game plans as well. It's a 4-3-3, looking to try and make Kessie and Nkunku into more of a defensive, of course, too. And I mean, it makes sense why Tau's just scored. He's on the right wing, so he's just come on late into the game and injected that pace that they really needed at this moment in time. And if you look at the stats for KrowMx, they have been one of the best defensive teams in this Mexican City Open. They only conceded 8 before that last game, so they don't really concede that many goals, but on the flip side, they don't score many goals. 17 compared to what Timbers eSports have netted, nearly close to 30 now. Corona comes on for Ginola. Davies back into midfield, no doubt. Those are the only 2 changes to talk about, but that should pretty much do us, unless Attal will get one more chance. Whipped into the path of Mbappe, back to the goalkeeper. And the halfway point in this regional final from Mexico City, it will be KrowMx that I think for the first time actually lead across a 2-legged game, because they've always been playing catch-up, especially in that past game to Timbers so far.
Yeah, I mean, Attal scoring in that situation as well. Didn't really expect that to happen, but especially he was in that right wing position though, of course, so obviously there's more of a chance of him scoring there. But it's an interesting choice to put a right wing, but he obviously is 4-star, 5-star, and I think in general a great player to use, just maybe not a right wing, but works for them, and they're going to be excited going into this game. Like you said, the first time they've actually been in the lead as well. And I think second leg, Timbers, like you said, they've almost scored 30 goals now. They're definitely going to be attacking, and they're definitely going to get an extra goal.
Yeah, I mean, I hold my hands up. I was thinking Attal was in right back. Next thing you know, he was in a different game plan in right wing, and what a run. Just about got himself on top. But there's been some interesting decisions there. I mean, there's been free kicks, there's been corners where anyone plays it short, whips into the box. But for their mindset, it's been a case of, let's go back, let's keep possession. For us, it's too much of a risk to go and lose possession from a corner. And that's quite interesting that they've done that at times for Crow.
Yeah, it's a very interesting choice, but for me, you don't really want to be giving away the ball in that position. Obviously, 85 minutes played, you're 1-0 up. If you're obviously losing, you're going to go and put it in the box, especially with how overpowered corners are this year. Obviously, playing it short, whipping it to the edge of the box, and then just pinging it into the box. But they didn't want to risk that. They just wanted to keep the ball, and fair play to them. 1-0 up. They've got nothing to lose. They don't need to get another goal.
90 minutes away from the team of the season cup, if they can hold on. The team that went through the winners bracket were forced to a bracket reset by Timbers eSports, do currently lead by 1-0. We're going to go for a quick break now. When we return, it will be the FGS Open, finding our 4th name from day one here that will be in that team of the season cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
So in the second variation of corner we're gonna be talking about, we're gonna be using it when our opponent moves the keeper to the first post. Hola amigos, my name is Jaime Alvarez, also known as Gravesen, professional FIFA player for Team Dogs Gaming, and today I'm gonna be giving you a masterclass about set pieces. Where we're gonna be talking about free kicks and corners, so I hope you enjoy it. Scoring a direct corner in FIFA 22, it's pretty difficult because almost every time the center backs clear the ball. So we're gonna go with two different kind of options. We're gonna go with a creative run or a player lock to create a finesse situation. So the first thing to know is how to do this corner, this set piece. So first thing, we're gonna press R1 to call our second player to a short pass. Then we're gonna activate the player lock, pressing both sticks in. Then we are gonna pass the ball with an X to our player with who we activated with the player lock, and then we're gonna green time finesse it to the back post. And the second option is gonna be a cross to the back post and an extra header to our strikers to create a good chance. The first thing to do is press L1 until we select our player who is nearest to the penalty kick. We're gonna select him and we're gonna just give it a bar of power so the ball can catch a lot of height. And the thing we have to do is do an extra header so another one of our strikers can score the goal. So in this second chance, we're gonna extra header it and he's gonna miss it, but we create a good chance. If we were talking about free kicks, in my opinion, the best way to approach them is about confusing your opponent. The first thing we're gonna do is press R1 and L2 to call two more people to come over. Then, as we have a situation from the left side of the box, with our main striker, we're gonna press square and X for our player to create a run inside the box. Then, when we do that, if our opponent doesn't defend that run, we're gonna press R1 and X for a pass to Phil Foden and an extra pass to score the goal. So this was all for today. This was the masterclass about free kicks and corners. Hope this creates a lot of good chances for you to score more set pieces, and we'll see you on the pitch. So, see you guys.
Welcome back to the FGS Open. Now we bring you the last game here from Mexico City as we find our fourth name from day one of this tournament to book a spot in the Team of the Season Cup. But not just that, Lisa. $15,000 on the line. It's been clear today to see the pressure that a lot of these duos have been through because we've been to extra time. We've had bracket resets. We've had penalties missed. Pressure is really sort of being seen in the play styles at times, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen obviously a lot of mistakes going on. Silly balls given away, silly mistakes as well. Obviously, just trying to keep the ball as well. Obviously, it is really good to do as well because when you're in a tight situation, you don't want to give away the ball so easily for them to score. That's why you saw that they're 1-0 up and they started just playing it back to the keeper. And we've seen a lot of great saves as well. Obviously, Alisson with like a double save, almost a triple save as well. And there's a lot on the line, a lot of pressure. But Alisson, he needs to raise if they win this game.
Absolutely. I mean, there's only one goal that's been scored so far as KrowMx do lead this tie, but it's still so unpredictable because in that last one, yes, Timbers eSports did force a bracket reset, hence why we're playing this game again, but you can't predict it. It's literally a bit of a seesaw, isn't it? They go up by 2-0, then they throw away the game, or they go up by 1 and they concede 1. But this is the first time that Crow have been in the lead across a two-leg scenario. So is that something for them to build upon? Because at the end of the game, they had a corner there with 4 minutes left, and they went back just to see out the game as a 1-0 result, even though it's not, the end of the result. It's just something for them to build on into this second leg. Do you think that's part of their game plan, sorry?
Yeah, well, I mean, they could try and frustrate their opponent by trying to keep the ball and make them make mistakes, but they might end up being annoyed by the end of the result, especially if they don't end up winning this game because they started wasting time and they could have actually had a couple of more opportunities. Yeah. So it might come back to haunt them, who knows, but they are 1-0 up at the moment, and I think if they play the way they did in that game, there might be a chance they win this game. But Timbers, they've scored 30 goals almost, you mentioned, so they're definitely going to come back fighting, maybe get a couple of goals, maybe take it to extra time.
They might score a lot of goals, Timbers, but they do remain quite leaky. And there's been one man that hasn't been too leaky in goal, and that's been Allison. How good has he been? I was coming into this saying Edwin van der Sar is the goalkeeper to use for pretty much anyone at home if you can afford literally the Flying Dutchman, as I call him. But Allison, he's in goal for both of these two teams, and he's been ridiculous. Some of the saves he's been putting out, double saves as well.
Yeah, he's been making some flying saves. I mean, my keeper's Donnarumma and also Keylor Navas, depending on who I want to use, because my back line is Kimpembe and Marquinhos. But I think I might have to maybe get an icon centre back and put Allison in goal, because he's saving everything.
He's been absolutely ridiculous. Hopefully we're going to have a little look at that last goal that did go in from that previous game. Just to give you a bit of context for this one, the bracket was reset here in Mexico City. Timbers won that game in extra time, only by a single goal. It was R9 that did that. We have to say that as well. R9 was playing for Timbers in that last game, but if you can keep R9 quiet, let alone David Ginola and the rest of the players on the pitch, you're going to be in for more of a smoother ride. And they did that well. They kept R9 quiet, which is very difficult to do.
Defensively, they were solid. They were stopping passing lanes. They were stopping passes, go into R9's feet. And if he can't turn, he can't get a shot off, you're not going to score. So I think that's what they did well there. And if R9 gets a chance, though, one chance, all it takes, it's going to go in the back of the net, even if you move your keeper.
Well, let's take a look at that goal that did go in the last game if you missed it. There was only one goal to talk you through. And this was the one that we did see in the end. From KrowMx, and I mean, we'll have to see it back again at some point. I don't know how that went in terms of, we thought he was offside. Of course, I know how the ball went into the goal, but it was the faintest of touches from Yusuf Attal that I thought was in a right back. He came on in a right wing. He's got the pace to play there.
Yeah, great position there as well. Obviously, we did think it was offside, but looking back, obviously it's not. And 76 shooting as well. It slides across the floor and puts it in the back of the net. You don't really expect that, but they'll take it all day long, especially putting them 1-0 up.
76 shooting and a roll of the dice, and he comes on through and does really, really well there, which was pretty remarkable. I mean, to put you on the spot, who do you think takes this game?
I mean, looking back at the last game, to be honest, and I think it's going to be Timbers. I think they're just I think they're going to get a goal to make it 1-1, and then they're going to put the pressure on and potentially get another goal. But who do you think?
You know I'm a commentator, Lee, so I never give you answers. That's what you're here for. You know, you're the analyst and the pro to give me those answers. I'm just sitting on the fence as happily as I will at this point. But I have to give you that. They were in the loser bracket. They have lost games, but they have got a duo of Divine and Rapid Bunny that both equally have LAN experience, both have lots of experience of playing in tournaments. Not saying that on the opposing side that the duo, of course, of Blastic and Lucio don't have that by any means, but from what LaBelle was saying as well, Mike LaBelle was backing up saying that there was just a level that they can see in terms of how they play, their experience, the reps they've been putting in. For example, Rapid Bunny was the E-Liga Mexican winner last year on FIFA 21. This man has been to LANs, he has played well, and his resume is stacked from, you know, the smallest of tournaments to the biggest of tournaments. So, I mean, I see what you're saying there of Timbers. They do score a lot of goals, but it's been a very, very mixed couple of games and results we've seen here. But only time will tell. $15,000 on the line here at the FGS Open. And this will be the game that decides everything. Who goes to the Team of the Season Cup? Who picks up $15,000? As Timbers will kick from left to right in that red strip. But they do trail by a goal to nil at this point. From KrowMx, it's more of the same, Lisa, and they'll be your winners here.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, they are in the lead at the moment, but as we mentioned, momentum for Timbers coming from the loser bracket, coming up into the grand final and actually winning the game and getting the reset. They will definitely be coming into this with a bit of confidence. Although they are 1-0 down, it is only one goal, and we do still have 86 minutes to play plus added time.
And what will be the game plan for KrowMx? In this one, they had a brilliant run throughout the winners bracket. The only team that were able to beat them have been this duo. They had a really tight game in the Swiss rounds, and then Timbers forced the bracket reset just about half an hour ago, hence why we're playing this one all again. Here they come, Mbappe. If they can find a second, it would certainly put them in an unbelievable position. Slightly forced there as Mbappe into Neymar. You can see what they're trying to do, getting down that byline once again, Lisa, then trying to find a way into the box. Just wasn't on that occasion.
Skill move in that position as well, like they're trying to be unpredictable and trying to get down that line and obviously into the middle of the pitch, but ball roll scoop did a double X pass and which lifts the ball up slightly, but his touch was not the greatest and ended up losing the ball, but they're trying to work the ball, which is great to see, and maybe they'll get a second here.
Maybe we'll see. Use for Tao subbed on late into the game. See if the Algerian fullback that turned into a winger last game could be the hero again. The faintest of touches making all the difference. This man though on the ball has to do more for Timbers. He was so influential in that last game. R9 falls back kindly again. Ginola making the run. Scoop turn, ball roll. Just a bit of a snapshot, wasn't timed. And Kunku tries to punch into the feet. R9 goes down to ground. Referee says that's never going to be a penalty there. But that's so influential for them in this game, Lisa. They have to use R9. And in some ways, everything has to go through R9.
It sure does, but it's predictable if you do that. So they've got to try and use different options on the pitch. You know, the likes of Ginola, the likes of Neymar, the likes of Messi. Because if you keep going to that player, you just can read it. And maybe that's why they're not able to score at the moment, because they're predicting it.
It was something they were able to predict last leg because R9 didn't have a sniff at goal. There's a reason why it's a 0 by Timbers' name at the moment. Messi. It's good, but clearly not good enough to get past Alisson there. Getting in those angles, you know you're going to be causing problems to Messi. But it's trying to find the right angle because you know, in these 2v2 teams, one of those players will be in charge of goalkeeper movement. They'd had a chat before the game started and saying, in this moment, if this happens, I will control the goalkeeper. And I think that's what a finesse maybe hasn't been as used from outside the box, because if you can see it and you can predict it and you can move the goalkeeper, it's not really going to cause you a problem, is it?
Yeah, especially with Messi as well. He's a player where as soon as you get on the left foot, you know what's going to happen, especially if they green time it. You just got to move your keeper. And I think the person that actually owns the team and people are joining that person, I think they're the only person to control the goalkeeper. So I don't think both of them could do so. So in my opinion, in that position, when Messi's on his left foot, you don't want to do it too early because you don't want to leave the other side open. But at the same time, if you don't move your keeper, there's a chance that it's going to go in. And as we see there, the shot wasn't good enough. But as we've seen, Alisson over these legs have been insane.
You sort of just have to guess, don't you? Predict away, guess, and then back it fully, whether it's right or wrong. No 2v2 duo has been perfect by any means. And probably the most impressive 2v2 duo we saw came from Johannesburg in our second regional final today. It was the duo of Beast Bianchi and Kylan Fee for SAF and Goliath Gaming, sort of coming into collaboration to form a dynamic duo that will be in the Team of the Season Cup in April that we have been hyping up. It's all part of the FGS 22 season, this is. Ginola comes off the back of him, falls kindly. Messi fakes to go on that left foot. Good feet from R9. Still a guessing game, and Kunku back to R9 again. Really good feet. R9 reverse elastic. Oh, brilliant block at the back. And it had to be a brilliant block because that was so unpredictable from R9. So understand or even have a guess of which way he was going to go.
Twisted and turning in the box. We mentioned as soon as he gets that one opportunity, he's going to get it. And there he almost got it. The great reverse elastico. It looked like the goal was open. And next thing you know, centre-back just come across and stopped it. But very great start for this game for them. Getting the opportunity so early on. And will we see a goal before half-time for either of these?
We've got 9 minutes to find it, if that is the case. Massive switch of play out to Kimi. That's been a slight change of approach at times from KrowMx. They are happy to keep possession. They're happy to slow the game down. There was a point in that last game, Lisa, where in the final 15 minutes, they had 70% possession. They sort of feel like when they need to switch or maybe a more possession style of play, they're happy to do that.
And they will be in a winning position. You know, they're just trying to drain the time out of this game, just stop their opponents from getting any chance of the ball to even have a chance of having a shot on goal. And if they don't have the ball, they're not going to score, are they? So I think they're just trying to annoy their opponent as well. As soon as they keep holding it for 20 in-game minutes at a time, they're just going to drag up players, try and press the ball to try and get it. And as we see here, it's just unfortunate that they lost the ball there, but they're going to try and get a goal here or a shot opportunity here, especially within the last minute of this half.
Well, half-time, nearly. They did get unpicked, did KrowMx there. They had a massive switch of play, which seems to be so popular in this 2v2 format, and I mean in FIFA in general, in terms of keeping possession left back to right back. It can be boring, but no doubt it is effective in terms of just taking all the pressure off your defenders. They nearly got dispossessed. There's your half-time stats on the screen. It is a 1-0 lead still to KrowMx, but 64% possession. I mean, we can forget expected goals because no one's they needed or wanted to score so far in this game. But they've kept the ball and they've just tried to starve Timbers of possession. What do they need to change in the second half now? Because surely there's going to be a change of tactics, a press. They need to get in the face of KrowMx and to get that ball back.
They need to do something because as it stands, they're obviously going to be losing, and they did have a good chance to try and, you know, by winning the first leg, they probably thought, actually, we're going to win this game, and at the moment they are 1 goal down. But in my opinion, what I would do is I would change formation maybe to a more of attacking formation, maybe a 4-2-2. Go press after possession loss because they are keeping the ball, try and get everyone up the pitch, change it for their attacking style as well, for each player in the attacking style of play to just stay forwards, because then everyone's forward, they don't have to try and switch them to get them up the pitch, and there's more of a chance of them winning the ball. But as we see here, they're doing what they did best in the first half, keeping the ball, and there's not much pressure on them, so of course they're just going to keep doing it. Waste time.
Speaking of wasting possession, not no further there of what Timbers did. It's going to be a little bit of a boring one, I think, this in terms of the second half, but you can understand the approach in some ways from KrowMx. I mean, there's a $15,000 prize pool in this one, Lisa, and a chance to go to LAN, Touchwood, a chance to be in an event for teams that have backed players financially this year. Really sort of said, you know, go and do what you can in this new FGS format that we find ourselves in. You're not going to take a risk, are you?
You're definitely not, because if you take a risk, you know, in the last couple of games I commentated on, they gave the ball away in a sloppy position and they conceded because of it. And if you concede, it's 1-1 and you're going to be going to extra time. So as you can see, they're trying to be precautious with the ball, trying to keep it as much as possible. And if they do so, they're going to end up getting 15,000, which to a lot of players is probably the most they've ever won over the last couple of years. And it'll definitely set their tone in the tournament in April as well.
I mean, naturally now the press has to come from Timbers. It's not the most attractive play style by any means, I can assure you on that. There's a big win again of possession, but naturally where this press will come from Timbers, there will be gaps that will potentially be exploited. Look at the space for Messi now. If he wants to play him, Mbappe goes with his own reverse elastico. Mbappe again, it falls back to Alisson. And for the first time in a long time, Timbers will get the ball back. But that's 15 minutes gone of that half already, Lisa, of just from where Crow have just been able to keep possession and to just starve Timbers out of it. When they get on the ball in these moments, everything has to be pitch perfect. As Messi will drive this attack forward. Little dink pass into R9's feet, Kessie. This time into R9, he's just off. Just offside, but you can already see at times that panic now from Timbers where they have to ultra attack, and you can understand there's going to be a press behind that too, because they simply just can't let KrowMx keep the ball and take minutes from the game.
And they're doing it perfectly. Obviously, it's not what everyone wants to be seeing, them keeping the ball, but as you mentioned, 15 minutes went by there before they even had a sniff of the ball, and I mean, 68% of the ball, they actually haven't touched it this half other than that chance there, and unfortunately for them it was offside, but they had to play it to try and get an extra opportunity. As you saw there, as I mentioned earlier, they've gone to a 4-2-2. They'll probably have players in behind. They'll also likely go press after possession loss, maybe even constant pressure, because they need to get this ball back and they need to get quick just to get this opportunity.
68% possession from KrowMx in this one, and you can see the passing stat difference. The reason why they've had so many more passes is because they've just had the ball and they've not given it to Timbers at all in this moment in time. Changes are being made. Of course, we can't go into the details of that to spill any of the beans from any of the players. There's a stat for you, the possession stat of where the ball has been. Can you guess who's kept the ball the longest? The left or the right one? Oh, I mean, probably the right one, where the ball's been for the last, what?
60 minutes.
90, look, you can see there, 97 was that percent of the ball in terms of has been from the 60th to the 75th minute was around that area. You talk about sucking time out of the game. That is just what they're doing. That's their approach there. And with some of these brilliant statistics now we've got in the game, you can really break this one down. There are some serious changes going on there. That's our third pause we've had now, Lisa. What do you think they are changing in the side of both teams?
I mean, obviously, Timbers, they've changed actually formation back to 4-4-2, and they've actually put Davies in at centre mid, which we saw that in the first half as well. And he actually did really well for them in that defensive style of play. And as you see on the other side, they don't seem to actually have changed anything. I mean, they're playing well as it is. I know they are keeping the ball, but they haven't lost the ball and they haven't had many shots against them. So they might be talking to their coach to see if they can maybe change formation. But like I said, they're doing well as it is. So maybe they'll just stay in the formation that they are in.
Interesting one this as well, the passing distribution. You can just see the little passing channels of where the ball is ever so popularly going left or right down the flanks. It's change time and it's really game time for Timbers. Changes are made, you mentioned that one there. Alphonso Davies will come onto the fray of things for Timbers. We've got 25 minutes, Lisa, to find a goal to send us to extra time or to at least give them a chance of keeping this game alive.
We sure have, and we just saw a towel coming on again. Will he get another goal for them? Who knows? I mean, he did actually get forward and get a goal last time, so maybe they might just keep him up there to try and get the ball to him, to try and waste a bit more time, but who knows? Hopefully, maybe Timbers can try and get the ball to try and put more pressure on them, and obviously if it does go 1-1, their style of play will change.
There's that big switch of play again. There's going to be a lot of the ball kept now, I can assure you, in that half of KrowMx. It's going to be a really frustrating end to this game as well, because all they're going to do is go left to right, left to right, left to right. And even if you do constant press, it does feel impossible at times to even be able to sort of counter this and to get your players up the field.
Yeah, it's very hard. Whenever I play in tournaments or foot champs and I'm in a losing position and my opponents are doing this, it frustrates me, I can't lie to you, and I end up bringing players out of position and I lose the ball sometimes. And I think that's something that they're trying to do in this situation as well. They're trying to just switch the play, keep the ball, find the gaps if possible, and they haven't even been trying to find the gaps. They've just been switching the play after switching the play. And I guess it's smart from them, you could say. Obviously for the viewers as such, it might be a little bit boring, but you got to remember, if you're playing for 15,000 and a chance of the April Cup, I think you would be doing the same thing as well.
Some serious stakes on the line. Big win again from Timbers. Their time is running out now. In the back of their mind, they'll be thinking every chance has to count. Kessie into R9 now. Chance for Timbers. Kessie's certainly not going to be the player to take the shot for you. He needs to offload it to someone. Ginola, R9. They're just hiding behind players. They can't find the angle. Massive win there from Alphonso Davies, who does just enough to put the pressure on to ensure possession is recycled again. Neymar's picking up the ball from that far out. Chance. Hakimi. It's all attack now. All players forward for Timbers. Back to Kessie. David Ginola. Ginola still, he tries to drop the shoulder. Chance still alive, just about. Kessie. Ginola into Mbappe. Does well. Brilliant feet. Mbappe! What a save, Alisson. And a corner to follow in now. R9 moved customly towards the back post. It will go. Militao is there in the air. R9, he tried to play it, could fall back. Oh wow, another chance goes begging, this time just wide off the right hand post there. And I mean, what a chance, what an unbelievable chance that was there. We'll get the game back for you as soon as we can there. I don't know who that fell to. It fell to a defender, I think, of some sort in and around the box. What a chance, but you saw what they were doing from the corner before that. Eder Militao trying to flip the ball into R9, but it's desperation. You understand why? Because they're not getting the ball. They're not even getting a sniff at goal.
They're not at all, and like you mentioned, but in that situation, again, Alisson saving everything that comes near him, and obviously it comes from a corner as well. And as you mentioned, we're going to show you right now, and as you see, you know, the ball comes to the edge of the box, his shot cancels, and he gets to the edge of the box again, fake shots into Mbappe, and it's elastico, and in that position, do you shoot far post or do you shoot near post? But as you saw there, I mean, great opportunity, and it's going to be hard done by missing that one. And then straight from the corner as well, which we weren't able to show you that, but straight from the corner as well, he fell to someone.
I'll tell you what, Lisa, there could be a chance. Mbappe! We're jumping around to all things in the world. I don't know what's going on, but there has just been a goal. And Timbers are back in this game at 1-1. They've been knocking on the door. They've been putting so many players forward, Lisa, and now they are 6 minutes away from extra time again across the two-legged game. Remember, winner of this goes to the Team of the Season Cup in April, and they're going to be so buzzing to be back in this game now because they, in the nicest way, the tactic that Crow have had is not been the nicest. It's been the case of keep the ball, take time out of the game, take possession out of the game, and they had to make a massive decision. Do we really go for this, or do we just sit back and let them do what they were doing?
I mean, I don't even know what to say. We left the game and we came back in and they scored, and that's what they obviously wanted. And I know that probably the Twitch chat will be erupting for support for them because, as you mentioned, they haven't really been playing the greatest of FIFA in terms of just keeping the ball. But they've got a goal now. Will Crow do the same thing? Esports, they might not. They might try and get a goal now because obviously they're not in a winning position anymore. So I think Timbers will try and push on like they have been because they got the opportunity and it finally scored it.
Yeah, just to explain exactly what happened there, we were on a backup feed of the players for that game, and then an ad just appeared on screen after that goal did go in. Can confirm that goal did go in. It's a 1-1 scoreline in this game. We are minutes away from extra time, and if you missed the goal, we've got it up for you right now. Lisa, take me through it. It was a goal that came just from pinching possession, just there.
Yeah, just from a mistake, really trying to clear the ball, and they didn't clear it really well, and obviously it got into the position there, and he's not missing from there. Allison has been making a lot of saves, but he's not saving that one.
No, he's not saving that one indeed, and they had to put pressure forward. That was the constant pressure they were looking for, able to interchange in the perfect time, and we can join the game live right now for you for the final 5 minutes. 5 minutes away from extra time, or are we going to find a late winner here? This is your Mexican City Open here in the FGS Open. Winner of this goes to the Team of the Season Cup in April, and we'll pick up $15,000 in the process of doing so as well. Has that goal speared Timbers into a position to go and win the game? It's Davies on his own. I'm not too sure what's happening here because it seems like for whatever reason, on the flip side, the opposing team aren't controlling their players. We'll let you know what's happening as soon as we can in this one. But I think there could be a small technical issue on that one. We'll jump back to us just to talk a little bit more about that one. I believe the goal does still stand as normal as a 1-1 scoreline in that. There was only 6 minutes left to play. Either way, it looks like we're heading towards extra time in that game, which extra time, as we know, could bring anything, really. Could have our first ever penalty shootout to decide a spot at the Team of the Season Cup. That would be one way to explain today, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, we've seen everything, bracket resets, extra time, penalty losses, and we could be seeing penalty shootouts again. In this one, obviously, we go to extra time, then we go to penalties, but I mean, do you reckon we go to penalty shootouts in this one?
Maybe so, maybe so. Hopefully we can have a look at the goals that were scored in this game, the 2 goals that have been scored, because it is a 1-1 scoreline in this one. There was a bracket reset. This is technically the 4th individual game they have played. If you don't know what a bracket reset is, it's 2 separate games, each of those games being made up of 2 legs here. But, I mean, we got Washington, D.C. following after this one, Lisa, which, as I said, New York City FC currently sit in that final. There's another name that they will be up against too. It's just the level of competitiveness. You know, we think when FIFA 22 hit the streets, we think when the announcement of 2v2 FIFA hit the streets, bit of time to find your partner and then a lot of time just to get practicing in what feels like elite division rivals, getting in there individually and then playing, you know, co-op, practicing. I know as someone who else is in the elite division, how difficult that can be in there.
Yeah, especially when you play co-op as well, you need to be playing against the best of the best, and that's why it's good to obviously be in the elite division, maybe playing in tournaments as well to get that key practice because, you know, division rivals is different to pro tournaments. Money's on the line as well, so a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But as we see there, 1-1, they did try to keep the ball, and like we mentioned, it's failed them as well. They obviously went back from that corner. I did say to you, is that going to make them actually lose this game, and they'll definitely be missing the chance and figure they should have not done that.
And don't get me wrong, I'm more than aware, you know, that switch of play left back to right back, it is ugly. It's not the nicest way to play FIFA at all. But from commentating a 2v2 tournament just a few weeks ago as well, that was a way that some teams were just, not just taking time out of the game, but more importantly, just allowing their opponents to maybe start coming out of position, start sucking them out of position, and then to try and exploit in those gaps in behind. So there is methods of approach to it. Yes, people might see it from, they're just sort of wasting time and taking time out of the game. What they internally are doing is just sucking the whole team up the pitch, find those gaps in behind, and even when you are fully constant pressing, it still feels impossible, doesn't it, to win that ball back?
I mean, it's definitely possible to win the ball back when people are doing that. But to be honest with you, the plan didn't really work. I mean, it worked in terms of wasting time, but Timbers, their back line, their midfield, they weren't really leaving gaps, which obviously meant that they weren't able to score from keeping the ball. And Timbers did really well to actually win the ball. Press high, as we saw, constant pressure they won the ball, and Mbappe was just through on goal for an easy tap-in.
Well, I'm hearing right now we are going to go to a quick break in this Mexican City Open. To paint the picture for you as well, we thought it was 1-1 with 4 minutes left. Just 4 minutes left in this grand final of this regional open. We're going to go to a break. When we return, we'll have an update for you, and we'll find out who will be the next name to join the rest of the pack at that Team of the Season Cup. Don't go anywhere. We're back in a few minutes.
Hey guys, this is Mike. I'm a FIFA eSports player for Team Neo, and today I'm going to give you a FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. Today I'm going to show you how to make the best out of scoring situations, whether it's finesse shots from outside the box, one-on-one with the keepers, or low-driven shots in the box. So the first thing you need to know about finesse shots is that you position your player perfectly, and in this case I'm playing with Mbappe, obviously a right-footed player, and I'm aiming for the long corner because it's just a natural way of the finesse shot. And in this clip I'm also taking like a small extra step, so I can kind of shoot the ball right through the gap between his defenders. And for the power, for me the best way is just to kind of load up 3 bars, and you can just use the time finishing. If you hit a circle again just as the player hits the ball, you will see a green thing flashing above the player, and that will indicate the green time finishing, and the ball will fly better and go into the goal. Now I'm going to talk about the low driven shots, which is one of my favorite ways to score inside the box, especially with the goalkeepers being pretty good this year, and when you obviously shoot the ball low driven, you kind of avoid the goalkeeper of saving it. So in this clip I'm with Van Persie in the box, and in this case if I were to do a normal shot, the goalkeeper would easily save it up high, and if I put more power, then it will probably go over the bar, but in this case I just put a low driven shot. You do that by pressing L1, R1 and shoot at the same time, because you can put even more power than with a normal shot, and it stays low to the ground. The keeper can't save it with his feet because it's too fast, and the most important thing is that you power up your shot really well. So in this case I have over 3 bars, and another important aspect is that you aim it right into the corner. You have to really aim it into the corner, and in this case it went in because it was a really fast shot. Okay, so the last tip I'm going to give you in a 1v1 scenario with the goalkeeper is the chip shot. And for the chip shot this year it's all about timing. As you can see, in this case I'm really close to the goalkeeper and nothing would work besides the chip shot. The perfect timing is that you kind of are in the motion of chipping it right as the goalkeeper is diving for the ball, which is in this case the perfect example. And for the power it's pretty easy, you just load up 2 to 3 bars, because if it's over the goalkeeper it will go in, no matter the fact how many bars you put. Hey guys, thanks for watching my FIFA 22 shooting masterclass. I hope this helped you out and you will score a lot of more goals. See you on the pitch.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open here, live from Twickenham in London. We join you now for not the conclusion just yet of this Mexican City Regional Final Open. There was a few technical difficulties. We are still in the process of finding out what it means for this game, because if it is how it looks, Lee, so I mean, we're into potentially extra time if that was the case, because it was a ridiculous last 10 minutes.
It was. They was obviously keeping the ball, constant pressure. They won the ball very high up, and they got an opportunity with Mbappe, which Alisson actually didn't save this time. And it's now 1-1. Could be going extra time. Could be going to penalties, and could be a way to seal off this opener from Mexico.
Yeah, quite literally. Could be a ridiculous way to conclude the tie of this one. We'll find out what's been going on in that game, as we said, whether it's a 1-1 scoreline, a couple of small technical difficulties on that one. But as soon as we know, we will let you know, because that'll be our 4th team of today. Which so far out of these regional finals has impressed you the most, from Tokyo to Johannesburg? Maybe the ones that you weren't commentating on as well, because your Tokyo game was pretty ridiculous early today as well. Went to a bracket reset.
Yeah, it went to a bracket reset, but I think the most dominant one was the SAF one. I'm not sure, is that the last one? I'm not sure which one that was, but they dominated that. But they didn't actually go to a bracket reset for the first time today, and just a dominant performance from them, and I think they'll do well in the April event.
Yeah, well, again, while we're waiting for the confirmation on this Mexico City regional final situation for this game, we're going to pass it back over to Rachel and Mike to break down some of the goals and maybe the best parts of today so far.
For you, Brandon, I was like, what are you coming to me with right now? Are you wanting a score update? Because we're as in the dark as you are, still waiting for confirmation on exactly what's going on. Will we start with KrowMx 1-0 up, or will it be all squared there for Timbers getting that goal, like you just said, about the 84th minute there, which could push it to extra time and potentially penalties as well to see who does go home with $15,000, Mike, and a spot in the Team of the Season Cup in April. But like the guys were just saying, it was all KrowMx, wasn't it? Throughout of that, they kept possession. They really controlled that game, only letting Timbers just scrape in there at the last minute. What did you make of that one overall, Mike?
It's not a tactic that I would have implemented that early. I think that they had a game plan, which I can appreciate, but to be so defensive and so possession heavy from the jump, knowing it's 90 minutes, and this is FIFA that we're talking about, and the tables can turn very quickly. And something that I've always struggled with on a personal end is if you're going to go into game management, it's hard to come out of that now. So now that the game's even and you need to switch up to being more balanced or more aggressive, that's challenging to pivot or to have that structural shift because they committed so early. But I'm looking forward to it. This has been really the matchup of the goalkeepers. We haven't talked about that in any of the previous games. Don't get me wrong, goalkeepers have played a factor, but there's been a lot of goals. And it's really not a matter of these guys lacking with finishing. I'm telling you, some of these doubles and triple saves and this way and that way. I mean, I'd love to hire their goalkeepers, these variations, these versions every single weekend.
Mike, we're seeing Allison be used quite a lot. Who's in your team at the moment?
I've actually started using Trap. I've used a lot of Neuer this year. I've used Van der Sar this year. I didn't put enough respect on Alisson's name, apparently. I've been using his Brazilian brother, Ederson, with the neck tattoo. It's been looking kind of intimidating, so I just put that out there. Why not lead the back line? Tried Hugo Lloris as well. I'm telling you, I've just been really leaving Alisson out of these lineups. Maybe as an Everton guy, there might be a little bit of some Liverpool. I don't want to do it, but you got to do what you got to do. Results are results.
He may be featuring Mike Labelle's team in this coming week, that's for sure, after the displays Allison has been putting on for these teams throughout day one of the FGS Open. Mike, let's just go back then to how KrowMx have been playing. Does it just mean they feel they possibly deserve to be going through to the Team of the Year, just because obviously they kept through the winners bracket, didn't they, and had to get a reset? It obviously kind of feels to me as if they think they deserve to be there after grinding out the Swiss like they did, and then obviously having to go to a reset like, okay, this is the tactics we're going to use, and we're sticking with that.
I don't know. I kind of disagree.
Okay,
I feel like we've been a little wishy-washy, a little wobbly. Because you have this bracket reset, you're in a commanding position. If they score another goal, especially with their ability to hold the ball, that would be game over. You could wrap it up. But they went with this super defensive approach, which is almost you're playing not to lose, but you're not necessarily playing to win. And I don't know if maybe I'm just taking it too far, but I'm looking at it from a devil's advocate approach. And I've always had this feeling in this bracket or this region in particular, that it's just Timbers to win. They just battled through all these different games, and they keep sliding through the results. They're getting them, whether it's penalty kicks, it's late, and it's great, it's late, and it's ugly. I don't know, but they just keep getting results. So you start to say, maybe Rapid Bunny and Divine are going to get the job done. But I don't want to come in with too much of a bias. It's still anybody's game. 1-1, we're really set or pressed to go to extra time in this one, which would be consistent on the day. That is part of the theme.
It would, of course, be consistent on the day. Timbers, let's just remind you, they took the previous leg to extra time, previous bracket reset, I'm going to say, before we went to this game. So they've got the job done already. They've been grinding out these games, really getting results when they need it. So let's see if they do get that 84th minute goal allowed and if it will go to extra time. Mike, I'm just going to continue because we're actually going to lose you after this Mexico City. We obviously have one more open still to come after that, which is Washington, which I'm sure actually you know a lot of those players featuring in that one quite well. So I'm devastated that you're not going to be joining us, but we have a special guest, don't worry you guys at home, who's going to be joining us instead. But Mike, I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but in terms of Washington and that open, have you been keeping an eye on what's been happening over there, and who do we look out for in that one?
Well, I think most people know NYCFC. You've got Gustavo, who made a huge transfer, of course, representing Crew last year. We saw him as arguably the best Xbox player. He was always in the conversations. He was very consistent. He made all the broadcasts for the most part. He won as well, one of those North American events. And I think you've always got to credit him. And then Squirrel, that's teamed up with him, both guys that have been well known in the North American FIFA scene. On the other end, you got Lou, the man with the water jug. And I hope that he has the water jug on camera for us and we get to see this. It's kind of, he had this water jug that was like this size when he was winning events and last year competing events. I was like, yo, where'd you get the half size water jug, my man? But I felt last year was his best year on the competitive side and that he's been able to lead this team as well. And if they're able to cause some sort of upset here, I mean, you're starting to just build on that career path, and he's part of that French community, really heavy. He's well respected, not only North American community, but in Europe as well. And I think this could be another year that we're going to see him continually grow and progress in the competitive FIFA scene.
Well, we hope so. And we hope it's going to be a great game. And we hope, like Mike was saying, we get to see that water jug as well. Everyone's going to be waiting for that.
Don't let me down. I need the big water jug.
It's going to go off in the Twitch chat, Mike. If it's not there, they're going to be like, oh, yo, where is the water bottle? Anyway, Mike, you're still sticking around for the time being because obviously we still need to get a result in Mexico City.
You're really trying to get rid of me.
No, I'm not.
This is what
I'm
I
not
get
having
over
you here, Mike Labelle. You beautiful people, your community. Anyway, Mike, we're actually going to go back to the beginning of the show where you joined us as well, when I had a chat with Brandon and Richard a little bit about the history, the timeline of the FGS season and where it started all the way back in 2004. Check this out. Let's kind of roll back the years to yesteryear and where the FGS season actually kicked off. Okay, it started in 2004, the FIFA Interactive World Cup, quite a few years ago. I think you said you were 6 years old, Rich. I mean, let's not go there, okay? But what an awesome event to start off with. And then we went straight to 2017, where you guys actually joined the FIFA Global Series.
We started our commentating journey, didn't we, in 2017. But then there was also a massive boost for FIFA eSports. You know, before that we had the FIWC. 2017, Gorilla sort of got his big moment, didn't he, in London?
Yeah, and this was so poignant as well because Sean Elton, his coach, he was the player in the final the year before, lost out in one of the tightest and most sort of entertaining games that we've ever seen, and then sort of player turned coach, still got that winning feeling with Gorilla.
Yeah, an Englishman, of course, in the form of Gorilla, and that was Ruud Gullit we saw there. Obviously now is a mainstay in the FIFA scene. Obviously that's where he kind of realised how big this was going to go. Team Gullit are well established now in the FGS series. Let's move to 2018, and who actually kind of launched himself onto the scene here? DH Tex.
Yes, the birth of
in
DH
Barcelona.
Tex. The famous line of 0 to hero that rung around, I think it was the Paolo St. Jordi in Barcelona. Goes to show, you know, from being absolutely nobody, that changed his whole life, and, you know, now Fnatic Tex, and what a journey he's been on, Richard.
So he said here, remember in that interview with Spencer, he said, if you like FIFA, tell your mum because this might happen. And wow.
Yeah, but whenever we talk about Tex, you have to mention this man in the same sentence, MS Desari. Tex won the Barcelona Championship. Desari, he won the Spring Cup, which was set in Manchester, beating Ice Vogel in the grand final. He played a different style of FIFA. He used different formations. It was sort of, Tex was so skillful. Desari was a tactician, and that's where that rivalry sort of started. And this was the end of the season. Arguably the best player that may have ever done it. That's a conversation for another day, but this was his crowning moment in London at the O2 Arena. We were there, and he was dominant from start to finish.
$200,000 as well that year. I mean, of course, you know, the year before that was getting bigger, and we were on this sort of upward trajectory. But what a man, as you said, he calls himself the king of the jungle. What a tournament that was, and you just miss it, don't you? The FIFA Interactive World Cup, FIFA World Cup. Then 2019 happened. I mean, Tex arrived in 2018. 2019, he was just dominating, wasn't he?
He cemented himself, I think, is what we're going to say, didn't he? Obviously changed to F2 Tex from DH Tex here, and he kicked off his year in epic fashion, didn't he, Rich?
Yeah, don't worry, you're not getting deja vu if you're watching from home.
No,
you see Tex win this many tournaments. He won 4, 5, 6 different majors, going from all across the world. This was in Singapore. He was dominant in Bucharest, dominant in Atlanta as well. But again, I don't want to feel like I'm repeating myself, but wherever Tex goes, Desari is not too far behind. He won a couple of majors as well, and all of his real winning moments came in London.
They did. He was a winner in 2018 in London, then won 2-foot Champions Cups also in London. But there were 6-foot Champions Cups, wasn't there, that year? And there was another winner. It was a German player, was the youngest foot Champions Cup winner.
Took
in
that off of
Dolomite.
Tex, though, didn't he, the title of that, the youngest? So that was awesome to see. And it was the GOAT season as well, wasn't it? Dasari Tex, who was the GOAT? And then, guys,
who was going to win the World Cup? Who was going to win the World Cup? As you rightly said, Tex got grouped in that tournament. And then Mo Alba against, MS Dasari in a ridiculous grand final became a world champion.
Absolute underdog. I don't think anyone thought that was going to happen. It was absolutely epic scenes for Mo Alba, and he actually is still the reigning champion because there was no World Cup in 2020, remember, and there hasn't been one since, so hopefully we'll get one next season. But let's kick off here again. Deja vu once more, Rich.
2020,
what's happening?
2019, 2018, Tex wins the first event of the year. Again, this was in Bucharest. However, Cup 2, it was Nicholas Razek. He was always in these finals. We've not seen him yet, but he was usually the runner-up in a lot of these tournaments. He got his crowning moment. Foot Cup 2 went to Nicholas Razek, and Germany especially were unbelievable in FIFA 20. So many different trophies, so many different titles, but it was Sweden as well, sort of getting their time to shine on the main stage.
That was Foot Cup number 3 in Atlanta in America, where we had Olilito, and then of course we had Foot Cup number 4 before the season was brought to a hold, and it was the South American winner, on the PlayStation as well in Zazina. It was a dream story out in Paris, and after that, unfortunately, that was the end of 2020 and the end of our FIFA 21 season. FIFA 20 season.
Such an emotional player as well. I remember seeing him in the E-Champions League. He really does wear his heart on his sleeve, does Azinho, so it was great to see him actually lift a trophy. But let's go to 2021 then, the year of all the events happening online. Of course, we could have no LAN events, no in-person events, but actually it was great to see because so many standout stars got their moment in the spotlight, Rich.
Yeah, we certainly did, and I think it was a real opportunity for people who might not have been on broadcast before to get their time to shine, because all the events were publicised, all the events were sort of streamed as well. So this man right here, I could talk about Matthias Bernardo until I got blue in the face. What a player. He dominated South America. He's come over to Europe this year. Make sure you watch out for Matthias Bernardo because he will be in all of the events.
Absolutely. On the flip side, speak about dominance in Europe. We weren't speaking about Tex for a change. We're speaking about this man, Levi de Weed, a back-to-back European champion who couldn't compete the year before because he wasn't 16. Now, of course, he's past that. And then this man deserves a mention as well. Now, XL Tom was #Tom. Now, finally the bride and not the bridesmaid. A brilliant couple of seasons, and he's really been a driving force for this esport.
Well, that was the history of the FGS season, but the time is now. So let's bring you up to speed on exactly what has been going down the Mexico City Open, because before we had to go to that little VT there of the history of the FGS, we had a little bit of a miscommunication, let's say, between the two teams, KrowMx and Timbers. So we got to a goal in the 84th minute for Timbers, which actually meant it went 1-1. It looked like it was going to extra time, possibly penalties, but there was a little bit of a problem there, so we're actually going to reset the game at 82 minutes, which means KrowMx are still 1-0 on aggregate, meaning 0-0 in leg 2. So it is very much all still to play for. Timbers have 8 minutes left to get themselves back in this game, get themselves into extra time, and get themselves to penalties to try and get $15,000 and a spot in the Team of the Season Cup in April. I hope you got your head around that. Come and join us after the break to see exactly what happens.
Welcome to my master class. 皆さんどうもこんにちは。ブルーユナイテッド EFC 所属、プロプレイヤーのアグです。今回は、フォーメーションの紹介をしていこうかなと思います。紹介するフォーメーションは4231で、戦術と、指示についても紹介できればなと思います。はい、使用しているフォーメーションは4231です。この4231を紹介していければなと思います。守備のスタイルはバランス、幅55、深さは75に設定しています。4231は非常にコンパクトなフォーメーションで、幅は55であまり広げすぎず狭すぎずっていう風にしています。深さ75にしている理由は、自分は結構プレッシャーに行く、スタイルなので75に前から、プレッシャーに行けるように75に設定しています。 で、このシーン、自分が攻撃を仕掛けていて、相手にボールを取られました。で、相手はカウンターを仕掛けてきている最中です。で、このシーン、逆サイドに、サイドチェンジで展開されたので、レーダーを見てもらうと分かるように、結構、間延びしているのが分かると思います。なので、ここで、ラインが下がってしまっているので、オフサイドトラップを仕掛けて、このように、しっかりと、コンパクトに、1列目、2列目、3列目、4列目まで、しっかりコンパクトに保つように、しましょう。で、見てもらったら分かるように、この時点で、4-4-2、守備時はちょっと4-4-2みたいな、ブロック、4-4のブロックを形成して、基本的にコンパクトにして戦うようにしましょう。で、この時点で、4-4のブロックはしっかり作れているので、数的有利は、作らせてない状況です。で、このシーン、最後、4枚しっかり、4-4のブロックは壊れされていないので、シュートを打たれましたが、シュートブロックにしっかり、入っていて、前作同様、今作も、シュートブロックが強いので、しっかりカーソルを合わせてあげて、シュートブロックをしてあげることにより、守備することができました。はい、以上が、マイマスタークラス3になります。皆さんもぜひ4231強いので、試してみてください。それでは皆さん、ピッチでお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
Welcome back. We are still waiting to see our winners for the Mexico City Open, to see who'll make it through to the Team of the Season Cup in April. It's getting pretty tense here, let me tell you, in this Twickenham Stadium in London, where obviously the FGS Open, the first Global Series event for a long time in person, is taking place. Mike Labelle is joining me from New York City. Mike, we're obviously having a reset, like we just said, on 82 minutes. So Timbers are still 1-0 down on aggregate. How must Timbers be feeling right now? They obviously got that equaliser on the 84th minute. It's been taken away from them because there was a couple of problems happening in game. They must be quite frustrated, but they have to reset and get their head back in the game because they have 8 crucial in-game minutes to see if they can get themselves into that Team of the Season Cup. I mean, Mike, how would you be feeling?
I mean, I'm sure they got a mix of emotions here, but it's still anyone's game in terms of what's happening here. They could have maybe 2 attacks, depending on how all-out pressure and who starts with the ball. But there's no denying that they got to feel levels of frustration because you just scored what you thought was the equalizer, and that's been taken back for, I think, technical issues or whatever was happening on the back end there. But I feel both these guys are veterans again, and they'll be able to refocus and resurface. And it should be a good closeout to the game because we've seen a really defensive matchup and a lot of possession, and maybe an overwhelming amount of possession. And now it comes down to the last 8, maybe 10 minutes with some extra time.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it's tough for both teams. It's not just tough for Timbers, of course. KrowMx possibly thought they were going through. They've also, both teams had about 20, 30 minutes now to mull over exactly what's happened. Frustration levels are high for both teams. So, you know, it's not just Timbers. So they could possibly, Timbers, I mean, could use that to their advantage, knowing that KrowMx have had to reset, really wanted to take that goal away from them, and they both have to go hell for leather for this last 8 minutes.
Yeah, send everybody. Expect constant pressure, 4-2-4 looking type of formation. And because, again, it's a 2v2, you can move more players at once. You can get better double teams. You can be more aggressive than ever in terms of I'm going to call it the FIFA swarm, where if you've ever seen the movie The Mighty Ducks and they had the flying V, that's kind of what it looks like in FIFA when you're just sending bodies forward. You just send everyone forward and you try to disrupt the rhythm of the game and just cause some sort of organized havoc.
And this is where you need your captain to be kind of very calm and collected. That you get two types of captains, of course, here. One that's going to be shouting directions and one that just knows if he's calm, he'll probably get the job done, won't he? Keep calm under pressure is the kind of captaincy that we're looking for here now. Mike, though, let's just pause, though, on Mexico City because the players have paused. I think they're still speaking to a couple of people from EA right now, just sorting out exactly how it's going to go down. So I'm going to do a change on. See, look at that. Washington are now in the screens. Feels like you're at home now, I'm sure, Mike. Washington, quite close to you. I know you're
Well,
gonna
I don't live in
you
Washington,
know where I'm going
so
with that.
You know.
In terms of that, let's
I
just
get it. We're not.
come on, Mike. Give me
All right.
something. America here.
I got you. You changed the colors. That was cool. I don't have the power to do that.
Purple, blue. Right. Anyway, enough of me pretending I'm magic. Let's recap then on exactly what's gone down there. So the losers bracket was Team Litty, Lu Josu, of course, 3-2 in the end. They were the 6th seed. Lo Josu going through. Let's just talk about who now they're facing. We said NYCFC eSports, a team close to your heart. They're ranked 4th. Coming into this, the 4th seed, and they have Squirrel, like we mentioned earlier, and Gustavo as well. But these two teams that are going up against each other in this final played each other, didn't they, Mike? In Swiss, round 5, who came out on top? Of course, NYCFC 4-2. Can we look at that result at all and take anything from that?
I mean, history is good, and you say history could repeat itself. We'll find out. There's no denying that NYCFC in this case are favored. I don't know about close to my heart, but maybe close to my apartment.
Yes,
They've got 2 players that have been there before, 2 guys that are recognizable, and they have a game in hand or a matchup in hand. And that's the advantage of going undefeated. And even though we've seen resets and we've seen players or teams be able to overcome, it's a lower percentage of you actually being able to complete the task. That's the reality. But if anyone could do it, I think Lou and company can make this happen. I feel like they've gone kind of under the radar and maybe even a little bit underrated in general with some of the 2v2s, and they've got themselves into a position to make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, isn't it, that we can't actually hear their commentary on stream, because I'd love to know what kind of communication styles they have put into play over these 2v2 matches. But you know a couple of these players. What kind of player, Mike, is Lou? How would he be approaching this one? How would he be communicating to his partner? Do you know?
Well, I don't know how he's going to go in a 2v2. I mean, you said you wanted to listen in. I'm not sure if I want to listen or not. You just talked about guys yelling. I don't know what they're going to be saying. I mean, I would still take that if you're going to offer me free insight on what's happening. But I don't know. You're going to get a mix of a little bit of everything. Controllers might be broken. I'm more of a keyboard guy myself. Lou's always been very technical and structured. So that's the game plan that I would expect to see. When you're looking at Gustavo and Squirrel, both of them are extremely gifted with a lot of the skill moves and the cancellations and the intricacies and a lot of these fine details. And I'm hoping that translates to a 2v2 package, because 1v1 you would expect to see new combinations and a certain level of free flow. Gustavo, of course, being from Brazil originally, maybe he's got that Brazilian trait, that little extra flair that's just naturally in his blood, and it comes out in FIFA. So that would be my expectation. And I'm hoping that we're going to see certain levels of creativity from both teams, where they're looking to figure out how to unlock the space and score goals, and, of course, be able to progress their own personal attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the teams, obviously, Mike, they're 2v2. How much can possibly the lower-ranked competitor in this duo learn from the other opponent? Because is that something that they can really take as well going forward in their FIFA careers? No?
We don't have enough measurables. We don't have enough measurables for me to... I can speak on it, but it's like we haven't had enough games where we've seen 2v2s. We don't have enough results. We don't have enough... Because I want something to back my opinion. Like, this is why I think this, and then past history, bam, let's strengthen my argument. Whereas right now, it'd be all speculation, saying, well, maybe this guy's not as good because he wasn't as good as an individual, or this guy has better experience, and that should lead to more success. But it doesn't always work that way. And a big key with 2v2s, for example, defensively, if one of you steps and the other one sits back, now you've created a big gap. You both have to move simultaneously. So if anything, more so is going to be communication, knowing that player, and then mentally being strong together. Because if one of you gets mentally weak, it messes up everything in terms of that duo.
Well, let's hope no one gets mentally weak when it comes to this. We like them to keep strong mentally and physically. Obviously, there's a lot at stake. $15,000 of course. Mike, thanks for giving us a bit of an insight there into the Washington Open, which will be coming your way in a short while. But we're going back to this, Mexico City and their Open, which is still yet to be concluded. We still have 8 minutes to play in that epic matchup, haven't we? That's what we've been going to. Obviously, it's KrowMx taking on Timbers. 1-0 is the scoreline at the moment to KrowMx. Brandon, Lisa, please conclude this matchup. We want to know who is going through to April.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yeah, we have just been sort of just standing here waiting for updates in terms of the scenario of this game. We have heard now that it's actually 1-1 on an aggregate scoreline. That is the new confirmation. There's been chats with admins, there's been chats with EA. The conclusion is this, 84 minutes on the clock at a 1-1 scoreline on aggregate. Of course, that's 1-0 in this second leg to Timbers. So 1-1 on aggregate scoreline. We'll show you the goal when we have that in front of our eyes right now to show you the goal that did get them back into the game. 6 minutes away, Lisa, from extra time here. And this is the goal that brought them back in the game.
Yeah, as you saw, he ran back there, did a fake shot and just booted it into the player because they was on constant pressure and passed straight in there to the striker. Allison actually didn't save it for the first time. We've seen a lot of saves from him, double saves as well, but 1-1 and it's going to be a nervy last few minutes. Obviously, Timbers will be delighted to for that goal to actually count and for them to go to extra time to try and score a goal.
And what does this break do for the players right now? Because who do you think comes out on this maybe a little bit stronger mentally in terms of that? A long break now. There's been, changes, a couple of disputes in this one. Long breaks affect things in games of FIFA. We've seen it before. Players that are up in a game, they have a break, they come back, the different player. This is going to be a really interesting one because, let's be honest, Crow are keeping that ball for a good 30 minutes in that game from left to right back. Timbers got that goal back. 6 minutes left on the clock. We're 6 minutes away from extra time. How do you think both sets of two players are feeling right now?
I mean, mentally, I think they're both going to be at a disadvantage because of how long the break is. But Timbers obviously getting that goal, 1-1 now. It's all to play for. So for them, they'll be a bit more excited than obviously eSports. They obviously ended up losing a goal, going to 1-1, and they're going to be quite agitated, quite annoyed with that because they were keeping the ball so well. They ended up making a silly mistake in the box, losing the ball to Mbappe, and now it's 1-1. And obviously their plan of keeping the ball, when obviously in the previous leg where they had an opportunity to maybe get a goal from a corner, they kept the ball. And is that going to haunt them in this next, I guess, half?
Yeah, that is the big question indeed. And also a question for everyone at home who wants to get better at FIFA, watching these 2v2 pros, showcasing how good they are and maybe why they are so good. Head over to our YouTube channel. It's EA FIFA eSports. Literally, get your phone out right now, get your camera out, scan the QR code, and it will take you straight up to some masterclass from the top pros in the competitive FIFA landscape. You've even said it yourself, Lisa. I've said it myself as well, even being a very bad FIFA player myself, that I have got better from, of course, watching tournaments like this and pros, as many have at home. It could be little things, taking formations, taking custom tactics. There's so many good masterclass videos out there. So scan that QR code on your phone right now. Head over to the YouTube channel. Drop a subscription as well while you're there as well, because there's plenty of content on the way this year. What are some of the things that maybe a casual player at home can pick up from watching these guys and add into their game?
To be honest with you, even when I watch these and commentate over them, I actually learn quite a lot as well, because you can see the ways of scoring as well. Obviously today, from me commentating, I've seen that people are using the wing play quite a bit, getting it into the wing, doing a couple of skill moves, maybe passing it back, or even just whipping it into the box, low-driven cross. And we've seen quite a lot of goals coming from that. And for me, that's what I'm going to take into my game. And obviously, I guess, keeping the ball as well, being able to be precise with the ball, keeping it, not going forward if you have to. And we saw that. And now we could potentially be going to extra time.
And you see a lot as well in terms of the formations for these teams. Everyone is pretty much playing the same to some level. There are metas that are followed in the FIFA landscape. And what, 4-4-2's pretty much been that?
Yeah, today we've seen 4-4-2. We've also seen 4-2-2 when they're in a losing position, just trying to get forward. Players in behind, obviously the two centre mids sort of cover centre and also stay back as well. One of them a little bit more forward, depending on who's the most attacking. But we're seeing similar formations, and that's because they're the most meta to use this year.
Yeah, and when we get this game underway, if you are wondering what on earth is on the line for this Mexico City regional final, it is a spot in the Team of the Season Cup, taking place next April as part of this season behind us here, the FGS 22 season. Alongside that, they are going to bag $15,000 in the process. 16 teams are already at that tournament. It was the Masters teams that were announced yesterday. Some great teams there, isn't there? One of my favourite ones is Team Guild, Nicholas Razek and Nicholas 99FC. Anyone else in that 16 teams off the top of your head that you can sort of think about?
I think probably Footwiz as well. Quite a well-known org. I think they've already got, I think it's Marco in that as well with them. Quite a well-known name in his region. So I think there's a few good teams there, and I think going into April, there's going to be a lot more added today as well and over the weekend. So I'm looking forward to see who is added and who takes it in April.
Yeah, Marco and Jamoda representing the Oceania region well. They will be. They're a great 2v2 outfit for Team Footwiz. Jamoda will be part of our broadcast team this weekend as well. But by Sunday night, we'll have 32 duo teams ready for that tournament in April. It's going to be a massive one, the Team of the Season Cup, of course, in sync with the foot season, with the content that's going to be released there. So we can't wait for that one to happen. But how have you enjoyed 2v2 FIFA? Obviously, the change has happened this year for the FGS. What's your thoughts on it overall?
I think it's a good way, obviously, being able to play with a friend, you know, a team as well as such, because there might be certain aspects that you want to be rooting for one player, but they're actually playing together, so you can root for both of them at the same time, because sometimes in esports you could play your own teammate, and that's not what you want to be doing. You don't want to be knocking out your friend or having a chance of them getting a loss to get another one to get knocked out. So I think it's a great new aspect into the game. They're obviously able to play together, and that can be fun as well. It makes the esports even funner, and especially winning money with your friend as well. That is something special that you'll take on to future years. So I think overall, obviously playing with a friend, it being fun, being able to learn the game together, play co-op together, and just spend, I guess, time with your friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we said, there's been a long time for this game to take place. Trust me, there are people working all around the world on this right now to ensure that we get this game for you as soon as we can. Unfortunately, we need to go to a quick break just to get this one all lined up and ready to go here in the Mexican City Regional Open. Don't go anywhere, I do promise. We'll be a few minutes, we'll be back, and hopefully we'll have that game for you.
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open here at Twickenham Stadium in London. My name is Rachel Stringer. I'm joined by Richard Buckley. He's going to come and have a little chit-chat with me on set because we're still having a couple of problems over at Mexico City to see who is going to go through there to the team of the season in April. It's yet to be decided. We're possibly still 8 minutes away from a result in that one. So in the meantime, we thought we'd get Rich up on set and have a little chat about the 16 Masters, because that's what we're going to talk about. But you know what, Rich? I'm going to pause there because, typical, the match is going to start. Here we go, Rich. Quick predictions. Where's it going to go?
Penalties.
Penalties. We're going extra time penalties in this one. Okay, so it started 1 apiece then. Rich, we're going to throw it over then. Lisa, Brandon, you know what to do.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, we are finally back underway with this one. Thank you to all the work behind the scenes to get this game back underway. It's a 1-1 scoreline. That is the aggregate scoreline. And I believe we are minutes away from potentially extra time, unless there's going to be one last roll of the dice from either Timbers, who will have this last chance of the game now with Neymar behind it, driving it forward, cut back into R9. Ginola, he's offside.
I mean, that was great play there, to be honest with you. The extra pass there, and it didn't go in the back of the net. It did go in the back of the net, but it was offside, and Timbers will definitely be thankful for that.
There might be one more chance. No, there will not be. 30 more minutes of extra time. Mexico City, you have given us one hell of a regional final. It's been a bracket reset. It's been an extra time bracket reset as well across 2 separate games. Wow. What a series this has been, and it still remains so unpredictable.
Wow, indeed. And I mean, extra time now. What will we see? Will we see Timbers trying to get the ball back, trying to pressure, or will KrowMx, will they actually keep the ball? Will they try and go forward now that it's 1-1? Because they're definitely not going to want to go penalties, so they're going to have to try and get forward there. And as we saw, but just before extra time, that they did go forward and actually almost score from it. So they might change up their plan a little bit to try and get a goal now, but we shall soon find out.
Well, here we go. Timbers from left to right in that black strip. The duo of Divine and Rapid Bunny. Remember, winner of this game goes to the Team of the Season Cup and wins $15,000 as well. Here they come, Neymar. Trying to be behind this attack. They did equalise in the 84th minute. Did Timbers eSports. Been a long little break there, just discussing what would happen with the game. We resumed back at the 84th minute from a 1-1 scoreline. And now KrowMx. I've just got, I think the biggest thing, Lisa, has just composed themselves, both of the teams. I mean, there's obviously been a lengthy delay for this one, but they have to come back in and reset their minds that this is an unbelievably big game. You win this, you're at Milan. You win this, you guaranteed prize money. Here's Crow now, Neymar back to goal, and Mbappe, stink shot, brilliant deflection at the back, and a huge block that has to be made.
A vital block indeed, obviously blocking that. Mbappe in that position, he's going to be scoring if there is no defender there. And Timbers, they're starting off really well. They actually seem to be having the ball. It does seem like KrowMx is going forward as well, which they're going to be, because they're not going to want to be going to penalties, because it's, you know, a flip of a coin. Do you guess the right way? And as you can see, they're actually going forward.
Could be a chance. Neymar finds his Brazilian counterpart into R9. It's R9 still. Chance, timed it green, but there was really not that sort of conviction in the shot from R9. It was a bit of a half-assed effort in the nicest way. It just didn't have the real power behind it. And we're nearly already a halfway point in extra time. If this was decided on the penalty shootout, I mean, it screams of it being decided on the penalty shootout, to be completely honest. I hope it isn't. And I hope it is a goal that does win the game. Covered well by Hernandez. And I think by the time that ball goes forward, we're going to be at half-time here in extra time with nothing to really talk about other than what? A half effort from R9 that was timed green.
Nothing really to show in that half other than just the two players trying to get forward as much as possible, trying to break each other down, but 1-1, 2 shots each, as you can see. Not really many expected goals. I think they're just going to try and maybe wait to the 120th minute to get that extra opportunity, but other than that, I do think we're going to be going to a penalty shootout to decide this one, and it has been quite a while to decide it, but for one of these teams, £15,000 richer, and obviously their chance in that cup in April.
Well, well, well. The stage is set. 4 individual games of FIFA. 2 sets of extra time. A penalty that was missed. This game has given everything in terms of drama. In all sorts of ways. However, who has got ice in their veins now? The ability just to calm it down completely, because this is the goal that could really change everything for you. Timbers have looked the better team. Of course, they were the team that did get that goal allowed, and the 84th minute they did score it to send us into extra time. It came from a period of possession where Crow were trying to keep possession. It was that simple sort of left to right back. They tried to play forward. It was intercepted well, and then they were able to capitalise on that mistake. It was always a question mark over that way of possession they were trying to play. Pele does get dispossessed by the Militao. Brilliant defensive work. Another big win there, Pele this time. I haven't looked at it so far in the extra time period. They have to look at it now because they haven't got time behind them. Still, they're happy just to keep possession in these sort of areas. Hernandez now picks up possession. Back to Militao. We're going to go from left to right back again. Got to be careful though. They have been depossessed here before, and potentially so they could be. Works out well this time for Fana. Pele, the interchanges well and quickly. Mbappe's going to make that run just in front of that back 4, but there's just 2 banks of dark shirts that will just stand in between them having a chance. We're a minute away from penalty, sorry, not extra time. Forget that, we've had that. Will there be one more chance, one more shot of goal, or are we on our way to a penalty shootout?
There's a strong chance that we could be going to a penalty shootout, but there always is that one last attack, and they've got to try and get this ball forward as quickly as possible to get that. If not, we're in for a long one on a penalty shootout.
Well, well, well. Penalties on the cards for a spot in the Team of the Season Cup in April. Up steps first for KrowMx eSports. It will be Neymar that steps up from the spot, scores.
Up next, Timbers, and Neymar is taking this one as well. Will he go the same way as KrowMx eSports? Or will he play a bit of my games, go down the middle, taking his time to take this, but he steps up finally. Is it going to go into the back of the net? And it's scored!
1-1 after the first round of penalties. Back to Pele now. He's been very quiet across these 2 legs. Steps up, scores for KrowMx eSports.
So they follow the same way there as their opponent. But Arnai steps up here. He's looking down the middle. Is he going to go there? He does, and it's finished very nicely.
Kessie now. CDM steps up for Crow down the middle and score.
They seem to be following each other. Kessie also to take this one as well. Is he going to follow through, or is he going to go a different way? And he goes into the bottom right. Very nicely done.
3 from 3. Of course, it is Crow in that yellow strip. Please remember that Messi steps up for penalty 4. It's saved!
Chance here for them to get a goal up. Messi takes, and it is scored into the bottom left.
Must score scenario for Crow. Otherwise, they will not be on the way to the Team of the Season Cup. Mbappe steps up, he misses! And the dream story for Timbers eSports that came all the way through the loser bracket is concluded, is complete. And they will be on their way to the Team of the Season Cup in April. The duo of Rapid Bunny and Divine have got the job done. $15,000 in their back pocket. Ice in the veins. They forced a bracket reset, Lisa, and now they're on their way to that Team of the Season Cup in April.
Yeah, they seem to do everything right, obviously. Loser bracket coming all the way up, end up getting a goal in the 84th minute to take it to extra time. But we do have to mention, I mean, are they going to be annoyed that they wasted time all that time? Because in the extra time, they actually looked very promising when they went forward, but they ended up wasting time, and now they lost, so that might be playing on their mind, like I mentioned earlier.
And that's why we have the double elimination bracket reset potentials, because you can have an unbelievable day 1, day 2 of a tournament. You know, these tournaments have been sort of kicked off from Wednesday into Friday now. But if you don't turn up, or if you get unsettled by losing that big sort of regional final, that can happen. And I'm so happy to say that congratulations to Mexico City's very own Timbers eSports. They will be in that FGS Team of the Season Open. That's a wrap from me and you, Lisa, on that one. It was a lengthy game. There was plenty of drama. But Rachel and Mike, we have a winner.
Well, actually, firstly, I want to say well done there to Brandon and Lisa for covering that one so brilliantly. It was very stop and start there. You've been on camera for a couple of hours now, guys, so well done. And well done, of course, to Timber Esports as well. Going through, they had to do it the hard way. Mike Labelle is still here with us. Mike, obviously, they had to go through the losers bracket and then come out and do a bracket reset. So 3 matches in possibly 3 or 4 hours there. Had to go to extra times. Fittingly, that it went to penalties. I'm going to say that was possibly the fairest way to decide that one, Mike.
It was a crazy game. Yeah. I was out here. I was snacking away. I just saw there's a video over here of me having like a little acai bowl while they're going into these penalty kicks. I mean, we had a long delay there. It got figured out. It was tense. I said it earlier. I just felt that the Timbers Esports, that collective was going to get the job done. They had such a battle through the bracket. They were to reset it, and kind of squeak through the result. It wasn't pretty in many regards, but a win is a win, and they move forward, they move on, and you got to give them a lot of credit. They faced so much adversity, and they were able to stay focused. And that's one of the hardest parts when you're competing is being able to stay focused throughout not only just one leg of FIFA, but every moment. If you slack off for a second, and especially in a 2v2, if either of you slack off for just a moment, you're going to cost the squad potential results or being able to move forward, being able to really have a tournament that puts you in a position to succeed versus saying, what did we do wrong?
Yeah, it was so close as well, wasn't it, Mike, for Timbers? They almost got a goal at the 90 minutes there. It was obviously offside in the end, so they had to grind it out even longer in extra time. Mike, I know we haven't got much time left with you. I'm not sure if you have any highlights or analysis, but I'd love to just get your thoughts as well over what we've seen today. We've seen so many great opens. We started with Tokyo at the beginning of the day, then we went to Joburg, then we saw Miami, Mexico. Let's not talk anymore about Mexico. We have Washington still to come, but Miami, it was a bit similar, wasn't it, to Mexico in the fact that we went extra time and penalties and had to go for a reset. We've had so many resets today, but what's been a highlight from you, Mike?
I think the major takeaway is, first off, I really enjoy, and I think a lot of the viewers enjoyed the 2v2 aspect. I think the competitors really enjoyed the 2v2 aspect. And also, you might not want to hear this, but there's really, to get to this point, because if you didn't win today, you feel like I could have done better or we could have done better. But to be able to get to this point where either top 2 teams in your region or top 3 teams coming into the day, making the broadcast is a massive achievement. There's so many competitors that try all year long, whether it's on the individual end, putting together the 2v2s and trying to put this together to figure out what works best. And everybody that's here was able to do that, was able to accomplish a lot of success. So pat yourself on the back and then take that energy if you weren't able to convert and take this down or take this home and bring it on to the next tournament. But either way, it's just a positive takeaway to not get too far down, because as someone who obviously competed at a very high level throughout many years, it's so easy to look at the negatives and not the positives when you go through tournament structures and events in general.
Yeah, of course. Every team here, of course, wants to do well. And if they hadn't made it through, they'll be going, oh, what could we have done better? But not everyone can qualify, of course. We're looking for 16 regional qualifiers over the next 3 days to see who will join those 16 Masters in April. Mike, you'll be back tomorrow to chat more about who is still to qualify for that April event. But Mike, I'm going to go and say goodbye. Good afternoon to you. Go and enjoy the afternoon in New York, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Later, everyone.
Later is Mike Labelle. He'll be back tomorrow, don't you guys worry. We love him, our expert analysis. But, guys, finally, I can say we're heading to Washington. After this short break, we have one more team to be decided to see who will go to the Team of the Season Cup in April, coming up after this break. Please come back and join us.
Yes guys, it's Tom here. I'm a professional FIFA player for XL and I'm here today to teach you how to attack in the 4-4-2. So tip number 1 is going to be the player lock. We can see in this clip here, I have the ball with my left midfielder and I press L1 to trigger his run. However, I'm not happy with where he's running, so I use the player lock effectively to control my striker. You press the left and right analog stick in at the same time and then press the right stick to who you want to receive the ball with. So Now what I want to do with my striker is bend my run round the centre back, so when I receive the through ball, I'm going to be bearing down on goal, which is exactly what we do here. It now means I'm in a very dangerous position, and we apply the finishing touch using a chipped finish. So tip number 2 is how to effectively use the driven pass. So as we can see in this clip, I pick the ball up out wide my left midfielder, and I'm looking to create the angle of passing to one of my 2 strikers. So I managed to recycle the ball. I go back to my midfielder, and as we can see, I've triggered my striker's run, and I have 2 strikers to hit now, which I want to hit with the driven pass. To perform the driven pass, we use R1 and X at the same time, and we can see here, as I use it, it comes perfectly into the space, and I get my shot off before the centre-back can get there. Possession in attack. So what does this actually mean? Well, I've noticed from all my years playing FIFA that a lot of people are in a rush to get to the goal and try and score as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means we don't pick the right passes. As we can see in this clip here, I'm going to recycle the ball. I have the ball with my striker, and I'm looking for my other striker or my midfielder that's making an advanced run. I noticed very quickly that he's got both of these passes covered, and this is when I make the decision that it's best to recycle the ball and be patient in attack. Here, I pass the ball backwards, and I notice that the area of the pitch is very, very congested in the middle. As a result of this, I go out wide to my left back. He's got the space to attack, and my aim here is to try and bring out a couple of them players in the middle area. It's way too congested to create a chance. So my aim is to try and attack the space as much as possible to start pulling these players out of position. I drive forward, and we can see a couple of his midfielders have now come out to engage with the ball, and it means that I can rotate the ball around the area and try and find the right pass. So I go back to my midfielder, who goes into my striker, and now we're in a very, very dangerous position. We can see that recycle has helped me get to this spot here. As I get the ball, the pass opens up to my striker, and that's where we get the goal. I've been Tom. I hope you've all enjoyed my 4-4-2 masterclass, and I'll see you all on the pitch.
Guys, welcome back to the FGS Open. We're about to get into our final Open of day 1 here. It's going to be the Washington Open. We've already had 4 Opens already played so far, so that means 4 teams have already booked their spots into the Team of the Season Cup in April, where they'll be joining those 16 Masters teams. We'll bring you actually up to speed on those a little bit later. We've got obviously 2 more days still to go, but welcome. And I'm now very pleased to introduce to you a very special guest joining us all the way from Australia and Adelaide. It's Footwiz Jamodo, or Footwiz Jamie, as some of you may know him as. Hi, Jamie. How are you? Firstly, what time is it over there? You must be up really early or up really late. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, so this is the one, Rachel. I'm gonna keep it honest. If my mum's watching this back, I've been up early. But for everyone else, I've been up late. It's dragged on a little bit, but I'm happy to finally be here and get into the Washington Open.
Ooh, does that mean you've been doing an all-nighter? Oh, let's just move on.
The 2v2 FIFA, it's been too good to watch. I couldn't sleep, so I had to watch it all.
Yeah, quickly then, what's been your highlight so far? I mean, we've had some absolute classic matchups, none more so than what happened there at Mexico City, right?
Yeah, well, obviously there's been a lot of bracket resets. That one more recently in Mexico City, where we had a little bit of controversy, you could say. It dragged on a little bit, but what better way to end it than a penalty shootout? Down to the wire, everything on the line. So that was pretty enjoyable in the end when we got into it.
Yeah, and Jamie, you're obviously not playing this Open tournament because you are one of those 16 Masters teams with Footwiz Marco as well. So obviously we'll be seeing you in April. I mean, that must be quite exciting that you got that call up that you could forfeit his Open and go out there with a bang and be one of those 16 expert teams.
Yeah, it is very exciting, to be honest. You know, the last LAN events we had were in FIFA 20, where the last LAN event we actually had was in Milan, the Club World Cup, where Marco and I competed in it and did quite well as well. Unfortunately, that season was cut short in the end, and a lot of cool opportunities that we probably would have had in that season got kind of taken away from us due to COVID. So to be one of the Masters teams, to represent FootWiz and Oceania as a part of it, we can't wait.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see how you and Marco get on, actually, because like you mentioned, you've got a lot of experience as 2v2, so possibly some dark horse performances from you guys. Jamie, we're going to get into the Washington Open, though. You're going to stick around and chat to us a little bit later about exactly what we're seeing, so don't go anywhere. We're very excited to have you, but right now, let's get into this Washington Open. I'm very excited to say that it's been a long time coming. We have Richard and Brandon to take you through this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. And yeah, so good to see Jomodo on the broadcast as well. One of those 16 teams that have made it as part of the Masters, FGS Masters, haven't they, ahead of that Team of the Season Cup. We've had 4 regional finals today, Richard, and this is the last one for day one. I tell you what, they've saved an absolute cracker until the end of play today, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was a bracket reset.
No,
4 out of 5 for the day wouldn't be bad going, would it?
I don't see it happening, I'll be honest with you. I think New York City FC are going to take this game. Early prediction, I'll let you have it. That was for free for everybody at home. I think New York City take this game, and I think they take it emphatically.
Really?
As well. Yep.
Why?
They've already played a couple of times. They've won on both occasions. When you look at specifically GN10,
yep,
he's just a little bit of a winner. When you consider what he's done, when you consider his position sort of within not only like America, but North America in total, but he's moved out of that as well. He's sort of more of like a global player. I just think they've got too much. I'll be honest with you.
And the question for you, who was in that hot seat of New York City FC about a couple of months ago? A winner.
Yep.
New York City Chris Leto, no longer part of New York City FC. They brought in new players. They took a risk. They brought in new talent, Richard, and this is a massive tournament for them to go and win. This is a massive game for them to go and qualify themselves for that Team of the Season Cup happening next year. But who is in their way? That's the question. It's the Canadian duo. With Lou and Jose. However, there could be one goal down in the first couple of minutes here if R9 has his way. It's only taken 4 minutes, and Washington DC is already delivering.
R9 Ronaldo, opening 5 minutes. It was a really nice, well-worked goal. They got players forward, little pass inside the box. It was a double tap. It enabled R9 to take it into his stride and finished really sort of emphatically into that bottom left corner. If you're wondering, Cade sees, is that someone on a different game tag? It's Squirrel. Yeah, he's been to a number of different events, sort of in and around the Global Series, FIFA 20. In the opening of FIFA 20, he was sort of really coming out of North America. Elastico inside the box doesn't come to anything in the end there, but it's a really solid team, and especially when you've got someone like Chris Leto, who was synonymous with New York City FC. When he moves on, they are big shoes to fill, because he won an E-Champions League. He qualified for all the majors, and this team right now are filling those shoes.
What an unbelievable start for New York City FC. There's fresh blood in New York. 2 new players and a duo that is really not messing around. You said the words, he's just a winner, Gustavo. He's been in this scene for a long time, GN10 as he goes by. He's been a North American winner. There could be a goal on the flip sides. This is the FIFA we need. It's getting late here in the UK. It's only getting started in the States.
What a start here in this Washington regional final. Straight from the kickoff, down the other end, Lou and Josu.
We have to give the duo credit on the other side. They're not sort of joined as a team name in itself. You know, Lou and Josu, they did lose 4-2, didn't they, earlier in the bracket, to get sent down into the loser bracket. But what did they do, Richard? They responded well and got themselves back up into this winners' final. They beat Team Litty, which I want to talk about very quickly.
Solid team.
Joey, former of Ajax, former of New York City FC, was in that team of Lamps, and they came very, very, very close to being in a situation. Here's R9, what a save from Petr Cech to keep it at 2-1. But there's always been one thing that I've loved about the NA sort of scene. It's just attacking FIFA, isn't it? Attacking FIFA, risks taken, and it's just always been the way they've played.
It's always been so entertaining to watch. Going back to FIFA 17, when we sort of really got our first opportunity to watch a lot of these Americas players, whether it's North or South America, it's always been entertaining. They were taking long shots in FIFA 17, FIFA 18, when no one else were really doing that. They were doing different skill moves. Chance here for Mbappe to level up the game, 2 apiece in the first 23 minutes.
23 minutes gone. 4 goals evenly split. You couldn't have this any better if you tried. If this is your first taste of competitive 2v2 FGS action,
where you been?
Do not leave your seat, because we have got at least 2 legs, maybe 4, depending on how this game goes. They've just end-to-end FIFA. They were 2-0 up, New York City FC. However, that's just been waved away in a matter of minutes. Just want to have a little mention about this bracket as well in terms of the Washington DC Open. There's been so much talent in here that hasn't even made it through to this final in terms of Goal Machine's been involved. He was teaming up with a player who goes, well, you've got to chill. King CJ, DC United, they were involved. They didn't go through.
It's sort of a who's who of North American FIFA in this bracket. And these were the best 2 teams out of it.
Chance, if he can find the ball back, Carly won't find his way back. But FC Cincinnati, they were in this bracket. Philadelphia Union, Sporting KC. All of these teams
they were
in there. I mean, yeah. On this side of the NA region, players from EMLS, Richard, to NA qualifiers last year, they're all involved. However, there can only be one name, one spot that will be joining them in that Team of the Season Cup, as we said, take place in April. To get to this one, you have to win within your open qualifier here. Must also be said as well, Complexity, North American outfit, of course, E-Club World Cup winners. They're also one of our master teams. They will be there in April as well.
As they should be as well. Complexity, not only the individual achievements of Joksan, but Club World Cup champions in 2020. They've really sort of shown a lot of teams how it should be done. Not only they've got a really solid roster, Alan Avi also as well, AA9 Skills, a content creator, sort of being involved with those players as well. It's a really solid outfit.
A little bit scary as well this year, because Joksan's actually in the MLS as well. First time in his sort of pro career history. It's a tournament he's always wanted to be involved in. He will be involved in that FGS partnered league. But what a game this one plans to be. New York City FC have beaten Luan Hosu as we pull our way towards half-time in this one. 2 goals apiece, Richard, 4 goals in the first 45 minutes. Attacking football is words I'd use to describe what we have just seen there.
You see the stats there at half-time as well. 1.4 to 1.3 XG, both teams overachieving on the expected goals department. You can't take your eyes off this game so far. We've only had 1 half of FIFA, and we've seen 4 goals. We've seen more goals.
Can you be critical to New York City FC? They were 2-0 up.
It was just a flash start. They came out of the trap so quickly that sometimes does happen. You get a goal, you get a couple of goals, and then your opponent sort of wakes up and thinks, okay, we need to switch on here. They got a goal back, they got a second goal back, 2 apiece going into half-time. Let's hope this pace of the game continues, as you see Alfonso Davis introduced there onto the pitch for Renato Sanchez.
It was only in October where, of course, Lou, part of that team in this final. Did put pen to paper for CF Montreal. Looking to obviously partner this year in the EMLS. There's lots of talent constantly being breeded out in North America. Now they have a chance to go up by 3 goals to 2. If they can put this one in. $15,000 on the line here in the FGS Open. It's our last regional final of the day here. Played short this corner. Can't find a way through in the end. But I'll give them credit as well on that flip side. You know, when you're in a situation like this, there was 2 ways that 2-0 scoreline could have went. It could have went 3 and 4, or it could have went to the 2-2 scenario. If you let your opponent get too far away from you, it's a constant game of like cat and mouse, really, isn't it? You're chasing, you're chasing. Yeah, you're having to, you know, play formations and tactics that you don't want to play.
Yeah, not only that, but you're constantly in pursuit. Whereas right now, this is almost a 0-0. Even though it's 2-2, there's been goals scored. There's nothing to... You're not taking anything away from this scoreline right now because you've scored a couple of goals, your opponent scored a couple of goals, you are all level. I just want to say credit as well to New York City FC because both of their players are official players of that team as well. And I think there's a lot of teams who sort of maybe partnered up for the upcoming season, but they've got 2 really solid players who are formed a very good duo.
Chance Lorente back to R9 again. Brilliant save. It seems to be the common sentence or phrase is just save after save of just whoever it is in goal. One thing I'm liking from this New York City FC, there is a sprinkle of La Liga in there. Renan Lodi in the left back. You've got Lorente in midfield. It seems you go through a couple of ways, don't you? You have a bit of Liga 1 in there, of course, with the same old PSG players, or you go across to Serie A.
I mean, we've even seen Premier League sort of feel used sometimes. Rule breaker Rudiger, rule breaker Trent Alexander-Arnold.
R9, brilliant feet in the box now. Patient defending on the flip side. Lorente does well, and a chance to break away. To be fair, there's the Liga roots in both teams. It's De Jong, though, over Lorente on the side of Luke. And Hosu, finesse from distance, very ambitious, back inside, a little cheeky pass. Brilliant feet in the box from Neymar. Key thing there, you don't dive into a tackle, and New York City FC stood on their feet.
Yeah, it was a finesse on the sort of first chance with Neymar. He tried bending it into the top corner, just too many light blue shirts around the ball. But just taking a shot like that, having the confidence to say, you know what, I'm going to hit this, I'm going to finesse this.
Full kindly back to Messi. Mbappe. Distance not really causing a problem. Do you think that finesse hasn't always been on the cards, on the edge of the box, just because of the ability to move your goalkeeper? Because we certainly saw it in Mexico City's regional final that I was commentating on with Lisa. It was a case of Messi had so many opportunities to finesse it on his left boot, but it was probably 1, too predictable, and 2,
confidence.
Probably move your goalkeeper.
I wouldn't even say move the goalkeeper or that as a deterrent. It's the confidence to actually take that shot on. To know, you know what, I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna have a shot, and yes, if the goalkeeper serves it, we turn over possession, but it's not the end of the world. And you take shots like that, you take finesses from the edge of the box, you take long shots when you are feeling good, when you are typically winning. No one's taking a shot from 30 yards when you're 2-1 down and you need to create a good chance.
Maybe we might see one right here. Chance, fizzed into the path. Oh, 9! Take a bow, an unbelievable roulette to find the space. And a pitch-perfect finish from Lewin Hosu. Really well done. Just that timing of the roulette there, Rich. It was absolutely incredible. And from 2-0 down, they lead by 3 goals to 2. In a series they must win to force a bracket reset.
Super use of the roulette there. R9 picked it up. Made it look so simple. Danced in between 3 players. And then slotted it past the goalkeeper. After being 2-0 down, this team now leads 3 goals to 2. And we're not even at the halfway point yet in this series because we will be having a second leg guaranteed. We might even have a bracket reset chance. Mbappe taking a step out of R9's book with the roulette. Doesn't fall to him kindly to get the shot away.
Well, very nearly. It was the exact same scenario, but on the opposite end, with Mbappe instead being the man in the box to try and bring this game all square. We are 7 minutes away from the halfway point in this one. As we said, so far, New York City FC have not had to touch the loser bracket. They have not really tasted defeat as well. Neymar. Be an unbelievable scenario if they were to go into the break in between the two legs with a two-goal cushion. Sorry, forget one. Can they find that space they're looking to exploit, though? De Jong, he's been so good at just fizzing the ball into R9. Hakimi back to Marquinhos, trying to just be patient in this build-up. Don't want to waste possession, don't want to waste the chance. You can understand why. I mean, they're probably happy to leave this game, Richard, with a one-goal lead.
Yeah, they'll be over the moon. After being 2-0 down, you're taking a 3-2 scoreline into leg number 2, and you're also going to play for the last chance of the game, so you might have an opportunity to make it 4. However, they do turn over possession, and that final chance that I was alluding to will fall to New York City FC as Mbappe tries to get past Renard Lodi.
Chance off the pitch. That will do us for leg 1 here in Washington, DC's regional final. I mean, you couldn't really write that. If you saw the start that New York City FC had in that game, you wouldn't have been saying, anyone would have been saying that they would, you would have even imagined, Richard, they would have lost that game 3-2. But they did, and it goes to show that they are maybe not as untouchable as everyone thinks.
It's only leg number 1, though. I mean, it's only leg number 1 finished. They started really, really strong, New York City FC, and just sort of didn't... After you go 2-0 up, there's a way to play that then. You sort of take the sting out of the game. Once you get the lead, you maybe play the possession for a little bit. You maybe take sort of the emphasis away from an end-to-end goal-scoring affair, and you sort of slow it down a little bit. They didn't do that. And they really allowed Lou and Hozu to get back into the game, got it back to 2-2 at half-time, and then it's just whoever fancies it, really. They managed to get that goal back, a really beautiful play from R9 in and around the box. Roulette finished it past the goalkeeper and setting up into leg number 2. If we have anything like we just got there, this is going to be an incredible series.
It's something about the NA playstyle, something about the NA playstyle of FIFA eSports. 1v1, 2v2, it just seems to be attacking, unbelievable, full of flair. And we are going to go to a quick break now. When we return, we got more of the same, hopefully. Our second leg in this Washington DC regional final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the FGS Open here, live from Twickenham in London. You join myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley for the last call of what has been an action-packed day of 2v2 FGS action. We are trying to find that last team from day one here, Richard, to book their spot from the Washington, D.C. region in that Team of the Season Cup next year.
Look, and if you liked today, and you liked all the action today, tomorrow, Sunday, it's just going to get even bigger and better. Going into Europe, we've got loads of different qualifiers and regional finals from Europe. We're going to Sydney first thing in the morning as well. I can't wait to see all of the action unfold. But we've still got unfinished business today. We've got Josue and Lou currently leading 3-2. I'm making so many rhymes here.
Josue
I'm a
and
big fan.
Lou.
So many rhymes.
But let's speak about the bigger picture, Richard. They were 2-0 down in the leg number 1. New York City FC came out off the traps and they were literally flying. However, 10 minutes later, it was all square at 2-2, and then they concluded the leg, Richard, by leading by 3-2. What a turnaround it really was for those guys. And I mean, what an opportunity they have now. Not only to force a bracket reset, but to put them in pole position ahead of this Team of the Season Cup, if they can keep moving as they are. New York City FC, it sounds simple, but win this game, win this aggregate scoreline, you're at the Team of the Season Cup, and you will be the second team to represent North America to be there.
Well, the other thing you need to do is start the second leg as you did the first. You're back in front. They scored 2 goals in about 15 in-game minutes. They came out of the traps absolutely flying. If they can do a similar-esque performance here, they're going to be right back in the game. Green time shot from Mbappe. Trickles into ter Stegen's hands.
Well, you saw the idea. A roulette into the time green finish, but that shot was not as powerful or deadly for the goalkeeper to sort out there. It does seem like most of these teams have sort of got a core to them and such, with the current restrictions in play, one of those being one icon of your choice outfield. Your goalkeeper doesn't count within that, so you can have an icon goalkeeper there if you choose to. But there's always been just 1 or 2 changes, whether that's been a central midfielder mainly, Nkunku, Fofana, De Jong, Llorente, have mainly been the players we've seen today of choice. Kessie popped up a few times, or just depends on what league you're blended into your sort of hybrid team, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it all depends who you want to get involved. If you're using sort of Alphonso Davies, you need to use some Bundesliga players. If you're using a Serie A defence and you've got Cordoba at the back, you're going to be going with maybe a Theo Hernandez or a different centre midfielder of choice. If you go in, as you see, PK at the back here, the showdown SBC PK for Lou and Josue, it's got to be a La Liga feel to the team, and that's where Llorente comes in, and De Jong.
Renato Sanchez has had a nod for this event in particular.
It's so easy to link with the Ligue 1 players.
And it seems like there's just those little mini triangles on the pitch where you can link up your different leagues. So Messi nearly getting a fortunate bounce there in this one. New York City FC, of course, kicking in their traditional blue strip. If you haven't been following the actions of yet, they were winning by 2-0 in leg 1. Ended it losing 3-2. And there is history between these two because, as you rightly said, they have matched up before a few times in this bracket, Richard.
Yeah, certainly have, and it's always gone the favour of New York City FC as Kylian Mbappe bears down on goal, smashes it to the top left corner, and we're in a level playing field.
Well, they knew they had to have an early start again. Did the duo of Gustavo and Skrill. And it was one of those chances. But when you came out, you've just got to find the back of the net. But sometimes in those moments, you have too much time.
Well, ter Stegen didn't cover himself in any glory. He was very static on the line. Typically, if you bring the goalkeeper out there, you narrow down the angle, you create sort of a little bit more panic in the attacker's mind. As soon as Mbappe sort of get given a free rein in on goal, it was very simple. You just shoot to the opposite side. That ball could find its way to Lou and Josue. That's not the desired location on that ball.
Well, what a day we've had, in all honesty, Richard. So many unbelievable games, unbelievable regional finals. We've been to Tokyo, we've been to
Johannesburg, Miami, Mexico concluding the day here. It's just been so competitive. I think in reality the idea for a lot of these teams that this is their only chance to get to a 2v2 tournament, the Team of the Season Cup next year, has just upped the stakes with the money mixed into that as well. Chance, New York City FC, brilliant fee! Oh, what a save from ter Stegen. That would have been one for the archives if that was to find the back of the net.
Dancing in and around the box there.
Play short, nicely done. R9, fake shot back inside. Good full Carly, and Mbappe was there ready to hit that ball. Very fortunate that there was also a defender just standing in the way.
There's been a few chances now where they've had the opportunity to play out and 4, 5, 6 passes to be sort of created and keep possession for a little bit. New York City FC are stealing the ball back on every occasion and creating chances. They might not result in goals, but they're building.
Name up. This is nice. Ronaldo pumped into his feet. It's R9. It's a guessing game in the box. Will he go left? Will he go right? It doesn't matter. It's R9 Ronaldo.
Very simple when you've got R9 on the pitch. It got played down the left-hand side and then fizzed back into the middle of the pitch. Frankie de Jong had enough time to be able to pick his pass where he wanted to play it. Fired it, and I mean fired it into R9's feet with the low-driven pass. And when you've got Ronaldo Nazário on the pitch, you can go on your left, you can go on your right. We say it so often, but that right there is the reason that you buy R9. Because you don't know what's going to happen. With the higher tier players, one of the big things that you do is you get the percentage of chances going in inside the box better because you've got better stats, but you also have more unpredictability with your ability. You can do a 5-star skill move, you can turn on your left foot, you can turn on your right foot. If that's Mo Salah, for example, you know every single day that he's turning onto his left.
Oh no, back to Neymar. New York City FC back to the drawing board. Mbappe, I don't know if he was looking there for Messi or Mbappe, but either way, it didn't matter. But just a quick word on that driven pass. It seems to be not just a method that these teams use, but everyone's been using. Why is it just so effective?
It's one of the only tools that you can use at your disposal to break down the midfield to defence. The midfield, the centre mids, the CDMs will drop in deep. If you're just trying to play X passes, they'll intercept that. They'll crowd out the play. But when you can fire the driven pass in and you can really cut through the midfield to the defence, it just enables you to get those one-on-one battles with the centre-backs where you can eye up a centre-back, where you can take it to the left, you can take it to the right, and you can get a shot away.
Sort of just gives your opponent no time to react as well, as we have seen so many times. Here's that corner set piece, which seems to work wonders. It is so simple, but yet so hard to stop, so it feels at times. R9 on the stroke of half-time. You said unpredictable, Richard. He can go on his left, he can go on his right, he can head the ball into the back of the net, he can do whatever he wants. It's a 2-goal cushion to Josue and Lou. And right now, they may never have beaten New York City FC in this Washington TC bracket, but they're 45 minutes away from forcing a bracket reset.
I said unpredictable. You mentioned unpredictable a lot. That was the most predictable thing of the entire day. You knew exactly what was going to happen. Why? You've got to give them credit on that particular occasion. They switched the player taker, they switched the corner taker twice. And as soon as they switched it for the 3rd time, as soon as they switched it onto the 3rd taker, there was absolutely zero wasted motion. He fired that ball from the corner into Mbappe's feet. He managed to get the touch out of his feet, and then R9 just drifted away at the back post. There was no marking. We know what that corner's all about. We know that that corner is a strong method of scoring from set pieces. Everybody,
first time I've seen it today on stream.
Everybody knows it. It's just about if you can defend it, if you can get bodies on the line. They weren't able to do so, and really, R9 is always going to score that, as you see the two formations on show here. 4-1-2-1-2 narrow up against the 4-4-2.
Well, this is a bit of a mountain to climb for New York City FC now. They need 2 goals, Richard, if there's any chance of keeping this game
in the balance. You can see there some of the unbelievable stats there in terms of just tackles and defending, Rich.
Well, just look how many tackles New York City FC had to make in and around their own box. When you compare the left to right, they've had to make double the amount of tackles in and around their box because they've been defending more. And that right there probably shows that the lead is deserved.
There's a couple of subs that have been made for New York City FC. One of those includes Alphonso Davies, if they did stay in that narrow 4-1-2-1-2. They're trying to play all the way sort of down the centre of the pitch now. Neymar being direct into Mbappe. He can't roulette his way out of trouble. Instead, just runs straight into a defender.
Bracket reset is starting to loom closer.
I can smell it.
What's it smell like?
I don't know. Messi coming forward. If they get one more goal, you can guarantee we're having a bracket reset here to conclude day one. Fofana from distance, why not? You speak about confidence, Richard. That's a duo that has got confidence right now.
Is it?
Mbappe. The ball's in your court, my friend. You score this, you set us up for an exciting end to this one. Goalkeeper movement, back inside.
Oh,
what a save from the German shot stopper into Stegen.
Oh, that's such a good save. He played it really well. Kylian Mbappe there. When they went down the right hand side, I should say, the goalkeeper movement sort of went to the left. If he could have played that chance back again, he'd have shot near post because it was wide open. That little bit of goalkeeper movement gave to Stegen a couple of yards to his right-hand post where the shot ended up going. Again, though, I was commentating earlier with Ton, and even though it's a great save, even though it's really good goalkeeper movement, that just has to go in. You have to score that chance.
He's R9. Trying to reverse Elastico himself into the box this time, just wasn't able to do so. One of them, though, isn't he? Sort of cut inside, the goalkeeper moved, they committed to a certain way, tried to find the cut back as any sensible FIFA player would do. With the Stegen putting off a huge save there. That goes in. It's a very nervy 30 minutes when you're only up by a goal to nil. De Jong from distance, pumped into the feet of Mbappe! Scoop turn to remember. Out of danger, into the back of the net. And it's that same process again. Fizz the ball into your forward. A case of just being unpredictable. Bringing a skill move. Go left, go right.
We talk about confidence. Where was that really in the first half of the first leg? It wasn't. Really, really top tier skill move inside the box. The composure, the patience, and then the ability to actually pull it off. It's one thing thinking you can do it. It's another thing actually doing it.
You know, the stats say and the history say that this was a New York City FC win.
Well, sometimes history's wrong.
I thought you gave me a prediction.
Sometimes I'm wrong.
Oh, 9! Okay.
Maybe I'm right. Let's wait and see. 6-4, 27 minutes left to play on the clock.
Well, R9, if he's on the pitch, he has to be involved in pretty much everything.
What a ridiculous game, by the way, to finish the day. 6-4 with 20 minutes left to play.
I mean, Miami gave you a good one earlier today as well. They've all been good in all honesty. The only dominant performance we have seen was Johannesburg.
Yep, and then Saf with Saf Kalen and Beast Bianchi.
Other than that, it has been bracket reset central, end-to-end games, extra time, penalty shootouts. Here come New York City FC. Has that goal sparked them back into this game? Marquinhos has to deal with R9, who's just breathing down the back of his neck. He does well to get out of that one.
If they can get a goal before even the 80th minute, I would say we've got a real sort of grandstand finish. You can see the press. All those light blue shirts high up the pitch. They're all sort of man-to-man at the moment.
That post. Neymar's there. That will take the risk. Lewin Josue keeping possession, being clever. Mbappe's having the time of his life out there as well. Just some of the mini combos. He could be through.
Yeah, he is.
Well, Mbappe's in there being custom controlled. It's a waste of a
pass there completely from New York City FC.
That was a really good opportunity as well. They had numbers, and now R9 is begging for it in the middle of the box.
He's crying for it into R9! And that will be all she wrote. Bracket reset number 4 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in, refill your drink.
We go again.
Because we're not done here. And I mean, if there's one way to shake up a duo, Richard, and to knock wind out of their sail, it's this time in a regional final where a bracket reset has been formed. But we're not done yet. There's more to come. Mbappe into R9!
What a game! 7-5. R9 Ronaldo gets a goal back and gives this New York City FC side a sliver
There's time.
of hope.
There is time.
It's always risky when you go back to the goalkeeper as well.
We've seen that earlier today. Maybe a chance to waste possession. Messi, really well done. Mbappe teasing his run. Will they even use him? Really well done. Taking minutes out of the game. Watch for the cutback. Messi back to R9. That is composure at its finest. Every single time New York City FC will score, they just go back down the other end and add one to their tally.
What time did Jamodo say it were in Adelaide? 7 a.m. You'll be up until 8 because we're going to a bracket reset.
And the rest, 9, 10. Chance. Messi! What a save.
What a performance, though. What a performance from Lou and Josue. This corner again into Mbappe. I don't know if it's going to get whipped into the box this time. The 3 goals up.
And they're just oozing with confidence, Richard Buckley.
This is dangerous for this New York City side because they'll have not been beaten the entire tournament by this margin. They'll have not been beat by this sort of degree. And now your first loss,
They
really,
haven't faced adversity in this bracket. They haven't.
How do you react? You put a polar bear in the Sahara, how are they reacting? That's what I'm asking.
Well, it's a question that I can't wait for you to answer. Well, that shows you the approach of New York City FC right now. They know that it's business time in the nicest way possible. So bracket reset, ladies and gentlemen, that will be taking place here in Washington, D.C. 8 goals to 5. We've had 13 goals in that one. They were 2-0 down. 2-0 down in 20 minutes. That side of Josue and Lou were. They could have crumbled, but they reacted. They bounced back, got 2 goals, won the first leg, came out flying in leg 2.
It was 3-2 as we went into leg number 2. And in the second leg, the game just absolutely exploded into life. Yes, New York City FC pushed more players forward, so it sort of encouraged that more end-to-end game. You score, I score, you score, I score. But they got outscored in the end by Josue and Lou. And now that duo are brimming with confidence going into this second best of 2. They've not only beaten them for the first time in the tournament, but now they're one set of 2 matches away from being the Washington, D.C. regional champion and getting the 5th spot here on day number 1 into the Team of the Season Cup.
It's a simple case, Richard, for this situation is that for a lot of these teams, this is their only chance to have a run this year.
Yep.
You know, to get near potentially the FIFA E Club World Cup, to get near that Team of the Season Cup as well. But we're going to head it. We're going to throw it back over to Rachel and Jamodo. Richard mentioned that he could be staying up quite late tonight, Rachel. I think that might be the case.
Well, I get confused with time zones, boys. I think it's about 8 a.m, Jamie, over in Adelaide at the moment. But I need a FIFA pro to tell me exactly what's happened there. I'm a little bit confused. The aggregate score, 8-5. Who on earth saw that coming? Jamie, did you?
Well, after the last one we had in Mexico City, definitely not. I don't know what I just saw. It feels like a year ago since New York City went 2-0 up in that tie. Here we are, 8-5. I don't know what I've just seen. Amazing goals. What 2 games of FIFA we've been treated to here. But it doesn't look like I'll be going to bed anytime soon.
No, you're not going to bed. You're staying right here because we want your analysis on a few of those goals, which we just saw. 8-5 was that result in leg one. We're going again, of course, right now. We had a reset. Let's have a little look. Then this analysis brought to you by PS5. Jamie, would you do the honors?
So there was a bit of a common theme with both teams here. As you can see in this match, it was very direct, very narrow. New York going 2-0 up here. And it's something that you've been seeing a lot throughout the whole tournament, but especially with the play style of these two teams right here. They're looking to get that ball to R9 or Neymar as quickly as possible, as most central as possible. That's where the goal is. I don't think we've seen one goal in this game, apart from the corner kick, which has come from a wide position. Look, once again, the driven pass, and it's either a roulette or an elastico with R9 or Neymar or Mbappe, and it's just been goals galore. As we go into the second game here, more of the same. It's just another direct pass straight through the middle of the pitch. This time it's Mbappe putting it away. And honestly, I hope we get more of the same in the second leg. Once again, as we see, into R9, just that direct ball. It's like in other games, we do see players using the width and going out wide and either driving across the goal or crossing it in. But it's very clear with these two teams. It's a very it's similar play style. I think New York City are using that narrow formation. So naturally, they're going to be attacking more narrow. But as you can see here as well, once again, the roulette, R9. I don't know how many goals he's scored overall in this tie for both teams, but it's been ridiculous. I think this was the only goal that actually came from a wide position. It was a great cross to R9 at the back post, and he's never going to miss that. Once again, driven pass. It just bulldozes through people. Like, I think I've literally seen about 11 goals from R9 in total in this tie. And as you see, once again, middle of the pitch, R9, not going to miss that once more. But we are set up for an absolutely beautiful finish to the broadcast tonight.
I mean, we are indeed. 13 goals there we just saw in that matchup, which was absolutely awesome. Jamie, you just said a lot of those kind of central-driven goals there. We've been seeing much more of the wide goals going through that driven pass, like you guys were saying a little bit earlier. How can the team counter what we've just seen there when they are playing such similar styles?
Well, I was watching the game and I'm thinking, what am I going to say here? How am I going to analyze this? I think both teams are just sticking to their guns. They know that's the way they want to play, get the ball into their strikers' feet as soon as possible and as direct as possible. And at this point, the person that's going to win this whole tie and qualify for the TOTS Cup is the one that does it the best. Like, they're scoring so many goals and they're doing it so well, both of them, but it's just whoever scores the most, I think. Bit of a Michael Owen line there for you.
That was a Michael Owen line. It's more like whoever scores first or gets a goal is going to win. It's kind of that, isn't it, Jamie, which you alluded to?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we went into this second series now and then New York, play the direct play style the best and they come out on top. It's just one of those.
Well, we reset, we go again. Anything can happen. If it was like what we just saw, we're going to have goals aplenty. Let's get into it. The boys are ready. Brandon and Richard, you're going to enjoy this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Jamal. Oh, great expert analysis from Jamie. Whoever scores more wins the game. Joined by myself, Richard Buckley, and Brandon Smith for game number 2 here on the bracket reset.
And what a first game it was if you missed it, Richard. And what a storyline we have emerging here in Washington, D.C. Brilliant, brilliant end to proceedings in that first game. A 13-goal thriller, 8-5. The duo of Luke and Josue won! And I tell you what, they've only just got started. No R9, no Mbappe. It's Frankie de Jong from central midfield who's made a dying run into the box. And they have just picked up from where they left off.
What a start to the game. Inside the box, it was really nice, neat work to get that ball whipped across. Frankie de Jong just meandering into an attacking position. Right place, right time. We got 13 goals in the last game. I think we might get a couple more this time around. Both teams seem warmed up now.
Warmed up and ready to go. And we said this, Richard. We said this in the way possible. It sounds crazy. We said this so many times last year when we were commentating on online events. Sometimes it's better to lose before the
losing
final.
the Swiss, or even go down maybe to in the winners' final, go down to a losers' final, then you're forcing the bracket reset.
Charles, New York City FC. If you go for that reverse elastico, it doesn't work there.
Losing at this stage right now You've got so little time. You've got so little time in between the first set of games and the second set of games to get your head around what went wrong. Whereas if you lose earlier in the tournament, you're sort of like, okay, yeah, we know what we did. We're going to improve on that. You've got to be really sort of strong mindset.
Well, certainly for a team such as NYCFC that have been so good. Chance Messi, watch that left foot, goes in on his right. I doubt he's going to have a shot on his right. Oh! Someone pulled that one out on his left boot. Brilliant save from Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Sends that one out for a corner, Messi. Back to Mbappe. Llorente from distance, surely not. Renato Sanchez, he's not going to have a shot either. Either is Marquinhos. R9, is he onside? Yes, he is! Oh, no, he's not.
Just off.
Lionel, don't do that to me. That was such a delay.
Just offside was R9 Ronaldo. Great use of Elastico again. Inside the box. Variation on the corner as well. Wasn't just straight back and then floated into the back post. It was out, moved across the box and then into R9's feet.
But as we've been speaking about a lot in this Washington DC regional qualifier, New York City FC have stayed on the upper half of the bracket all the way through. They haven't dropped down. They haven't had to even sort of go near the loser bracket at all. And they beat this team. I think there's so many variables that you come into this thinking, right, we've remained unbeaten. We've beaten this team. We should be winning this game.
It's different though, isn't it, when you're in a grand final, when sort of in the final game, the regional final. It changes. The mindset changes.
Neymar.
The attitude changes.
Building. That might go for a corner if so did the last touch come off the goalkeeper. Went off the goal, sorry, the defender. It will be a goal kick in the end. Only 21 minutes played in this one. It's a two-legged game. Winner takes our 5th spot from today's competition here in the FGS Open. They are playing for spots in the Team of the Season Cup that will take place in April next year. Alongside that, it's guaranteed prize pool, Richard. That money from Team of the Year Cup in January has been distributed fairly between the 32 that will be, of course, qualifying after 2 days. 16 teams, master teams already there, and 16 names will be found across these 3 days. Our 5th one will come from Washington, DC after this one has concluded.
As it stands, it's going to be Lou and Josue who's fought their way through this bracket. Went down to the losers bracket for 1 game where they dispatched of Joey and Lamps in the losers bracket final. Now here they are in the regional final on the main stage.
Concluding our first day of action here from the SGS Open. Neymar. Again, they're looking for that driven pass, just to punch it into the feet, whether that be R9, whether that be Mbappe. As you rightly said, just to put it out of arm's length for any of the players. There could be a chance. Look at Neymar. Didn't use him. Now the switch comes across, but Neymar, surprisingly, doesn't have that time or space.
They're definitely looking for the run. If you see when the ball's going to come across the box, it's Neymar or it's Messi on the 2 wide players. They're the ones who get the room, and then it comes back into the box very quickly, where you've got R9 and you've got Mbappe sort of lurking.
For a second, Mbappe there was, look, he was waiting to whip that ball into the box. They've scored such a simple and, as you rightly said, predictable corner. It's the first one I've actually seen on broadcast today for the games I've been commentating on. Mbappe around the corner. Might get a second bite of the cherry. He will. Another corner. What will happen here? Well, it looks to play that short one. Mbappe's teasing it. On the flip side, Renan Lodi's trying to match it up. If not, watch where this ball will go instead. Frankie de Jong, another corner. Sometimes it's just a case of just changing play, then playing it. Messi.
Also, sometimes there might be an opportunity just to stick it straight into the box from this player here.
Mbappe, in it goes. Marquinhos is there. Oh my God, he makes it look so simple.
Offside.
PK's offside. As much as he would love to have turned into a centre forward for those last couple of seconds.
Another really sort of slick corner though. It was short, then Mbappe, he flowed it in, and really, Marquinhos should score. It should be 2-0 right now. Renard Lodi. bringing the ball forward for this New York City FC squad. Renato Sanchez, he's been a little bit of a bystander as of right now. Can he make his mark on the game? R9 Ronaldo runs into trouble. That's risky from Neymar.
It's a case of from those corner situations, though. It's like, what do you do to stop that obvious ball? If you try and defend it, you're pulling someone else out of the box that should be there. Back to goal, Mbappe. Scoop turn does well. Simple fake shot, sorry. Can't find the angle that he was looking for. New York City FC can't find a real sort of chance of goal at the moment.
That'll be half-time.
45 minutes played in the first match of this bracket reset that has just happened, and it is Josue and Lou that lead by a goal to nil. They started the game in the best possible way. At the halfway point, they do have just one goal for what they've been able to do. New York CFC did score a goal, but it was just offside.
You saw there on the sort of summary stats, the passing accuracy of this winning side, Lou and Josue, only 81%. So really, every 1 in 5 passes that they play, giving the ball away or it is not finding a target. And they are winning. And they should have had more goals.
It's a half-time change in terms of a central midfielder who is sort of filling into the gap. It's Alphonso Davies that will come on for Renato Sanchez.
Did that last game as well. Exactly the same substitution.
I always find it quite interesting, Richard, because it's one of the pros teams that they are using. So someone's obviously behind this team building it.
If it's your teammate's squad, what sort of impact do you have on the players? Like, can you say, can you stick this, can you buy this guy for us? Can you stick him on the bench?
Certainly got to be a discussion point. You know, who's our icon? How we decide that? I mean, everyone wants R9, and rightly so. Chance, Mbappe could be 2. Oh, it will be. He didn't even need the backup option of R9 that maybe was just looming for a cutback. And it's 2-0. And we said that New York City might be shook. They're more than shook. They're absolutely rocked.
It was a really tight angle for Kylian Mbappe. But he got his protractor out. He found out the angle that he needed to succeed and smashed it into the top left corner.
Just seems like this New York City FC are just a little bit deflated right now.
I would say, yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it. They've not thrown the game away by any stretch of the imagination, but they look like it's going away from them, the game. Like the pendulum has swung, certainly in the favour of Lou and Josue.
There was a moment, wasn't there, back in the first game of this regional final before the bracket reset, where New York City FC were leading by 2-0, and it was the reaction of Josue. And Lou, that was the difference. I don't think there'll be a reaction this time from New York City FC, sorry. It's just going to be more one-way traffic from these two. You spoke about confidence, you spoke about taking risks, and we've spoken a lot about Kylian Mbappe from these corners. He sits around the edge of the box, and normally he crosses it in, and that's probably why they gave him space there.
It just gave him too much space. Kylian Mbappe just walked into the edge of the box, found the top corner, and said, you know what, that's a finesse shot that's got my name on it. Curled it in the top corner, nothing the goalkeeper can do about it, and from set pieces, they have been very, very solid. That is a chance right there that ter Stegen beats away. Really, New York City FC should have scored from that.
Brilliant save. What's the save it was there from ter Stegen? The angle was awkward, but the save was strong. I mean, if you're the team on the winning side now, you're thinking we've got an unbelievable opportunity here to make it 4 or 5.
It killed the game in the first leg. So you're going into leg number 2 with such a sort of insurmountable lead that even the wildest of dreamers can't even begin to think of maybe a comeback happening. If you're 5-6-0, 7-0 down going into leg number 2, even if you play your best FIFA on the planet, it's got to be a miracle almost to get back into a game.
Well, it's another corner. Well, they just always seem to have a plan. Like Mbappe, always there, always edge of the box. There's an option for Messi. There he is. Is the back post option there? Potentially so. The angle was tight. Keeper's off his line. In the end, it comes to nothing.
You clearly see they've worked on these set pieces. They've worked on these corners. They've got 4 or 5 different presets that they can go to. And they've scored goals from these corners as well. What, 3 goals from set plays?
Yeah, 1 being a finesse and just 2 being a simple cross towards the back post, which they make it look so simple. And it's a great example as well of 2v2. There's so many factors that make a 2v2 roster good. We said this so many times. You can't just get 2 very good FIFA players, stick them together and hope for the best. There has to be
chemistry.
Absolutely. You know, set pieces, what have we got up our sleeve? In sync in so many ways in terms of defending, player switching, attacking, goalkeeper movement. And I honestly can't wait for that April Cup and for the next 2 days as well to see just how well glued are some of these 2v2 duos. They've only been assembled at the beginning of this year for a lot of these teams. Back to De Jong, edge of the box. He fancies another bite of the cherry. Did open up the scoring in the 4th minute in this game. Unbelievable position to be in.
And they don't need to score now. They're 3-0 up. They're absolutely cruising. They know that New York City FC will really throw everything at them in the second leg. They can pick them off, very similar to what they did in the first best of 2. The game plan, if this is it, has been executed pretty much as perfectly as it can be.
Messi in a running race. Wins another corner. I mean, corners are causing problems for New York City FC. Should we see another one? Into the pause menu will go. Anything, just a second to just take a breather for these guys. Even if they get a goal, Rich, at this moment in time, it's still going to be big for them because there's a second leg to play. After that second leg is done, the aggregate scoreline decides who goes to the Team of the Season Cup from Washington, D.C. It's as simple as that. Just getting a goal, Richard, for New York City will be big enough, but they've got to defend this corner first, which is not going to be easy at all.
Yeah, they've had 5 of them as well. They've had 5 corners, have Lou and Josue, and it feels like they've had more, to be honest, because it's been a real talking point of the game, these set pieces. They look switched on. They look like they know exactly what they're doing, and they're creating chances from nearly all of sort of the corners and set plays that they have. As another pause comes in here from one of these 2
Do you think it's more New York City FC making these changes at this point?
8 minutes left to play.
I mean, if so, what are you changing in terms of just throwing numbers forward and trying to get a goal back? I love this stat here, the passing sort of patterns we're seeing now. Very narrow side. You can see that's New York City FC there. But Richard, what's standing out for you on the side of Lou and Josue?
So one of the big things is the fullbacks to the wide mids. That seems like a really sort of pass that's played a lot. The lines are really thick. From number 12 and number 2 to number 10 and number 11. And then you look where they're passing the ball as well. It goes fullbacks to wide mids, straight to strikers, straight into the 2 players leading the line, looking to get in behind, looking to get into those sort of areas in around the pitch. And backing up what Jamodo said in the break as well, very direct. There's not a lot of passes into midfield and then trying to work it through. It's if there's a pass to be played, we're playing it.
And it's that fizz ball, isn't it? That fizz ball that's direct, that's causing problems, and that's been a massive part of their success for this duo. And they're 5 minutes away from leaving leg 1 with a 3-goal cushion. Maybe 4 if they can make something happen here. Hakimi. Back to Neymar. Fofana, De Jong intercepted. New York City FC. Are they going to get a goal back? One last roll of the dice.
Maybe.
For leg 1. R9's in a running race. PK sticks out a leg. And if they can come out of leg 1 without conceding a goal and a 3-goal cushion, it's probably going to be one of their best legs of FIFA today. And they've saved it for the best time in a match when it all really does matter. Chance to exploit this right-hand side. It's David Neres, of all players.
Talk about making a mark on the game as well. It's not necessarily that you've scored 3 goals, but how end-to-end the first set of games was. They've kept a clean sheet. And that's probably the bigger exclamation mark that we're going to see on this game. It's not finished 6-3. It's finished 3-0. That is so debilitating if you're New York City FC right now, because the number one thing that you were strong at and your number one asset was your attacking play. You're winning games because you were really sort of scoring 3-4 more goals than a lot of the teams beforehand, and we saw it there. 8-5 in the first set of games. They've kept it to 3-0. They've not even... Well, I bet the XG was lower than what? For New York City FC.
Superb. They have been absolutely superb at the break. And again, before this game happened, before this regional final, the stats said that New York City FC beat this team. They had a record against them, a track record that was positive. They were winning games. They were in the upper side of the winners' bracket. They were untouchable.
Yeah, all the stats predicted a comfortable New York City FC win. And when they went 2-0 up inside the first 15 minutes, that's what we thought it might do. But it's been a real sort of a valiant performance from Lou and Josue, and the deserved winners right now with only one leg of FIFA remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. One leg of FIFA remaining, and our last name of day one of the FGS Open to find out who'll be booking that spot in that Team of the Season Cup in April. We are going to go to a quick break now. Our last one of the day. When we return, we'll be finding out who will be crowning themselves the champions, technically, of Washington, D.C. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Welcome to my master class. 皆さんどうもこんにちは。ブルーユナイテッド EFC 所属、プロプレイヤーのアグです。今回は、フォーメーションの紹介をしていこうかなと思います。紹介するフォーメーションは4231で、戦術と、指示についても紹介できればなと思います。オフェンスのスタイル、ビルドアップはバランス、チャンスメイクもバランスに設定しています。こちらも守備同様4231は元々のフォーメーションの、配置がいいので、両方ともバランスに設定していいかなと思います。で、幅、30、PA の進入は、7で、コーナーキック、フリーキックは2に設定しています。幅が30な理由は、ショートパスで、ポンポンつないで、攻めれるように。で、PA の進入7に設定しているは、今作、クロスが強いので、7に設定しています。このシーン、相手からボールを奪って、一気にショートカウンターを仕掛けるシーンですね。で、このように今作、前にスペースがあったら、フライスルーパスが強いので、迷わず、出してあげることをお勧めします。で、中に折り返してシュート。このようにショートカウンターが結構強いようなフォーメーションになっているので、取った後、ソン・フンミンを、パス&ゴーで走らせて、トップ下の、ワントップの選手に預けます。で、トップ下を経由してあげて、一気に走ってたソン・フンミンにパス。このように前線に、4枚残っているので、ショートカウンターもかなり、強いフォーメーションになっています。はい、以上が、マイマスタークラスになります。皆さんもぜひ4231強いので、試してみてください。それでは皆さん、ピッチでお会いいたしましょう。バイバイ。
Well, welcome back to the FGS Open for the final time today here in day one. We bring you the action live from Twickenham in London. Of course, the players remote, but we're here in person commentating on what has been a brilliant day of action. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley taking you through this last one today. And potentially a bit of a storyline there, Richard. New York City FC, they came in untouchable in this Washington, D.C. bracket. However, they're now on the ropes and they're probably one punch away from a knockout.
Yeah, they came in untouchable. They've definitely been touched heavily in this game right now. They've been battered and bruised in that first leg of action here in the bracket reset. Can they fight back? That's the question.
Remember what's on the line here. A spot in a tournament in April next year. $15,000 guaranteed as well in the process of it. Could be an early start. And that was nearly the knockout blow that would have really put this game potentially out of reach at 4-0. So another corner short for Josue and Luke. They've been so deadly from these sort of moments where they just always seem to have a way with that ball to Mbappe. No matter if he finesses it, he crosses it in, there always seems to be an end product or at least a half-hearted chance of goal. Lovely ball over the top of that sort of double tap. Or just lofted through ball. Has there been a change of approach? That's the question for New York City FC coming into this one. A formation change, a tactical change. Have they realised that they need to come out flying?
I mean, you can see the blue shirts high up the pitch. There's definitely a more pressing intent applied right now. There's more players higher up the pitch for this New York City FC team. If they concede first, I don't know if I see them getting back in the game. They have to score first. And they have to score early, in my honest opinion.
What's that back post? Is it too readable? R9's there instead. Messi back to Renato Sanchez. He can have a shot from distance. Back to Messi. He's not really going to shoot on his right foot. Instead, looks to bring more players into this one. Big win there from De Jong. And you're absolutely right. They have to score the first goal. If they don't, then there could be trouble. See that run there of Mbappe, just teasing it. Teasing his movement. R9 back to goal. Try to find Neymar. Well read. They have to be direct, New York City FC. And a goal needs to come now. Reverse Elastico Mbappe can't find what he was looking for. Did he? What a goal on his own. He tries to find R9. This is the golden chance. Hakimi into Mbappe! Game on!
Great win. Really, really good win from Hakimi. Pressing high up the pitch. Stole the ball back. And just gave it to Mbappe. He squandered the first chance. The reverse elastico on the first time of asking, and then he actually passed the ball to R9. He didn't need to pass it. That time, as soon as it fell to Mbappe, just rifled it. Loads of power. High and powerful into the top of the net. Game on.
Certainly. They needed that. You were absolutely right. They had to get the first goal, but how do they respond? That's the even bigger question now. If they go and score, they respond in the best way possible. It's R9! And it's a 3-goal cushion reinstated. In not minutes, seconds.
And the dancing. R9, Neymar, Mbappe and De Jong. 4-1 lead. I'll be honest, it was a little bit too easy for Lou and Josue to break through there. There was a lot of space at the back. All the passes that were played, just driven passes. 3 balls later, R9's got a load of space inside the box as well to smash it past the goalkeeper.
And you thought that maybe we're on for a comeback. Maybe not. We might be on for one-way traffic. It's a 3-goal cushion again. This duo have of Josue and Luke. Could be a 4-goal cushion if they can just tease their players in a better way. Messi cut back. Just their mindset there. When one of them gets the ball into either Neymar or Messi, they just know how to control. It's either R9 or Mbappe. whether they pull them out, they make sort of like a looping run around the box. They always know what they're looking for.
They're making intelligent movement. They're not just standing still and hoping the ball comes to them. They're moving in around the box. Chance it might fall for New York City FC. Killing it back.
Big aggressive tackles. 1, 2. Which you have to make sure they're right. If they're not, it's a penalty, and you're definitely in the referee's book. It's a risky run there from Renan Lodi. He's out of position now. Mbappe's going to exploit that space. But these options in support, though. Lorenzo ducking and diving back to Mbappe. Cuts back into that danger where he sort of just got out of.
Just took too long with it with Lorente. This is a better opportunity now because the midfield's nowhere to be seen.
The roulette that has favoured R9 before, didn't that time. 5 minutes away from half-time. Still 4 goals to 1 they lead. This is the FGS Open. We're bringing you day 1 of the action here. And at the moment, it'll be New York City FC not going to that Team of the Season Cup next year. It will be this duo instead of Lou and Josue. What a story it's been. You break down all the games they've been involved in today. They have lost to this team. They were 2-0 down in seconds of this regional final. They could have easily cracked under the pressure.
What's Piqué doing up at striker?
Could be a chance. R9 cuts inside, brilliant save. But every single time they get in and around that box, it's not wasted. There's always an outlet, and there's always a very decent chance in their goal. Half-time here, it's a 3-goal cushion.
And something they're doing really well, as you can see, they've had 3 shots. When they're getting into the final third, when they're getting it in and around the box, even if it's a shot that's blocked, even if it's a shot that's saved or missed, they're getting a shot away. And that's something that New York City FC aren't really doing, because they had a couple of really prominent openings in and around the box where they could have played an extra pass, they could have taken a shot, but they're just trying to get that perfect opportunity. As you can see, a definite formation change as well into the 4-3-2-1. Now, New York City FC, will they be able to get back into the game? That's the question. It's actually a 4-2-4 now for this New York City FC side as Alphonso Davies comes on to the pitch. He's going to play in centre midfield next to Lorente. You can see the shot types as well. Inside the box, they've scored. On the near post, they've scored as well, and just 1 normal shot type also.
Yeah, so many good ways now to break down sort of stats in the game, though, isn't there, at half-time or full-time, whether that be passing, defending, just the heat maps as well is really impressive, just to see how your opponent is playing, how you can break it down. I was speaking to, obviously, Lisa about it earlier today in terms of more of that sort of pro mindset, how you use it in your favour and how you can use it to your advantage. However, I like this from New York City FC. It's as simple as it sounds. We need to score goals now, or we can forget about making land next year.
That's the mindset. That's the game plan. The objective is very simple. We must score, and we must score now.
Well, can Neymar be involved in the start of this comeback? They need 3 goals, and they have to not concede against a team that love to keep scoring.
Well, there's also just so much space now in behind that defence to ping those balls over the top, to switch the play and hit it down the line. There is sort of, you're playing into the hands of Lou and Josue, but you have to play this way if you want to try and get back into the game.
Mbappe was offside there. He's just on. But look at the space. Look at the space for Mbappe there. It's a running race at the back. Militao should just about get there. He does. But that's going to be them every time now. Yep. Every single time they lose possession, it's going to be. It's going to be a bit of a roll of the dice. It's going to have to be. We're going to get fortunate here. We're going to have to win an aerial battle. But there is nothing else really they can do. They have to commit men forward. Lorente, look at R9, just trying to tease a run, just try and get the ball into him is all he's trying to say. Punch into the feet, well read there by Piqué.
That's poor from Alphonso Davies. You expect more from him there. Gives the ball away with a weak pass on the edge of the box. And you've got Navy shirts flying forward. They've not been able to make it click, though, on the counter-attack as of yet.
Space on the far-hand side. They won't look to use it just yet. Davies. Look at R9. He's like in a box. He's literally in a box of 4 players. 2 centre mids. Look how in sync they are. Fofana and De Jong. Just jockeying left and right, left and right, left and right, trying to just do whatever they can to not allow that man through. It hasn't worked on that occasion. It has, though, in terms of getting the ball off Mbappe's feet.
That was really good defending as well, because he read that it was going to turn onto his right foot. He could have struck the ball on his left and played sort of the chance of the weak foot. He read that it was going to turn onto his right and defended it really, really well. He took the risk, and the risk paid off there defensively.
Mbappe stalling his run forward. Look, you'll see it again now. Fofana and De Jong, just watch it. Watch the player switching. PK, he's out of position, yes. Will they be exploited for that?
No.
If not, they're doing really well, just keeping their players together.
I think this is the chance.
They score this, it's game over. Washington, D.C. will be concluded, and it will be this duo on the way to the Team of the Season Cup. Mbappe, brilliant composure, pair checks just all over the shop. And I mean, that's a chance that you need to be put into sleep.
I wouldn't necessarily say brilliant composure. I think he fumbled it, to be honest. He went for the little intricate dribbling, waiting for the keeper to come down to his feet and then just walking the ball past him. But a big opportunity squandered there.
Oh my, what chance. PK's in no man's land. Gets out of it somehow. Just about Messi. They've got to make something happen. Davies for New York City FC, times it green. Another block at the back. Another navy shirt to save the day again. Llorente, Mbappe, scoop turn into danger. 19 minutes to 3 goals. They have weathered this storm.
And now they can hit them.
And now they've got numbers forward. Look at the shirts going forward. R9 busting a gut. De Jong's there, Mbappe's there. One more goal to seal the deal. Or do they even need it?
I feel like that's an opportunity to kill the game off. There was 4 or 5 players up in the attack. R9 was the ball carrier. You had Neymar. You had Frankie de Jong involved as well. And this could be that chance to kill it off. But again, the ball turns over.
And on the side of New York City FC, when does it start slipping in your mind now that this is just too far away? We can't pull this back. I like this. Just keep the ball, if anything. There's no need to get a 4th. If anything, there's more worthwhile doing what you've just done there. You've just taken 3 minutes out of the game. Next thing you know, it'll be in the 80th minute. You need 3 goals. They've weathered that really, really well, have this duo. And what a story it's been. They went down to the loser bracket because of New York City FC. They had to play an unbelievable duo of Joey and Lamps. They won that game. They came back to this regional final, had to force a bracket reset. They did exactly that. And now they're 10 minutes away from sending themselves to the Team of the Season Cup final.
Really, really classic performance from Lou and Josue. They've got a corner. There's only 9 minutes left to play. There's not enough time on the clock for New York City FC to pull something out the bag.
And I mean, we thought they were unbeatable. I think many did as well. New York City FC, they had obviously new signings now on their books. With New York City Chris, of course, departing before the FIFA 22 season officially kicked off. Gustavo and Squirrel, the 2, are in the hot seat. They were looking so good across the last 3 days as well. Times it green from Messi. It's a lovely finish, but
5 minutes.
2 goals, 5 minutes. Look at the stamina in those players as well, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, they're shattered. They're absolutely shattered, a lot of those players. You can see the summary stats there on the screen as some late changes are made here from both New York City FC and Jose and Lou. I just don't think there's enough time, I'll be honest with you. They have to win the ball from kickoff.
And everything has to be
and
perfect.
Score, and then do it again.
And I can assure you, on the flip side, they won't be giving away possession by any means. Will this duo. And again, it's another prime example of the storylines this year is going to give us. Duos formed through the Global Series, through friendship, through eSports organisations to conclude the game. He timed it green. I mean, I think it's all said and done anyway. There's 2 minutes left plus additional time, but Lewin Hoseway will take that spot from Washington, DC. And will be part of the 32 that go to battle. The 32 2v2 teams that go to battle in April for the Team of the Season Cup.
What a performance as well. Not only is this second game right now 4-2, they've not only beaten once, they've had to beat them twice. They came through the losers bracket and they played them in a back and forth encounter. I don't think encounter is enough justice. A war, to be honest, that finished 8-5 with Lewin Hoseway coming out on top.
Well,
fully deserved.
What a way to conclude the tie, and unfortunately, that is not the best way to end the game there, but it tells you the story of what you need to know. New York City FC, unfortunately, they will not be at that Team of the Season Cup. Many predicted, you predicted.
I predicted, yep.
However, fair play to Lewin Hoseway. They came out absolutely flying. They were 2-0 down in a situation where they had to win that game to force a bracket reset. They won 8-5. Then they came out flying in this second game as well. Also got the result there too. They look dangerous going into April. And I mean, we've seen so many different play styles and duos. Just today, there's going to be a lot of talent.
They showed us two really sort of different play styles as well. They showed us that they can go toe-and-toe with the attacking, sort of free-flowing end-to-end. Then the second game, they got those early goals. They went 3-0 up, and then they just saw the game out. They kept possession. They didn't allow New York City FC to get going. They never let them rally. They sort of shut them down at every opportunity, played the counter-attack in FIFA, kept possession in the final third when they needed to. And again, I've used this word before, it was a professional performance, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in the Team of the Season Cup.
Yeah, well, that's 5 teams, 5 duos found out of 16 across these 3 days as Washington, D.C. concludes our job from the commentary booth today. Myself, Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley, Lisa Manley and Chris Tunn back tomorrow for more. But for now, it's over to Rachel and Jamodo to break that one down.
Thanks, Brandon. Yeah, obviously I'm here. If it was Jamodo, I want to come straight to you and say, was that the biggest shock of day one so far? NYCFC going out of here when we thought they were so strong?
Yeah, well, you got to credit Lou and Hosu in the end. I mean, I did watch their loser bracket final as well against Joey and Lamps, and they said it themselves on Twitter. I think Lou tweeted that they played really bad in the game, and it was probably one of the luckiest he's ever got in a competitive match of FIFA. And now here they are. It doesn't matter because now they're at the TOTS Cup in April. That was just such a dominant and professional performance from both of them, and they thoroughly deserve it.
Yeah, and do you think now, Jamodo, they're a team that everyone will be really looking at and getting a little bit worried about if they were going to come up against them, especially how they play such attacking FIFA?
Yeah, well, obviously taking a big scalp against New York City, they were definitely the favourites going into it. I think the scariest part about their play style is that they showed in that first tie that they can go toe-and-toe with a narrow formation of New York City. They outscored them, and then they pretty much changed their game plan going into the second game. They thought, look, we're going to neutralize their attack. We're not going to go toe-to-toe with them in a narrow formation. We're going to play wide. We're going to change it up a bit. And then they beat them that way, and it was just a great performance in the end.
Yeah, I said to you, didn't I? I said, what are they going to do to obviously counter that attack? They were both playing narrow, like you said, in that first leg. They obviously went wide, like loads of people do. But, Jamodo, we're now going to break it down even further. We're going to go to the analysis presented by PlayStation Tournaments to see exactly how they made their way to the Team of the Season Cup in April.
Well, here you can see already, Lou and Hosu, there's just completely different goals as you saw to the last game. They've gone from out wide, and then it's a driven pass into the middle of the box. And it's once again, their right fullback has driven into the middle, and they're scoring from these wide positions, which is something I identified in the last legs as something that wasn't really happening. And you've got to give them credit for this, Lou and Hosu. They've got their corner techniques down to the absolute T, and it paid dividends in the end. But it was a cheap giveaway here. New York City with a bit of a gift of a goal when they weren't really creating too much before that. But once again, identify it's a driven pass from out wide into the middle of the box, which wasn't obviously something we saw in the last tie at all, but it did make the difference in the end. It was New York City with a consolation at the end, but like I say, very dominant and very professional from those boys.
Yeah, we know how well those driven passes from outside do work, don't they? They are clinical in the end, and it proved so in the end for that team. Lou and Hosu, who are going through, of course, to that matchup in April. Jamoda, let's just recap then of the 5 teams who have qualified from today. So earlier on, we saw Tokyo, and it was Kawasaki Frontale. Then Joburg, Johannesburg, it was SAF and Goliath. Then we went to Miami. It was RF eSports taking the win there, and penalties, if you remember. Then on to Mexico City. It took a while, but in the end, we got Timber eSports also going through on penalties. Some would say the worst way to go through, but they got the job done in the end. And finally, Washington, D.C. to wrap up. Lou and Joe Su making it through as well to join those 16 Masters teams who are already ready and waiting. And then, Jamoda, I'm sure you're pretty excited to kick things off tomorrow. It is Sydney. I mean, what can we expect there?
Well, I think something that our regions showed in the past few years is that you're not seeing the exact same names qualifying for every event. There's a lot of new names coming up in the scene and a lot of talented players as well. So I'll be keeping my eye out on that one. Obviously, it's the players that I compete against in the 1v1 online qualifiers. So I'll be very interested to see how they go tomorrow night.
Yeah, totally. Well, let's just see who else is going to be playing tomorrow as well. So this is the schedule for tomorrow, Saturday, the 11th of December. We said we're going to kick it off with Sydney Open. That's at 1 o'clock. Then Dubai Open follows that at 2:30. Sao Paulo at 4 o'clock. Stockholm, 5:30. And Madrid at 7 o'clock. I say those times tentatively. You never know what's going to happen here. Bracket resets, extra time, penalties. We have had it all. We hope you guys have loved it. Thank you so much, Jamie, for joining us. Can't wait to see you in April as well. Hopefully you'll come back and join us on stream as well, or be a spectator, or just join the Twitch chat, wherever you want to hang out. But thanks so much, Jamie.
It's my absolute pleasure. Thanks for having me. And yeah, hopefully we can be back in person soon and doing it all again.
Absolutely. Thanks for your insight today. Well, guys at home, I hope you've enjoyed that one. That has been day 1 of the FGS Open. Of course, our first in-person live event. It's been so great to be back and share it all with you guys. We have 5 qualifiers, of course. We still have 11 more to go. So come back and join us tomorrow when we get to do it all over again. See you then. Welcome to the FGS Open.
The pass across to Eusebio! They secure their spot.
The Johannesburg regional final is up next.
Oh, David Ginola! 3-0. Thank you. I'll take my spot at the Team of the Women's Cup. Thanks for coming.
Regional finals for Miami. Brilliantly worked too, Eusebio!
Mexico Open is coming up.
Mbappe steps up, he misses!
It's going to be the Washington Open.
More post way. It's just going to be more one-way traffic.
Just jack with me. Just jack with me. Just jack with me. Just jack.